Chapter 953. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was so mournful that it sent chills down one's spine. A corpse that was about to rot, like rotten meat that had already hatched, was torn off with a gentle tear. A wild beast was eating a corpse, and from time to time, it would look around vigilantly to prevent other wild beasts from snatching its food. All around, there were dilapidated fences and broken walls, and white bones could be seen everywhere. Broken rocks, mud, and rags were all dyed red, and after a few days of wind and sun, they had turned into the color of pig liver. The smell of blood was extremely pungent, and it was nauseating. This was a desolate scene, a sorrowful place. Not far away, there was a wild beast clawing at the ruins, trying to find the remaining corpses, which were its food. Human flesh as food? This was a kind of tragedy. Sometimes, humans were no different from animals. The living beings that ruled were often those who stood in the clouds. When Qin Shao stepped into the Lin tribe's land, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Although he had expected such a scene, when he saw it with his own eyes, his mood couldn't help but sink a little. If there were less disputes in the world, more peace, and everyone could live in harmony. There was no fighting, no killing. They lived like a family. Isn't it good to live peacefully and happily? Qin Shao let out a sigh in his heart, but he also knew that this sigh was very desolate and unrealistic. How could he change the law of survival? So what if he was powerful? Just like how he was the Lord of the Origin, he could control the will of the Origin world. But so what? He still couldn't change the law of survival of the Tianlong continent. And there was no way to change the deep-rooted way of survival, the law of nature, and the cruel rule of survival of the fittest. And such a rule was also a necessary rule for cultivation. Without such intense competition, the development of the way of cultivation would not be so fast, and it would definitely become very slow. If he wanted to create such a beautiful world, he would have to use harsh means to suppress everything, establish rules, and use force to maintain order. However, if he did that, he would have to pay a huge price, which was not something Qin Shao wanted to see. After saying that, Qin Shao also shook her head in self-mockery. She felt that she was a little ridiculous. The tea cools after the people leave. The Lin tribe was destroyed overnight. Forget it, the dead cannot come back to life. If my strength wasn't sealed, I could turn back time to see what was going on, or even revive the dead. Now, I don't have the ability to do so, so I can only give up. However, since we're acquainted, I like to see who would be so ruthless as to destroy your Lin clan. If I find out who it is, I will definitely avenge you all. Qin Shao had analyzed this matter before and thought of several possibilities. Currently, the Great Wolf tribe was undoubtedly the most suspicious of all. When Qin Shao found the Giant Wolf tribe, he discovered that the Giant Wolf tribe was already in ruins. The Giant Wolf tribe had actually been exterminated. The Giant Wolf tribe, which had been powerful for a time, had actually ended up in the same state. Qin Shao continued to search, wanting to find the surrounding forces to ask about the situation, but he discovered that the surrounding forces of dozens of tribes had actually been exterminated. Strange. It was really strange. It seemed that this matter was not just targeted at the Lin tribe. Qin Shao continued to investigate, and finally found out some information from the mouth of a tribe called Chia tribe. They said that a beast tide broke out a few months ago, and then dozens of tribes are destroyed by the beast tide. Qin Shao naturally knew how terrifying a beast tide was. It was not a big deal for a beast tide to destroy dozens of tribes. However, what made Qin Shao a little puzzled was, how could it be so coincidental? Moreover, this beast tide only affected that area. The other areas were not affected at all. It felt as if the beast tide had been targeted. Qin Shao felt that this matter was not so simple. Perhaps there was something fishy about it. If he wanted to know more about the situation, now he could only find the king of monsters in the Daki mountain range and ask. With Qin Zhao's current realm of the sword spirit realm, he naturally did not need to take the king of monsters seriously. He was completely capable of handling it. Qin Shao spent nearly half a month looking for the king of monsters in the Daki mountain range. But in the end, he discovered that all the monsters in the sword spirit realm in the Daki mountain range had been inexplicably killed. All of them were dead. Not a single one was left. Now the monsters in the Daki mountain range were also in a mess. They were all fighting for territory, and they were in a situation where there was no leader. Here, all the clues were cut off. This is not a coincidence. Definitely not a coincidence. There must be an invisible hand behind all of this, a powerful hand, controlling all of this. This and the invisible giant hand behind me should be the same person. Who is the person behind all of this? Why is he trying so hard to mess with me? What exactly does he want? Qin Shao pondered in his heart again. This question had not been answered, and it really made him very unhappy. No one was willing to accept the feeling of being played in the dark. However, this matter was cut off, and there was no way to continue investigating. Qin Shao could only give up. No matter how much he said or thought about it now, it was useless. The only thing he had to do now was to quickly become stronger. This was the only way out. Qin Shao temporarily put the Lin tribe's matter aside. Qin Shao focused on understanding the situation of the Longmen Convention. Only then did he know what the so-called Longmen Convention was all about. Similar to what he had guessed before, the Longmen Convention was indeed a way for Mount Hua, Fairy Gate, to select disciples. It was only held once every 10 years, and it was called the Longmen Convention because it had the meaning of a fish leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Once the fish leaped over the Dragon's Gate in the Longmen Convention, it would be a meteoric rise. They would be directly accepted by Mount Hua Fairy Gate as a disciple, and their future would be bright. They would immediately become a person of life. Once they became a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, their family would also be sheltered for 1,000 years and enjoy 1,000 years of prosperity. However, it was very difficult to become a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. It was only held once every 10 years, and only 100 people would be accepted each time. The entire territory under Mount Hua Fairy Gate's jurisdiction was boundless. There were dozens of continents, and each continent had thousands of counties. Every county had a circumference of thousands of miles. The bigger counties had a radius of more than 10,000 miles. Therefore, the size of Mount Hua Fairy Gate's territory was even larger than Qin Zhao's hometown, the Nine Continents world. It could be compared to the size of the entire Sky Dragon continent. The Nine Continents world was probably only 1/10 of the Sky Dragon continent's territory. Therefore, the size of Mount Hua Fairy Gate's territory was comparable to 10 of the Nine Continents world. It could be seen how big it was. With such a large territory, there were naturally countless geniuses. If one wanted to fight his way into the top 100 of these geniuses and obtain the opportunity to join Mount Hua Fairy Gate, it would be an act of ascending to the heavens. Mount Hua Fairy Gate was only one of the many immortal sects in the world of sword cultivators. Originally, Qin Shao did not pay attention to such an immortal sect. However, Qin Zhao's current cultivation was still too low. He could not even leave Mount Hua Fairy Gate's territory. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Shao decided to participate in the Longmen Convention and join Mount Hua Fairy Gate first. He joined Mount Hua Fairy Gate so that he could cultivate better and increase his strength as soon as possible. After coming up with a plan in his heart, Qin Shao began to act. However, there was still more than half a year before the Longmen Convention. Qin Shao was not in a hurry for the time being. Qin Shao first found a quiet place to cultivate. After raising his cultivation by 3 small levels and breaking through some restrictions, Qin Shao also improved a lot on the path of sword cultivation. The self-created sword technique, Mountain River Sword, continued to be improved and perfected. It took Qin Shao almost 2 months before he finally improved it into a 5th grade martial technique. The lack of a martial technique also made Qin Shao realize the seriousness of this problem. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he relied on a 5th grade martial technique. It seems that I really have to go to the Cloud Riding Merchant Association and find a rich young master. Qin Shao pursed his lips and had an idea in his mind. Originally, he did not want to owe anyone a favor. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to owe someone a favor. Otherwise, even if he could make it into the top 100 of the Longmen Convention, he would have to rely on brute force. To Qin Shao, this kind of success was tantamount to failure. Unless he had no other choice, there was no need to put himself in such a difficult situation. After making up his mind, Qin Shao set off for the Cloud Riding Merchant Association's territory. The Cloud Riding Merchant Association's business was not only limited to Yangzhou. It was spread across several other continents. There were branches of the Cloud Riding Merchant Association in every county in Yangzhou. Therefore, it was easy to find a rich young master. Qin Shao went straight to one of the branches of the Cloud Riding Merchant Association. He flashed his iron riding badge and was immediately taken care of by the highest authorities. The news was quickly reported to the rich young master. At the same time, the branch of the Cloud Riding Merchant Association immediately sent someone to send Qin Shao to the headquarters of the Cloud Riding Merchant Association. The headquarters of the Cloud Riding Merchant Union was located in the fortress of Yangzhou, located in Yangzhou City of the Central Plains. When talking about Yangzhou City naturally had to be mentioned. Yangzhou City could be said to be the most prosperous city in the Yangzhou region. It was also the most famous city. It was more famous than the imperial city of the Nine Dragons Empire. Yangzhou City was not only famous in Yangzhou, but also in the entire Mount Hua Fairy Gates territory. Yangzhou City's reputation was probably second only to Huashan City. Huashan City was an office of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate in the secular world. Naturally, it was the center of the Mount Hua Fairy Gates territory. Sitting in a luxurious carriage, the carriage sped along the wide road. Dust flew behind the wheels, as if a long earth dragon was galloping and dancing. Looking at the luxurious carriage with the banner of the Cloud Riding Merchant Union and the 8 tall flood horses pulling the carriage, the passers-by consciously opened up a path, allowing the carriage to enter Yangzhou City, leaving a trail of dust behind. Even the heavily guarded city gate directly let the carriage pass, not daring to stop it. Qin Shao, who was sitting in the carriage, could not help but smile. He thought that the Cloud Riding Merchant Association's status in Yangzhou City was not ordinary. Chapter 954. Young Master Kai had been waiting for Qin Shao at the entrance of Qiyun Mansion. Qiyun Mansion was huge and magnificent. In Yangzhou City, it was like a city within a city. The Qiyun Mansion was so huge that it could be compared to a city. In terms of area, Qiyun Mansion occupied an area of 300 miles, and it was not a problem for tens of millions of people to live in it. Qiyun Merchant Union was known as the biggest merchant union in the world. Its influence in Huashan Immortal Domain was unrivaled. That was why the Dragon Crown Prince was so polite to young Master Kai. It made sense that the headquarters of the Cloud Riding Merchant Union was so grand and magnificent. If an ordinary person saw the Cloud Riding Merchant Association, they would definitely be shocked. However, this was nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Of course, if it was placed in the source world, it would indeed be one of the most impressive. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. No wonder my eyelids kept twitching when I woke up this morning. Young Master Kai said warmly when he saw Qin Shao. Qin Shao was unfamiliar with this world of sword cultivators. Young Master Riches could be considered the first person he had made a decent acquaintance with, so he could treat him as a friend. It's been a few months since we last met. How have you been? Qin Shao smiled. Young Master Kai smiled and said, Let's go. I've already prepared a feast for you. We're just waiting for you, Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao followed young Master Kai and passed through a heavily guarded gate. In Qiyun Mansion, they traveled at full speed for the time it takes to burn an incense stick before they finally arrived at a palace. This was where young Master Kai lived and cultivated. On the way here, Qin Shao discovered that the security here was extremely tight. Just the strength on the surface was very strong and terrifying. Moreover, it was obvious that there was a hidden force protecting this place. It was obvious that the Qiyun Union valued his only son, young Master Kai, very much. He treated young Master Kai like a precious gem. Even in such an important place like Qiyun Mansion, there was still such a strict defensive formation. Even a sword venerable would not dare to enter this place. It was a good move. In the bright and spacious palace, there was a large jade table filled with sumptuous delicacies. There were more than 100 plates of various sizes. Just looking at it was enough to arouse one's appetite. The color, fragrance, and taste were complete, and it was incomparably exquisite. The fragrance was rich and refreshing. In addition to more than 100 dishes of delicacies, there were also dozens of types of fine wines placed there. It was truly a sumptuous meal for the two of them. Come, 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 Brother Qin Shao. Please take a seat. I don't know if this is to your liking. If you don't like it, I'll get someone to cook it again. Young Master Kai invited Qin Shao to the seat. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. It looks delicious. You're too enthusiastic. No. How is this passionate? It's nothing to entertain you, Brother Qin Shao. If I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't be used to it, I would be even more passionate. I'm very casual, and I know Brother Qin Zhao's personality, so I didn't put on a show. Young Master Kai grinned. His smile gave people the feeling that it was very simple and sunny. It was like a clear spring. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony with young Master Kai. The two sat down and started the feast. Young Master Kai introduced the dishes and wines to Qin Shao. They were all treasures. Any of the dishes on this table would be enough for an ordinary family to eat for several years. The cost of this table alone was enough to make a sword venerable realm expert's heart ache. The two ate and drank while chatting. It was Qin Zhao's first time here, so young Master Kai did his best to introduce Yangzhou City to Qin Shao. He introduced some interesting places, customs, and so on so that Qin Shao could have a general understanding of Yangzhou City. Yangzhou City, also known as the trade capital, was the center of Huashan immortal domains trade. Therefore, everything was sold here. As long as you wanted something, you could find it in Yangzhou City. The key was whether you could afford it or not. 90% of the trade in Yangzhou City was directly or indirectly controlled by the Cloud Riding Merchant Union. It could be seen how much influence the Cloud Riding Merchant Union had in Yangzhou City. Young Master Kai, your father is really experienced. It's a miracle that a small city like Yangzhou City could become the trade capital of Huashan immortal domain in just 1,000 years. Hearing young Master Kai's introduction of Yangzhou City, Qin Shao admired young Master Kai's father, the Cloud Riding Merchant Union's leader. Even from his perspective, the Cloud Riding Merchant Union's leader was a genius in business. Qin Shao had never seen such a person in the God realm, let alone the Source world. In just 1,000 years, to be able to develop such a huge Cloud Riding Merchant Union, it could be seen how powerful the Cloud Riding Merchant Union's leader was. Speaking of his father, young Master Kai said with a look of admiration, "Yes, I feel that my father is the smartest person in the world, the most experienced businessman, the greatest father. He's my idol. I've been working hard for him since I was young. But it's a pity I can't do anything well. I can't cultivate well, nor can I do business well. With my brain, I'll probably be a second generation for the rest of my life. Fortunately, my father doesn't have high expectations for me. He just wants me to get married and have children as soon as possible so that I can carry on the family line. Since he can't count on me, he can only count on his descendants." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Young Master Kai, don't belittle yourself. I think you're quite good. Whether it's sword cultivation or business, it's a huge field of study. It can't be done overnight. It's undeniable that there's a difference in talent, but sometimes talent can be made up for with hard work. Of course, there's also a person's luck and resources. From what I see, you only lack a bit of hard work. You don't lack anything else. Not only do you not lack anything, but you have an advantage over others. In fact, some disciples of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate might not even be able to compare to you." Young Master Kai laughed dryly and scratched his head. He looked a little embarrassed as he said, "That's right, Brother Qin Shao. You're right. What I lack is hard work. I'm a lazy person by nature. If you want me to cultivate every day, I really can't do it. I don't have enough willpower. Even when I'm impulsive, I can't last 3 days." This situation was normal. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had lived in a greenhouse since he was young. He had never experienced any hardships. There was no training, no setbacks. Qin Shao couldn't say anything about this. Young Master Kai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'm a hopeless person anyway. Let's leave it at that. I'm quite open-minded. As a person, It's better to be happy. Anyway, I've never thought of living forever. If I really want to live forever, I think it might be a kind of pain. What's the point of living so long? To live happily for the rest of my life. It's enough to live for a few thousand years. I'm only in my 20s now. A few thousand years is too long for me. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. Young Master Kai's state of mind wasn't ordinary. This kind of state of mind was actually quite good. It was definitely rare to have such a state of mind. By the way, Brother Qin Shao, you didn't come to find me this time just to catch up with me, right? Young Master Kai asked. Now that they had eaten and drunk enough, it was time to talk about business. Qin Shao originally wanted to speak, but since young Master Kai took the initiative to ask, he said, "Yes, young Master Kai. I don't visit without a reason. This time, I do have something that I need young Master Kai's help with. Of course, if it's convenient, you can help me. If it's not convenient, then forget it." I was a little embarrassed to ask for your help. Young Master Kai immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother Qin Shao, look at what you're saying. You don't treat me as a friend, right? If there's anything you need, just say it. As long as it's something that I can do, my Qiyun family will definitely help you. In the Mount Hua immortal domain, as long as it doesn't involve the Mount Hua fairy gate, I believe there's nothing that my Qiyun family can't do. Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be polite with me. Just say it." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Isn't the Dragon Gate convention about to begin? With my current cultivation level, it's about the same. However, in terms of sword skills, I'm relatively weak. The main reason is that I don't have a good backer, so I haven't been able to obtain any good sword skills. That's why I want to see if young Master Kai can give me some sword skills that are more dangerous to practice." Young Master Kai suddenly laughed and patted Qin Xiao's shoulder. "I thought it was something big, so it's just a small matter. Brother Qin Shao, you're too polite. Isn't it just a sword skill? As long as my Qiyun family has it, Brother Qin Shao can choose whatever you want. This is a small matter. I can directly make the decision." Hearing young Master Kai's affirmative answer, Qin Shao smiled knowingly and clasped his fist. "Then I'll thank young Master Kai first. I'll remember this favor." Young Master Kai waved his hand and said seriously, "Brother Qin Shao said that you don't have to be so polite with me. If you insist on talking about favors, then I still owe you my life. You're the one who saved my life. I haven't even said anything yet. I'm an honest person. You know my character, so you don't have to be so polite." Since young Master Kai had said so, Qin Shao didn't say anything more. He nodded and said, "All right, young Master Kai. I won't say any more words of thanks. You're my brother." "Haha, brother." Young Master Kai laughed happily and said, "Let's go, Brother Qin Shao. I'll bring you to my Qiyun family sword pavilion. There are many martial skills there." Qin Shao followed young Master Kai all the way. Soon, they arrived at a solemn place with dense sword energy. The guards here were even stronger than young Master Kai's residence. No one dared to have any thoughts of betrayal. It was obvious that this was the most important place in Qiyun Mansion. This was the Sword Pavilion, the place where Qiyun Mansion kept their treasures. When the guards here saw young Master Kai, they all respectfully bowed and let them pass. The two of them smoothly arrived at the entrance of the Sword Pavilion. Two sage-like old men sat at the entrance of the Sword Pavilion. They emitted powerful sword energy that made people afraid to approach. Chapter 955. Young Master Kai. The two sage-like elders from the Sword Pavilion called out when they saw young Master Kai, but they didn't get up. Qin Shao also secretly sized up the two elders from the Sword Pavilion. From the powerful aura emitted from the two elders, he could feel that they were sword venerables. Sword venerables. Even if they were only at the initial stage, they were still at the peak of the pyramid of mortals. In the world of the 9 continents, it was equivalent to being bestowed as a saint and could be called an eternal overlord. This kind of existence could create a powerful force with their own strength and establish an eternal dynasty that would last for thousands of years. But such a powerful existence was actually willing to guard the Sword Pavilion for the Qiyun family. The two elders from the Sword Pavilion also looked at Qin Shao, and they wanted to see through Qin Shao. But what made the two elders frown was that they couldn't see through the kid in front of them. Logically speaking, It was impossible for a kid at the Sword Spirit realm to hide anything from them. Nothing was a secret in front of them. The past would also be seen through by them. Only in this way could they guarantee that no one with ulterior motives would approach the Sword Pavilion. Their duty was to protect the absolute safety of the Sword Pavilion. The gray-clothed elder on the left said with a slightly stern tone, "Young Master Kai, this is?" Young Master Kai was also very respectful to the two elders from the Sword Pavilion, and he said, "Elder Guan, this is my good friend, Qin Shao. He is my savior, and he can be trusted. I wonder if the Alliance Master knows about this?" Elder Guan asked again. Young Master Kai said, "I have already reported to my father, and I will report to him about today's matter. Elder Guan, I want to take Brother Qin Shao to choose a sword technique." Elder Guan frowned and said, "Young Master Kai, without the Alliance Master's permission, I can only let you choose from the first floor. This is the rules set by the Alliance Master. I hope you can understand." Young Master Kai hesitated. If he could only choose from the first floor, then there wouldn't be much to choose from. Thinking about it, young Master Kai said, "How about this? Elder Guan, you accompany us in. It could be considered a kind of supervision. My father isn't in the residence right now. He has something important to attend to, and probably won't be back for a while." The Longman convention was about to begin, so there was no rush. "Elder Guan, don't worry. Friends that I recognize are definitely reliable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it here." Such a method was indeed against the rules. However, this was the first time that young Master Kai wanted to bring someone into the Sword Pavilion, so Elder Guan was a bit hesitant. He discussed with the other Sword Pavilion elder and finally said, "Okay, I'll go in with you. However, I have already reported this to the Alliance Master. Since the Alliance Master is not in the mood to deal with this matter, I will make the decision myself." Young Master Kai laughed and said, "Don't worry, Elder Guan. If my father really has something to say, I will bear it." With a wave of his hand, the door of the Sword Pavilion slowly opened. Behind the heavy door was the Qiyun family's important place, where endless wealth was hidden. Qin Zhao's mood was as calm as before, without a trace of fluctuation. Elder Guan was secretly amazed by such a state of mind. He was even more curious about Qin Shao in his heart. This didn't seem like the performance of a sword spirit realm cultivator. Was he hiding it too deeply, or was his state of mind really that strong? If he had such a strong state of mind, then he was probably an unprecedented genius. Just now, under his gaze, he was able to remain calm and composed. This state of mind was definitely not something that a young man, a sword spirit realm cultivator, could display. Therefore, Elder Guan couldn't help but be a bit wary of Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, all the sword techniques here are below the 6th grade. I believe that Brother Qin Shao won't be interested in them. Let's go directly to the 2nd floor. There are 6th, 7th, and even 8th or 9th grade sword techniques there," young Master Kai said. Qin Shao nodded. He really didn't care about sword techniques below the 6th grade. No matter how many there were, it was useless. His Mountain River sword was a 5th grade sword technique, and it was created by him. In terms of power, it was completely comparable to an ordinary 6th grade sword technique. Entering the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, it was still very big. Books of sword techniques were placed in a grid. On the grid, there was an introduction about this sword technique, and the introduction was very detailed. At a glance, Qin Shao found that the number of sword techniques here was actually more than 10,000. This number was really a bit scary. One must know that these were sword techniques above the 5th grade. Any one of them was priceless. He didn't expect that there were so many here. As expected of the Qiyun family, they were really rich and overbearing. Young Master Kai laughed and said, "There should be 10 or 20,000 here. Those that can be placed here are absolutely carefully selected. They are absolutely the best. If they aren't qualified to be placed here. If Brother Qin Shao doesn't think it's enough, you can go to the shop of the Qiyun Merchant Union. There are more there." If other people heard this, they would be very shocked. Just this place alone was already more than enough. Yet, this was only a selection. Just how many sword techniques did the Cloud Riding Merchant Union collect? Unimaginable, really unimaginable. However, Qin Shao could understand. He thought to himself, The Union Master of the Qian Merchant Union seems to be a very successful merchant, but to be able to create a legend, it's not that simple. He also knows the law of survival in this world. Everything depends on strength. If you have the wealth but not the strength, you can't keep it. So the Union Master of the Qian Merchant Union values sword techniques so much that he didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to create such an all-inclusive sword pavilion. From this, it's enough to see the Union Master's thoughts. Qin Shao admired the Union Master of the Qian Merchant Union even more. There weren't many people who could earn his respect, but the Union Master of the Qian Merchant Union was one of them. Brother Qin Shao, you could take a look around first. For us, level 6 or level 7 sword techniques are enough. Any higher, and it'll be difficult to cultivate. Young Master of Wealth said. Qin Shao nodded and began to look. Sword arts and martial skills of the same grade were actually more or less the same, and there were many similarities. It was just a matter of whether or not it was suitable for you to cultivate. There were 10,000 sword techniques, so there were 10,000 ways to cultivate them. There were 10,000 different ways to express the sword technique. Murderous Bird Sword Technique, a level 6 sword technique. 36,000 years ago, a Sword King realm expert killed an ancient bird in an ancient quagmire and created this technique. It's known for its bloodthirst and ferocity. It's extremely powerful and is no weaker than a level 7 sword technique. The person who cultivates this technique must have a peerless, ferocious aura to succeed. Qin Shao immediately shook his head when he saw the first 6th grade sword technique. I don't want this kind of sword technique that is filled with a violent aura. Haha. Yes, Brother Qin Shao, this sword technique is a bit evil. It's suitable for those who are ferocious. Therefore, I think that those who cultivate this sword technique are all ferocious people. They're not good people. However, the power of this sword technique is really terrifying. I've seen people who cultivate this sword technique. The sword techniques they use are so terrifying that it's suffocating. Young Master of Wealth said with a smile. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't cultivate this sword technique. He continued to read. Fu of Weak Water, a level 6 sword technique. 3,000 weak water. It uses weakness to create water. It's an extremely soft sword technique. It's more suitable for defense. It's not suitable for offense. It's suitable for female cultivators. The introduction of this sword technique was relatively simple. It didn't say who created it. It was probably too old, so there was no detailed introduction. This sword technique was obviously not suitable for Qin Shao. Sword Emperor's Sutra. The name is quite impressive. People who don't know it will think it's a level 8 or level 9 sword technique. In fact, it's only a level 6 sword technique. It was created by a person known as the Sword Emperor 260,000 years ago. This sword art martial skill was not bad and was quite suitable for cultivation. However, I feel that it's still lacking a little. Qin Shao curled his lips. Young Master of Wealth immediately said, Don't worry, Brother Qin Shao. There are many more. It's enough for you to choose. There are 10 or 20,000 sword techniques. There's always something that you like. There are all kinds of sword techniques. Take your time to choose. Okay. Qin Shao nodded and continued to read. Just as young Master Kai had said, the sword techniques that were placed here were all carefully selected, and they were all absolute top-quality sword techniques. However, in Qin Shao's eyes, they couldn't catch his eye. Although they were all fine ones, Qin Shao always felt that something was missing in each one. There would be some flaws more or less in them. So he read a lot, but they couldn't attract Qin Shao. After looking around, he saw a lot of level 6 and level 7 sword techniques, but Qin Shao didn't seem to like any of them. Not to mention liking them. He didn't even take a second look at them. Qin Shao's pickiness made young Master of Wealth quite surprised and puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Qin Shao, you've seen a lot. Haven't you seen any that you like? Or is it that Brother Qin Shao wants a grade 8 or grade 9 sword technique? If you want to see level 8 or level 9 sword techniques, you can see them over there. But I feel that we're still in the sword spirit realm. It seems that we're taking too big a step to start practicing level 8 or level 9 sword techniques now. Even young Master of Wealth didn't dare to blindly practice level 8 or level 9 sword techniques. It wasn't a good thing to make such a leap before reaching a certain level. On the contrary, it would harm oneself. Young Master of Wealth felt that Qin Shao was a very pragmatic and steady person, so he didn't understand why Qin Shao couldn't choose any sword techniques. There were so many level 6 or level 7 sword techniques here, all of which were fine. He liked a lot of them. Why didn't Qin Shao like any of them? Elder Luo also couldn't help but say, "Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's better to be down to earth." Among the sword techniques and martial skills that you saw just now, many of them are not bad and are quite suitable for you to cultivate. Just pick 1 or 2 of them and cultivate them. Even the disciples of the Huashan Immortal sect who had just entered would receive similar treatment. You can't eat an elephant in 1 bite. You have to walk step by step. Chapter 956. Although Elder Guan was a bit angry in his heart, this person was personally brought here by young Master Kai, so he could only suppress the displeasure in his heart. He had guarded Sword Pavilion for so many years, but he had never seen anyone so picky. It was like picking cabbages in a vegetable garden. Even young Master Kai was not so picky, but this brat was so picky, so Elder Guan was naturally very dissatisfied. Qin Shao also knew that Elder Guan was very dissatisfied with him, but he was also somewhat helpless. There was indeed nothing to his liking. This could not be blamed on him. With his vision, it was normal to have high requirements. Young Master Kai was very patient and did not urge Qin Shao. Instead, he repeatedly signaled to Elder Guan to calm down. Solitary Sword, 7th grade sword technique, created 100,000 years ago by the Sword King named Solitary Old Man. Solitary Old Man lived alone and did not have any friends. He traveled alone and traveled the world. His personality was strange. Qin Shao, on the other hand, washed his face and was attracted by this grade 7 sword technique, Solitary Sword. After carefully looking at the introduction, he said, "This solitary old man is really strange. He actually did not make any friends in his entire life. He is really lonely. He lived in solitude his whole life, so he created the Solitary Sword, which was full of life comprehension. Solitary also means invincible in one's life. Solitary Sword wants to express that it is an invincible sword. Only when one is invincible will one be lonely." Daring to use such a name, it can be seen how confident Solitary Old Man was in his Solitary Sword. This sword is not bad. After reading so much, this was the first time Qin Shao praised a sword technique like this. Young Master Kai smiled and said, "Yes, I also admire this Solitary Old Man. According to what I know, Solitary Old Man became an immortal 80,000 years ago. However, after becoming an immortal, Solitary Old Man's personality still did not change. He did not join any immortal realm and still did his own thing, living alone his whole life. Big freaks are also people with great perseverance. It is very rare to be able to do this. No wonder, without any backing, he can cultivate to become an immortal." Qin Shao slightly nodded. Young Master Kai nodded in agreement. "That's right. Cultivation should be like this." Those who could walk far on the path of sword cultivation were all people with great perseverance. That's why I said that I have some self-awareness. I don't have great willpower, so my chances of becoming an immortal are extremely slim. There are countless sword cultivators in the world, but how many of them can become immortals in the end? Immortals stand in the clouds, immortal and immortal, overlooking the vicissitudes of life. I won't pursue that kind of illusory supreme realm. I will be content if I have a happy life. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, please don't laugh at my lack of ambition. I'd rather be a happy second generation. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Everyone has their own ambitions. The key is what you want. Happiness was indeed hard to come by. Young Master Kai, you don't have any desires. That's why you're so happy. In fact, this is also a very high realm, a realm that people can't see through. Ha ha ha. Young Master Kai laughed heartily. Brother Qin Shao, you know me best. Others laugh at me for being too lazy. I laugh at them for not seeing through it. All right, young Master Kai, There seems to be an empty space over there. Can we also cultivate here? Qin Shao asked. Young Master Kai nodded and said, Yes, Brother Qin Shao. You can cultivate here. The empty space over there is also prepared for cultivation. After all, the original swordsmanship martial arts are all here. If you want to bring it out, you can't bring the original. You can only bring a copy. If you bring a copy, the effect will naturally be much worse. If you cultivate here, you can directly comprehend the original. The effect will be much better. That's why I cultivate here most of the time. After cultivating a swordsmanship martial arts, you don't need to comprehend the original. You can go back and cultivate again. Brother Qin Shao, you can do the same. Ordinary people don't have this kind of treatment. Qin Shao nodded and didn't stand on ceremony with young Master Kai. He took the original copy of the solitary sword and went over there to cultivate. Young Master Kai and Old Guan were guarding at the side. Young Master Kai, what's the background of this kid? Why can't I see through him? Old Guan asked. Young Master Kai shook his head and said, Old Guan, I'm not very clear about Brother Qin Zhao's background. He's really hard to see through. He's gifted, powerful, and has extraordinary skills. But that's not important. What's important is that he's a person worth befriending. I'm very clear about his character. Perhaps he's a genius unearthed by some hidden cultivator. Brother Qin Shao knows very little about the outside world. Obviously, he hasn't been in contact with the outside world. He should have been cultivating in seclusion before. Qin Shao was immersed in cultivation. The solitary sword was the solitary path of the sword. Walking alone, I'm the only one in my heart. I'm the only one in the world. I walk alone in everything in the world. Everything revolves around the sword and me. The comprehension of sword Dao was not difficult for Qin Shao. Once this path was cleared, it would be very easy. Therefore, this grade 7 sword technique martial skill, solitary sword, wasn't difficult for Qin Shao, and he very quickly learned the basics. Cultivating the sword, cultivating the heart, and also cultivating the comprehension of sword Dao. Whether it was the sword cultivation Dao or sword Dao, there were some similarities. Although many things could not be copied, they could still be used as a reference to draw inferences about other things. In the Hongmeng universe, Qin Zhao's sword Dao had reached a high level of application. He was close to reaching the peak of sword Dao. He had completely mastered the entire sword Dao and became a controller. Now that he was reversing the sword cultivation Dao, coupled with the comprehension of these days of cultivation, it naturally made Qin Zhao's path much easier. After 3 days of comprehension, the sword in Qin Zhao's hand suddenly moved. Clang! A clanging sound rang out. A sword attacked, like a lone eagle on a high mountain, with a sense of pride. The sword was faint, and a thought could sweep away all life. As the sword moved, the entire training room suddenly dimmed, entering into darkness. A cold aura swept over in an instant. The sword moved, the sky moved, the sword was withdrawn, the sun and the moon rose. A ray of light, a ray of darkness. It was just a thought, a breath. The sword was withdrawn, and everything returned to normal. Everything just now seemed to have not existed. It was just a blur in the eyes, and it had passed. Elder Roll and young Master of Money, who were waiting there, were really shocked to the extreme by this scene. They stood there with their mouths wide open, and for a moment they were speechless. After a long while, Elder Roll came back to his senses. He looked at young Master of Money with some surprise on his face. Young Master of Money was also very shocked. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Genius, a peerless genius. It's only been 3 days. In just 3 days, a 7th grade sword technique has been cultivated to the small success level. I've also read this solitary sword and tried it once, but there was no way to get started. In our cloud riding merchant union, there are only 2 or 3 people who have mastered the solitary sword, and they have spent years or even hundreds of years to master it. But Brother Qin Shao only used 3 days. It's incredible, really incredible. Compared with Brother Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed to be called a genius." Elder Roll was quite dissatisfied with Qin Shao before, but now he had to admire him. He's really monstrous, too monstrous. In just 3 days, he can cultivate this solitary sword to the small success level. I'm afraid that since the creation of the solitary old man, no one has been able to do it. Such a talent is really rare since ancient times. Young master of money, it seems at this time you really made a good friend. Such a talent is worthy of deep friendship. This will also be of great benefit to you in the future. Young master of money smiled. He rarely heard elder roll praise a person. Even he almost never got elder roll's praise. But this time elder roll praised Qin Xiao so vigorously, which made young master of money very happy. Young master of money made friends not because of Qin Xiao's talent and potential, but because of Qin Xiao's character. If he could match his character, then he could make friends with him. After another 3 days, Qin Xiao unexpectedly cultivated the solitary sword to the small success level. A 7th grade sword technique was unexpectedly cultivated to the small success level by Qin Xiao. Such a harvest made Qin Xiao satisfied. It's not bad. It seems that the restriction of the rules of the sword cultivation world on me has been reduced a lot. As my realm improves, it should be reduced more and more. If this is repeated, then I'm not far from being completely assimilated. It's the same for the sword cultivation world. A grade 7 sword technique doesn't pose too much of a problem to me. Now that I've figured out the Tao, my comprehension speed is much faster, but it's still a bit slow. If it was in the Hongmeng universe, Qin Xiao would only need to take a look at this kind of inferior sword technique to reach the small success level in an instant. Not only that, but he could also make the biggest improvement and upgrade it by several levels. For example, this solitary sword was obviously not perfect, but Qin Xiao had no way to improve it for the time being. He could only leave it for later. Monster. In 6 days, he actually cultivated the solitary sword to the small success level. According to the situation I know, the fastest person in history to cultivate the solitary sword to the large success level took a full 6 years. But this boy only used a short 6 days. Inconceivable. Too inconceivable. Elder Roll exclaimed again. He couldn't help but admire. Young Master of Money also admired. Qin Xiao walked over and put the original copy of the solitary sword back to its original place. Then he looked at Young Master of Money and Elder Roll, but the latter too looked at him with strange eyes. Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, Elder Roll, Young Master of Money, why are you looking at me like this? Cough, you're too monstrous? Young Master of Money said. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said, It's okay. It took me 6 days to cultivate this solitary sword to the large success level. It's estimated that it's not perfect yet. There are still many areas that need to be improved. Only? What a good word. 6 days or only? Young Master of Money was a bit shocked, but his mentality was strong. He joked, Brother Qin Xiao, if you say the word only again, be careful that I'll beat you. You're too shocking. Others took decades. You only took 6 days. You're only. It's no wonder that you're so picky. I'm so impressed. Chapter 9, 57. Qin Xiao continued to look at other sword art martial skills. Now, Elder Guan was very convinced by Qin Xiao, and his previous dissatisfaction was completely swept away. It was normal for such a monstrous genius to have a high vision, which was enough to show that Qin Xiao was extraordinary. Even Elder Guan began to feel that as long as Qin Xiao grew up in this way, he would definitely become an immortal in the future and step into the immortal sect. Once he became an immortal, he would transcend the mortal world and stand in the clouds. If he could make friends with an immortal, then the Alliance Master of the Riding Cloud Alliance would be willing to pay any price. What did these sword techniques and martial skills count for? After choosing for a while, Qin Xiao took a fancy to a sword art martial skill called Sword of Melancholy, which was also a 7th grade sword art martial skill. This sword art martial skill focused on the body movement. Practicing martial skills also needed some balance. Whether it was offense or defense, body movement or speed, it had to be balanced to be invulnerable. So Qin Xiao also practiced this Sword of Melancholy, and this time the cultivation speed was even faster than the last time. It only took 4 days to cultivate this 7th grade sword art martial skill to perfection. With the stimulation just now, young Master Kai and Elder Guan were a little numb. Elder Guan's praises to Qin Shao had been repeated who knows how many times already. In 10 days, Qin Shao actually succeeded in cultivating 2 7th-grade sword art martial skills. If this spread out, it was not known how many geniuses would be scared to death. In fact, Qin Shao was a little surprised in his heart. He did not expect that his cultivation would be so smooth, and there were not many obstacles. This was not like the previous cultivation, but it could also be because he did not come into contact with sword art martial skills before and did not comprehend it well. With sword art martial skills to cultivate, Qin Zhao's comprehension would be very fast. If the restrictions of the rules were reduced, then the cultivation speed would naturally be very fast. After looking at the 6th and 7th grade sword art martial skills, Qin Shao looked at the 8th and 9th grade sword art martial skills. This was a treasure, which was the foundation of any big force, and they would not easily let others cultivate it. There were actually more than 300 types of 8th and 9th grade sword techniques and martial skills collected here. It was really shocking. Among the 8th grade sword art martial skills, Qin Shao picked 2. One was called Flower Thought Sword Technique, and the other was called Tai-Yin Sword. These 2 8th grade sword art martial skills were very strong in attack, and the power was extremely amazing. Qin Shao had his own body that was invincible in terms of defense, so there was no need for a defensive sword art martial technique. Cultivating these 2 8th grade sword art martial skills did not take Qin Shao too long. It only took 3 months for Qin Shao to cultivate these 2 8th grade sword art martial skills to perfection. Such an amazing action shocked Elder Guan to the point that he was speechless. An unprecedented talent. An absolute unprecedented talent. Such a genius. Even if placed in those powerful immortal sects, I'm afraid that he will be heavily nurtured. In our Huashan immortal domain, there's actually such a monstrous genius. At the Sword Spirit realm, he actually cultivated 2 extremely difficult 8th grade sword art martial skills to perfection without any effort. Even if I were to cultivate an 8th grade sword art martial skill, I would not be able to cultivate it to perfection without a few years of effort. However, this child's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Young Master Kai said with a smile, "Yes, Elder Guan, in any case, I am far inferior. Not to mention 8th grade sword art martial skills. Even 7th grade sword art martial skills are enough for me to cultivate for a few years. I also try to cultivate 8th grade sword art martial skills, but I failed. So, I am too lazy to try." Being able to successfully cultivate an 8th grade sword technique at the Sword Spirit realm is definitely extremely rare, even in our Huashan immortal domain, right? Elder Guan nodded. Not only in Huashan immortal domain, but in any immortal domain, it could be said to be rare. Moreover, he cultivated 2 8th grade sword art martial skills in one go. It is even more difficult to surpass him. At least, I have never heard of it. Young Master Kai laughed even more happily. Elder Guan, I feel that this is not Brother Qin Zhao's limit. Looking at his appearance, he should want to cultivate a 9th grade sword art martial skill. 9th grade? Elder Luo couldn't help but be startled. He looked over, and sure enough, he saw Qin Shao there looking at the 9th grade sword technique martial skill. If other people had this idea, he would definitely disdain it, but when it came to Qin Shao, Elder Guan was somewhat uncertain. Thinking about it, he still shook his head and said, "Sword Spirit Realm Cultivator cultivating 9th grade sword art martial skills. I'm afraid you can't find a single one in our entire Huashan immortal domain. Not to mention now, even if you trace back 1,000 years of history, you still can't find one. 9th grade, that represents the limit of us mortals. A mere Sword Spirit Realm cultivator wanting to challenge this limit. This is a heaven-defying act. In these thousands of years, there has not been a single one. Even the current number 1 disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, Sword Emperor, did not reach this level in the past." Young Master Kai nodded. Yes, Sword Emperor is already the number 1 genius of Mount Hua Fairy Gate in tens of thousands of years, in the prime of his youth, peerless appearance. His splendor covers the universe, an unprecedented talent. After another month of comprehension, Qin Shao also had a lot of understanding of the ninth grade sword art martial skill Qianquan sword technique that he liked and basically grasped it. Now what he needed to do was to be able to display the sword moves, sword intent, and sword force of Qianquan sword technique, and then it would be considered a success. As long as Qin Shao was given more time, he would definitely be able to cultivate this ninth grade sword art martial skill successfully, and it was still not an obstacle for Qin Shao. In these nearly 5 months, Qin Shao had been staying in this sword pavilion all the time, looking at over 10,000 sword arts martial skills and understanding all kinds of sword arts martial skills, which was naturally very helpful for Qin Shao to improve his comprehension. In addition to his own attainments in sword Dao, at this time, his understanding of sword cultivation increased day by day. Elder Luo frowned slightly and immediately said to young Master Kai with a serious face, "Young Master Kai, the Alliance leader is back, and he said that he wants you and Qin Shao to go over. He wants to personally receive Qin Shao." Young Master Kai immediately became happy. Father is finally back. I thought it would take a while. Yes, I will immediately bring Brother Qin Shao to see Father. I am sure that Father will also like Brother Qin Shao very much. Young Master Kai then walked over and interrupted Qin Shao's cultivation, saying, "Brother Qin Shao, there are only 10 days left until the Longmen Convention. There is no time to continue cultivating. My father is back. He wants to see you, Qin Shao stopped cultivating. It was indeed a pity that he did not succeed in cultivating the ninth grade sword art Qianquan sword technique in one go. However, time waits for no man. He could only stop for now and come back to cultivate next time. Qin Shao was naturally happy to pay a visit to the Alliance leader. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go then." Young Master Kai immediately brought Qin Shao out of the sword pavilion and went straight to an ordinary-looking house. Whether it was from the inside or the outside, this house looked extremely ordinary. It was extremely plain, like an ordinary person's house. There was no trace of grandeur inside. It was so simple that it did not seem like the Qiyan mansion. Compared to the other places in the Qiyan mansion, it was a little out of place. It even made people wonder if they had walked into a servant's house. The layout of the house was very simple. There were only a few chairs and a small round table. At this moment, there were some dishes on the small round table, and a plump middle-aged man was sitting in front of the table. His clothes were also very ordinary, and he had an easygoing smile on his face. He gave people the feeling that he was an uncle next door. He did not have any aura, nor did he put on any airs. He did not even look like he should. Therefore, when Qin Shao saw him for the first time, he did not dare to believe that the person sitting in front of him was the famous Alliance leader of the Qiyan Alliance. The Alliance leader of the Qiyan Alliance. The Alliance leader of the Qiyan Alliance. The Alliance leader of the Qiyan Alliance, who he admired greatly. "Greetings, Father." Young Master Kai's respectful greeting confirmed to Qin Shao that the middle-aged man sitting there was none other than the Alliance Master of the Cloud Rider Alliance. Qin Shao was slightly surprised, but he immediately reacted. He maintained a calm face. He nodded slightly to the Alliance leader and said, "Greetings, Alliance leader of the Qiyun Alliance." Young Master Kai whispered in Qin Shao's ear, "Brother Qin Shao, don't misunderstand. My father didn't show you this face because he looks down on you, but because he sees you as one of his own. When my father receives outsiders, he will not be so casual. He will be very dignified, but he is very casual with his own people. When I eat with my father, I also eat here. The appearance of this place has not changed for thousands of years." Qin Shao smiled. Actually, he did not need young Master Kai to say this. Qin Shao already felt it. The more easygoing he was, the more he treated you as one of his own. This was actually the best way to receive people. The more courteous he was, the more he treated you as a guest. To Qin Shao, this was the type that he preferred. From this, it could be seen that the Alliance leader of the Qiyan Alliance was very good at all aspects. Come, don't just stand there, quickly sit down, treat this as your own home. I'm a very casual person, The Alliance leader of the Qiyan Alliance waved to Qin Shao and young Master Kai, indicating for them to sit down. Qin Shao and young Master Kai sat down. The alliance leader looked at Qin Shao kindly. Qin Shao, you don't need to be so polite. You are friends with my family's Jinbao. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle. Alliance leader is a title for outsiders. If you call me that, it will make us seem distant. To be able to call the alliance leader uncle, even the dragon prince would be overjoyed, right? However, Qin Shao frowned slightly. Uncle? Even though the alliance leader of the Qian alliance had lived for thousands of years, compared to Qin Shao who had lived for over 200,000 years, the difference was too great. Therefore, Qin Shao could not accept for a moment to call the alliance leader uncle. Qin Shao could not accept it. The alliance leader of the Qian alliance seemed to see Qin Zhao's awkwardness and immediately laughed. Ha! I'm just saying, you can call me whatever you want. It's just a title, I don't care about these things. Come, eat while it's hot. The food will get cold soon. Young Master Kai also tried to smooth things over. Yes, Brother Qin Shao. Let me toast you first. Chapter 958. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance was an amiable and charismatic person. He didn't put on airs at all. Qin Shao did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable when dealing with such people. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance had seen countless people. He believed that he had always been good at interacting with people. He had seen many young geniuses, but compared to Qin Shao, those he had seen before were nothing. Only with comparison would there be a gap. And this gap was huge. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He was certain that such a young talent would become famous in the future. His name would shake the world, and he would step into the immortal sect. Of course, this was on the premise that he wasn't killed in the cradle. Otherwise, with his performance, he would definitely become an immortal. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance had always wanted to become an immortal. But he knew that with his potential, it was impossible. He also hoped that his son would become an immortal. His son had the potential, but his son's heart wasn't on the path of sword cultivation. It was too difficult for him to become an immortal with his state of mind. This meal was like a normal meal. There was no one else around. Only the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance, Qin Shao, and young Master Kai were there. So the meal was very heartwarming. After the meal, the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance moved his hand. 2 dazzling balls of light the size of eggs appeared in his hand. The balls of light emitted sword energy. One look at these balls of light would make one's soul tremble. One look would make one stunned. One's mind would be completely captivated. It would even make one's soul resonate with it. It would also make one's heart throb a little. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the 2 balls of light. He was quite surprised. What powerful sword energy! What pure sword intent! Young Master Kai stared at the 2 balls of light in the leader's hand curiously for a while. Then, his eyes widened in surprise. Father, are these the legendary origin sword fruits? The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance smiled and nodded. Yes, Jinbao, these are the origin sword fruits. I spent a lot of effort to get these 2 origin sword fruits. I've always prepared them for you. Now, it's time for you to use it. Here are 2 of them. One for you and one for Qin Shao. This should be able to help you and make the Longmen convention smoother. With the help of the origin sword fruit, I'll definitely soar into the sky. Young Master of Wealth was ecstatic. Qin Shao had never seen young Master Kai so excited before. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Kai, what exactly is this Genesis sword fruit? Hearing the name, Qin Shao also guessed that it must be a rare item, an exceptionally rare one. Young Master of Wealth calmed down a little and said, Brother Qin Shao, this origin sword fruit is a good thing. It's a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's an immortal spirit. The origin sword fruit, as its name suggests, is the fruit of the Tao of sword cultivation. It contains the Tao of sword cultivation and is a supreme treasure for comprehending the Tao of sword cultivation. One origin sword fruit can increase a person's Tao of sword cultivation by tens or even hundreds of times. It's a leap. The stronger your talent and comprehension, the better the effect. The value of one origin sword fruit is not inferior to a half-immortal artifact. Qin Shao was relieved. If that was the case, the origin sword fruit was indeed a priceless treasure. A quasi-immortal artifact was something that could make a sword exalt go crazy. Most importantly, the origin sword fruit is extremely rare. It's really something that can only be found by chance. Therefore, it's even more precious. Young Master of Wealth said. Thinking about it, even the Riding Cloud Alliance's Alliance Master only managed to obtain 2 after spending a lot of effort. It was obvious how difficult it was to obtain. The origin sword fruit was similar to the fruit of profundity in the origin world. They were both miraculous items that could help one's cultivation. The Riding Cloud Alliance's Alliance Master actually gave such a precious origin sword fruit to Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, don't be so courteous with us. I can only use one anyway. You can take the other one. This way, we might be able to show off in the Dragon Gate Convention. If we perform well in the Dragon Gate Convention, we'll be heavily nurtured by the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Young Master of Wealth said. Qin Shao thought about it and did not turn it down. Instead, he accepted it calmly and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader Cloud Rider. I'll remember this favor." The Riding Cloud Alliance Master waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's fine. All right, go and eat the origin sword fruit. There's only a little more than 10 days left. You have to hurry." Young Master of Wealth brought Qin Shao to the cultivation room. It was very quiet here, and no one would disturb him. He could eat the origin sword fruit with peace of mind. Young Master of Wealth reminded, "Oh, right, Brother Qin Shao, I have something to tell you. There are 2 conditions to participate in the Dragon Gate Convention. First, your strength must be below the Sword Sovereign realm. Second, you must be less than 100 years old." Less than 100 years old? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He was satisfied if his strength was below the Sword Sovereign realm. However, he was not satisfied if he was less than 100 years old. He was more than 200,000 years old. However, the world of sword cultivators did not leave any traces of 200,000 years on him. If he were to calculate according to the traces of time in the world of sword cultivators, he was not even a year old. If that was the case, how many people would be scared to death? Moreover, it was impossible. He did not look like a person who was less than a year old. Young Master of Wealth nodded and said, "Yes, less than 100 years old. However, it's fine. You can meet any one of the 2 conditions. However, there's an additional condition. Everyone can only participate in the Dragon Gate Convention once. Those who have participated in it will be recorded. Those who have participated in it will not be able to participate in it again. Such a rule is also to give some older sword cultivators a chance. However, Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to worry. You're so young, so you must meet both conditions. However, after you eat the Genesis sword fruit, you should be able to easily break through to the Sword Sovereign realm. That's not a problem. Your chances of breaking through to the Sword Sovereign realm will be higher." Qin Shao nodded and did not say anything else. Young Master Kai went to another cultivation room to cultivate in seclusion. After sending young Master Kai off, Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. "It seems like it's best if I don't break through to the Sword Sovereign realm. Otherwise, if I'm tested due to my age, it would be troublesome." With this decision in mind, Qin Shao began to cultivate. Looking at the Genesis sword fruit in his hand, Qin Shao felt all the cells in his body become hungry and greedy. Qin Shao opened his mouth and swallowed the Genesis sword fruit. As soon as the Genesis sword fruit entered his mouth, there was a huge reaction. The entire Genesis sword fruit instantly melted and released endless sword intent. It immediately brought Qin Zhao's mind into a world of swords. The essence of the sword cultivation path was completely revealed in this world. Qin Zhao's understanding of the sword cultivation path was already very deep. With the help of the Genesis sword fruit, he rapidly improved and reached perfection, making up for some of his previous shortcomings. The door to the sword cultivation path was slowly opening for Qin Shao. As long as it opened a little more, Qin Shao would be able to step through this door and comprehend the sword cultivation path. He would become an immortal and a sword immortal in a single leap. The cultivation of mortals was to step through the door of the sword cultivation path and gather all the insights they had gained. This process was very long for ordinary people, and they had to take one step at a time. However, for Qin Shao, it was not so complicated. He could advance by leaps and bounds, and he could quickly comprehend the many insights of the sword cultivation path. In the world of the Genesis sword fruit, Qin Shao did not encounter any obstacles. He easily comprehended everything and reached the door of the sword cultivation path. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to ascend and step through the door of immortality. From the sword spirit realm to the sword immortal realm, he would be able to skip the sword sovereign realm, sword king realm, and sword venerable realm. There have been a few cases of people ascending in broad daylight in the world of sword cultivators, but they were also rare and hard to find. Qin Shao felt that he was about to do it. If he could really ascend and become an immortal, why would he need to participate in the Longmen Convention? Therefore, Qin Zhao's current thought was to try and see if he could accomplish this feat. His greatest difficulty was the binding force of the sword cultivation world's rules, which tightly restrained him. It was better to advance by a small realm, but it was not so easy to advance by a large realm. It was a complete transformation. Qin Shao could clearly feel that the binding force of the sword cultivation world's rules was terrifyingly strong, and it was hindering his progress. At this moment, a voice came from outside. "Brother Qin Shao, it's been 10 days. You can't go into seclusion anymore. Are you done?" This voice interrupted Qin Zhao's cultivation. In addition to the original restrictions, Qin Shao had no choice but to temporarily give up on trying to become an immortal. He could only withdraw his thoughts and walk out. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on young Master Kai. He could clearly feel that young Master Kai's aura had become much stronger. Clearly, he had broken through to the sword sovereign realm. It seemed that young Master Kai had gained a lot this time. Young Master Kai carefully sized up Qin Shao and said in surprise, "Brother Qin Shao, you haven't broken through to the sword sovereign realm? It doesn't make sense. You should be able to break through easily." Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "I can break through, but I'm suppressing it. It doesn't matter. We'll see when the time comes. It's the same if I break through when I need to." Although young Master Kai was a little surprised, he did not ask much. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, that's fine too. Although there are rules, they can be avoided. It's also possible to break through after participating in the Longmen Convention. Therefore, some people who have lived for a long time will use this method to avoid it." "Okay, let's go. We should set off." Qin Shao did not say much about this issue. Instead, he changed the topic. Young Master Kai was a meticulous person. After he sensed that Qin Shao was unwilling to say more, he changed the topic. Chapter 959. Today, the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance was dressed extravagantly. He had the aura of a leader. He was in high spirits, and his amiable face had a hint of majesty. Qin Shao also noticed that there was a sage-like old man following behind the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance. This old man's aura was no weaker than Taoist Nanming's. He was definitely at the peak of the sword sovereign level. Such an existence could be said to be at the peak of the mortal realm. One more step, and he would be an immortal. Such an existence was actually willing to follow the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance and protect him. Such a situation was truly shocking. Such an existence, other than becoming an immortal, shouldn't be attracted by anything. Money, power, those were all fleeting clouds. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance shouldn't be able to give such an existence anything. To be able to make such an existence follow the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance, it probably had something to do with the leader's character. In the entire Huashan immortal domain, only the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance could do such a thing. Qin Shao might have only interacted with the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance once, but he could feel the leader's charisma. Novel, Unparalleled Magical Powers. Chapter 957 Huashan City. Please read the full chapter for free at the address below. If the chapter is incomplete, please wait a few seconds or refresh the page. Mobile UC users, set more settings, speed up the cloud, and everything will return to normal. Similar settings are available for other mobile phones. Chapter 960. The person who spoke was dressed in a brocade robe, with a golden crown on his head and colorful cloud boots on his feet. He even had a dragon aura around him, giving him the aura of an emperor and a dragon. The dragon was the symbol of protection for the emperors in the world. The dragon aura meant that this person had the bloodline of an emperor. Moreover, It was not the bloodline of an ordinary emperor. It had to be the bloodline of an emperor from ancient times. In ancient times, only an emperor who had the protection of a divine dragon could be considered as the legitimate emperor. Only then would he be able to win the hearts of the people. Even the immortals in ancient times respected the emperors and even worked for them. This was the aura of an emperor ruling over the world. This person actually had a trace of dragon aura protecting him. This meant that he had a great background and was not someone the Dragon Crown Prince could compare to. It was no wonder that he was so arrogant and had the supreme aura of looking down on the world. The contemptuous gaze that swept over was also filled with the contempt of a superior to a subordinate. Obviously, this person did not take young Master Kai seriously. Young Master Kai took a glance and frowned slightly. He did not intend to pay attention to this person. Although young Master Kai was from an illustrious family, he had always kept a low profile and did not like to incur the wrath of others. Moreover, this person's background was even greater than his. Qin Xiao took another glance. He had always hated this kind of unruly person. However, just a single glance enraged the young man, causing his eyes to become sharp. "Kid, what are you looking at? Are you unhappy?" The young man with the dragon aura walked over. His overbearing manner caused the people around him to retreat quickly. They did not dare to touch him. There were two other young men behind the young man with the dragon aura. They had an extraordinary aura and were obviously here to participate in the Longmen Convention. However, they were the young man's lackeys. "You are quite loyal as a dog. I just said something about your master, and you want to bite me?" The young man with the dragon aura said again. Qin Zhao's face immediately darkened. Anger surged in his heart. This sentence had completely angered Qin Xiao. No matter how good young Master Kai's temperament was, he immediately became angry. "Seventh Prince Yin, Qin Xiao is my brother. Don't bully others too much. I didn't say anything just now, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to lower myself to your level." When the immortals fought, the mortals watched the fun. The commotion here naturally attracted other people's attention. Each and every one of them was whispering and discussing fervently. "Brother? Ha ha ha. That's even more interesting." Seventh Prince Yan's smile became even more playful. "Everyone knows that Cloud Rider only has one precious son. Now that you, young Master Kai, have a brother, could it be that he's a bastard? That would be interesting." Young Master Kai was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at Seventh Prince Yan's nose and cursed. You are simply unreasonable." Seeing young Master Kai's flustered and exasperated appearance, the smile on Seventh Prince Yan's face deepened. "Did I hit the nail on the head? So you're angry from embarrassment? You won't even let people talk about such a good thing. My mouth is mine, so I'll say whatever I want. If you're not convinced, then you can come and fight with me first. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but don't use that little bit of strength of yours to embarrass yourself. I know what you're capable of. Don't think that you're strong just because you broke through to the Sword Sovereign Realm with the help of the Sword Origin Fruit. Even if I only use 30% of my strength, I'll still be able to defeat you." Young Master Kai was about to go crazy from anger, but his personality of not provoking others made him unable to make up his mind to really fight with Seventh Prince Yin. However, young Master Kai was also clear that in terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to Seventh Prince Yin. If he fought with Seventh Prince Yin, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He was very clear about Seventh Prince Yin's strength. In this Longmen Convention, Seventh Prince Yin was definitely a popular candidate for first place. He was definitely one of the top existences in this batch. If he fought with Seventh Prince Yin, he would only be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Seventh Prince Yin had two helpers by his side. Those two were also the young geniuses of the Yin Dragon Country. In addition to young Master Kai's personality, even if he was at a disadvantage, he was more willing to settle things peacefully. "How boring. I thought I could move my muscles and warm up first. Since you're so cowardly, then forget it. I'm too lazy to bully you." Seventh Prince Yin saw that young Master Kai didn't dare to fight with him. After mocking him, he got bored and prepared to leave. The smoke of war was about to calm down. The spectators also felt bored and prepared to leave. But at that moment, a voice that wasn't loud, but was strangely clear rang in everyone's ears. You haven't apologized, and you're leaving just like that. Did I say that I wanted you to leave? You haven't apologized, and you're leaving just like that? Did I say that I wanted you to leave? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in everyone's ears. For a moment, many people thought that they had misheard. Many shocked gazes quickly gathered on Qin Shao. They stared at Qin Shao, who looked a little thin and dressed very ordinarily. He didn't have the aura of a young king, nor did he emit a supreme aura. He looked very ordinary, so ordinary that if he was thrown on the street, no one would give him a second glance. If Qin Shao and 7th Prince Yin were to be compared, the difference between them was obvious. Moreover, from the sword aura he emitted, he was only at the peak of the sword spirit realm. He hadn't even reached the sword sovereign realm, and 7th Prince Yin had reached the sword sovereign realm. There was a big gap between their realms. It was needless to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Needless to say, the difference in strength and the huge gap in status was even more obvious. Yin Dragon Empire was definitely ranked in the top 5 in the Huashan celestial realm. No matter how influential the Cloud Riding Merchant Union was, they had to lower their heads in front of absolute strength. The Cloud Riding Merchant Union was invincible in terms of business, but in terms of absolute strength, they might not even be ranked in the top 50 in the Huashan celestial realm. It was just that the Cloud Riding Merchant Union was so influential that other forces would give them some face. It was also because of this that Master Kai didn't want to fall out with 7th Prince Yin. However, this unknown young man dared to do something that Master Kai didn't dare to do. It was really shocking. Is this guy crazy? Or is he stupid? Did he hit his head when he went out in the morning? Or is he a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers? Many people couldn't help but wonder. 7th Prince Yin originally wanted to show off his might. The Longmen Convention was a place for him to show off his abilities and make a name for himself. Therefore, his goal wasn't just to pass the Longmen Convention and become a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. He wanted the world to remember his name. He wanted his name to shake the entire Huashan celestial realm. This was what he wanted. He wanted to start with Master Kai as a warm-up, but Master Kai didn't want to fall out with him, so he was bored. However, there was still someone who didn't fear death. 7th Prince Yin sneered and looked at Qin Shao as if he was looking at a pitiful worm. The two followers behind 7th Prince Yin shouted angrily. There was no need for 7th Prince Yin to personally deal with such a small fry. The silver-armored young man on the left pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said arrogantly, "Kid, are you looking for death? How dare you talk to our 7th Prince like that? I think you're tired of living. If you kneel down right now and kowtow to our 7th Prince and admit your mistake, perhaps our 7th Prince will spare your dog life. A dog should have the awareness of a dog. A dog that bites people will be beaten to death. Don't think that we don't dare to kill you in Huashan City. Killing you is no different from killing a dog. You want to be a dog? Then I'll satisfy you." Qin Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to fall out with 7th Prince Yin, Master Kai became anxious. He hurriedly pulled Qin Shao and said softly, "Brother Qin Shao, don't be rash. 7th Prince Yin is not someone to be trifled with. Not to mention his status, his strength is very strong." However, Qin Shao was unmoved. He said indifferently to Master Kai, "It's fine. I know what I'm doing. To me, dignity is more important than anything else. Those who dare to humiliate me will never have a good ending. 7th Prince Yin is no exception." After saying that, Qin Shao pushed Master Kai's hand away and walked over to the silver-armored young man with a murderous intent. This action was obviously a provocation. Although the silver-armored youth was also a sword cultivator at the peak of the sword spirit realm, he was still a member of the Flame Dragon Empire's royal family. Although he hadn't been conferred the title of prince, he was still a member of the royal family. Because of this, he was extremely arrogant. "Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll help you." The silver-armored young man was furious. He could not tolerate such provocation. Therefore, before Qin Shao could get close to him, He had already made his move. The situation that had calmed down was turned around in the blink of an eye. The battle had finally begun. Hot blood and passion were also aroused at this moment. Rays of sharp sword chi were shot out from the silver-armored young man's hands. The sword chi actually contained a trace of dragon chi. It was somewhat domineering. The Peerless sword chi was unstoppable. The moment he made his move, he actually used a grade 6 sword technique. It brought with it surging waves and a might that could sweep through the heavens as it surged over mightily. However, the silver-armored youth did not use his lifeblood sword. Clearly, although he spoke of killing intent, he still had some reservations about actually killing someone here. After all, this was the Dragon Gate immortal platform. If he killed someone here, he was afraid that he would violate the rules of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Therefore, he still held back a little when he attacked, but he also felt that it was enough. The power of a 6th grade sword martial skill coupled with a trace of dragon chi was enough to exchange blows with an initial stage sword monarch. He did not believe that the brat in front of him could block his attack. However, the reality was often different from what one imagined. At the same time, when the silver-armored young man attacked, Qin Xiao also attacked. He slashed out with his sword, carrying with him a peerless loneliness. It was the loneliness of being invincible, the loneliness of loneliness, the loneliness that suppressed everything. Qin Xiao used the solitary sword. However, he did not use his full strength. He only used a casual sword intent, but it was enough. Chapter 9:61. In fact, there was no need for Qin Xiao to use the solitary sword at full strength. With Qin Xiao's current mastery of swordsmanship and his understanding of swordsmanship, even an ordinary sword move would be extremely powerful. In addition, Qin Xiao's realm was not inferior to the silver-armored man's, and he had a certain advantage in terms of physical strength. With the invincible defense of his body as his backing, Qin Xiao could be even more unscrupulous. He could directly charge forward and meet the silver-armored man's attack head-on. The silver-armored man's grasp of the battle was far too inferior to Qin Xiao's. It could not be measured by a simple difference. Some subtle differences would have a huge effect. Therefore, Qin Xiao's sword had broken through the wind and waves, directly dispersing the power of the silver-armored youth's sword. The difference between them was simply too great. This feeling was like an egg hitting a rock. The silver-armored man did not have any chance to change his move at all. He was directly beaten down by Qin Xiao's sword. He was vomiting blood and was in a sorry state. In fact, he did not even have the chance to use his origin sword or take out his treasure. He had been defeated in one move. The silver-armored man still wanted to resist, but the tip of Qin Xiao's sword was already at his glabella. The flashing sword chi pierced his glabella. As long as Qin Xiao's sword momentum burst out, this sword could directly penetrate his glabella and kill his vitals. The Dragon Gate fairy platform, which was originally bustling with noise, suddenly became silent. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The tense atmosphere quickly spread, causing everyone to involuntarily shut their mouths and look over with their eyes wide open. The shock in their hearts was like thunder rolling in the sky. Such an outcome was clearly out of everyone's expectations. The silver-armored man was carefully selected by the Yanlong Empire to participate in this Dragon Gate convention. Basically, he was a genius who had a 90% chance of becoming a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. He was definitely a 1 in a million young genius. Therefore, it was not that the silver-armored man was too weak, but that this young man was too strong. Who was this young man? He had never heard of any other young geniuses in the Qian family. Where did he come from? No one knew the background of Qin Xiao. There was no information at all. It was completely blank, as if she had just popped out of nowhere. How could it be like this? 7th Prince, Yin frowned deeply. He knew that he had underestimated this guy in front of him. No wonder he dared to talk to him like that. It seemed that he did have some strength. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. The sword just now, the 7th Prince carefully thought about it. It had the might of a rank 7 sword technique, but it didn't seem like a rank 7 sword technique. It was a bit strange. Qin Xiao did not unleash the complete solitary sword. so it was naturally difficult for others to determine. To put it bluntly, Qin Shao had only used one move from the solitary sword. Then, he had relied on his control of the battle situation to strike first, striking at the silver-armored youth's weakness and defeating him in one strike. Young Master Kai, who was worried at the side, was also slightly relieved. It seems that my worries were unnecessary. Brother Qin Shao knows his limits. I believe that he wouldn't do something that he wasn't confident in. He was already so strong before. With the help of the sword source fruit, his strength must be even more unfathomable now. It's a bit too casual to judge just based on the realm. What did you say? Qin Shao asked coldly. The silver-armored man was covered in blood. At this moment, he did not have any strength to resist. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. However, the pride in his heart did not allow him to give in. He gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Shao coldly. Seeing that the silver-armored man did not reply, Qin Shao sneered and continued. What? You don't even have the courage to speak. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? His arrogance and domineering spirit has been beaten away. I called you a dog, so you are a dog. What? What can you do to me? The silver-armored man was enraged. Qin Shao said coldly, You can't even beat a dog. Doesn't that mean that you are worse than a dog? Worse than a dog? Don't you think you are embarrassing the Yanlong Empire? I really don't know where you have the courage to continue living. If I were you, I would kill myself quickly so that I won't be laughed at in the world. I don't want to fight with someone who doesn't even have an ounce of dignity. This is an insult to me. You. The silver-armored man was so angry that his whole body trembled. Blood flowed out of his mouth. His expression was distorted and filled with pain. He was furious to the extreme. He looked at Qin Shao as if he wanted to eat him up. Scram, you are humiliating me. How dare you humiliate me? Humiliate you? You think too highly of me. I don't want to humiliate someone who is worse than a dog. Normally, I would just kill them. Qin Shao laughed and said disdainfully. The word kill made the silver-armored man shiver. He suddenly smelled the scent of death. He was angry and a little scared. Seventh Prince Yan, whose expression was incomparably ugly, finally opened his mouth. His cold and deep voice carried an unparalleled tyranny as he said, Brat, you dare. The seventh prince was clearly enraged. Seventh Prince Yan's anger caused many people to involuntarily tremble in fear. However, Qin Shao did not care. He turned a deaf ear to the seventh prince's words. The sword in his hand did not hesitate at all. It directly emitted a cold light. Puchi. Without any obstruction, the might of Qin Zhao's sword Qi directly surged into the silver-armored youth's forehead. It went straight for the sword pool, destroying everything in its path and taking his life with a single strike. Oh no! Seventh Prince, save me! The silver-armored man let out a terrified cry for help. However, it was too late. No one could save him. Even seventh Prince Yin would not be able to save him. Amidst his desperate cry, the silver-armored man's life was taken by Qin Shao. He died in front of everyone's eyes. The Dragon Gate Convention had not even started yet, but a young genius who came to participate had already been killed. Such a thing had not happened for tens of thousands of years. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They stared at Qin Shao, dumbfounded. They were petrified. The seventh prince was so angry that his body trembled. His anger was monstrous. The anger in his chest was like a roaring sea. It was as if it wanted to rush out of his body. After Qin Shao killed the silver-armored man, he calmly withdrew his sword as if it was an ordinary thing. He turned his head and looked at the seventh prince who wanted to kill him. He laughed and said, Seventh Prince, what did you say to me just now? I was too focused on killing him just now. Why don't you say it again? Boom. His words were undoubtedly a provocation to the seventh prince. It was an extreme provocation. It was even a kind of humiliation. When had the seventh prince ever been provoked like this before? Had he ever been humiliated like this before? The young genius of his Yin Dragon Empire was killed in front of him. If he did not get back at him, how could he still have the face to continue standing here? What dignity would his Yin Dragon Empire have then? The smell of gunpowder suddenly became very strong. Dark clouds surged. A bloody storm was about to arrive. Crazy really crazy, a complete madman. Even the young master of finance was frightened. He also felt that Qin Shao was too crazy today. On the way here, the young master of finance deliberately told Qin Shao many rules, things to pay attention to, people to not provoke, and the current situation of some of the major forces in the Huashan celestial realm. The seventh prince of the Yin Dragon Empire, the young master of finance, also told Qin Shao the key points, reminding Qin Shao not to provoke them. But what he did not expect was that not only did Qin Shao provoke them, but he also killed the silver-armored youth in front of everyone. The silver-armored youth's surname was also Yin. He was also a direct member of the Yin Dragon Empire. Even if he was not made a prince, he was still a legitimate member of the royal family. He was also a young genius. If he could successfully pass the Longmen Convention and become a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, he would definitely be made a prince immediately. His status would be even higher. But the silver-armored youth would never have the chance. He was already dead. Not to mention the rules of Huashan City. Just killing a direct member of the Yin Dragon Empire was a serious crime. In order to protect the dignity of the Yin Dragon Empire, it was impossible for them to tolerate it. In the entire Huashan celestial realm, other than the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, how many forces could go against the Yin Dragon Empire? And obviously, Qin Shao did not have such a strong background. Offending the Yin Dragon Empire, wasn't it courting death? This made the young master of finance anxious. He was like an ant on a hot pan. He did not know what to do. This time, they were in big trouble. If he knew this would happen, he would have stopped Qin Shao from provoking the silver-armored youth. But since things had already come to this, it was useless to say anything more. Now, he had no choice but to think of a way to resolve this matter. He could only urgently inform his father, the Alliance Master of the Cloud Riding Alliance. At this moment, the Alliance Master of the Cloud Riding Alliance was handling some matters in the Cloud Riding Mansion in Yangzhou City. When he received the message from the young Master of Finance, he was slightly stunned. The sage-like elder behind the Alliance Master of the Cloud Riding Alliance noticed the expression on the Alliance Master's face. He asked, "Alliance Master, what happened?" The Alliance Master of the Cloud Riding Alliance was very respectful to the sage-like elder behind him. He said, "Teacher, Qin Shao caused some trouble at the Huashan Celestial Platform." "Ha! This kid really knows how to cause trouble." Guess what he did? He actually killed a genius from the Yin Dragon Empire on the spot. He did it in front of the Yin 7th Prince. He even humiliated the Yin 7th Prince. TSK, good kid. What a good kid. Such a style is also in line with your character. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. A dragon among men should have such soul power. You should have the courage to not fear anything. Only in this way can he unleash his unparalleled sharpness. If you follow the rules, you won't be able to achieve much. This kid is a dragon. Once he touches water, he will turn to a dragon. I'm looking forward to his meteoric rise more and more. The sage-like elder said, "It can be a blessing, but it can also be a curse. If he shows off too much, he might die prematurely." The Alliance Master of the Cloud Riding Alliance nodded heavily. He said, "Yes, that's why we have to interfere. If we interfere, we might offend the Yin Dragon Empire." The sage-like elder said solemnly. Chapter 962. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? 7th Prince Yin said the word good 3 times in a row, vividly displaying the extreme anger in his heart. Young Master Kai walked over, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood firmly beside Qin Shao, showing his attitude with his actions. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. This grudge had already been formed, and it would definitely be a situation where one side would fight to the death. So now, what he needed to do was to bear the wrath of 7th Prince Yin together with Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at young Master Kai, but didn't say anything. He would remember this friendship. Young Master Kai was a brother worth making. Qin Shao didn't expect that he would be able to make a brother like young Master Kai in the world of sword cultivators. More and more people gathered around to watch, and the sounds of discussion kept coming, making the scene a little lively. Who knows where this kid came from? I don't know. I've never heard of him. I sent people to investigate, but they couldn't find such a person. No matter where he comes from, he's definitely not a young master from some big faction. He doesn't have a big background, but his guts are indeed not small. TSK. He's really bold, even daring to kill the future prince of the Yin Dragon Empire. Isn't that the same as openly provoking the Yin Dragon Empire, angering the Yin Dragon Empire's supreme dragon prestige, and humiliating 7th Prince Yin in front of everyone? If 7th Prince Yin doesn't kill him, what face will he have left? Even if 7th Prince Yin can't kill him, there's still the Yin Dragon Empire behind him, and there's still the prince. That's right. That's 7th Prince Yan's brother. He's the #1 disciple of the Mount Hua immortal sect. If he gets angry, even the cloud-riding merchant union won't be able to handle it, let alone a nobody. So far, Yin Dragon Empire has a total of 3 people who have become disciples of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Each of them is terrifyingly strong, and they all have extremely high positions in the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Anyway, this kid is definitely going to die. Impulse is the devil. Listening to these unfavorable comments, Qin Xiao didn't feel anything. He already knew about this, but what did he have to fear? The #1 disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the Son of Heaven, was named First Prince Yin, but only he had the right to call him the Son of Heaven. How domineering was that? But he had the right to be so domineering. This was a supreme divine might. The self-proclaimed Son of Heaven was the symbol of an emperor. Tianzi's strength was unbelievably strong. Although he had not become an immortal, he was probably at the peak of the Sword Venerable realm. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be called the #1 disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate? Perhaps even Taoist Nanming wouldn't be able to match the might of the emperor. However, Qin Xiao was still not afraid of anything. He would not yield to any force, nor would he lower his head. Qin Xiao was already like this in the deity realm, let alone in this world of sword cultivators. This prince's sword hasn't tasted blood in a long time. I wanted to show off my sword in the Dragon Gate convention, but I'll use you as a sacrifice to my natal sword first. 7th Prince Yan's killing intent was dense. With a wave of his hand, a supreme ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was as if a passage to another realm had been opened. A huge sword in the shape of a dragon flew out. Dragon chi lingered around the sword. It was dazzling, and it carried a supreme and domineering dragon's might. The sword soared into the heavens and the earth. 7th Prince Yan's aura suddenly rose to the peak. It bloomed with supreme sharpness. Many of the surrounding geniuses were startled. They retreated as they sensed the terrifying aura. As expected of the 7th Prince Yin, he was worthy of being called the #1 contender in this Dragon Gate convention. The moment he made his move, he made everyone feel how powerful he was. TSK. Rumor has it that the 7th Prince's natal sword has reached the 8th grade. So it's true. It's too powerful. Yeah, when the 7th Prince was born, his natal sword was already at the 6th grade. It's normal for it to reach the 8th grade after cultivating for more than 20 years. It's only a matter of time before it reaches the 9th grade. An 8th grade natal sword is really powerful. Just the sword aura brought about by the natal sword is terrifying. This kid is going to be miserable. Flame Dragon, godly sword technique, die. 7th Prince Yin shouted. His voice shook the 9 heavens. A torrential sword aura surged towards Yishuan. Vast and mighty, the sword aura surged and swept across the heavens and the earth. It was unstoppable. It wanted to destroy everything and destroy everything. Who could withstand the 7th Prince's anger? The natal sword was divided into 9 grades. It determined a person's talent and potential. It was similar to Qin Zhao's innate divine ability in the Source World. However, there was one difference. The life-bound swords in the world of sword cultivators could be upgraded on their own, while the innate divine abilities of the Source World could not be upgraded. They were fixed at birth and could determine a person's life and death. In contrast, the natal sword system in the world of sword cultivators was more reasonable. The higher the grade of the natal sword, the stronger the talent and the greater the potential. Secondly, the more powerful it was, the the more useful it would be in battle. Qin Shao was very clear about this. It was almost the same as the innate divine ability. The weaker one's strength was, the greater the determinant of the grade of the origin sword. At this time, 7th Prince Yan's 8th grade natal sword was a huge advantage. It was enough to bring his strength dozens of times. Just think about it, and you will know how terrifying it was. Qin Shao was not a person from the world of sword cultivators. Naturally, it was impossible for him to cultivate the natal sword. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's eyesight, he naturally knew that whether it was the innate divine ability or the natal sword, it was just a means of inheritance in the mortal realm. It would not have any effect on the real immortal or God. Such a means of inheritance would allow people to step onto the path of cultivation faster and easier. But in reality, as one's realm increased, it would become more and more useless. Once one stepped onto the path of immortality, it would be completely useless. But it had to be said that this method of inheritance was indeed of great help to the cultivation of mortals. Young Master Kai gritted his teeth. With his strength, there was no way he could stop 7th Prince Yan. Therefore, he had no choice but to use his trump card to stop 7th Prince Yan. But just as he was about to make a move, a voice sounded in his mind. Young Master Kai, don't make a move. Leave it to me. At the same time, Qin Shao did not retreat. Instead, he went forward to meet the attack. This feeling was like a firefly meeting the light of the sun. When the two were together, it was as if there was a clear contrast between the two. But this firefly did not retreat in the slightest. When it met the scorching light of the sun, it discovered a strange change. Clang! Qin Shao unsheathed his sword. Although it was an ordinary sword, a sword without any splendor, at this time, sword energy surged out from the sword. The splendor was like a strange scene suddenly appeared. Sword flowers appeared out of thin air, turning into a rain of thousands of swords. They bloomed in all directions, completely filling up the area within a radius of 1,000 feet. Every sword flower bloomed and emitted a powerful sword chi. The thousands of sword flowers were like a huge array. They connected together and formed a powerful array. All the sword might was gathered together and then exploded. 7th Prince Yan's sword martial skill was a 7th grade sword martial skill. However, he had not cultivated it to perfection. In terms of sword martial skill, he was naturally suppressed by Qin Shao. Qin Shao was currently using the flower chant sword technique, an 8th grade sword martial skill. Moreover, it was at perfection. Naturally, it was powerful. Although 7th Prince Yan had the help of an 8th grade natal sword, Qin Zhao's ability to control the situation was far from comparable to 7th Prince Yan. In addition, with Qin Zhao's invincible body, he could advance unscrupulously and fight 7th Prince Yan head-on. He could disregard all dangers and kill his way to 7th Prince Yan's front. Although 7th Prince Yan also had a treasure to protect himself, he did not dare to play with Qin Shao like this. The confrontation between the two became incomparably intense. However, it was obvious that 7th Prince Yan did not have the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed. As soon as the confrontation began, 7th Prince Yan was somewhat at a disadvantage. Moreover, the situation was getting worse and worse. What? How can this be? Isn't this brat a little too strong? Even 7th Prince Yan has been suppressed by him. What a powerful sword martial skill. This is definitely an 8th grade sword martial skill. Moreover, it has been cultivated to perfection. Unbelievable. He is only at the limit of the sword spirit realm. How can he cultivate an 8th grade sword martial skill to perfection? This is unheard of, right? I'm afraid that this has not appeared in the history of Mount Hua Fairy Realm for the past tens of thousands of years. Moreover, what's more frightening is that he has not used his origin sword. If he uses his origin sword, won't he directly suppress 7th Prince Yan? Who the hell is this kid? Isn't he too terrifying? Could it be that there will be some accidents in today's situation? It's useless no matter how monstrous he is. If he offends the Yin Dragon Empire, only death will await him. Not to mention that he has not yet become a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Even if he is a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, I'm afraid that if the Emperor wants to kill him, it will be a piece of cake. Yes, it's useless no matter how monstrous he is. It's a pity that such a peerless, monstrous genius will die here today. If he doesn't act impulsively, his future will be limitless. The surrounding onlookers were also greatly shocked. Young Master of Wealth, who had retreated to the side, was also quite surprised. He was worried that Qin Shao would suffer a great loss. He did not expect that Qin Shao would be able to suppress 7th Prince Yin. This made him a little surprised. "Is this the strength of you, 7th Prince Yin?" Qin Shao asked in a mocking manner. There was a hint of disdain and playfulness in his words. 7th Prince Yin was already very uncomfortable in his heart. After being humiliated like this, his face became even uglier. He originally thought that with his strength, he would be able to easily suppress Qin Shao. He did not expect that the situation would turn out like this. "I underestimated you too much." Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. No. You didn't underestimate me too much. You thought too highly of yourself. Haven't you heard of the saying, there's always someone better than you? So, don't be too arrogant. In fact, you're nothing at all. With your little strength, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Don't you think that you are ridiculous to want to kill me? You can even say that you are pitiful, blindly pitiful. Chapter 963. Pucci. 7th Prince Yin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The repeated humiliations and provocations had caused his blood vessels to swell. He couldn't take it anymore and coughed out blood. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "You're vomiting blood just like that? I don't know how you managed to cultivate to the sword sovereign realm with such a weak state of mind. If you don't have a good family background, then you're not even a dog's fart. You're worse than shit." Pucci. Another mouthful of blood spurted out from the 7th Prince's mouth. He was so angry that he couldn't get any angrier. But what could he do? He attacked with all his might and even used some treasures, but he still couldn't turn the situation around. Facing Qin Shao, who was a realm lower than him and didn't use his natal sword, he felt powerless. This feeling was too unbearable, especially in the Dragon Gate Immortal platform, where geniuses from all over the Huashan Immortal domain were watching. The 7th Prince felt like he had lost all face. This kind of feeling was like an adult being beaten up by a child in front of the eyes of the public. Even the weakest person wouldn't be able to bear such humiliation, let alone the arrogant and unruly 7th Prince Yin. He was furious and hateful. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to gnash Qin Zhao's teeth. His hatred for Qin Shao had already seeped into his bones. If he didn't kill Qin Shao, he wouldn't be a human. Swords have flaws. People have weaknesses. Your combat experience is average, and your use of the sword is too poor. Your cultivation realm and natal sword might work against ordinary people, but it's useless in front of me. Qin Shao quickly found the 7th Prince's flaw after exchanging blows with him. Qin Shao didn't give the 7th Prince any chance to resist. He directly attacked with his sword, attacking the 7th Prince's flaw. The sword flowers that filled the sky were so beautiful that it was moving, but also so beautiful that it was chilling. The more beautiful something was, the more terrifying it was. Once these sword flowers bloomed, the sharpness of the sword chi they emitted also reached a terrifying level. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was completely sealed by the sword flowers. 7th Prince Yin couldn't escape the shackles of the sword flowers, even if he wanted to. The sword flowers exploded on the 7th Prince's body. The 7th Prince tried his best to resist, but there was no way he could. Qin Zhao's sharp sword carried the power of the universe as it heavily pierced the 7th Prince's body, sending him flying and nailing him to his immortal platform. He was in a sorry state and lost the ability to resist. 7th Prince Yin threw out a life-saving treasure to protect his body, preventing Qin Zhao's sword from injuring him. Qin Zhao's sword chi surged wildly, but there was no way to break through the 7th Prince's defense. There was no way to truly kill the 7th Prince. As an outstanding youth of Yin Dragon Empire, a peerless genius, it was normal for him to have several life-saving treasures on him. Young Master Kai also had several life-saving treasures on him. If he wanted to kill the seventh prince, perhaps even a sword-revered expert wouldn't be able to do it easily. Seventh prince, Yin knew Qin Zhao's intention. At this moment, his face was ferocious, and he roared wildly. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Humph, humph, you want to kill me? Save it. Keep dreaming. I have a half-immortal tool to protect me. You want to kill me? Even a sword-revered expert wouldn't be able to kill me easily. I am a prince of Yin Dragon Empire. How can I be killed by you?" Qin Zhao slightly frowned. It seemed like killing the seventh prince wasn't an easy task. Qin Zhao had already thought of this point. The other blue-clothed youth who came with the seventh prince angrily pointed at Qin Zhao and said, "Brat, I don't care who you are. Hurry up and release the seventh prince. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. The experts of my Yin Dragon Empire will arrive soon. Don't be so savage." Qin Zhao coldly looked at the blue-clothed youth and said, "If I release the seventh prince now, will your Yin Dragon Empire let me go?" "Humph, that's naturally impossible. You killed a prince of my Yin Dragon Empire and humiliated the seventh prince. You offended the prestige of my Yin Dragon Empire. Do you think my Yin Dragon Empire will let you go? Only death awaits you." The blue-clothed youth coldly snorted. Qin Zhao also sneered and replied, "Isn't that right? Since your Yin Dragon Empire won't let me go no matter what, then why should I release the seventh prince? Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. Since I've already provoked you, then there's nothing more to say. In any case, it's a situation where only death awaits. Why should I be afraid of your threats? If I was afraid of this, then I wouldn't have killed that silver-armored youth just now. So now you want me to release the seventh prince? Do you think it's possible? What?" Boom! Qin Zhao's words once again caused an uproar. Everyone was really shocked. The blue-clothed youth was also speechless. He didn't know how to continue the conversation. Yes, it's already a situation where only death awaits. So what does the other party have to be afraid of? Crazy. This is really too crazy. He's probably the first person who dares to provoke the Yin Dragon Empire like this. Even a peak sword venerable wouldn't dare to provoke the Yin Dragon Empire like this. He didn't put the Yin Dragon Empire in his eyes. However, this kid who's only at the peak of the sword spirit realm dared to. He really dared to. Crazy, absolutely crazy. A crazy person who doesn't care about his life. Unless he has the support of an immortal, only death awaits him. Young Master Kai understood Qin Zhao. He knew Qin Zhao's character. In fact, he had already guessed that there might be an immortal behind Qin Zhao. He might be the immortal's direct disciple. It was also because of this that he didn't fear anything and dared to resist like this. Now it seems that this possibility is very high. It's probably more than 90%. If that's really the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. If there's really an immortal behind him, then why should he be afraid of the Yin Dragon Empire? A wave of exclamations and admiration. Qin Zhao's image in the hearts of the crowd has reached an extremely high level. Such a character is definitely not to be provoked. Kill me? Do you have the ability? Seventh Prince, Yin was forced into a dead end. At this moment, he can only go crazy with Qin Zhao. Half-immortal tool is his biggest reliance. It's a life-saving trump card. He doesn't believe that Qin Zhao has the ability to defeat this half-immortal tool. Therefore, he is not afraid of anything now. He just needs to wait for a while. Naturally, someone will come to save him. What he needs to stall for now is just a little bit of time. Don't have the ability? Qin Zhao's mouth hooked up into a sneer. With his current strength, it's really not easy. However, Qin Zhao still has a way to kill 7th Prince Yin. Since he has decided to kill, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate at all. Stop! Who dares to be so presumptuous here? A thunderous shout like the rolling alarm of a great bell came. The voice clearly came from afar, but as soon as the voice fell, the person was already in front of them. The voice contained a powerful sword aura and was filled with supreme divine power. It shook the hearts of the people, and they couldn't help but feel a bit of respect. The person who came was wearing a white robe. The white robe was engraved with the pattern of a majestic Mount Hua. From the powerful aura emitted from his body, one can tell that the person in front of them is a powerful sword sovereign. He probably has the strength of a sword sovereign. One step further, and he would be a sword king. A sword king can be called the king of swords. The peak of the sword sovereign is definitely an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, this kind of uniform is obviously only qualified to be worn by the disciples of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Obviously, the person in front of them is a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. The disciples of the Huashan immortal sect had always been superior and respected by others. Seeing the arrival of a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the crowd respectfully saluted and consciously made a path. Senior Jin Hong is here. Greetings, Senior Jin Hong. Senior Jin Hong, we are from the same hometown. Let's take care of each other in the future. My father and your father know each other. I also had the honor of meeting Uncle once. I wonder if Uncle has mentioned me to you? Some people recognized who the newcomer was and greeted him warmly, trying to get closer to him. The people who came to the Dragon Gate Immortal platform were all young geniuses from various places. They were all geniuses who had the potential to become disciples of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Therefore, when they saw a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, they greeted him as senior brother in advance to show their closeness. Senior Jin Hong ignored the people who were trying to curry favor with him. Instead, he walked over to Qin Shao with a straight face. The frown on his sword-like eyebrows flickered with a chilling aura that made people tremble. Ordinary people would have wet their pants in fear when faced with Senior Jin Hong's aura. When 7th Prince Yan's follower, the blue-clothed youth, saw Senior Jin Hong coming over, he immediately went up to him and said anxiously, "Senior Jin Hong, this brat is audacious and unscrupulous. He has no regard for the immortal rules of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. He killed the prospective prince of our Yanlong Empire and even injured the 7th prince. This is unforgivable. He deserves to be punished." Senior Jin Hong ignored the others. He nodded slightly to the blue-clothed youth, indicating that he already knew about the matter and that he would deal with it. Senior Jin Hong's gaze landed on Qin Shao. With a cold and stern look, he said, "Brat, who are you? How dare you commit outrages on my Mount Hua immortal platform? You have no regard for the immortal rules. How should you be punished? Hurry up and release 7th Prince Yan. Obediently come over and receive your punishment." Seeing that the disciples of Mount Hua Fairy Gate had all moved out, young Master Kai immediately became anxious. Senior Jin Hong this, but before young Master Kai could finish speaking, Senior Jin Hong's cold eyes glared at him and angrily shouted, "Is there any place for you to interrupt? I'm talking to this brat. When did it become your turn to speak? Scram to the side. Don't think that just because you're the son of the Cloud Rider Alliance Master, you can act arrogantly here." Young Master Kai had a stomach full of grievances. Clearly, this Senior Jin Hong was on 7th Prince Yan's side. Facing the powerful Senior Jin Hong, Qin Shao calmly looked at him and said, "How should I be punished? He wanted to kill me. Should I just stand here and let him kill me? What's wrong with me killing him? The rules? Only the weak are bound by the rules. The strong are never bound by the rules." Chapter 964. In theory, the celestial rules of Mount Hua Fairy Gate would only take effect after the Longmen Convention officially began. After all, before the Longmen Convention began, Mount Hua Fairy Gate would not send anyone to take care of this matter. Moreover, the participants of the Longmen Convention were all young geniuses from all over the world. Most of them were reputable. Everyone was here for the Longmen Convention, so even if they were unhappy, it was rare for them to fight. Even if they were a fight, it was rare for them to end up dead. After all, they were at the foot of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Even without the restriction of the celestial rules, they were afraid of angering the immortals. Killing someone at the foot of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, which was a sacred place, was a great disrespect to Mount Hua Fairy Gate. However, Qin Shao dared to do so. When he said that only the weak would be restricted by the rules, everyone was immediately petrified. Only the weak would be bound by the rules. Everyone had to admit that this was indeed the case. However, these words shouldn't have come from someone who was merely at the pinnacle of the sword spirit realm. The celestial rules of Mount Hua Fairy Gate were sacred and inviolable. Only immortals could ignore the restrictions of the celestial rules. Even a sword venerable would not dare to say such a thing. However, Qin Shao dared to say such a thing. How arrogant was he? This was disrespect to Mount Hua Fairy Gate, and suspected of challenging the celestial rules of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. This sentence also dealt a blow to everyone. Jin Hong was so angry that his body trembled. As a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, he was high and mighty and had supreme arrogance. Even a sword monarch in the mortal world would have to be respectful and courteous to him, let alone a youth who was only at the peak of the sword spirit realm. With his identity as a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, who would dare to offend him? However, this brat in front of him actually dared to not put him in his eyes at all. He actually dared to speak to him in such a manner, angering his dignity. How could he tolerate this? What a glib tongue. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what you're talking about. My words are the rules. You have to accept it whether you want to or not. Just like you said, only the weak are bound by rules. In my eyes, you are a weakling. Therefore, you must be bound by my rules. If I want you to die today, you definitely won't live past tomorrow. I want you to release him. If you don't, you won't be able to bear the consequences. If the weak don't have the awareness of the weak, then they won't live long. Jin Hong's shout was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. As a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, even if his cultivation level was not high, he still had a supreme halo around him. No matter what, he was still in existence at the limits of the Sword Sovereign realm. He was still lofty and extremely powerful to the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Longmen Convention. Furthermore, as a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, Jin Hong would be able to hold his own against an ordinary Sword King. With such strength, how could the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Longmen Convention compare to him? How could a kid at the limits of the Sword Spirit realm compare to him? Qin Shao looked coldly at Jin Hong and said, "What does it have to do with you if I want to kill the 7th prince? Although I don't know where you came from, I know that you're not from the Fire Dragon Empire. You shouldn't have any relationship with the 7th prince. I wonder, why did you mobilize so many people to stand up for 7th Prince Yen?" Jin Hong said coldly, "Why do I need to tell you if I want to save someone? Haha, do you really think of yourself as a hero to save someone who has nothing to do with you? If you can't give me a reason, why should I listen to you? Or are you just trying to curry favor with the Fire Dragon Empire?" Qin Shao chuckled. "How dare you?" Jin Hong was so angry that his face turned green. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "Arrogant kid, you're courting death." Everyone on the Dragon Gate Immortal platform was scared speechless. They admired Qin Shao from the bottom of their hearts. He was a complete lunatic who didn't care about his own life. Courting death? You want to save the 7th prince? I won't let you do that. Qin Shao snorted without fear. He flipped his palm, and a scarlet fireball appeared in his hand. It emitted a terrifying flame. Qin Shao slammed his palm toward the 7th prince. A ball of terrifying flame immediately enveloped the 7th prince. The 7th prince was originally very confident. He thought that Qin Shao wouldn't be able to do anything to him with the protection of a half-immortal artifact. It was impossible for him to kill him. But at this moment, he was truly terrified. He could feel the aura of death approaching. This is the Fire Origin Seed. What? It's the Fire Origin Seed? He can actually control the Fire Origin Seed? Impossible. Even ordinary immortals can't easily control the fire of the Fire Origin Seed. He's just a Sword Spirit Realm cultivator. How can he control the Fire Origin Seed? He held the Fire Origin Seed in his hand just now, but he wasn't harmed at all. This is too unbelievable. Where did this monster come from? It's over. The 7th prince is really going too far this time. He's going to lose his life. Oh no, spare me, spare me. The 7th prince was being burned by the terrifying leaf fire source. Even a half-immortal tool couldn't withstand the power of the leaf fire. His body was being burned, and his life was on the verge of death. His life force was rapidly draining away. Soon, he would be burned to ashes by the endless leaf fire source. Such a scene was enough to make one's heart tremble. Heavens, this is the 7th prince of the Yin Dragon Empire. This is the 7th prince of the Yin Dragon Empire. This is a real prince, the younger brother of the emperor. There was actually someone who dared to kill the 7th prince. He really had the guts. Everyone looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of fear. Extreme fear. How could there be such a person? Young Master Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He couldn't control it anymore. Now, even if the cloud-riding merchant union was involved, they might not be able to withstand the wrath of the Yin Dragon Empire. In the midst of anger, fear, and despair, the seventh prince was quickly burned to ashes, leaving behind all the treasures on his body, especially the half-immortal artifact armor. It shone with unparalleled light, making people stare at it. Qin Shao only took back the fire origin seed. He turned a blind eye to the other things. He didn't even look at them. It was as if they didn't attract him at all. A half-immortal artifact was something that even a sword venerable would covet. However, Qin Shao didn't even look at it. He just casually threw it aside as if it was worthless scrap metal. Dead. The seventh prince is really dead. This time, it seems like the sky is going to be turned upside down. The death of the silver-armored youth was already shocking enough. Now that the seventh prince was also dead, everyone could smell the wind and rain coming. The sky was going to turn dark. Jinhong also looked at Qin Shao in shock. His eyes were wide open and his body was stiff. After a long while, he finally reacted. He trembled all over and pointed at Qin Shao. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You even dared to kill the seventh prince. You didn't even take my warning seriously. What else do you not dare to do? If I don't bring you to justice today, how can I, Jinhong, still have the face to be a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate? Kid, if you obediently allow yourself to be captured, you can suffer less. If you want me to make a move, you'll have to suffer." In the face of Jinhong's anger, Qin Shao didn't show any weakness. He straightened the sword in his hand and pointed it at Jinhong. "Cut the crap. If you want to curry favor with the emperor, then make your move. So what if you're a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate? Do you think you could be unreasonable and insufferably arrogant? If you want to capture me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so." "What? Are you stupid?" Everyone didn't dare to believe their ears. Were these really words spoken by a person at the peak of the sword spirit realm? Jinhong's senior brother was a whole realm higher than this kid, 5 realms higher. Such a huge gap was like heaven and earth. It was an insurmountable gap. There was no way to make up for such a huge gap. Moreover, Jinhong was a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. His strength was even more extraordinary. However, Qin Shao actually dared to say such words. They didn't know where his confidence and blind confidence came from. Ignorant, Jinhong spat out these words coldly and directly made his move. As soon as his sword came out, there was actually some immortal power that burst out. It followed the shape of the sword and shook the 9 heavens. The sword of the immortal gate was indeed full of immortal energy and infinite power. Jinhong was an expert at the peak of the sword monarch realm. At this time, he displayed a 7th grade sword technique that had been cultivated to perfection. Naturally, its power was incomparably strong. The huge gap between their realms made it so that if Qin Shao still used the strength he had used to deal with 7th Prince Yin, he would probably be at a disadvantage. Facing Jinhong, who was at the peak of the sword monarch realm, a strong opponent who was an entire realm higher than him, Qin Shao was not nervous at all. Instead, his fighting spirit was extremely high. I swallowed the sword source fruit previously. My understanding of the sword cultivation, Tao, has already reached perfection of a mortal realm. I have already touched the threshold of the great Tao of the sword cultivation Tao. As long as I take one more step, I will immediately ascend and become an immortal. The realm of the mortal realm is already a passing cloud to me. It is not important. So what if you are an entire realm higher than me? The weaker you are, the easier it is to bridge the gap between realms. When I was in the primordial universe, I was almost on par with the sovereign realm when I was a 4th step heaven god. At such a realm, I was able to cross 2 realms, let alone this small realm. I have an invincible physical defense. I have a grasp of the sword cultivation Tao. I have control of the situation. How can a mere mortal at the sword monarch realm do anything to me? This time, Qin Zhao's understanding of the sword cultivation Tao had made a huge leap. It was a qualitative leap. This leap was inconceivable in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to Qin Shao. It was only the mortal realm. If he had not been bound by the rules of the sword cultivation world, he could have grasped all of it with a single thought. Moreover, he had been trapped in the sword cultivation world for a year. Moreover, with the help of the leaf fire source seed and the sword source fruit, it was not surprising that he had improved so much. Chapter 965. Get on your knees. Jin Hong's sword aura was like a billowing giant wave. It brought with it an unparalleled power as it pressed down majestically. The terrifying sword momentum was like a surging mountain, smashing wildly at Qin Shao, trying to suppress Qin Shao. The terrifying sword Qi shook the entire immortal platform. The surging sword Qi was incomparably terrifying. However, Qin Shao was as firm as a rock. He stood firmly in the same place, impervious to wind and rain. The one who should kneel is you. Qin Shao shouted in the surging sword Qi. His sword also moved. The sword did not move like Mount Tai. The sword moved, stirring up the sky. The peerlessly sharp sword Qi surged up the sky, straight to the 9 heavens, and bloomed with dazzling light. Under the sword edge, the universe moved. Streaks of terrifying and sharp sword Qi, with the power to reverse the universe, stirred up the wind and clouds, and attacked Jin Hong. Under the great movement of the universe, the power of Jin Hong's sword momentum was destroyed, reversed, and devoured in an instant. What? How is this possible? Jin Hong's expression suddenly became strange and ugly. He could not accept the fact in front of him. How could this be? He was a dignified disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, a dignified existence at the limit of the sword monarch realm. How could his sword momentum be broken by a kid at the limit of the sword spirit realm? Moreover, the power of this sword momentum was suppressing him, making him feel a sense of danger. He felt an irresistible force pressing down on him, making him feel even more uncomfortable. It's a 9th grade sword technique. It's actually a 9th grade sword technique. What kind of monster is this kid? A mere limit of the sword spirit realm can actually cultivate a 9th grade sword technique. This is unheard of. How could this be? Jin Hong immediately realized that the sword technique Qin Shao used was actually a 9th grade sword technique. As a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate and an existence at the limit of the sword monarch realm, he had yet to successfully cultivate an 8th grade sword technique, let alone a 9th grade sword technique. There wasn't a single person in the entire Mount Hua Fairy Gate who could cultivate a 9th grade sword technique in the sword spirit realm. Damn it, Jin Hong didn't have time to think. He resisted with all his might, but his resistance was futile. Once his sword momentum was broken, Qin Zhao's Qinkuan sword technique did not weaken in the slightest. It continued to suppress Jin Hong. The mighty power of the sword momentum made him kneel down, not allowing him to resist. Kneeling on the ground with both knees, Jin Hong was in a very sorry state. He was a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, yet he was beaten to the ground by a young man. What kind of humiliation was this? Hateful, hateful, hateful brat. You dare to humiliate me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Jin Hong roared again and again with a ferocious expression. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't resist or change the current situation. No matter how puzzled he was and how unwilling he was to admit it, this was the truth in front of him. Everyone in the surroundings was petrified. There was a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open and they couldn't speak. The monstrous Qin Shao had brought everyone too much shock and created many legends. This kind of heaven-defying action was simply inhuman. On the vast Mount Hua fairy platform, Qin Shao was the only protagonist here. The whole world seemed to be dominated by him. Qin Shao looked coldly at Jin Hong, who was about to eat him, and said, "How dare a loser like you be so arrogant? If you want to kill me, you have to have the ability to do so first. If you can kill with just your mouth, then you're not as good as me." Jin Hong's face turned green and pale. He looked worse than if his parents had died. He gritted his teeth and said to Qin Shao with hatred, How dare you humiliate a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate like this? You have no respect for the immortal's prestige. This is unforgivable. Humiliate you? You asked for it. A scum like you who uses your power to bully others will only tarnish the prestige of the Huashan Immortal School. Why do you have to say such words? As an immortal's gate, Mount Hua Fairy Gate should be a place that is revered by the world. It should be a sacred place, not a place like you who bullies others for your own selfish reasons and wants to humiliate a young man who came to participate in the Longmen Convention. You've ruined the reputation of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. If you want to talk about what crime you should commit, you should be the one asking, right? Qin Shao retorted sarcastically, showing no signs of weakness. Jin Hong was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Shao was so eloquent that he could make a lotus bloom. It's just as you said. Only the weak are bound by the rules. The weak have no right to make irresponsible remarks. Now, you're the weak one. Why do you have to make irresponsible remarks in front of me? Qin Shao said again. Every word was like a knife, and every word was like an execution machine. Jin Hong was so angry that his whole body trembled. His face was pale. Humiliation, an extremely shameful humiliation. He, a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, had been humiliated like this. How could he continue living? Let me go. Jin Hong's voice was so cold that it pierced through the bones. Qin Shao glanced at Jin Hong with some disdain. He kicked Jin Hong and sent him flying. I'll let you go today, if you dare. However, before Qin Shao could finish his words, Jin Hong seemed to have gone crazy. He pounced on Qin Shao again. Obviously, he couldn't accept the humiliation. Even though he had suffered a great loss just now, he still pounced on Qin Shao crazily. Humph. You don't know how to cherish your life. It seems that you're courting death. Qin Shao snorted coldly. He didn't want to kill Jin Hong, but the other party insisted on coming to die. Qin Shao couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Qin Shao displayed his Qinkuan sword again. The sword's edge pierced through Jin Hong's sword formation and directly arrived in front of Jin Hong. Before Jin Hong had any chance to react, the sword directly penetrated between Jin Hong's eyebrows. The power of the sword crazily poured into Jin Hong's sword pool, trying to destroy Jin Hong's sword pool. You dare to kill me. Jin Hong's eyes widened as he spat out a few words in extreme pain. Then his life force was completely cut off. He was dead. A disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate was actually killed at the foot of Mount Hua. To Mount Hua Fairy Gate, this was a kind of provocation. Mount Hua Fairy Gate didn't even allow disciples of the same sect to kill each other. But now, a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate was actually killed by an outsider. It was really a shocking thing. The youth in blue from the Yanlong Empire pointed at Qin Shao in horror and stuttered, You even killed Senior Jin Hong? You're too bold, too bold. However, Qin Zhao's cold gaze swept over him. The youth in blue shut his mouth in fear and couldn't help but retreat in fright. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to say another word. If he said another word, he was afraid that he would end up the same way. He would also die here. He had killed the crown prince of the Yanlong Empire and the seventh prince of the Yanlong Empire. Now, he even dared to kill a disciple of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Who else wouldn't he dare to kill? How could there be such a strange person in this world? Such a lunatic? Such a thing had probably never happened in the entire world of sword cultivators. However, the reason why Qin Shao did this today was because he had his own reasons. He wasn't a blind lunatic. He had always done things with a sense of propriety. All around, there was silence. The air seemed to have frozen. After killing 3 people in a row and piercing through the sky, Qin Shao didn't seem to realize it at all. His face was still calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. He didn't panic at all. Qin Shao looked towards the horizon and saw a streamer of light coming from the distant horizon at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary people could only see a streamer of light in their eyes. However, Qin Shao could see it clearly. It wasn't a streamer of light, but an old man who was exuding a formidable aura. He flew on his sword. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, but his aura was extremely cold. His sharp brows were filled with a thick, murderous aura. Before he arrived, his aura had already filled the entire Mount Hua Fairy Plateau. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone on the Mount Hua Fairy Plateau changed their expressions. Some of the more timid ones even fell to the ground. Some of the more knowledgeable ones knew that an expert was about to descend. With such a big commotion, an expert would definitely descend. Facing an expert who was about to descend, Qin Shao still stood upright. No matter how strong the wind blew, he didn't move at all. He was calm and composed. His eyes were cold, and he held a long sword in his hand. He was like a fearless warrior who was using his life to defend his dignity. Boom, boom, boom. That old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being finally appeared before the eyes of the crowd. His supreme might gushed forth, causing many people to retreat from the immortal foundation of Mount Hua, not daring to stand on it. It was simply too terrifying. Streams of invisible energy landed on the immortal dais, completely sealing the space here. Sword Chi soared to the sky. Strong winds blew. Sand and stones flew. The sun and the moon dimmed. Dark clouds surged in the wind. It was extremely terrifying. An elder with the demeanor of a transcendent being descended. He was like a majestic mountain. People could only look up at his majesty and admire his supreme brilliance. Terrifying forces fell on Qin Shao again and again like a violent storm. However, Qin Shao still stood there, resisting all the forces. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Young Master Kai wasn't far from Qin Shao. However, under this pressure, he was directly swept out of the immortal plateau. Obviously, this transcendent elder had shown mercy to young Master Kai. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot. The elder in front of them was obviously a sword venerable. He stood at the peak of mortal life. He was a powerful figure. Looking at his clothes, one could tell that he was an expert from the Yin Dragon Empire. A sword venerable had descended. Could this brat create another miracle? Everyone's eyes were fixed on this side, waiting for the next good show. The sword venerable of the Yin Dragon Empire's gaze fell on the dead silver-armored youth and the Yin Seventh Prince. His expression became even colder and more terrifying. His anger had reached the peak. It had reached a point where it couldn't be any worse. His aura was pushed to the extreme. He wanted to use his aura to suppress Qin Shao. With his sword venerable aura, he could even suppress a sword king, let alone a sword spirit. However, what surprised him was that his aura had no effect on Qin Shao. His opponent was still as steady as Mount Tai. He didn't move an inch. He carefully sized up Qin Shao and confirmed that this brat's aura was only at the peak of the sword spirit. Chapter 9, 66. So what if Lin Fan was a sword honorable? It was indeed strange, extremely strange. The sword honorable could not figure it out. How could someone at the pinnacle of the sword spirit realm block the supreme aura of a sword honorable? The rage of a sword honorable was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. It was enough to move mountains and fill rivers. It was enough to bury millions of corpses and destroy cities. Such power had no effect on this young man who was only at the pinnacle of the sword spirit realm. Lin Fan did not even frown. The calmness on his face showed that he was relaxed. Only a sword exalt should be able to resist his aura so easily. However, a sword spirit cultivator had actually done it, so it was naturally difficult for him to understand and exceed his imagination. He had never even heard of such a thing, let alone encountered it. It was strange. It was really strange. This young man was definitely not ordinary. He wondered where he came from. However, the sword honorable understood after thinking about it. It was no wonder that even the seventh prince and the disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, Jin Hong, died in the hands of this young man. It was definitely extraordinary to kill an enemy who was at a higher cultivation level. It was definitely something that was hard to find. He really did not expect that the Longmen Convention would attract such a monstrous talent. However, it was not the time to think about this. No matter how monstrous Lin Fan was, it was not important to the Sword Honorable. He was here to defend the supreme dignity of the Fire Dragon Empire. He was here for the two young geniuses of the Fire Dragon Empire who were killed. He was here with supreme anger and murderous intent. How dare you? Do you know your crimes? Sword Honorable Yin Yi asked coldly. His voice was as loud as thunder and as cold as a sword. Under such supreme aura, if it was anyone else, they would not be able to say anything and would have to admit their crimes obediently. The surrounding crowd was suffocated by this supreme pressure, and their nerves couldn't help but tighten to the extreme. This was a huge difference in the level of life. It was like the difference between a small snake and a huge dragon. It would make people feel fear from the depths of their hearts. However, Qin Xiao was not afraid at all. He asked back, "What crimes have I committed?" Sword Honorable Yin Ye's voice resounded through the sky and struck at people's hearts. "You offended the Fire Dragon Empire's prestige and violated the Fire Dragon Empire's dignity. That is the first crime. You killed the Quasi-Prince and the seventh prince of the Fire Dragon Empire. You killed the Mount Hua Fairy Gate's disciples. That is the third crime. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Any one of them is enough to make you suffer 1,000 cuts and 10,000 cuts, making you commit a heinous crime. With the four sins superimposed on each other, it wouldn't be excessive to imprison you in the abyss of hell for 100 years. How dare you? Even if you die 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you won't be able to clear your name. You're so young, yet you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you not know your crime?" Yin Yi's swordsmanship's voice was like a peerless alarm bell that resounded in everyone's hearts like rolling thunder. It shook everyone to the point that they were like cicadas in winter and didn't dare to make a sound. The Flame Dragon Empire's unparalleled dragon might was indeed inviolable. To a big power, dignity was above all else. Those who dared to violate their dignity would not have a good ending. Even an honorable swordsman would not dare to offend the Fire Dragon Empire. However, Qin Xiao did all the things that others did not dare to do. He was still arrogant and did not lower his head. Qin Xiao retorted sarcastically, "First, respect is mutual. If the Fire Dragon Empire can give me respect, then you can get my respect. If the Fire Dragon Empire can't give me respect, why should I respect the Fire Dragon Empire? Second, I killed the Quasi-Prince and the Prince of the Fire Dragon Empire. They killed themselves. They wanted to kill me. Why can't I kill them? They were the ones who made the first move. Who can they blame for their deaths? They can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. Third, I killed the disciples of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. The Mount Hua Fairy Gate has not come to find trouble with me. Why do you have to find trouble with me? Are you an elder of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate? Fourth, you came to kill me with a towering rage. Do you think I should bow and bend my knees to you? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Finally, reason always stands on the side of the winner. So you don't have to talk so much nonsense with me. If you want to do something, just do it. Why do you have to act so sanctimonious and pin a few crimes on me?" Qin Zhao's rebuttal was reasonable. While people were shocked, they could not help but admire his words. Thinking about it carefully, it was really as he said. Everything depended on which angle you were looking at it from. Different angles would lead to different results. If one really had to look at this matter from Qin Zhao's point of view, then what crime did he commit? Could he be blamed for this? It was true that the seventh prince was overbearing and bullying others. That was why he was attacked. It was also true that the people of the Fire Dragon Empire made the first move. If you really want to talk about reason, then Qin Xiao would definitely be on the side of reason. But this was the world of sword cultivators. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. How could there be absolute reason? If everything could be explained by reason, then this world would not be like this. Then there would be no such thing as bullying. Reason, to put it bluntly, still needed the support of strength. Without the strength of the fist, then all reason was so pale and powerless. The Yinya sword master boasted that he was a righteous person. So even though he was extremely angry and wanted to slap Qin Xiao to death, he still resisted the urge to pin a crime on Qin Xiao first. Then he would openly capture Qin Xiao back to the Fire Dragon Empire for trial. But what he did not expect was that Qin Xiao did not fall for this trick at all. Instead, he directly counterattacked. Good. What a sharp-tongued brat. Then I will not waste my breath on you." The Yinya sword master laughed sinisterly and attacked. He wanted to capture Qin Xiao and bring him back to the Fire Dragon Empire. Killing Qin Shao on the spot would be letting him off too easily. Naturally, the Yin Sword Master would not do that. In terms of punishment, death was definitely one of the weaker ones. Cough scram. At this moment, an angry roar came from the void. The roar brought with it rolling waves of air. Sword Qi was graceful. An unparalleled and domineering sword Qi tore the void apart. A peerless sword Qi shot out from a crack in the void. Just thinking about it, one would know how terrifying and domineering it was. When this terrifying sword Qi appeared, everyone was shocked. They could feel the terror of this sword Qi from afar. The Yin Sword Master's expression changed drastically. He also smelled a trace of danger. What a terrifying sword. This was not a sword that he could block. Damn it, there is actually a powerful sword master hiding in the dark. The Yin Sword Master roared in his heart. However, he could only block the attack now. The Yin Sword Master was also a sword master. However, he was only in the initial stages of the sword master realm. His strength could only be considered average among the sword masters. The person who attacked in the dark was naturally none other than Taoist Nanming. He was at the peak of the sword master realm and was already half a step into the immortal sect. If not for the fact that he was harmed by a scoundrel, perhaps Taoist Nanming would have already entered the immortal sect and become an immortal. Taoist Nanming's strength was not to be underestimated. Even a casual attack from him was not something that the Yin Sword Master could block. Hence, the Yin Sword Master was sent flying dozens of miles away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was in a very sorry state. Taoist Nanming walked out from the void and came to Qin Zhao's side respectfully. This scene caused everyone's eyes to widen and their tongues to drop. Chapter 967. He is my master. Many people had already guessed that Qin Shao had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, no matter how crazy he was, he wouldn't have done something so outrageous. It turned out that there was a powerful sword venerable protecting Qin Shao in the dark. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He even dared to offend the Fire Dragon Empire. However, in the Huashan immortal domain, other than the few major powers, which other power would dare to offend the Yin Dragon Empire? The Yin Dragon Empire was definitely one of the top 5 powers in the Huashan immortal domain. However, the kid in front of them didn't belong to any of the major powers. This situation was very puzzling. They couldn't figure out at all. Young Master Kai was also a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. It wasn't that he didn't have any guesses about Qin Zhao's identity. He just didn't think too much about it. However, he didn't expect a sword venerable to appear and protect Qin Shao in the dark. To be able to get a sword venerable to protect him in the dark, what kind of background did he have? Even he, young Master Kai, didn't have such treatment. Only his father could have the protection of a sword venerable. Yin Yi Sword Master patted the dust off his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Taoist Nanming. He could naturally feel the powerful aura from Taoist Nanming. It was not something he could fight against. This was definitely the aura of a sword venerable. He was actually in existence at the limit of the sword venerable realm. In the entire Foshan immortal domain, there were only a few sword venerables. However, there wasn't one in front of him. An unfamiliar face, an unfamiliar aura. He couldn't figure out where this sword venerable came from. With a hint of anger, Yin Yi Sword Master said coldly, "How should I address you? Even if you want to make an enemy out of my Yin Dragon Empire, why don't you tell me your name and let me see who dares to disrespect my Yin Dragon Empire?" It was originally a battle between 2 young geniuses. Who would have thought that it would turn into a battle between sword venerables? The change in the situation really made people sigh endlessly. Taoist Nanming was still a little arrogant. He glanced at Yin Yi Sword Master and snorted. He said with some disdain, "You're just a kid who's just reached Qi, but you're quite arrogant. When I became a sword venerable, you probably weren't even born yet. It makes sense that you don't recognize me. Then listen carefully. My Taoist name is Taoist Nanming. You, a junior from the Fire Dragon Empire, don't know me, but I've fought with the Emperor of your Fire Dragon Empire, Yin Fushe." What Taoist Nanming? Many people were shocked when they heard this name, especially young Master of Wealth His mouth was so wide open that his fist was about to be stuffed into it. He looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. Some thoughts popped up in his mind. Previously at the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss, didn't Qin Shao say that the opportunity in the Nanming Immortal Palace wasn't obtained by him? But why was Taoist Nanming protecting him in the dark now? At this moment, young Master of Wealth couldn't help but wonder if Qin Shao was lying to them. But that wasn't right. Qin Shao was a man who could support the heavens and earth. He was a righteous man. He shouldn't have lied to them. Young Master Kai had always trusted Qin Shao. Now, he even treated Qin Shao as a brother. If he was really deceived by Qin Shao, then his heart would be very uncomfortable, and he would definitely have a heart attack. Young Master of Wealth didn't care about this. Taoist Nanming? The Taoist Nanming who disappeared for 1,000 years? The Taoist Nanming who likes to call himself an immortal? Didn't you say that you died 1,000 years ago? Yinyi's sword master frowned deeply. A lot of information about Taoist Nanming appeared in his mind. He naturally knew about Taoist Nanming. Although Taoist Nanming wasn't from the Huashan immortal domain, his name had spread far and wide. Of course, only those who had reached his level had the right to know about the other immortal domains. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to know about it. Taoist Nanming snorted coldly. Just because I disappeared for 1,000 years doesn't mean that I'm dead. I like to call myself an immortal. So what? You, a junior, dared to give orders here? Yinyi's sword master was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But that was the truth. How could he, an early-stage sword venerable, dare to provoke an extreme sword venerable? That casual exchange just now had already resulted in his defeat. If they really fought, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. However, the Yinyi sword master was representing the Yin Dragon Empire. At this moment, he represented the dignity of the Yin Dragon Empire. Naturally, he wouldn't back down so easily. Taoist Nanming, you are a sword master. You stand at the pinnacle of mortals. You can also be said to be above everyone else. You have half a foot in the door of immortality. With your status, I really don't understand why you would stand up for this kid. Just who is this kid to you? He killed a prince and a prince of my Yin Dragon Empire. I have to get to the bottom of this. This matter won't end here. If my Yin Dragon Empire doesn't want an outcome, we won't stop here. Even if you, Taoist Nanming, act, it won't do. Unless you have the ability to fight against my Yin Dragon Empire, you won't be able to protect this kid. Taoist Nanming stared coldly at Yinyi's sword master. If your Yin Dragon Empire dares to harm a single hair on my master's head, I, Taoist Nanming, will definitely fight to the death with your Yin Dragon Empire. No matter how strong your Yin Dragon Empire is, I will definitely make your Yin Dragon Empire suffer great losses. What, master? Taoist Nanming's words once again shocked everyone. Many of them are petrified. Taoist Nanming actually called Qin Shao master? Young Master Kai's heart was in a mess. His heart was in a mess, and he was very upset. It was as if he had drunk a bottle of mixed feelings. Taoist Nanming actually called Qin Shao master. Didn't that mean that Qin Shao had obtained the inheritance of the Nanming Immortal Palace? That's not right. Young Master Kai's heart suddenly jumped. His eyes lit up. That's not right. If Qin Shao had obtained the inheritance of the Nanming Immortal Palace, then he should have become Taoist Nanming's disciple. How could Taoist Nanming have become Qin Zhao's servant? This logic didn't make sense at all. Unless this Nanming Immortal Palace wasn't left behind by Taoist Nanming. But that was impossible. According to the information he had, the Nanming Immortal Palace was indeed left behind by Taoist Nanming. But Taoist Nanming was standing right in front of him, alive and well. The situation suddenly became complicated and messy. Young Master Kai couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment. Strange. You actually called this kid master? You're a supreme being at the pinnacle of the sword venerate realm, but you're calling a kid at the pinnacle of the sword spirit realm master? You've lived for thousands of years, but you're calling a kid master? Are you sure you're not joking? The Yinyi sword master looked at Taoist Nanming in confusion. He really couldn't understand why Taoist Nanming would call Qin Shao master. He was a supreme being at the pinnacle of the sword venerate realm, someone who was half a step into the door of immortality. Such an existence should have supreme arrogance, and should have the arrogance to rule over the heavens. How could such a being acknowledge another as his master? Even an immortal wouldn't easily acknowledge such a being as his master. After all, such a being could step into the door of immortality at any time and become an immortal. Once he became an immortal, wouldn't it be a huge joke if he still acknowledged another as his master? Therefore, the Yin Yisor master really couldn't understand. This was beyond his understanding and logic. Taoist Nanming's voice grew colder and angrier. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Chapter 968. Tension filled the entire Mount Hua immortal platform. The smell of gunpowder was thick, and everyone could feel the dark clouds surging. A great battle was about to break out. Once a battle between sword venerables started, it would be too terrifying. It could destroy the heavens and earth, move the mountains, and move the seas. A battle between sword venerables was an extremely rare sight. After all, at this level, unless there was a huge grudge between them, they would not easily make a move. At this level, dignity was extremely important. Once he made a move, it would be easy for the spear to go off by accident, and it would easily reach an irreversible situation. As sword venerables, they had a lifespan of 10,000 years. What they pursued was immortality and immortality. Therefore, most sword venerables would be in seclusion to cultivate and pursue immortality. Very few would come out. Only those who were nearing the end of their lifespan would go crazy and throw caution to the wind. But such people were very rare. Therefore, most people would never see a sword venerables in their entire lives, let alone witness a grand scene of sword venerables fighting. Taoist Nanming, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to have fallen to this extent. A loud voice came from afar. Along with the voice, a huge immortal ship sailed over with a mighty aura. It had the power to crush the heavens and the earth. The huge immortal ship was more than 10,000 feet long. Its width and height were more than 100 feet. It was in the shape of a divine dragon. It was vivid and majestic. Therefore, from afar, it gave people the feeling that an ancient divine dragon had descended. The supreme dragon aura was enough to suffocate and frighten people. The arrival of the divine dragon caused the sun and moon to recede. The heavens and earth dimmed. Some people with weaker mental states immediately knelt down and bowed in worship. That's an immortal artifact. It's actually an immortal ship. That's an immortal artifact. Fire Dragon Empire's immortal artifact. They actually sent out an immortal ship. Looks like Fire Dragon Empire is serious. Did the Emperor of Fire Dragon Empire come personally? Immortal ship. That's the foundation of Fire Dragon Empire. It's a strategic weapon. From what I know, Fire Dragon Empire hasn't sent out an immortal ship for thousands of years. Yes, I also remember that the last time the Flame Dragon Empire sent out an immortal ship was 6,000 years ago, when they were fighting over a spirit mine with the Taishang Sword sect. What happened back then was huge. It was said that there were countless casualties. The sky is about to be pierced. The Yin Dragon Empire has sent out an immortal ship. Are they really going to turn this place into a battlefield? It looks like the Longmen Convention won't be held as scheduled. Crazy, it was getting crazier and crazier. Even immortal artifacts had appeared. The might of an immortal-ranked weapon was truly terrifying, causing the young geniuses around the immortal foundation to feel their hearts trembling. When an immortal artifact appeared, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would soar into the sky. This was a saying that had been passed down for a long time. Wherever the immortal artifact passed, not even a blade of grass grew, and cities were destroyed. Who would have thought that they would be able to witness the birth of an immortal artifact at the immortal plateau of Mount Hua? Not only was the Mount Hua immortal platform shocked, but the entire Mount Hua city was also shocked. A huge commotion was set off, and everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Countless people walked out in horror and stood on high ground. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the gigantic immortal ship that was crushing down like an ancient divine dragon. Sensing the unparalleled immortal might that was being emitted, they were all horrified. What was going on? What was going on? The people of Mount Hua City were a little dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. The entire city was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. The immortal ship was rapidly approaching, and the unparalleled immortal might suppress the entire immortal platform. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Other than Qin Xiao and a few others, everyone else couldn't help but kneel down. Under this unparalleled immortal might, how could sword spirit and sword monarchs withstand it? Qin Xiao, who was in the center of the wind waterfall, was as calm and composed as usual. He was calm and composed, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But they didn't know that this matter was caused by him. Everything was directed at him. To be able to provoke the immortal ship of the Yin Dragon Empire with his own strength was enough to be proud of. It's finally here. Seems like my plan is one step ahead. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. In fact, everything was developing in the direction he had expected. This was a scene that he wanted to see. Whether or not he could get out of his current predicament depended on this. No matter how shocking it was, so what? Qin Xiao, had always done things that defied the heavens. The immortal ship descended on the immortal platform, and the entire immortal platform seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. A powerful force enveloped it, and the mighty immortal platform suppressed everything, imprisoning it. On the immortal ship, soldiers in black armor were lined up in neat rows. There were at least 3,000 of them. These soldiers in black armor all exuded a powerful aura. They were all sword monarchs, and the weakest was in the late stage of the sword monarch realm. There were 3,000 of them, and coupled with their armor, their might was too terrifying. Those with some knowledge would know that this was the Dragon Flame army of the Dragon Flame Empire. They represented the strongest army of the Dragon Flame Empire, and were not an army that the Dragon Flame Empire would easily mobilize. Usually, they would only mobilize the Dragon Flame army when there was a major event. However, there were only 3,000 soldiers here. Obviously, only a portion of the Dragon Flame army had been mobilized. Even so, this Dragon Flame army of 3,000 was enough to deal with an existence at the peak of the Sword Monarch realm. They might not be able to suppress him, but they could at least block him and fight him. Even a Dragon Flame army had been mobilized. This showed how furious the Dragon Flame Empire was. In front of the Dragon Flame army stood 5 tall and imposing figures, exuding a powerful sword chi. Obviously, they were 5 sword monarchs. 5 sword monarchs at once. The Flame Dragon Empire's lineup was indeed terrifying. Including sword monarch Yin Yi, there would be 6 sword monarchs. Moreover, there was also a Dragon Flame army of 3,000, which was equivalent to a sword monarch. And this was not including the immortal ship. Once the power of an immortal ship was activated, it could pose a threat to Taoist Nanming. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Flame Dragon Empire had mobilized half of their forces. One could imagine how terrifying half of the Flame Dragon Empire's forces would be. This was the first time in 6,000 years that the Flame Dragon Empire had mobilized such a force. In the face of such power, even Taoist Nanming's expression turned incomparably grave. However, since he had made a master and servant contract with Qin Xiao, he naturally had to protect his master loyally. Even if he had to die, he could only fight. Sitting in the middle of the 5 sword monarchs, on a huge dragon-shaped throne, was a man in golden robes with a crown on his head. He looked cold and dignified. 9 streams of true dragon chi circled around him, and his eyes were like stars. Looking at his attire and sensing his powerful dragon chi, one could tell that he was the king of the Dragon Flame country. The powerful king of the Dragon Flame country, in existence at the peak of the Sword Monarch realm, whose name had shaken the Huashan immortal domain thousands of years ago. 1,000 years ago, Taoist Nanming had even fought with the Dragon Flame country. The king of the Dragon Flame country shot a golden gaze at Qin Xiao. This golden gaze carried with it an unparalleled dragon chi. It was as sharp as a sword, incomparably sharp and powerful. However, Qin Shao met the king of the Dragon Flame country's gaze and did not show any signs of weakness. His expression was calm, and there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, the king of the Dragon Flame country was shocked. To be able to meet his gaze without any change in expression, this was not a performance that a sword spirit realm brat should have. Even an ordinary sword venerable would not be able to deal with a single glance from him, let alone a mere sword spirit realm brat. The king of the Dragon Flame country was also surprised, but he did not think too much about it. His gaze landed on Taoist Nanming. His voice was like a bell from the nine heavens. He said, "Taoist Nanming, with your strength, you do not have the ability to fight against the Flame Dragon Empire. If you know what's good for you, leave now and I will not pursue this matter with you." This brat killed the descendant of the Dragon Flame country and has offended the unparalleled Dragon Chi of the Flame Dragon Empire. This brat must be killed. If you want to protect this brat, I'm afraid you'll have to die here today. You, Taoist Nanming, call yourself an immortal and have been crazy all your life. You still have a few thousand years of lifespan, so it's not impossible for you to step into the immortal realm. If you die here now, it would be a pity. The Flame Dragon Empire obviously did not want to fight with Taoist Nanming. Although the Flame Dragon Empire's current strength held the absolute advantage, and the king of the Dragon Flame country was also fully confident that he could suppress Taoist Nanming. But if they really fought with their lives on the line, the Flame Dragon Empire would suffer great losses. After all, he knew Taoist Nanming's strength. And now that 1,000 years had passed, he did not know what kind of realm Taoist Nanming had reached, but his strength should not be below his. Most importantly, Taoist Nanming was a madman, an absolute madman. If they fought to the death, the Flame Dragon Empire would be bitten off a piece of flesh. If they could force Taoist Nanming to retreat without a fight, that would be the best. But Taoist Nanming did not back down, and said with a resolute face, "Flame Dragon Emperor, don't waste your breath. If you want to touch a hair on my master's head, you'll have to ask the permission of the sword in my hand. Today, even if I, Taoist Nanming, die in battle, I will not let your Flame Dragon Empire have it easy. Your Flame Dragon Emperor did not discipline your descendants properly, and they were killed by others. You can only blame them, and have no one to blame but yourself. For the sake of two little brats, your Flame Dragon Empire will suffer great losses. Your Flame Dragon Emperor should first calculate whether it is worth it or not." The Flame Dragon Emperor frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, "Now, it is not just a matter of the lives of my two descendants, but a matter of the dignity of my Flame Dragon Empire. This lord has mobilized the immortal ship. Do you think this lord will leave so easily? Today's matter, there must be a conclusion. Since you, Taoist Nanming, insist on doing things your own way, then you can't blame me." The Flame Dragon Emperor's words immediately caused all the people from the Dragon Flame Empire to release their sword aura. The sword aura that soared to the sky enveloped the entire Huashan city, and many people knelt on the ground in fear. Some of the more cowardly people were so scared that they started crying. The sword wind whistled, the sun and moon disappeared, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. It really looked like the end of the world was coming. Boom! Chapter 969. Rumble. The skies seemed to have exploded as another immortal ship descended, tearing through the void. This immortal ship was simple and unadorned, unlike the dragon-shaped immortal ship of the Yin Dragon Empire. However, there was a deep foundation hidden within this simple and unadorned design. If one were to sense it carefully, one would realize that the heavy aura was extremely powerful. Obviously, this was also an immortal weapon. The collision of the two immortal treasures naturally caused a confrontation between immortal might and the collision of power. It caused a huge sword chi waterfall to appear above the immortal platform. It was so powerful that it swept across the entire immortal platform like a hurricane. At this moment, there were no outsiders on the immortal platform. Even young Master Kai was forced out of the immortal platform and could only watch from afar. Young Master Kai was feeling complicated. When he saw the ancient immortal ship descending, his eyes widened. He was stunned for a while before he reacted. Our family's immortal ship. Is my father here? Although young Master Kai knew that his father liked Qin Shao and recognized him as a friend, he didn't know that his father liked Qin Shao. However, he didn't expect that his father would take the initiative to come without him saving him. Moreover, he used an immortal weapon. The meaning of this couldn't be more obvious. In fact, he was struggling in his heart. He was wondering if he should beg his father to save Qin Shao. However, he was also worried. After all, they were facing the Yin Dragon Empire. This wasn't an existence that the Cloud-Riding Merchant Union could contend against. Therefore, even if he was willing to beg his father might not take such a risk for an outsider. However, he didn't expect his father to take the initiative to help. Young Master Kai wasn't the only one who was surprised. Qin Shao was also surprised. He naturally didn't expect the Cloud-Riding Merchant Union to take action. This meant something extraordinary. On the ancient immortal ship, the Cloud-Riding Merchant Union came with 4 sage-like old men. Qin Shao had seen 2 of them before. One was Elder Guan, and the other was the old man who followed the Cloud-Riding Merchant Union. There were also 2 people that Qin Shao had never seen before. However, from the powerful aura that they exuded, he could tell that they were also Sword Venerables. Other than the leader of the Cloud-Riding Alliance and the 4 Sword Venerables, there were also 5,000 soldiers in bright red armor standing on the ship. Their aura was also extremely majestic, and they were not inferior to the Yin Dragon army of the Yin Dragon Empire. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. Alliance Master Cloud Rider is here. Another immortal artifact. What's going on today? Is a war really going to break out? The leader of the Cloud-Riding Alliance has brought 4 Sword Venerables and even the Cloud-Riding army. It seems like they're ready to fight against the Yin Dragon Empire. Who the hell is this young man? Where did he come from? He has a peak-level Sword Venerable as his servant, and now he has the full support of the Riding Cloud Alliance. Could it be that he really has a powerful background? It's very possible. Maybe he's the descendant or disciple of a rogue immortal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so crazy. I think so too. If that's the case, then the Yin Dragon Empire might not be able to get anything out of this. Yes, there's a good show to watch. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance's expression was gloomy. He was actually thinking about this problem as well. Where did this young man come from? He knew the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance's character. It was unreasonable for him to go against him for an outsider. However, the Yin Dragon Emperor did not think that Qin Shao had any powerful background. Although there was no lack of rogue immortals in the world of sword cultivators, rogue immortals were usually wild cranes, and it was hard to find them. Moreover, rogue immortals were usually in more secluded places, and rarely were they willing to show themselves in public. Rogue immortals would also take in disciples, but their disciples would not participate in any immortal sect's disciple selection. Therefore, in a situation like Qin Shao, the Yin Dragon Emperor did not think that he was a disciple of a rogue immortal. The 2 immortal ships looked at each other, and their immortal auras filled the sky. The Yin Dragon Emperor and the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance stood in front of the immortal ships, looking at each other coldly. If it was any other time, the 2 of them would definitely sit down and chat happily while drinking wine. In terms of friendship, although the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance did not have a deep relationship with the Yin Dragon Emperor, they could be considered old acquaintances. Moreover, with the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance's status, he naturally had the qualifications to sit on the same level as the Yin Dragon Emperor. The Yin Dragon Emperor's voice was extremely gloomy, cold as ice. Riding Cloud Alliance, what do you mean by this? Are you going to join in as well? The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance said, "Since I'm standing here, my intentions are clear. Yin Dragon Emperor, how do you want to settle this matter? Just give me a straightforward answer. The Yin Dragon Emperor should know what kind of person I am. Since you dared to do this, you must have thought of the consequences. So, you don't have to waste your breath with me." The Yin Dragon Emperor was trembling with rage. If it was just Taoist Nan Ming, even if the Yin Dragon Emperor did not want to fight to the death with him, he was still confident that he could suppress him. But if the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance was added into the mix, then the situation would not be good. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance was indeed weaker than the Yin Dragon Empire, But the Yin Dragon Empire did not have an overwhelming advantage over the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance. Moreover, if Daoist Nanming was added into the mix, it would be even more difficult to deal with. How could the Yin Dragon Emperor not be enraged in such a situation? Riding Cloud Alliance, I think you're getting muddle-headed with age. The empire you've built for yourself, are you really going to watch as it falls? If you really want to go to war with my Yin Dragon Empire, how much strength do you think your Riding Cloud Alliance will have left? For an outsider, is it worth it? I would really like to know, what is the relationship between this little brat and your Riding Cloud Alliance? Could he be the illegitimate son of your Riding Cloud Alliance? The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance was expressionless as he said, Yin Dragon Emperor, how to do things is my business. You don't need to worry about it. Whatever the consequences are, I've already thought of them. Since I was able to build up the Riding Cloud Alliance all my life and expand the Riding Cloud Alliance to its current state, then I have the ability to start from scratch again and make a comeback. As long as I don't die, everything can be regained. As for your last question, it's complete nonsense. I think you, Yin Dragon Emperor, are getting more muddle-headed with age. The Riding Cloud Alliance, have always done things in an open and above-board manner. How could there be a situation where I have an illegitimate son outside? This little brat is my son's best friend, and when he is in trouble, I naturally cannot sit back and do nothing. Even a 3-year-old child would not believe your words. Just because he is your son's best friend, you want to protect him at all costs. Do you think I will believe that? The Yin Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance said, Believe it or not, that's up to you. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't make any difference to me. The Yin Dragon Emperor was enraged beyond belief. How despicable. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance had actually come out to join in on the fun, and it had indeed made him hesitate. He knew the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance's personality very well, and since he had already said so, he was not afraid of starting a war with him. Once a war broke out, it would be difficult for his Yin Dragon Empire to gain any advantages. But this matter could not be stopped just like that. If he stopped now, his Yin Dragon Empire would really lose all face, and how would they have the face to stand in the Huashan Celestial Realm in the future? The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance and the Yin Dragon Emperor looked at each other, and the atmosphere of the scene was pushed to the extreme of oppression, and to the extreme of tension. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance's sincerity made Qin Shao respect the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance even more. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance's actions were definitely not just for his own potential. Only in the midst of danger could one see true feelings, and this was true feelings. Only true feelings could move one's heart. Qin Shao was a person who valued friendship and loyalty, and only true feelings could move him. The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance is really bold. A loud voice descended from the sky, and a figure descended from the Huashan Celestial Realm, bringing with him a peerless arrogance, an unparalleled sword might. Stepping on the cloud sword, he seemed to be able to make the heavens and earth submit to him. Dazzling the sun and moon, he seemed to be able to compete with the heavens. The aura of the 9 dragons surrounded him, and he had the demeanor of a king, as if he was the king of the world, shaking the heavens. His brilliance overtook the universe, and this was a peerless figure. Descending from the sky, it was as if an immortal had descended. Despite his young age, the aura emanating from his body was not any weaker than the fire dragon rulers, and might even be stronger. There was no need to guess who he was. He was the #1 disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the Son of Heaven, who had proclaimed himself as the Son of Heaven. Originally, only the emperors would call themselves the Son of Heaven, but he also called himself the Son of Heaven, indicating that he wanted to be on equal footing with the Yin Dragon Emperor. To be able to become the #1 disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, one could imagine how powerful the Son of Heaven was. It was not an exaggeration to say that under the immortal level, the Son of Heaven was invincible in the Huashan Celestial Realm. In other words, the Son of Heaven could be called the #1 mortal in the Huashan Celestial Realm, and his strength was actually above the Yin Dragon Emperor. And it was said that the Son of Heaven had several immortal weapons on him, and supreme secret techniques. Even if he faced a real immortal, he could exchange a few blows. The Son of Heaven's strength was unimaginable. When the Son of Heaven descended, the entire void seemed to submit to him. The Son of Heaven's aura made Taoist Nanming and the Riding Cloud Alliance's leader feel an invisible pressure pressing down on them. However, the Riding Cloud Alliance's leader did not back down. He said, "I don't dare to say that I have great courage, but I have a clear conscience." The Son of Heaven sneered and said, "Then the Riding Cloud Alliance's leader means that you want to go to war with my Yin Dragon Empire?" The Riding Cloud Alliance's leader did not back down and said resolutely, "If your Yin Dragon Empire wants to fight, then let's fight. If we can talk, then let's talk." "Talk?" The Son of Heaven sneered. "You, the Riding Cloud Alliance's leader, tell me how to talk. You killed my Yin Dragon Empire's prince and quasi-prince, killed my brother, and humiliated my Yin Dragon Empire's dignity. How can we talk? If this kid doesn't die, my Yin Dragon Empire will become the laughingstock of the world. My Yin Dragon Empire's dignity for tens of thousands of years. How can we let it go?" The Riding Cloud Alliance's leader frowned and said, "Since there's no room for discussion, then let's fight." The Riding Cloud Alliance's leader had already prepared for the worst, and he was not afraid of a fight. The gunpowder was completely ignited. A great battle was about to break out. But at this moment, a voice rang out, and a figure walked out. And with a humble tone, he said, "Son of Heaven, I have a better solution." Chapter 970. Challenging the Son of Heaven, the voice sounded weak, but it was calm, resolute, and resolute. The person who spoke was none other than Qin Shao. Looking at this somewhat thin figure, but with a steel-like determination, Lin Mingya thought to herself. In the face of this unparalleled pressure, he was not affected at all. His heart was as firm as a rock. His state of mind was so high that it was shocking. Qin Zhao's initiative to attack also surprised Taoist Nanming and the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance. The Son of Heaven stood in the air, looking down at Qin Shao. His lips curled into a disdainful smile, and his eyes were filled with contempt. He said, "All right, tell me, what solution do you have? If you kill yourself on the spot, that might be a way to solve the problem." Qin Shao stood there, looking at the Son of Heaven. He laughed softly. "What if I say I don't want to die?" The Son of Heaven looked down at Qin Shao and said coldly, "No one wants to die, but it's not up to them to decide whether they want to die or not. You don't want to die, but you will die today. There's no other choice. It's just a matter of how you die. If you know what's good for you, you can kill yourself and save us from dirtying our hands. If you don't know what's good for you, then you'll definitely live a life worse than death and experience all the suffering in the world. Letting you kill yourself just now was already letting you off easy. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then you'll live a life worse than death." The Son of Heaven's words were like gold and jade. His words were law. Once they were out, it was like a death sentence. Who dared to go against the Son of Heaven's words? Who dared to offend the Son of Heaven's prestige? The Son of Heaven's words could make everyone tremble in fear. However, Qin Shao was not afraid at all. He smiled coldly. "Thank you for your generosity, but you should save your pity for yourself. I don't need it. Son of Heaven, you are the #1 disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. You're even known as the strongest mortal in the Mount Hua Fairy realm. You've seen the situation today. If we start a war, even if your Flame Dragon Empire wins, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Why don't we make it simple and settle things once and for all? Let's settle this once and for all. I wonder what kind of solution you're talking about." The playful look on Tianzi's face became thicker. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful look. Clearly, he was full of disdain and snorted disdainfully. Qin Shao said, "It's very simple. You and I will fight. The winner takes all. If I lose to you, the Son of Heaven, then I'll be at your mercy. If you, the Son of Heaven, lose to me, then today's matter will end here. Furthermore, you, the Son of Heaven, will be at my mercy. How about that?" What? Crash. As soon as Qin Zhao's words came out, it once again caused an uproar. There were strange voices all around. Once again, they saw Qin Zhao's craziness. He actually wanted to challenge Tianzi. The exalted master was at a loss for words after hearing Lin Fan's words. However, everyone had been stimulated by Qin Zhao's madness before, so they didn't think much of it. Madness seemed to have become Qin Zhao's goal. Qin Zhao's strength was indeed not bad. Even 7th Prince Yin and senior brother Jin Hong had died at his hands. Although he was only at the peak of the Sword Spirit realm, his strength had probably reached the Sword King realm. However, even a Sword King realm expert was as weak as an ant in front of Tianzi. How could someone at the peak of the Sword Spirit realm challenge the Son of Heaven? Tianzi was an invincible existence in everyone's hearts. He was an existence close to immortals. He was someone who had the qualifications to fight against immortals. He was invincible among mortals. Tianzi was someone who had half a foot in the door of immortality. Not to mention the spectators, even Taoist Nan Ming and the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. However, the two of them felt that Qin Xiao didn't want them to fight to the death for him, so he used this method to let himself take the fight. Although Taoist Nan Ming didn't want to die here today, he still said, "Master, my life was saved by you. If you die, I won't have the face to continue living. I vow to accompany Master to the death in today's battle." Qin Xiao felt relieved that Taoist Nan Ming had taken the initiative to say this. However, Qin Xiao smiled at Taoist Nan Ming and shook his head. "Taoist Nan Ming, since I can save you from the abyss of suffering, do you really not believe in my strength? I'm not an idiot. I'm not stupid enough to throw my life away. Since I dare to say this, I naturally have my own confidence. You don't have to worry about this." Taoist Nan Ming was a bit dazed at Qin Zhao's words. What other trump cards did Master have? The leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance frowned at Qin Xiao. He understood Qin Zhao's character and knew that Qin Xiao wasn't an impulsive person. He didn't like to fight battles that he wasn't confident in. However, what other trump cards did he have for this matter? Tianzi's face was filled with rage. He was clearly enraged by Qin Zhao's words. He waved his sleeve and said, This is simply absurd. How can a firefly like you compete with the light of the sun and moon? You're a mere peak sword spirit realm cultivator, and you want to fight me? What right do you have? With your cultivation, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. How dare you spout nonsense here? Even if you want to throw your life away, you should find a suitable method. Qin Xiao wasn't angry at Tianzi's humiliation. Instead, he looked straight at Tianzi and said, "You have your pride and I have my confidence. What? Could it be that your Son of Heaven's strength was just a bluff? You don't even have the courage to fight a mere peak sword spirit realm cultivator? If that's the case, then you don't really live up to your name. You're just trying to be famous. Actually, you're just talking. Even if I want to throw my life away, you have to have the strength to kill me. Arrogant brat. You're too presumptuous." Tianzi was completely enraged. He looked coldly at Qin Xiao and said, "All right, since you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. You want to die honorably, but I won't let you do as you wish. Brat, I'll stand here and not move. I'll let you have 10 moves first. I'd like to see what kind of ability a brat like you has to spout such nonsense. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Make your move, brat. Use all your means. You have 10 moves, cherish it. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to beg for mercy." Everyone's eyes involuntarily gathered on Qin Xiao. They wanted to see how Qin Xiao would deal with Tianzi. However, this was clearly a huge joke. How could it be possible? He was just a peak sword spirit realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, how powerful could he be? Just as Tianzi said, how could a firefly compete with the light of the sun and moon? The fire dragon ruler and the others were also looking at Qin Xiao with a mocking expression, their eyes full of contempt. Resolving this matter in such a way was not necessarily the best way. This way, they wouldn't have to make a big fuss. Resolving this matter with the smallest cost, even if they had to make some concessions in some aspects, the fire dragon ruler could accept it. Tianzi descended and stood in the middle of the divine stage, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down at the sky. Peerless dragon might descended upon the world. peerless elegance made him seem like the master of this space at this moment. He could make heaven and earth bow down to him just by standing there, and no one dared to disrespect him. His sword had not been unsheathed, but the domineering sword aura had already surged out, making people smell his peerless and unparalleled edge. Qin Shao and Tianzi stood 1,000 feet apart. The two of them faced each other, and their auras were completely different. When the two of them stood together, it was like the difference between the sun and the moon and a firefly. It was too huge. It was like Mount Tai and a small mound of dirt. They were not on the same star level, and the difference was not just one level. Qin Shao stood there, not in a hurry to make a move, but slightly closed his eyes. Ignorant rascal. Just a little firefly. Today, I would like to see what tricks you can play. Tianzi's hands were clasped behind his back, and his aura could shake the heavens. He was not in a hurry. Qin Shao slightly closed his eyes, and many thoughts surged in his mind. It was a little messy at first, but at this moment, it became clear and orderly. Every thought was a line, and a line could be woven into a surface. From a point to a line, from a line to a surface, from a surface to a complete world, and then condensed into a Tao. Qin Shao had already touched the threshold of Tao. Now, it was just a matter of how to step in and really enter the temple. Once he could take this step and enter the temple of sword cultivation, it would be like a feather ascending to immortality, stepping into the immortal gate, and immediately becoming an immortal. This step was a huge leap, an unprecedented move, and an extremely difficult challenge. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of such a challenge. He wanted to break the invisible shackles that bound him. In the primordial universe, in the origin world, in the lowly, under countless difficulties, Qin Shao had never bowed his head and had never been trapped. Now, it was even more impossible. The threshold of sword cultivation could not stop Qin Shao's footsteps and could not restrain Qin Shao's path forward. The comprehension of Tao, the understanding of the great Tao, and the control of heaven and earth. Enter the Tao with the sword, break through the sword with the sword, and break through the shackles of heaven and earth with the sword. His will became a sword, straight to the 9 heavens, broke through the firmament, and cut open the dark clouds. Finally, a ray of light appeared. Layer after layer of fog was also shattered by Qin Zhao's sword of will. The power that blocked his path became fewer and fewer, and the shackles became smaller and smaller. He was getting closer and closer to the door of sword cultivation. Soon, it was really soon. Soon, Qin Shao would be able to step through the threshold of sword cultivation. This was the immortal gate. Once he entered the immortal gate, he would soar, take a qualitative leap, and experience a magnificent change in his life. Qin Shao had never thought that this moment would come so quickly. He had originally thought that if he had to cultivate step by step, it would take him dozens or even hundreds of years. He had never thought that he would reach this step in less than a year. Now, he had full confidence that he could reach this step. This was his unparalleled confidence. He had the absolute vision to judge this matter. Qin Shao was more certain before, and he also relied on his invincible body to make this matter a big deal. Chapter 971. How could this be? Qin Shao had been sitting there with his eyes closed, looking like he was resting. It was really puzzling. No one knew what he was doing. Was he stalling for time? But what was the point of stalling for time? How could such a huge gap be filled by stalling for time? This was obviously impossible, and it sounded like a huge joke. The emperor had absolute conceit, but his patience was also limited. If his patience was worn out, he would lose his demeanor. Kid, are you going to keep stalling like this? This emperor gave you a chance, but it seems like you don't know how to cherish it. The emperor said with slight anger. Qin Shao ignored the emperor as if he didn't hear the emperor's words. What trick was he playing? Was he trying to be mysterious? No one understood what was going on. Kid, you've worn away this emperor's little bit of patience. Since you want to play tricks, then this emperor will have to do it personally. This emperor wants to see what tricks you're playing. The son of heaven said coldly. With a thought, rays of sword chi shot out from his body and charged toward Qin Shao. Tianzi didn't even need to make a move, but the terrifying sword Qi was already surging, and the supreme power was also pressing down, instantly forming a huge killing array, with the power to sweep across the sky and rush towards Yishiwen. The aura swallowed the 9 heavens. The sword energy descended, and a roar shook the mortal world. Even if the Emperor just casually made a move, the terrifying power of the sword energy was enough to easily kill a sword cultivator at the Sword King realm. With a move of the sword energy, the supreme power of the Tao descended. How could such a sword energy be blocked by a person at the peak of the sword spirit realm? Facing the Emperor's killing intent, Qin Shao still closed his eyes, still standing in the same place. He still didn't move, not even his hands. It was as if he was waiting for death to come, as if he had completely given up resisting. Since he couldn't resist, then he might as well not resist. This way, he would die more quickly. But soon, everyone knew that they were wrong. The reality was not like this at all. The Son of Heaven's sword formation arrived in front of Qin Shao, but it was like a boulder thrown into a whirlpool. It was instantly swallowed up. Qin Zhao's body seemed to have formed an invisible vortex, completely engulfing the Son of Heaven's sword formation. Seeing this scene, Tianzi couldn't help but frown slightly. There was a strange look on his face. Obviously, the situation before him was somewhat out of his expectations. He thought that Qin Shao wouldn't be able to block his sword, but he didn't expect that not only did Qin Shao block it, but she also did it in such a brilliant way that he couldn't understand it. Although he had only attacked casually, the might of the sword formation had reached the limit of the Sword King realm. In other words, that attack from before was sufficient to deal with a sword cultivator at the limit of the Sword King realm. However, Qin Shao had silently broken through it. Was this the standard of someone at the limit of the sword spirit realm? No, it was too wrong. This kid was very strange. Very strange. But what Tianzi was sure of was that this kid was clearly only a sword cultivator at the limit of the sword spirit realm. He didn't have any means to hide his aura. Even if he did, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape his detection. This kid was indeed monstrous. However, Tianzi was still not worried about anything. So what if he was monstrous? So what if he was heaven-defying? His strength was almost comparable to an immortal, not to mention a sword cultivator at the limit of the sword spirit realm. He wasn't worried even if he was at the limit of the sword venerable realm. With his strength, which sword venerable in the world could be his match? You have some strength. It seems that I've underestimated you. Then let's see how strong you are. Tianzi snorted coldly in his heart. With a flip of his palm, an ancient sword appeared in his hand. This was only a spiritual weapon, not his natal sword. Naturally, he didn't need to use his natal sword to deal with Qin Shao. Roar! The dragon roared in the 9 heavens, and the sword howled in the firmament. The sword slashed out, bringing with it the aura of 9 dragons. It burst out, bringing with it the power of dragon roars that shook the 9 heavens. The 9-sword Qi True Dragons roared as they charged towards Qin Shao. Even the sword venerables present were slightly shocked by the might of the attack. What a terrifying power! This was definitely the power of the sword venerable realm. With a destructive power, it instantly swept through the entire immortal platform, causing the sky to darken and the sun and moon to dim. Violent wind and torrential rain were like the arrival of doomsday. The murderous aura was like the 9 hells. The light of the sword Qi devoured everything. At this moment, the immortal platform seemed to have been devoured, turning into a world of sword Qi. Space was sliced into countless fragments by the countless streams of sword Qi. The shattered space filled the entire immortal foundation. If someone was standing on the immortal platform, they would definitely be killed. Such a domineering method. This was the Tianzi's method. A casual move was enough to shock the world. Who could be compared to the Tianzi's power? Swoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The 9 dragons descended, and all of them bombarded Qin Zhao's body. However, there was an invisible force around Qin Zhao's body that protected him, resisting all the power. No matter how the 9 dragons bombarded him, Qin Shao was as steady as Mount Tai. He couldn't be shaken at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids, nor did he make any movements. However, the Tianzi's attack was completely blocked by him. Such a scene left everyone dumbfounded and speechless. It was inconceivable. How could this be? If the previous attack was blocked by Qin Shao, the Tianzi only felt that he had underestimated Qin Shao. After being slightly surprised, he didn't think much of it. However, this time, his attack was blocked by Qin Shao again. It was really hard for him to accept. This attack was considered to have used some of his strength. It wasn't as casual as before. But even so, it still didn't have any effect. It still couldn't shake Qin Shao. Even an early-stage sword venerate wouldn't have been able to block this attack. However, Qin Shao had been able to block it so calmly. Who the hell is this kid? Does he have an immortal artifact on him? But even if he has an immortal artifact, he can't do this. Unless it's an extremely powerful immortal artifact. He also had an immortal artifact. He knew the power of an immortal artifact. But so what if he had an immortal artifact? If his cultivation was too weak, even an immortal artifact couldn't save his life. The Fire Dragon ruler and the others were also looking at each other in dismay. Their brows furrowed deeply as a strange look appeared on their faces. Emperor, does this guy have an immortal artifact on him? But even if he has an immortal artifact, he can't do this. What's going on? A sword venerable asked in puzzlement. The Emperor of Yin Dragon Country frowned and said, "This guy is a little monstrous. I can't see what's going on. It's a little strange. With his cultivation, even if he has an immortal artifact, it can't protect him completely. It's definitely not as simple as having an immortal artifact on him. I've never heard of such a strange situation. It's too strange. It's really strange. I don't understand." The sword venerable shook his head. He couldn't understand it either. The Emperor was also angry. He was completely angry. Such a thing was also a kind of humiliation to him. A great humiliation. When had he, the Emperor, been provoked like this? Had he ever been humiliated like this? Natal sword out. The Emperor moved his hands, and a circle appeared in front of him. The void opened, and a heavy golden sword in the shape of a dragon flew out from the other side of the void. This was the Emperor's natal sword. The moment the natal sword appeared, it brought with it an incomparably powerful aura. It brought with it the supreme dragon might. It was domineering and invincible. With the Emperor's strength, his natal sword was close to the level of an immortal artifact. It was almost comparable to an immortal artifact. Especially when it was in his hands, the power it exerted was infinitely close to an immortal artifact. It could even be called an immortal artifact. The power of an immortal artifact was naturally terrifying. The Emperor held the dragon sword in his hand. He was like a king who carried the will of the heavens. Die! The Emperor slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the world turned completely dark. The sun and the moon lost their light. It was as if they had fallen into darkness. Everyone's eyes were completely dark. They couldn't see anything. The void was easily torn open. A huge hole was opened, as if the world was about to be cut open. The sword slashed down on Qin Shao. Even if the world was cut open, how could a human be able to block it? The whole place fell into a dead silence. There was only darkness and the sharpness of the sword chi. Whoosh! At this moment, the space was as fragile as a piece of paper. It was torn open by the Emperor's natal sword. Soon, it slashed down on Qin Zhao's head. It emitted a metallic sound. Once it touched Qin Zhao's head, the Emperor's sword stopped. It couldn't slash down anymore. It was greatly hindered. The supreme power was actually unable to break through Qin Zhao's defense. Qin Zhao stood there and let the Emperor slash at him. There was no way to hurt him at all. How could this be? What the hell was going on? What kind of monster was this kid? Was he not human at all? Not to mention the others, even Taoist Nan Ming, Alliance Master Cloud, and young Master Kai were completely dumbfounded. They were also very puzzled. They couldn't understand it all. Such a situation was beyond everyone's knowledge. It was beyond common sense. It was beyond all possibilities. It was far from being able to describe it with just the word unbelievable. How could this be? It can't be like this. I've already used 80% of my strength. How could it be that I still can't hurt him? The Emperor also suffered a heavy blow. His expression became a little strange. Such a blow was really hard for him to accept. His arrogance also suffered a huge blow. At this moment, Qin Zhao's eyes finally opened. They became brighter and more penetrating. Chapter 972. If I want to become an immortal, who can stop me? His eyes emitted a sharp light that could reach the 9 heavens. A faint smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. He actually smiled. Tianzi couldn't help but frown deeply. His eyes were fixed on Qin Zhao. He felt that something bad was going to happen. Qin Zhao held his long sword and pointed it at the sky. The tip of his sword emitted a beam of light that shot into the 9 heavens, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and become chaotic. The entire sky was stirred up, forming a huge vortex as if it was about to be destroyed. It was incomparably terrifying. Beams of sword qi descended from the 9 heavens and gathered on Qin Zhao's body. They reflected each other, making him look even more mysterious. This scene gave people the feeling that Qin Zhao was shaking the entire sky with his own strength. With the power of one sword, he wanted to stir up the world of sword cultivators. The strange phenomenon in the sky was truly frightening, causing the surrounding people to be extremely frightened. They did not know what was happening. Taoist Nan Ming, the fire dragon ruler, and the other sword venerables were also looking up at the sky in shock. What was going on? How did such a great commotion occur? It was actually able to draw upon the immortal might of heaven and earth, stirring up the winds and clouds of the past. Immortal might descended, the baptism of natural laws. The sun and moon shone together, and the sky shone with auspicious signs. Strange phenomena appeared, filling the void. Ancient gods and devils, ancient divine beasts, the cries of 100 birds, the stampede of 10,000 beasts. The azure dragon roared, the white tiger roared, the vermilion bird danced, and the black tortoise circled. The ancient nether river appeared, the ancient immortal mountain appeared. Each scene was enough to shock and exclaim, "Why are there so many anomalies?" Not only were the people around the immortal platform and the countless people in Huashan City shocked, even the people from the immortal sect at the peak of Huashan were shocked. One by one, figures flew out from the peak of Mount Hua and hovered above the 9 heavens. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, their faces were filled with astonishment. To cause such a huge commotion, this was an unprecedented genius who was about to become an immortal. Hurry up and stop him. He's going to become an immortal. The Fire Dragon Emperor was the first to react. He knew that this phenomenon was a sign of ascension to immortality. This little brat before him was about to break through and ascend to immortality. At that moment, the Yin Dragon ruler was in no hurry to figure out why things had turned out this way. All he wanted to do now was to stop Qin Zhao. Once Qin Zhao stepped into the immortal sect, what awaited the Yin Dragon Empire would be a calamity. Therefore, he could only make a final gamble and couldn't care about anything else. Boom! Rumble! The Fire Dragon ruler and the others took action at the same time, bringing out their immortal weapons. An unparalleled immortal might descended, surging towards Qin Zhao. Taoist Nan Ming and the Riding Cloud Alliance's alliance leader did not hesitate either. They immediately went all out to block the Yin Dragon ruler's attacks. His entire immortal foundation was instantly engulfed in a waterfall of destruction, as though it was about to be destroyed. As for Qin Zhao, he stood in the middle of this waterfall of wind, but he was immune to all poisons. None of the wind could touch him. Any power, any sword qi, the moment it reached him, it would automatically be devoured, destroyed, and destroyed. At that moment, it was as though Qin Zhao was protected by an immortal spirit, preventing him from being eroded by any kind of power. Qin Zhao's body slowly ascended into the 9 heavens. Bathed in the light of immortal might, he was surrounded by strange phenomena. It was as though he was passing through the cycle of reincarnation. Such a magnificent feat was simply world-shaking. When an ordinary person ascended to immortality, it was impossible to cause such a huge commotion. If one wasn't a peerless genius, there wouldn't be such a terrifying phenomenon. Such a scene was simply unimaginable. It was hard to find since ancient times, comparable to the sages of the ancient times. The immortal might and the power of laws fell together, enveloping Qin Shao, giving Qin Shao a new life. This feeling was too comfortable. It was as if he had returned to his mother's amniotic fluid. It made Qin Shao feel very comfortable. After coming to the world of sword cultivators, Qin Shao had been bound by the laws of the world of sword cultivators, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Not to mention that his strength was completely sealed. The speed of his cultivation was also very slow. It was very difficult to break through a realm. But now, the binding power of the laws on him was rapidly decreasing. He was being given a new life by the laws. Naturally, he was a life recognized by the laws and completely assimilated. Once assimilated, the laws would no longer have any binding power on him, which meant that Qin Shao could immediately recover. Qin Shao didn't expect that breaking through to immortality could actually remove his bindings and allow him to return to his former self, solving his troubles. However, to be able to reach this step so quickly was indeed not an easy thing. If it was another person, they might not be able to reach this step even if they were given 10,000 years. The Son of Heaven held the immortal weapon in his hand and charged towards Qin Shao with a ferocious and crazy expression. If Qin Shao became an immortal, would he still have a chance to live? Therefore, the Son of Heaven had to stop Qin Shao at all costs at this moment. When he unleashed his full strength, his strength could barely reach the threshold of a sword immortal. In the current situation, he was not afraid to fight with an immortal. Not to mention that Qin Shao was not a real immortal and hadn't really stepped into the immortal sect and achieved immortality. It's not that easy to become an immortal. The Son of Heaven shouted coldly and swung his sword. His sword was incomparably domineering and peerlessly sharp. The 9 true dragons transformed into ancient divine beasts with supreme divine might. The 9 dragon roars could be as brilliant as heaven and earth, could suppress the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and could kill the immortals of the 9 heavens. The true dragon 9 transformations was the supreme immortal technique of the Yanlong Empire. Together with the Son of Heaven's 9 dragons, celestial sword, the power of the immortal weapon was naturally terrifying to the extreme, reaching the level of an immortal. It was also because of this that the Son of Heaven was qualified to exchange blows with an immortal. However, his unparalleled sword aura was shattered into pieces by Qin Zhao's casual sword strike and dissipated. It could not even withstand a single blow. How could it threaten Qin Shao? Qin Shao glanced at the Son of Heaven with disdain and said disdainfully, "I want to become an immortal. Who can stop me? Do you think you can stop me? Do you think you're the true Son of Heaven just because you call yourself the Son of Heaven? In my eyes, you're not even an ant. You're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Do you think you can stop me from becoming an immortal?" Puffed. The Son of Heaven was greatly provoked and humiliated. In addition, he was sent flying by Qin Shao just now. At this moment, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood into the sky. Qin Shao did not pay attention to the Son of Heaven. In his eyes, the Son of Heaven was just a clown. "Qin Shao," a cold voice suddenly resounded through the immortal platform. This voice was full of endless hatred, deep resentment, and bone-chilling hatred. Just by listening to this voice, one could feel how terrible his hatred for Qin Shao had reached. It had reached an unsurpassable level. The voice was not loud, but it was unusually powerful. This was the power of hatred. When hatred reached the extreme, it could also erupt with amazing power. Under the monstrous hatred, it could trigger the power of the sky. Everyone's eyes fell on the person who spoke. It was a handsome young man in his early 20s. His face was cold, resolute, and full of hatred. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. His whole body was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years, emitting a threatening chill. Although he was a handsome young man, his realm was very high. It was frighteningly high. He was actually in existence in the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm. He was only in his early 20s, yet he had already reached the level of a Sword Venerable. This was truly inconceivable and shocking. Seeing who it was, Qin Shao was also shocked. Linley, The person in front of him was actually Lin Li from the Lin clan. He was the first person Qin Xiao met in the world of sword cultivators. It was Lin Li and Lin Ke who brought him back to the Lin clan. But wasn't the Lin clan exterminated? How could Lin Li be standing here? Even if Lin Li was lucky enough to escape, how could Lin Li's current strength be? It had only been a short year since they last met, and Lin Li had actually become a sword venerable? From a sword disciple to a sword venerable, such a huge leap would take even a peerless genius hundreds of years of cultivation. But Lin Li had only used a year's time. Wasn't this too fast? Lin Li was a rare genius? This was obviously not the case. Qin Xiao knew Lin Li better. His talent could only be said to be average, very average. But Lin Li had actually become a sword venerable. No, something was very wrong. The situation here was definitely not that simple. A thought suddenly appeared in Qin Xiao's mind. It was a thought that made his expression turn cold. Lin Li walked toward Qin Xiao step by step. His cold and lifeless eyes were like that of a dead person. Qin Xiao. Lin Li spat out these two words again in a cold voice. The coldness hit Qin Xiao. I saw you as my role model, called you Big Brother, and treated you as my benefactor. I admired and worshipped you so much, but I didn't expect you to be a demon in human skin. You killed my sister, my parents, my clansmen, and exterminated my Lin clan. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable. You are a despicable villain. I am a cruel and merciless demon. You are an unscrupulous and cunning person. Only a fool like me would believe you and worship you. Today, either you die or I die. If I don't kill you, I swear I am not a human. Kill. Lin Li rushed towards Qin Xiao directly. He was incomparably crazy and reckless. The sudden change really made everyone a little dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Young Master Kai and the leader of the Riding Cloud Alliance looked at each other. They trusted Qin Xiao's character, but they didn't believe that Qin Xiao was such a person. This kind of thing shouldn't be done by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao should be an upright person. How could he be such a despicable villain? What was going on? The emperor and the people of the Yanlong Empire didn't make any more moves. They just watched the show. Qin Xiao's expression darkened. Facing Lin Li's complaints, Qin Xiao obviously didn't feel good in his heart. But Qin Xiao could figure out the reason. This was the means of the invisible giant in the dark. It was so ruthless, really ruthless. How could it play with him like this? Chapter 973. Immortal Ascension, Fresh Flowers. A new month has begun. Everyone has a guaranteed amount of fresh flowers. Fresh flowers, please. In the new month, Savage Death is going to fight hard. This month's update will be faster. As long as everyone gives their best flowers, the update will be better. On top of the guaranteed 2 chapters per day, every 30 minutes will be 1 chapter per day. 1 chapter of Savage Death has more than 3,000 words. 3 chapters would be 10,000 words. This is equivalent to 5 chapters of a 2,000-word chapter. Therefore, don't just stare at the chapters. Look at the word count. This month, let's fight together and accompany Qin Xiao. Take out your fresh flowers and throw them at me. In addition, if you want to tip me, I will add up to 5,000 book coins plus 1 chapter. This month, Savage Death is going to fight. Fresh flowers, fresh flowers, fresh flowers. Lin Li was the first person Qin Xiao met in the sword cultivator world. Qin Xiao liked Lin Li quite a bit. If they were in the primordial universe, even if Qin Xiao didn't accept him as a disciple, he would give him a chance to enter the 9-state city and groom him. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't fight back or dodge Lin Li's attacks. Instead, he let Lin Li's attacks land and used his body to take them. He knew that Lin Li had been blinded by hatred. At this moment, he wanted to take revenge and vent the endless anger in his heart. Looking at the crazy Lin Li, Qin Xiao felt a little pity. Lin Li was basically crippled. Even if he woke up, he would still be crippled. What a pity. It was indeed a pity. Although Lin Li wasn't very talented, he had a good temperament. If he worked hard, there would still be some hope. But now his hope was completely cut off. In order to deal with her and play with her, the person in the dark had actually destroyed a person alive. This indeed made Qin Xiao furious. Linley, whether you believe it or not, I still have to say this. I didn't kill your clansman. There was a misunderstanding between us. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Qin Shao said. But Linley, who was already crazy, didn't listen. His eyes were red, and there was only endless murderous intent. Stop quibbling. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Daring to do it, but not daring to admit it? That's not up to you. Linley roared angrily. Qin Shao shook his head secretly. He knew that Linley, who had fallen into madness, had lost his mind and everything. He had completely become a chess piece at the mercy of others. Hence, no matter what he said now, Linley would definitely not listen to him. Linley, sometimes what you see in front of you is not necessarily the truth. Eyes can often confuse people and make false things become true. Qin Shao added. However, Linley would not listen to him at all. He continued to attack Qin Shao crazily. He attacked again and again, but to no avail. Qin Shao looked up at the sky, anger rising in his heart. Do you think this can stop me from becoming an immortal? Do you think you can mess with my mind like this? Qin Shao, started from humble beginnings and walked step by step to where I am today. How many hardships have I gone through? How much hardship had he gone through? How many times had he pushed himself to the brink of death? How many times had he already had one foot in the door of hell? My mind has long been tempered to be 100 times harder than a rock. If you can affect my mind like this and stop me from becoming an immortal, then I, Qin Shao, have lived in vain. No matter who it is, they can't stop me from becoming an immortal. Although Qin Shao was attacked crazily by Linley, he was not affected in the slightest. He took a step forward and entered the door of immortality. The door of the sword cultivation path opened to him, allowing him to enter the threshold. He finally had a preliminary grasp of the sword cultivation path. It was a brand new path and a brand new cultivation system. This was just the beginning, but once he entered the door, it became much easier to cultivate. No matter which cultivation system it was, the most difficult was definitely to enter the door. The immortal light scattered and was covered with neon colors. The immortal power was vast and mighty, and the laws resonated together. A new sword immortal was born. Under the light of the laws, Qin Zhao's body was glowing at this time, and he was dazzling. The birth of an immortal caused the mortals to kneel down and worship him. Countless mortals in Huashan City could not help but worship Qin Shao. He became an immortal. He really became an immortal. The geniuses around the immortal platform who came to participate in the Longmen Convention were all dumbfounded and completely stunned. How could this be? They were all here to participate in the Longmen Convention, but all the limelight was stolen by Qin Shao alone. The Longmen Convention had not started yet, but he had already become an immortal. Such a thing was probably unprecedented in the entire cultivation world. It was also a heaven-defying action that had never been done before, and it was shocking. With the limit of the Sword Spirit realm, he had actually skipped 3 major realms to become an immortal. It was too unbelievable. It was truly a demonic act. The emperor of the Yin Dragon country, and the others all had gloomy and ugly expressions, stiff and cold. They obviously did not want to admit that this was an ironclad fact. The Yin Dragon Empire had kicked a hard board this time. They did not expect to provoke an immortal like this. It really made them want to cry, but no tears came out. The emperor stood there with a pale face, and there was no color on his face. It was over, it was really over. Although he was the #1 disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, in the eyes of an immortal, he was nothing. He had offended an immortal, and even the Mount Hua Fairy Gate would not protect him. His Yin Dragon Empire was also going to suffer because of this. Was the Yin Dragon Empire going to be destroyed because of this? The Ibu clan was really going to lose everything. He became immortal. Looks like I underestimated Qin Shao. I really did not expect this. I knew that he would become an immortal, but I did not expect it to happen so quickly. The Alliance Master of the Cloud Riding Alliance was very happy, and he could not help but laugh. Young Master of Wealth was shocked, but he was also happy for Qin Shao. This was indeed a happy occasion. Master, he became an immortal. Taoist, Nan Ming was stunned, and it took him a while to accept this fact. In his heart, he admired his master from the bottom of his heart. Originally, it was a great humiliation for him to acknowledge someone at the peak of the sword spirit realm as his master. But now, he could be proud that his master had become an immortal. From the peak of the sword spirit realm to becoming an immortal, this was a feat that had never happened before, and it was glorious. And just now, the auspicious signs from the heavens were terrifying. This was a rare sign that indicated his master's strength. A peerless figure was definitely going to be born. His master's future was bright, and if he followed his master, he would be able to gain many benefits. This was also something that Taoist Nanming hoped for. As I expected, after becoming an immortal, the laws gave me a new life and completely assimilated me, no longer restraining me. The restraining force has disappeared, and all my strength has returned. My strength is no longer restrained. Even in this world of sword cultivators, I can use 90% of my strength. 90% of my strength is enough in this world. Qin Shao pursed his lips and stretched his body. After holding in for a year, he could finally release his emotions today. Even if Qin Shao could only use 90% of his strength because of the laws, it was enough for Qin Shao. With Qin Zhao's strength, 90% was still enough for him to be in the top 10 of the heaven roll. He was still infinitely close to the level of a ruler. With this strength, Qin Shao believed that no one in this small world of sword cultivators could defeat him. Lin Li stopped attacking, but his expression didn't change at all. There was no fluctuation in his expression, and there was no trace of cowardice. There was only hatred, monstrous hatred, murderous intent, monstrous murderous intent. He wanted to kill Qin Shao. Even if he died, he didn't care, and he was fearless. As long as he could kill Qin Shao, he would do anything. Even if Qin Shao had already become an immortal and stepped into the immortal sect, he had already transcended the mortal world and stood at a high position. Lin Li still didn't care. However, Lin Li still didn't care about these. He only had killing Qin Shao in his heart. He only had revenge. He relied on this obsession to live. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky and shot into Lin Li's body, causing him to stiffen as if he had been electrocuted. After a moment, Lin Li seemed to have changed into a different person. His gaze became strange, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister sneer. He actually charged towards Qin Shao once again. Only this time, when he attacked, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. This sword carried the might of the great Tao of sword cultivators. It carried with it the supreme power of the Tao. This sword seemed to be able to destroy the sky and earth. It was indeed terrifying. A wisp of overflowing sharpness caused Taoist Nanming and the others to turn pale with fright. They trembled all over. At the peak of the sword venerable realm, they felt as weak as ants at this moment. This power was the power of an immortal and an extremely powerful one at that. Seeing Lin Li's actions this time, Qin Shao frowned deeply. Lin Li was only at the early stage of the sword venerable realm. He couldn't possibly unleash such power. Therefore, there was only one possibility. His body was being controlled by the person in the dark at this time. Who exactly was this person hiding in the dark? What was his background? Qin Zhao's sword came down and sent Lin Li flying out of the divine platform and out of Huashan City. A strange look flashed across Lin Li's eerie eyes as he flew out in a sorry state. He actually pounced towards Qin Shao again. At the same time, rays of light descended from the sky, bestowing Lin Li with power and making him stronger. Qin Shao knew that this was the trick of the person in the dark. If Qin Shao really attacked, Lin Li would have been a dead man. Qin Shao didn't want to kill Lin Li, but he had to fight back in the face of Lin Li's attacks. This was a trick played by the person in the dark. Such a trick really made Qin Shao very unhappy. Damn it! Lin Li was sent flying again and again. More and more rays of light descended from the sky, and Lin Li's strength became stronger and stronger. The destructive power of the two's exchange became more and more terrifying. The people of the Yin Long Empire hid in the immortal ship and sailed far away. Taoist Nan Ming and young Master Kai also boarded the immortal ship of the Union leader and retreated far away. Some people who couldn't retreat in time naturally died in this terrifying waterfall. When a surge of power was released, the destructive power was incomparably shocking. Everyone within 100 miles of the divine platform was razed to the ground. There were countless deaths and injuries. Even many of the geniuses who came to participate in the Longmen convention died. After all, these people were the closest to the divine platform, so if there was any danger, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Heaven and earth surged, and a terrifying scene appeared. The end of the world was coming. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Behind the thick, dark clouds, there seemed to be a demon hiding, a demon that was never willing to show itself. Qin Shao looked behind the dark clouds. He knew that there was a powerful figure standing there. It was the person behind the scenes who had been playing with him. Sneaking around. Do you only know how to play tricks in the dark? If you have the ability, why don't you come out and have a proper fight with me? Hiding in the dark. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Chapter 974. Game over. Begging for flowers. Above the ninth heaven, Qin Shao stood with his sword in hand, his aura shaking the firmament. At this moment, the entire world of sword cultivators seemed to submit to him. At this time, Qin Shao had regained his strength. He was peerless and peerless. A single look from him was enough to make the heavens and earth tremble. Just a trace of his aura was enough to dim the sky. He stood there as if he was the only true god in the world. No matter how many immortals and Buddhas there were, they were nothing but ants in front of him. Even the immortal aura of Mount Hua dimmed down completely. It was on the verge of collapsing as it lost the sacred light of the immortal gate. The immortals of Mount Hua on the mountain peak also knelt down in fear. They trembled as they looked at the figure in the sky. It was a towering god. The dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, shrouding the entire world in darkness. Wind and clouds surged, rivers and seas overturned, sword chi surged, and immortal might poured down. It was as if mountains were crashing and tsunamis were crashing. It was the scene of doomsday and the image of the 9 underworlds. Within the thick dark clouds, a figure was faintly discernible. It was eerie, as if a peerless demon was hiding within. Even if a sword immortal were to see such a scene, they would be quite shocked. Qin Shao stood there, invulnerable. The sword art of the desolate land was used and instantly dragged this world back to the desolate land era. Following the power of Qin Zhao's sword, the ancient beasts of the desolate land roared and rushed out, bringing with them a supreme power and ancient murderous aura. Rumble. A wisp of power burst out and destroyed Mount Hua. The towering Mount Hua, which was 99,999 zhang tall, collapsed in an instant. The immortals of Mount Hua turned pale with fright and fled in all directions. If they were any slower, they would have lost their lives. The Desolate Landsword technique was one of the top 10 secret skills. It was one of the top 10 secret skills, and its power was close to that of a secret manual. As soon as the Desolate Landsword technique was used, its power naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. The mighty divine aura surged throughout the heaven and earth. The entire world of sword cultivators began to tremble, alarming countless immortal sections. Numerous celestials flew out and looked over from afar. They were terrified and didn't dare to head over to take a look. Qin Zhao's all-out attack was naturally extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the suppression of the sword cultivator world's origin will, the sword cultivator world would probably be riddled with holes by him. An invisible force was suppressing Qin Zhao's power, causing Qin Zhao's actual power to be less than 10%. But even so, Qin Zhao's sword was enough to shake the heavens and earth and extinguish the radiance of the sun and moon. However, the dense dark clouds did not disperse. They were indestructible. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly at such a situation. Who are you? Why didn't he dare to show himself? Don't you think it's very shady to hide behind someone's back and play tricks? Qin Shao shouted coldly. A leisurely voice came from the dark clouds, but even Qin Shao couldn't tell where the voice came from. I didn't show myself because you didn't have the right to see me. I've been toying with you from the beginning. I originally prepared a lot of tricks for you, but unfortunately, you didn't play by the rules and didn't follow my rhythm. I didn't expect that you could become an immortal in just a year. Moreover, the heavens descended with auspicious signs accompanied by strange phenomena. You broke through the power of imprisonment I gave you and recovered your strength. That's not fun. I still have a lot of chess pieces that I haven't used yet. You've disrupted my entire game. Do you think I'll be happy? Qin Shao snorted coldly in his heart. He had thought of all this long ago. It was almost as he had guessed. The reason why he did such a shocking and heaven-defying move this time was to lure out the person behind the scenes. He didn't want to be controlled by the person behind the scenes and be led by the nose all the time. Therefore, Qin Shao directly broke out. What he wanted was that he was lucky enough to succeed in breaking out. Moreover, there would be an unexpected surprise, which would allow him to break through the shackles and break the original situation. Qin Shao said coldly again, "Your Excellency, who are you? Since you've been toying with me like this, it seems that you know who I am. If Your Excellency wants to kill me, you can fight me fair and square. If I, Qin Shao, die in your hands, I can only blame myself for not being good enough." "Your Excellency, what do you mean by toying with me like this?" No, you have your ideas and I have mine. Toying with you is the greatest pleasure for me. There's really no point in killing you. Your bit of strength is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of a thought. Killing people is not fun. I don't like killing people, the voice in the dark cloud said again. Qin Shao was even angrier. You're acting so sanctimonious. If you don't like killing people, then why did so many people die along the way? The Lin tribe was exterminated, hundreds of surrounding tribes were exterminated, and Lin Li saw me as his enemy. Wasn't all of this your doing? It was my doing. They were just some mortals. If they died, so be it. I just added some fun to the game. The voice in the dark clouds was very disdainful. Qin Shao did not approve of this. You treat other people's lives as grass. What kind of god are you? With your strength, I'm afraid you're the ruler of the world of swordsmen. The living beings of the world of swordsmen are your people. You treat your people the same way. Don't you think you're a little too cruel? Qin Shao had never liked killing people. He was indeed very unhappy and aggrieved along the way. The extermination of the Lin tribe, Lin Kuer's death, and Lin Li's hatred for him were all things that made Qin Shao very unhappy. He was even more unhappy that he had been toyed with. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally very unhappy with the person behind this. He was very angry. Ha ha ha. If you could say such things, it means that your realm is not high enough. It's far from high enough. You're still confined in a small space. You can't break this small structure, let alone the big one. That's right. After all, your realm is still very low and you can't reach a higher level. It's understandable that you're short-sighted. You've only lived for more than 200,000 years. Indeed, you don't have much experience. Boring. This is not fun at all. Let me think about it again. How should I play? It's too boring if it ends like this. The voice in the dark clouds was not angry. Instead, he laughed. He still wanted to play? He still wanted to play with him like an actor? Even a clay figurine has 3 fires, let alone Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's anger could shake the sky. His endless anger could burn this part of the world. It was Qin Zhao's first time being oppressed, bullied, and played with like this. The pride in his heart could not be tolerated. Even if it was the power of the universe, he would break through it. The dark clouds surged even more wildly and became even more gloomy and terrifying. In that case, let's fight. Even if he was no match for him, he had to fight. The power of an ant might be able to shake a mountain. The power of will was the source of everything. With the surging power, Qin Shao pushed his strength to the extreme and used all his means. He wanted to have a fierce battle with the person in the dark to defend his dignity. The surging dark clouds seemed to be mocking Qin Shao. A shocking battle was about to start. The void trembled and was about to burst. But at this critical moment, a ray of light suddenly shone from the infinite. It instantly illuminated the darkness, dispelled the dark clouds, and completely defeated all the pressure in an instant. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The universe was reversed. The sun and the moon shone again. The mountains and rivers calmed down. And under this light, Qin Shao could not open his eyes. When the light gradually dissipated, Qin Shao regained his vision. But the scenery in front of him had changed. At this moment, he appeared in a large, ice-cold seat. The huge hall was surrounded by black stone pillars, which looked very cold and oppressive. Just now, he did not feel the change in time and space, but he arrived at this point in an instant. This method was indeed unimaginable. It surprised Qin Shao. The ability to control space had reached a level that he could not imagine. Where is this? It seemed that he was no longer in the world of sword cultivators. Qin Shao could no longer feel the existence of the will of the world of sword cultivators. He became an immortal in the world of sword cultivators and was recognized by the original will of the world of sword cultivators. He was assimilated by the laws, so he could also feel the existence of the will. If he could not feel the existence of the will, there was only one possibility. He was no longer in the world of sword cultivators. To be able to teleport him from one world to another in an instant without him noticing, what kind of method was this? Qin Shao was considered to be in existence at the peak of the Hongmeng universe. In terms of vision, he should be okay, but this kind of method was somewhat difficult for him to understand. Qin Shao looked at the bottom of the hall and saw two figures sitting on two thrones. The two of them were drinking wine and looked very relaxed. A white-robed man maintained the appearance of a man in his 30s. He was elegant and handsome, giving people a sense of stability and peace. There was a smile on his face like a spring breeze. His gaze was peaceful and not aggressive. Looking at him made people feel very comfortable. He did not even have a trace of a powerful aura on him. He felt like an ordinary person. But Qin Shao knew that to be able to sit here, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He was definitely an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Could he be a universe master? Sitting opposite the white-robed youth was a blue-robed youth. The blue-robed youth maintained the appearance of a man in his 20s. He was also unusually handsome. He had an imposing appearance and an extraordinary demeanor. However, this blue-clothed young man didn't give off the same scholarly and elegant demeanor as the white-clothed young man. He gave off a somewhat sharp feeling and had a somewhat cynical smile on his face. He had the appearance of a hedonistic young master. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he lost some of his elegance, especially that pair of eyes. They were as sharp as a peerless godly weapon. The sharpness was so sharp that people did not dare to look at him directly. He was half lying on the throne. He looked very casual and did not pay attention to his image. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile as he looked down at Qin Shao. Qin Shao's gaze also landed on the blue-robed youth. Although he had never seen him before, Qin Shao was sure that this blue-robed youth was the person who had been playing with him behind the scenes. P.S. A new month has begun. Everyone has a guaranteed amount of fresh flowers. Please give us fresh flowers. In the new month, cruel death will have to fight well. This month's update will be faster. As long as everyone gives their best fresh flowers, the update will be better. On top of the guaranteed 2 updates per day, every 30 days, we will add 1 update. Chapter 975. My name is by Chuan Fusu. Qin Shao was furious when he saw the blue-clothed youth. This was the person who had been playing with him secretly for the past year. He had set up many traps for him to fall into. Even if Lin Kuer's death, the annihilation of the Lin clan, and Lin Li's hatred towards her were not involved, just this kind of play was enough to make Qin Shao angry and unhappy with this blue-robed youth. Little guy, why are you showing such a sour face? Are you unhappy with me? The blue-clothed youth asked casually, as if nothing had happened. Qin Shao looked at the blue-clothed youth coldly. Of course, he was unhappy, very unhappy. The blue-clothed youth saw that Qin Shao was not speaking, so he waved his hand and smiled lightly. You're so young, yet you're so hot-tempered. Why are you so agitated? Didn't I just play a game with you? You should feel lucky. If it weren't for my big brother stopping me, I would have played with you until you were crippled. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. Otherwise, how would you have been able to cultivate the sword path? Do you know how beneficial it is for you to cultivate an additional cultivation system? It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you're showing such a sour face. It's really annoying. Qin Xiao did not buy it. He said coldly, "To you it's just a game, but to me it's a game. I don't like to be played by others. So, do you think I'll be grateful to you? So what if I cultivate another system of cultivation? I don't care about anything, and I won't exchange my dignity for it. The score between us will not be settled just like that." Qin Zhao's words made the blue-clothed youth angry. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said unhappily, "You little guy, you're still so arrogant? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Believe it or not, I can easily crush you with one finger. Even the universe masters of your Hong Meng universe don't dare to talk to me like that, let alone you. You're just a young kid, yet you're not afraid of tigers. I really can't tolerate this bad temper of mine." Qin Xiao didn't show the slightest fear when he saw the blue-clothed youth's angry appearance, nor did he shrink back, even though he knew that the blue-clothed youth was not lying, and that his strength was nothing in the eyes of the blue-clothed youth. If he dared to say that even universe masters from the Hong Meng universe dared not speak to him in such a manner, then it seemed that this blue-clothed youth was at least at the level of a universe master. A universe master from the demon beast universe? How could there be a human universe master in the devil beast universe? The situation was getting more and more complicated. Qin Xiao could not figure it out. The white-clothed youth, who had been silent all this while, waved his hand and said to the blue-clothed youth, "All right, second brother. Why can't you change your temper after so many years? Why are you fighting with a little fellow? Aren't you afraid of losing your dignity? You've already reached this level and lived for who knows how many epochs, yet you're still behaving like a child." As he spoke, the young man in white shook his head helplessly. The blue-clothed youth was unconvinced. "Big brother, look at this brat's arrogance. His hair hasn't even grown out, but his temper is already so big. If it weren't for my good temper, I would have slapped him to death. I wouldn't have let him live. All I did was play a game with him, and he benefited from it. Instead of thanking me, he's so hostile toward me. He really doesn't know what's good for him." The white-clothed youth shook his head and smiled. "All right, second brother, you're starting to fight. Everyone has their own personality. There's nothing wrong with him not liking to be played by others. You were in the wrong in the first place. I told you not to play like this. Fine, fine. Let me handle it." After saying that, the white-clothed youth stood up. The blue-clothed youth seemed to still be angry. He waved his hand and turned his head to the side. The white-clothed youth walked toward Qin Xiao. The white-clothed youth's aura gave Qin Xiao a very friendly feeling. Qin Xiao didn't feel any disgust towards him. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the white-clothed youth. He felt that he was illusory, and he could not see through this white-clothed youth at all. This feeling was completely different from when Qin Xiao met the desolate land palace leader and his teacher, Red Dust Guest. When he met these two universe masters, he felt like an ant meeting a dragon. There was a sense of insignificance that came from the depths of his heart. However, the white-clothed youth did not give Qin Xiao such a feeling. Yet, he did let Qin Xiao know that the white-clothed youth was very powerful. He might be able to kill him with just a thought. He retracted his aura perfectly. Standing before the white-clothed youth, one could not help but feel that he was inferior to him. This kind of inferiority was due to the low life level and the low power level. "My name is Bai Chuan Fu Su," said the white-clothed youth. "This is my second brother. His name is Yu, and everyone calls him Prince Yu. Although my second brother is very playful, he's not a bad person. He's just too bored. That's why he caught the three of you and wanted to play a joke on you. As for those who died, I'll revive them and turn back time by 1 year. Everything will start over again. Nothing will be affected. Your journey to the sword world will not leave any traces behind. As for your two brothers, I'll let them come out later." The white-clothed youth smiled at Qin Xiao. He was like an amiable big brother. "Junior Qin Xiao greets Senior Fu Su." Qin Xiao bowed respectfully. However, Regarding the matter of being toyed with by Prince Yu, Qin Shao still could not completely let go of it. Even if Senior Fu Su could turn back time and revive the dead, erase all traces, and let everything start over again. However, the matter of being toyed with was an established fact. Hence, how could Qin Shao let go of it so easily? The white-clothed youth by Chuan Fu Su could see through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He did not say anything more. He only smiled lightly and said, "Your personality is quite strong. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since you can't let go of it for now, I won't force you. It's just a joke. There's no need to take it seriously. When you've lived for a long time, you'll understand how boring it is to live. When people are bored, they like to find some fun. Your journey to the sword world should still be rewarding. A game is actually a form of training for you." Qin Shao was able to listen to Senior Fu Su's words and could understand them. The hatred in his heart was actually not much left. It was just that he still felt a little uncomfortable. It was his heart that was causing trouble. However, Qin Shao also knew that in the eyes of these two seniors, he was still very, very weak. From their point of view, joking with him was nothing. If one's strength did not reach that level, they would not be able to experience it. Little guy, don't be unhappy. When you have my strength one day, it won't be too late to settle the score with me. If not for the fact that you guys are still useful, you wouldn't even have the right to see us." The blue-clothed youth Prince Yu said with a laugh. Qin Shao looked at Prince Yu and did not say anything. Yes, without strength, anything said would be useless. "Big brother, let's talk business with him. This little guy won't understand if we talk so much. These endless years have really made me sick from boredom. If I can't go out and do some exercise, I think I will go crazy," young Master Yu in blue said. Bai Chuan Fu Su nodded slightly. His face also had some seriousness. He said, "Qin Shao, can you tell us in detail about the situation of your primordial universe? Although we have learned a little, what we know is still very little. Our understanding of your primordial universe is next to nothing. Want to understand the situation of the primordial universe? What was the meaning of that?" However, Qin Shao did not detect any hostility from Bai Chuan Fu Su. His goals should not be complicated. Or maybe he was just curious to know. However, Qin Shao was still a little worried. He did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Senior Fu Su, Junior still has something to ask. Is this the Devil Beast universe? According to what I know, there are no humans in the Devil Beast universe. The Devil Beast race is the main race, and there are also some strange beast races. Otherwise, our primordial universe's understanding of the Devil Beast universe is very incomplete." Devil Beast universe? Humph. Do you think this is the Devil Beast universe? Bai Chuan Fu Su did not answer. Prince Yu laughed in disdain. His words were obviously very disdainful of the Devil Beast universe. Qin Shao was also shocked. So this place isn't the magical beast universe? If it was not the Devil Beast universe, then where was it? He was taken away by that strange, celestial body in Sealing God Abyss. But Sealing God Abyss was only connected to the primordial universe and the Devil Beast universe. Could it be connected to another universe? But that was impossible. If that was the case, then the universe masters of the primordial universe would have discovered it. What was going on? For a moment, Qin Shao was confused. If this was not the Devil Beast universe, then where was it? Bai Chuan Fu Su shook his head and laughed lightly. "So you think this is the Devil Beast universe, and you think we are from the Devil Beast universe? You think too much. This is not the Devil Beast universe, nor is it the other universe. Not the Devil Beast universe, nor the other universe?" Then, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly jumped. A thought came to him, and his eyes widened. Could this be the endless universe ocean? Bai Chuan Fu Su nodded slightly. Yes, you were indeed able to figure it out. It really was the universe ocean. Qin Zhao's heart was greatly alarmed. It was truly quite a shock. Qin Zhao could not even explain how big a universe was. Take the primordial universe, for example. There were 4 big worlds, and there was the endless dark ocean. The 4 big worlds area was probably less than 1/trillionth of the primordial universe. The endless dark ocean was the majority of the universe. No one knew exactly how big the endless universe ocean was. It was said that even the universe masters could not fly out of the endless universe ocean. One could imagine how big the endless universe ocean was. In the endless universe ocean, there were many dangerous places, secret regions, continents, planets, and celestial bodies like small universes. The four big worlds and the endless universe ocean combined to form the primordial universe. Outside the primordial universe was the endless universe ocean. The primordial universe was like a speck of dust compared to the vast primordial universe. So, even universe masters could not imagine how big the universe ocean was. Qin Shao had never thought that he would actually enter the universe ocean. Chapter 976. Stronger than universe masters? Begging for flowers in the third update. Thank you to Schleogen for the 10,000 reward. Thank you to 239333686 for the 588 reward. This is the third update. There will be a fourth update later. Other than the minimum 2 updates, I'll add 2 more chapters for the 10,000 reward. Then, I'll continue begging for flowers. 30 flowers plus 1 update. Brothers, let's do it. Universe Ocean. Just hearing about it was enough to make people tremble in fear. Only Universe Masters had the ability to enter Universe Ocean, but even Universe Masters didn't dare to enter Universe Ocean easily. They wouldn't risk it unless they had no other choice. Once one entered Universe Ocean, it was easy to get lost and not find the way back to the universe. Once one got lost, one would drift in Universe Ocean forever unless one was lucky enough to drift back to the edge of the original universe. To Universe Masters, Universe Ocean was a forbidden land that couldn't be touched. The shock in Qin Zhao's heart surged out once again, thinking in his heart that this senior Fu Su really had good means. He was in Universe Ocean, yet he was able to capture me from sealed abyss. What kind of technique is this? Such a technique shouldn't be possessed by a Universe Master, right? Could it be that this senior Fu Su's level was above that of a Universe Master? What level was above that of a Universe Master? No idea. Qin Shao didn't know it all. Qin Shao wasn't in touch with such a deep level. In Hongmeng Universe, Universe Masters definitely stood at the highest level. There was no being stronger than a Universe Master. Even if there were Universe Masters, there were only a dozen in the entire Hongmeng Universe, and this was when all the 4 realms were added together. After the shock, Qin Shao had many doubts in his heart. He asked in confusion, Senior Fu Su, Junior still doesn't understand. Senior spent so much effort to capture us from the sealed abyss. What is your intention? Bai Chuan Fu Su chuckled and said, to put it simply, I want to enter Hongmeng Universe through you. We've been wandering for countless eras and facing this cold place every day. It's really boring. So, we want to take a walk in Hongmeng Universe. It won't be so boring. That's all. That's all. Qin Shao frowned. Although he felt that Senior Fu Su wasn't lying, this matter still made Qin Shao cautious and alert. After all, some other verse forces were trying to invade the primordial universe and snatch it away. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to be cautious. Would these 2 powerful existences in front of him have the same idea? Once they entered the primordial universe, would they join the factions of the Eros people and the Machine Lord? Or should they form another faction to fight for the primordial universe? Qin Shao had to be on guard against these situations. The primordial universe was his hometown. As a member of the primordial universe, as someone who was ranked in the top 10 of the heaven list, and as a disciple of the Desolate Lands Deity Hall, he had to protect the primordial universe. He couldn't allow such a situation to happen. Young Master Yu saw through Qin Zhao's thoughts and sneered disdainfully. You're really cautious, my brother, and I didn't mean anything by giving you the primordial universe. Snatching a universe? We're tired of it. Moreover, the primordial universe's origin, isn't that easy to talk to. It's not that easy to snatch a universe. Of course, my brother and I don't care about doing such a thing. It's completely meaningless. Qin Shao didn't dare to believe young Master Yu's words. This matter was too important. It concerned the survival of the entire primordial universe. How could it be child's play? Bai Chuan Fu Su shook his head and said, my brother is right. We really don't mean to attack the primordial universe. Moreover, we can't do it. If you're still worried, we can make a life oath. Qin Shao frowned slightly as he looked at Bai Chuan Fu Su. His sincerity was without any impurities. Since he had said so, Qin Shao had no reason to not believe him. However, Qin Shao couldn't come to a conclusion for the time being. He still had to see what would happen next. Senior Fu Su, please continue, Qin Shao said. Bai Chuan Fu Su continued. Perhaps you should know that at the level of a universe master, there's no way for us to enter other universes. We'll be rejected by the origin will of the other universes. At the level of a universe master, we can already pose a certain threat to the universe. And the origin will of the universe protects its own universe. Hence, as long as there's a slightly threatening power, the origin will reject it. It won't allow such power to enter its own universe. This is the self-protection consciousness of a universe. Hence, we have no way of entering your primordial universe on our own. It's also because of this that we've been drifting outside. We want to enter your primordial universe, but we can't. Qin Shao nodded. He had heard about this from Master Qingya. As for the Arrows People leader and automaton master entering the primordial universe, Qin Shao had heard from Master Qingya that it was because, not long after the beginning of the era, a strange power had created a passageway between the primordial universe and the devil-beast universe. During the process of the passageway's formation, some cracks had appeared. The Arrows People leader and the others had seized the opportunity to enter the primordial universe. Later on, the passageway had stabilized, and the cracks had been completely repaired. After that, no universe masters were able to enter the primordial universe. Hence, Senior Fu Su and the others couldn't enter the primordial universe. However, Qin Shao still couldn't understand. But what does this have to do with us? If the origin will of the primordial universe rejects you, then I have no way of letting you enter the primordial universe. Unless I'm the master of the origin of the universe. But I've never heard of a master of the origin of the universe. Of course, there is a master of the origin of the universe. It's just that you've never heard of it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Prince Yu replied nonchalantly. Qin Shao frowned slightly. There really was a master of the origin of the universe? But he had never heard of it. Could it be that this was a secret of the universe, so even he didn't have the right to know? If there really was a master of the origin of the universe, then didn't it mean that if someone in the godly world could become the master of the origin of the universe, then the power of the other universe wouldn't be able to seize the universe? Then wouldn't the crisis of the godly world be easily resolved? However, Bai Chuan Fu Su's words quickly poured cold water on Qin Zhao's hopes. Don't think about becoming the master of the origin of the universe, unless your primordial universe is a few eras ago. Your primordial universe has already reached the end of the 8th era. After a little more than an era, everything will return to chaos. Everything will return to zero, and everything will cease to exist. Being the master of the origin of the universe has unparalleled power, but there are risks involved. It's not a good choice. Qin Shao frowned in confusion. He asked curiously, Senior Fu Su, why do you say that? According to my understanding, becoming the master of the universe's origin should be an invincible existence in the universe, a supreme ruler. How could it not be a good choice? Qin Shao was also the master of a small origin world, so he didn't think there was anything bad about it. If it wasn't a good choice, then it was probably because no one could become the master of the origin of the universe. After all, even becoming the master of a small origin world was extremely difficult, let alone becoming the master of the origin of the universe. The primordial universe was already in its 8th era, but there hadn't been a single master of the origin of the universe. No matter how talented you were, no matter how outstanding you were, there was no way you could become the master of the origin of the universe. To become the master of the origin of the universe, the requirements were extremely high. Bai Chuan Fu Su shook his head and laughed. You think too simply of the master of the origin of the universe. You only see the glorious side, but you don't see the cruel side. It's hard for everything in the world to be perfect. The universe has its own rules of operation, and the world has its own rules of operation. Everything must be under these conditions. To become a master of the origin of the universe is to live and die together with the universe, and to be connected together. So, no matter how powerful and invincible the master of the origin of the universe is, so what? The moment it reaches the great destruction of the ninth era, when everything returns to chaos, then the master of the origin of the universe will also return to chaos with the universe. Returning to primal chaos means complete death. What? Live and die together? Upon hearing this, Qin Shao was shocked. To think that he would live and die together with the universe. Wasn't this too scary? Prince Yu laughed mockingly and said, "Now you know fear, kid. Do you really think that being the master of the origin of the universe is so good? Although there will indeed be many crazy masters of the universe who will go after it like a flock of ducks, those are just short-sighted, brainless people. They won't even have time to regret it in the future. Wanting to become the master of the origin of the universe? How stupid must you be? No matter how powerful and invincible you are, you can only live for 9 years at most. That's not even a fraction of my current lifespan. If you're not the master of the origin of the universe, then even if the great destruction of the universe happens and you return to chaos, you can still leave the universe. Even if you're drifting in this endless universe ocean, it is still better than dying right away, right? One was death, and the other was endless drifting. From the sound of it, neither choice was very good. But thinking about it, if one could really dominate for 9 years and be the master of the origin of the universe for 9 years, that would be enough to make most of the masters of the universe go crazy. One era was already too long for Qin Shao, let alone 9 years. And speaking of which, even if the great destruction of the universe were to happen, not all the masters of the universe would be able to escape safely, right? If there was really such an opportunity in front of him, Qin Shao couldn't be sure what he would choose for the time being. If this was really the only way to save the godly world and save his hometown, then Qin Shao would most likely still choose this path. Of course, even if he wanted to leave, it wouldn't be so easy. Right now, he was only a 4th-step heavenly god. He wasn't even a great being, let alone a master of the universe. There was still a difference of 2 or 3 great realms. The difference was too far. This, Qin Shao wouldn't think about it for the time being. Baichuan Fu Su continued, "However, we are not asking you to become the master of the origin of the universe. This is asking too much of you for the time being. It is not so easy to become the master of the origin of the universe. Countless universes, from birth to destruction, have never given birth to a master of the origin of the universe." Chapter 977. Universe Ocean, 4 Watch Flowers. Didn't my brother just say that you're smart? How come you're so stupid now? Of course, we'll use your body. How else can we enter? Mr. Yu, who was lying lazily on the throne, said, "Use my body?" Qin Shao still didn't understand. Even if you hide in my internal world, you'll still be discovered by the universe origin once you enter the primordial universe. It's useless even if you hide in the universe origin world. The universe origin was everywhere. No matter where you hid, you'd still be discovered. Once you were discovered, you'd still be expelled. If hiding in someone else's internal world was useful, then it'd be very easy to enter other universes. Logically speaking, you're right. However, there's always a way to solve things. This is what we've been researching for trillions of years. After several failures, we're fully confident that we'll succeed this time. Baichuan Fusu said confidently. Qin Shao was silent for a moment before he said, "Senior Fusu, can you tell me the details?" The universe origin is indeed everywhere and extremely powerful. With our current strength, there's no way we can challenge the universe origin will. No matter what method we use to conceal ourselves, we'll be able to escape the detection of the universe origin will. Once it detects us, the universe origin will reject us and won't let us in. At that time, the universe origin will be extremely powerful. It'll have a self-protection force that blocks all threats from entering. However, the universe origin is only a trace of will, so it has its limitations. Once you enter the universe origin won't expel you by force. Instead, it'll suppress and restrain you. The more power you use, the stronger the universe origin will's restraining power will be. Therefore, even other verse lords won't easily make a move in the primordial universe. This is because the moment they make a move, the universe origin will restrain them. Qin Shao nodded in relief after hearing Baichuan Fusu's explanation. He knew the basic situation. Entering the universe was a threshold, but once you entered, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. The key was how to get in. Patriarch Arrow, Automaton Lord, and the others were only able to enter the primordial universe because an inexplicable force tore a hole in the primordial universe and opened up a passageway. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Hongmeng universe. The universe origin would have rejected them. You are from the primordial universe, so the primordial universe will not reject you. Now that you've obtained the recognition of the laws of our world of sword cultivators, you can become one with us. I have a secret technique that allows us to merge our auras with yours. Then, with the help of the treasures I plundered from you, they have the effect of isolating your aura. The superimposed effect is that it can isolate all auras, making it impossible for the universe origin to detect it. Moreover, we only need a breath's time to enter your primordial universe. Once we enter, the universe origin will no longer reject us. Baichuan Fusu revealed his plan. The plan sounded ordinary, so much so that Qin Shao was worried. But seeing Senior Baichuan Fusu speak so confidently, Qin Shao felt that perhaps they really did have confidence. It was normal for an expert to act in an unfathomable manner. However, Qin Shao was still hesitant about this matter. On one hand, Qin Shao felt that Baichuan Fusu's words were trustworthy. He felt that Baichuan Fusu was a very trustworthy person. However, on the other hand, there was a voice that reminded Qin Shao not to agree so easily. This was related to the safety of the realm of gods. If anything went wrong, he would be a sinner of the realm of gods. He couldn't bear the burden of this crime. Qin Shao wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. He weighed the pros and cons carefully. Second brother and I have known each other since we were mortals. We were birds of a feather and forged a bond through life and death. Then, we became sworn brothers. Since then, we've been inseparable. No matter what we do, we're always together. We trained together, traveled together, made breakthroughs together, killed enemies together, built forces together, became universe masters together, dominated the universe together, and then entered universe ocean together. We had a wonderful time, but then we fell into an endless wandering. Until now, we don't even know how many eras have passed. Lonely, and uncertain. We don't know where to go. Our lives have lost the brilliance that they should have. They become dim and lightless. The things we've been pursuing have become laughable. If we'd known it would be like this, we might as well have stayed in the universe peacefully. Even if we've lost our pursuits, we could have lived through 9 eras peacefully and happily. However, we can't go back anymore. We've been lost in universe ocean. We can't find the way back. We can only drift endlessly. In the end, we've drifted here. Can you imagine the loneliness of eras after eras? Baichuan Fusu could see Qin Zhao's hesitation, so he spoke as he recalled. Thinking back to the past, a strange smile appeared on his face. He now knew that the time he had spent in the universe was the happiest time of his life. Those beautiful memories were always engraved in his heart. Every time he thought about it, it was a kind of happiness. But this kind of happiness could not be returned. It cannot be found. It did not exist anymore. They had thrown it away with their own hands. Humans were often like this. Only when they lost something would they know how precious it was. Only then would they cherish it. But every time that happened, it was impossible to go back to how it was. Qin Shao had this feeling too. Although it was not as strong as Baichuan Fusu's, Qin Shao could still feel it. Qin Zhao's hometown was trapped by the black whirlpool celestial body, so Qin Shao could not return to his hometown. This was a kind of pain. Of course, Qin Shao had not reached the point of despair. He still had hope of resolving the crisis of his hometown. Baichuan Fusu continued. After we drifted here, we stopped. We discovered 2 universes, so we wondered if we could enter these 2 universes to live. That way, we wouldn't be so lonely and wouldn't be so boring. At least, we could find some joy in life. We spent a lot of time and used many methods to slowly understand the situation of these two universes. What made us feel strange was that there was a passage between the two universes. It was a strange thing. We tried many methods, but they all failed. The repulsive force of the universe origin is too strong, making it impossible for us to enter your universe. But we were not willing to just drift like this, so we continued to think of ways. Finally, we came up with this idea. Actually, before you, there were two groups of people who were captured by us. One group was from the Warcraft universe, the other from your universe. But that was a long time ago. In that time, we only captured one person. That person did not have any other clones. So, I guess he went missing, and your universe did not know. The first two experiments failed, but we've learned from our failures and found a method that we're fully confident in. So this time, we captured you. But what surprised me was your potential. You actually became an immortal in my sword cultivation world in a short 3 years and gained the recognition of the laws. This potential, I'm afraid even us brothers are ashamed of our inferiority. You Gongzi, who was at the side, added, "Big brother, don't praise this kid to the heavens. Otherwise, who knows how high this kid's tail will go. He has some talent and potential, but if you say us brothers are ashamed of our inferiority, then you're too humble. Your peerless talent. How can this kid compare to you?" I'm not convinced. There seemed to be a hint of jealousy in his words. Baichuan Fusa laughed faintly, shook his head, and said to Qin Xiao, "Don't mind my second brother. He likes to talk like that. Your talent and potential are indeed very good, much higher than your two friends. Actually, I said so much just to let you rest assured and not to be wary of us. If you're still worried, I can make a life oath." "That's fine." Yu Gongzi was unhappy again. "Big brother, it's better not to make a life oath. I don't like it anyway. We don't care about seizing a universe anyway. What's there not believe in this kid? Really, with our strength, do we even need to covet a universe? If this kid doesn't agree, then he can forget about going back. If he wants to go back, then he has to listen to us. Otherwise, he can only stay here forever. There's no way to unify the Tao here. If you can't become an almighty, then your lifespan is only 8 billion years. You'll die very quickly. At most, we could just kidnap another group of people. I don't believe that it has to be this kid. Second brother, stop talking." Baichuan Fusu reprimanded young Master Yu, his face also showing helplessness. He also knew that his second brother had a straightforward personality. He was actually quite kind. Qin Xiao pondered for a moment. "Senior Fusu, I do trust you guys. But this matter doesn't concern me alone. It concerns the entire God realm, my hometown, my family, and friends. So, I can only be a villain and offend you, Senior Fusu." Hey, you actually dare to make my big brother make a life oath? Do you know what kind of existence my big brother is? Even your master of desolate land doesn't dare to be so disrespectful to my big brother. You, a little kid, actually dare to do this. My temper can't take it anymore. Yu Gongzi jumped up unhappily, looking like he wanted to settle the score with Qin Xiao. However, he was stopped by Baichuan Fusu. He reprimanded him and asked him to go back. Baichuan Fusu was rather easygoing. He directly made a life oath in front of Qin Xiao. You should believe me now, right, kid? Only you would dare to make my big brother make a life oath. If it wasn't for my big brother's benevolence, you'd already be dead." You glared fiercely at Qin Xiao and said unhappily. Chapter 978. Cosmic Sea. Qin Xiao laughed bitterly. He did not want to do this, but he had to. This was his responsibility to the God realm, to his hometown, to the entire human race. Hence, even if it was a little underhanded, Qin Xiao did not care about his reputation. Baichuan Fusu did not care about this. Second brother, don't say that about Qin Xiao. If I were him, I would do the same. From his point of view, it is not for himself, but for his hometown, for the entire human race. Hence, it is right to be cautious. To be able to think so deeply, it is enough to show that his temperament is not bad. To be able to achieve great things, he must be good in all aspects. Young Master Yu smacked his lips. "Big brother, you are liking this kid more and more. Seems like after drifting for so long, Your temperament has been smoothed out a lot. Your standards have also lowered. Haha, after drifting for so long, I should be indifferent to everything. Dreams, pursuits, they're no longer indifferent. After indifferent to everything, when I think back, I feel that an ordinary life is a form of enjoyment, a form of happiness. Baichuan Fusu smiled and continued. If I was given another chance to choose, I might marry and have children, raise some descendants, and leave some kinship behind. That way, my life would be richer, and I would have more fun. Young master, you shook his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Come on, big brother, you are not someone who gives up so easily. Ordinary women can't even enter your eyes. I don't even know where to find a woman who can catch big brother's fancy. I think, even if you search the entire boundless universe, you might not be able to find one. Before, there were so many outstanding women in our universe who liked you, madly pursued you, and were infatuated with you. But you did not like any of them. A woman who can move Big Brother's heart, I don't even know where to find one. Baichuan Fusu was exposed by young Master Yu, but he still smiled. That was then, and this is now. That might not be the case now. Previously, we really didn't think about these romantic things. Previously, our thoughts and goals were too grand, so naturally, our state of mind was different. But it's different now. After suffering setbacks and blows, our temperament has long been smoothed out. How can we still have the spirit of the past? Maybe I can look at women normally now. That way, there might really be a woman who can move my heart. Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, Qin Shao managed to capture some information from it. However, it was still quite scattered, and there was no way to connect the dots well. Qin Shao was really curious. How strong were these two seniors? He felt that the power they displayed was not something that ordinary universe masters could possess. Even universe masters would get lost when they entered the endless universe ocean, but these two elders didn't. They were able to stay at the edge of the Hongmeng universe for trillions of years. It was definitely not an easy task to achieve this. Plus, from the conversation between these two seniors, they were the overlords of their universes countless eons ago. After that, they were invincible and lonely, so they entered Universe Ocean to pursue a greater dream. They entered Universe Ocean of their own accord and drifted in the endless Universe Ocean for an unknown number of eras. Yet they were able to survive until now. The endless Universe Ocean was not peaceful. It was also filled with danger. The danger in Universe Ocean was far from what the endless Dark Ocean could compare to. The danger in Universe Ocean was enough to threaten the lives of Universe Masters. And based on his feelings, Qin Shao also felt that these two seniors' power should be above that of Desolate Landmaster. Plus, young Master, you didn't seem to care about Desolate Landmaster at all. Other than a little arrogance, he should also have the power to back up his confidence. Without power, who would dare to speak so arrogantly? Big brother, since we've come to an agreement, shouldn't we set off? I've been bored out of my mind for a long time. Your sword world isn't fun, and I'm sick of it. Young Master, you looked a little impatient. Baichuan Fusu looked at Qin Shao. Obviously, he was also politely asking for Qin Zhao's opinion. Since Baichuan Fusu Sr. had already made a life oath, Qin Shao could naturally trust him completely. If he couldn't even trust a life oath, then there was nothing else in this world that he could trust. Qin Shao nodded and said, "There's no problem in setting off now. I'll definitely do my best to cooperate with you. However, before that, can you let my two friends go?" "Don't worry, they're fine now," young Master Yu said. "My big brother is so kind. He won't let me cripple them. They didn't participate in this matter, so they don't have the right to know what will happen next. Later, I'll erase all their memories so that their memories will only remain on the celestial body that brought you here." Erase all their memories? Hearing this, Qin Zhao's scalp couldn't help but tingle slightly. If the two seniors had such a method, then wouldn't it be very possible for his memories to be erased? This sounded a little scary. Such a method was too powerful, right? Yi Juanhe and the Flame Emperor were both extremely powerful. How could their memories be so easily erased without anyone noticing? Even the Lord of the Desolate Land shouldn't be able to do it, right? At least, Qin Shao had never heard of such a thing. It was too difficult to erase a person's memories. It was only possible if there was a huge difference in cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to erase. It was simply impossible to erase someone who had reached the level of a peak almighty. However, young master, you had such an ability. Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. Young master, you smiled evilly at Qin Shao and said, "He, after we enter the Hongmeng universe, we'll erase your memories as well. This way, no one will know of our existence. No one will know that we've entered the Hongmeng universe. And you, on the other hand, won't remember anything about us. This way, we won't have to worry about any information being leaked." Kid, why are you glaring at me? My big brother has already made a life oath. Even if your memories are erased, the life oath is still there. What are you worried about? Indeed, with the life oath, it was the safest. There was indeed nothing to worry about. However, hearing young master you say that he would erase his memories, Qin Shao couldn't accept it. Baichuan Fu Su shook his head helplessly and said, "Qin Shao, don't listen to my second brother's nonsense. He's just scaring you. Since there's an agreement between us, I naturally won't erase your memories. Of course, I'll erase the memories of your two friends. After all, they haven't seen us, and we didn't make any agreements with them. So, we can't let them know anything about us. Otherwise, they will definitely send a message back to the Hongmeng universe. At that time, we won't be able to stay in the Hongmeng universe peacefully. We just want to peacefully live an ordinary life. So, we don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Of course, this includes you. So, I also hope that you won't leak a single word about us." Qin Shao could understand this and nodded solemnly. "Okay, I promise I won't leak a single word to anyone. If Senior Fu Su is still worried, I can also make a life oath." Baichuan Fu Su shook his head and waved his hand. "No need, I believe you." Hearing this, Qin Zhao's heart jolted slightly. He had just asked Fu Su Qianbei to make a life oath, but Fu Su Qianbei still trusted him so much. Not letting him make a life oath for such an important matter made Qin Shao feel a bit strange. This feeling was as if he had stolen the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. "Kid, you must be ashamed. My big brother is a gentleman. He won't stoop down to your level." Prince Yu looked at Qin Shao with pride, as if he was showing off. This style, this appearance, it didn't seem like something an extremely powerful being should act like. At the level of a universe master, they should be dignified and dignified. They shouldn't be like this. Senior Baichuan Fu Su, on the other hand, had the demeanor of a great being. As for this Prince Yu, who looked like a second-generation hedonistic young master, he didn't have the demeanor of a great being at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person. "Okay, let's make a move. Qin Shao, come to my side first. I want to keep this palace and enter Universe Ocean. It'll be more dangerous when we enter Universe Ocean. Don't move around. You must follow us closely. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Baichuan Fu Su said with a serious expression. Qin Shao nodded to show that he understood. Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand, and instantly, the stars moved. Space reversed and time traveled. When they reappeared, the three of them were already in Universe Ocean. Endless darkness, ice-cold darkness. The cold universe wind was so eerie and scary. There was nothing to block it. Being blown by the universe wind, it made one feel a bone-chilling coldness. This wind actually carried an extremely powerful force. Ordinary almighties would be instantly torn to shreds by this cosmic wind. Standing in Universe Ocean, one couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of fear. There are great dangers lurking everywhere. Even with Baichuan Fu Su's protection, Qin Shao still felt as if he had entered the nine remoteness hell. He felt as if he had fallen into an extremely dangerous predicament. Universe Ocean was indeed scary. It was extremely scary. If he hadn't been protected by Baichuan Fu Su, Qin Shao would definitely have been blown away by the universe wind and lost in Universe Ocean. Qin Shao looked around and saw that it was pitch black everywhere. After looking around, Qin Zhao's eyes landed in one direction. There were two huge balls of light that weren't very bright. There was only an extremely weak light. He could only see a rough outline. They were two huge, circular, celestial bodies. They were so huge that he couldn't see the end of them. However, these two huge, celestial bodies could only be seen clearly when he was close to them. If he was any further away, he wouldn't be able to see them clearly. Chapter 979. Great Path Creation Technique by Chuan. Fu Su pointed at the two celestial bodies and said to Qin Xiao, "This is the Hongmeng universe, and this is the Devil Beast universe." You can see that the Hongmeng universe and the Devil Beast universe are very dim, without much luster. Based on this, you can roughly determine how many eras a universe has gone through. The dimmer it is, the closer it is to destruction. Like the Devil Beast universe here, its luster is almost exhausted, and it will soon be destroyed and return to chaos. The Hongmeng universe and the Devil Beast universe are so close together, it is indeed very rare. It is like a twin universe. Generally speaking, universes are very far apart from each other, which ensures that there will not be any conflicts between the two universes. Every universe is like an independent giant life form. Their mission is to reproduce living beings and maintain the eternal operation of the great system of the entire Greater Thousand Worlds. Qin Xiao listened quietly. He did not know much about the Hongmeng universe, let alone the Great Thousand Worlds. He had heard the desolate landmaster mention the Great Thousand Worlds once, but it was only a concept. As for what the Great Wide World was, he had yet to figure it out. His level of strength was still low, and there were some things that he could not come into contact with. The real excitement and prosperity are in the Great Thousand Worlds, but when he spoke of the Great Thousand Worlds, Baichuan Fu Su looked forward to it. But in the end, he frowned slightly, shook his head, and didn't continue. He sighed and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. It is just a dream." Baichuan Fu Su's words aroused Qin Zhao's curiosity. The real excitement and prosperity were in the Great Thousand Worlds? What did that mean? However, Baichuan Fu Su said that it was just a dream. What was so strange about it that even he could not say? However, since Baichuan Fu Su was not willing to say more, Qin Xiao did not ask. These things were indeed too far away from him, and it was not beneficial for him to understand them now. It was better to wait until he became a universe master in the future to understand them. He believed that at that time, even if he did not want to understand, someone would tell him about the situation. However, it was too difficult to become a universe master. No one in the Hongmeng universe had become a universe master since the beginning of this era. It was harder to become a universe master at the end of the universe cycle. Only at the beginning of the era, at the beginning of the Hongmeng universe, there was hope of becoming a universe master. Difficult, it was too difficult. How could it be that in other people's eyes? However, Qin Xiao had never given up. No matter how difficult it was, he had to pursue it to the end. If he didn't fight to the end, how could he give up? How prosperous the Great Thousand Worlds would be. How was the Great Thousand Worlds? World? What attraction was it that was so attractive that universe masters would? If the universe, the universe, the universe, the universe, and the universe was universe, and universe, you. When she connected the dots, she felt that it was very contradictory, and it made Qin Xiao a little confused. There should be many secrets that he did not understand. Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand, and a celestial body flew out of his hand. Qin Xiao recognized this celestial body. It was the celestial body that had captured him. Actually, it was not a celestial body. It was just a treasure that had been refined. "Let's go up," Baichuan Fu Su said. Qin Xiao nodded, and the three of them entered the celestial body. After entering the celestial body, Baichuan Fu Su said, "Qin Xiao, don't resist. We will enter your internal world. This celestial body will bring you back to where you came from." "Okay." Qin Xiao nodded. Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand and opened up a space tunnel that led to Qin Zhao's internal world. A person's internal world was the most important part of a person. Once the internal world collapsed, that person's vitality would be greatly damaged, and in serious cases, their life would be in danger. The internal world was like a person's foundation, the source of a person's strength. Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu directly entered Qin Zhao's internal world. Not to mention Qin Zhao not resisting. Even if he did, he would not have the ability to do so. Qin Zhao was secretly shocked in his heart. This strength was indeed not something that he could imagine. The two seniors were able to easily enter his inner world. If the two seniors wanted to kill him, they only needed to think about it. They did not even need to move their fingers. This kind of existence was a truly powerful existence. If he wanted to compare, he was still too weak. So what if he could enter the top 5 of the heaven list? But he was still too weak. Realms. Right now, Qin Zhao's thirst for cultivation had become even more intense. The celestial body turned into a ray of light and flew towards the tunnel that connected the primordial universe and the demon beast universe. When the celestial body entered the tunnel, Qin Zhao felt a glaring light permeate the entire celestial body. It was so bright that he could not open his eyes. A formless power descended, making Qin Zhao feel as though a pair of eyes swept past him. Qin Zhao could not help but feel slightly nervous. Was this the willpower of the universe origin? Once the willpower of the universe origin discovered that there was a strong power from another universe, it would immediately expel it. Even universe masters were powerless against the willpower of the universe origin. However, the formless power quickly disappeared. When Qin Zhao looked again, he realized that he had already returned to the tunnel that sealed the abyss. His original body had also regained contact with his body. But Qin Zhao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was a wonderful feeling. Being able to establish contact with his body made him feel alive. He was finally back, to be able to return after leaving the primordial universe. Such a situation was indeed unbelievable. Even if a universe master left, he might not be able to come back. On this point, Qin Zhao was very impressed with Senior Baichuan Fu Su's ability. The celestial body rapidly jumped within the tunnel, and Qin Zhao could feel that he was getting closer and closer to sealed God Mountain. If he relied on himself to fly, he did not know how many years it would take him to fly back. Soon, the celestial body returned to the place where Qin Zhao first saw the celestial body. This position was very close to Seal God Mountain. It would take at most 100 years to fly back to Seal God Mountain. The celestial body returned to this place and stopped jumping. A beam of light burst out from Qin Zhao's internal world. Baichuan Fu Su and Prince Yu walked out of Qin Zhao's internal world. To be able to enter without Qin Zhao's permission and leave without Qin Zhao's permission without damaging Qin Zhao's internal world in the slightest, perhaps only universe masters could do so. Haha, we're finally in. Brother, we did it. Although the willpower of the universe origin was still suppressing them, Fan Chong could still accept it. At least it was not that uncomfortable. As long as we don't expose our power, we'll be fine. Haha, after being bored for so long, we can finally have some fun. Prince Yu was a little excited. He was very playful. You only know how to have fun. Baichuan Fu Su laughed, and a smile appeared on his face. A new life could finally begin. After drifting for so many years, he had a yearning for this. Things that were originally disdainful had become precious instead. It really made people sigh endlessly. Qin Zhao will be leaving. Thank you very much. Baichuan Fu Su smiled and said to Qin Zhao. Baichuan Fu Su Sr. was so polite that it made Qin Zhao feel a little embarrassed. He quickly said, Senior, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. Besides, I've also received benefits from you. Benefits? Baichuan Fu Su smiled and said, That's not much of a benefit. Your growth in the world of sword cultivators is also a part of our plan. It's the most important part and the key to the success of this plan. But speaking of benefits, you and I are considered to be fated. This is also a favor. I don't like to owe people favors. Since we're fated, I'll also give you an opportunity. At least we didn't get to know each other in vain. Perhaps it will be of some help to you. Faced with Baichuan Fu Su Sr.'s offer to give him an opportunity, Qin Zhao hesitated for a moment. He did not know if he should reject. Qin Shao had always been more cautious about receiving favors from others. But before Qin Shao could speak, Baichuan Fu Su pointed with his finger, and a ray of light entered Qin Zhao's mind. Instantly, a large amount of information flooded in and imprinted itself in Qin Zhao's mind. Images after images, mantras after mantras, strange symbols, and thoughts appeared one after another. Receiving all this information, Qin Shao was extremely shocked. His entire body froze on the spot. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. After a long while, Qin Shao finally received all the information. Even though he had received it, such a large amount of information made Qin Shao unable to fully comprehend it. But it was enough to shock Qin Shao quite a bit. He was extremely surprised and delighted. Baichuan Fu Su Sr.'s move was indeed extraordinary. It was indeed a good move. No wonder he was such a powerful being. Baichuan Fu Su smiled and said, Qin Shao, I've imparted to you 2 extraordinary techniques. These 2 techniques, placed in any universe, would definitely be top-notch. It's enough to make universe masters go crazy and fight for them. With your current level, if you want to cultivate it, it will definitely be very slow. But there's no rush. You can slowly comprehend it, slowly understand it, and slowly cultivate it. When you become a universe master, you can start cultivating it. Great Path Creation Technique. This is something I obtained from a secret region in Universe Ocean. It's a technique of your Great Path cultivation system, and it's very suitable for you to cultivate. Once you can comprehend this technique, you'll be able to create a Great Path creation and go against the universe. You'll be able to create 10,000 techniques and become a universe master. The other one is Sword Emperor Sutra. This is a technique of the sword cultivation system. It's also the blood and sweat of us 2 brothers over countless years. It contains all of our understanding of the sword cultivation path. Your talent and potential on the sword cultivation path are not bad. If you're willing, you can comprehend this technique and cultivate the sword cultivation path. Perhaps you'll be able to achieve great things. Chapter 980. Summoned by Master what? Big brother, are you crazy? You actually taught him the Sword Sovereign Sutra? That's a supreme cultivation technique. It's the hard work of us 2 brothers over countless years. This kid isn't even your direct disciple. How can you teach it to him? Hearing Baichuan Fu Su's words, young master, you jumped up anxiously. Qin Shao was also slightly taken aback and looked at Senior Baichuan Fu Su in astonishment. He was indeed a little overwhelmed by the favor. Senior Baichuan Fu Su actually taught his life's work to him selflessly, but he didn't take Senior Baichuan Fu Su as his master. Yet he enjoyed the treatment of a direct disciple. This made Qin Shao feel a little fearful and embarrassed. At that moment, he didn't know what to do. Take him as his master, but it wouldn't be good to do it in such a hurry. If Senior Baichuan Fu Su was willing to take him as his disciple, then Qin Shao could give it a try. However, Baichuan Fu Su didn't mind and patted young master you. Second brother, don't be so agitated. Isn't it just a cultivation technique? Although it's our life's work, there's no need to keep it in our hands. If we meet a suitable person, we can teach it to him. This way, perhaps the cultivation technique that we've created with our life's efforts will be somewhat famous in the great wide world. If that's the case, then we can be proud. Opportunities are given to those who are fated, so there's no need to care about those things. Young master, you still didn't feel at ease. Big brother's words are right, but at the very least, it should be taught to our direct disciples, right? As he spoke, young master, you looked at Qin Shao and said, Kid, although I don't really like you, since my big brother has already taught you the Sword Sovereign Sutra, I can't kill you. Although your talent and potential are all right, you don't have the qualifications to become my big brother's direct disciple. Since it's like this, I can only let you become my big brother's disciple. This way, I'll feel better. Kid, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? However, before Qin Shao could reply, Senior Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand and said, Forget it, Qin Shao. Don't listen to my second brother. I have never accepted a disciple in my life, and I have no interest in accepting a disciple. Besides, I just want to live a normal life and don't want to be disturbed. Therefore, There is no need for me to become your disciple. I'm imparting the cultivation technique to you. Firstly, it's to thank you. Secondly, it's because we're fated. Thirdly, it's to form a good relationship. Since Senior Baichuan Fu Su had no intention of taking him in as a disciple, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't force it. Originally, he was still somewhat hesitant about this matter. After all, he already had a master. If he took someone else as his master, it would be somewhat disrespectful to his master. At the very least, he should ask for master's opinion before making a decision, right? Then this junior will thank Senior Fu Su for imparting the cultivation technique to me. This kind of kindness, this junior will remember it in my heart and will not dare to forget. If Senior has any errands to run in the future, just say the word. As long as Qin Shao can do it, I won't refuse, Qin Shao said gratefully. Baichuan Fu Su smiled and nodded. Other than these two cultivation techniques, I'll also give this celestial body to you. It's useless to me now. I refined this celestial body using the universe strange stone. It can be used for defense and can also be used to travel through the void. However, it doesn't have much offensive power. It can be used to protect your life. Come, I'll help you recognize it as your master. After saying that, Baichuan Fu Su pointed his finger and a soul brand was imprinted on Qin Zhao's soul. Instantly, Qin Shao felt a connection with the celestial body. A message was transmitted to Qin Zhao's mind. So this celestial body is called MT Fengyu. What a beautiful name. Qin Shao curled his lips. After recognizing it as his master, Qin Shao could feel the power of the celestial body. This MT Fengyu is probably equivalent to a sacred object in our Hongmeng universe, right? For someone at Qin Zhao's level, the most common treasure was a Dao artifact. Most almighties used Dao artifacts. Above Dao artifacts were sacred objects. Sacred objects were treasures that could only be owned by sovereigns. They were extremely powerful and terrifying. Qin Shao also had a few Dao artifacts with him. However, with his current strength, they weren't very useful. Therefore, he rarely had the chance to use them. As for sacred objects, Qin Shao had received a sacred object called the Sacred Armor as a reward from the Palace Master of the Desolate Land. It was a sacred object that was both defensive and offensive. It was extremely powerful. However, Qin Shao hadn't used the Sacred Armor before. As for how powerful the Sacred Armor was, Qin Shao couldn't say for the time being. Qin Shao felt that the power of MT Fengyu wasn't inferior to the Sacred Armor. It should be a sacred object. Sacred object? Are you talking about the sacred object in your Hongmeng universe? Young Master Yu curled his lips and said with disdain, Humph, kid, aren't you underestimating MT Fengyu? My brother spent a lot of energy to make it. He used strange stones from the universe, and he got it in the secret area of Universe Ocean. He added many great path laws into it. How dare you compare a holy object with Feng Yushan? Cough. Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. He didn't know much about treasures. If it wasn't a sacred object, could it be a universe treasure? It was scary just thinking about it. A universe treasure was something that only universe masters could possess. A universe treasure was enough to tempt universe masters, and it was enough to make those universe rulers fight over it with all their might. Qin Shao had never seen a universe treasure before. It was said the universe treasure's light was just a trace of Dao power. It could easily wipe out an existence on the heaven list. Once the power of a universe treasure was activated, it could threaten sovereigns. If this MT Fengyu was a universe treasure, then he had really picked up a true treasure. Baichuan Fu Su shook his head and laughed. It's nothing. It's just a small toy. If we were to classify it according to the treasures in your Hongmeng universe, it should be equivalent to a universe treasure. A universe treasure? A small toy? Nothing? Qin Shao was so shocked that he was speechless. He thought that Senior Baichuan Fu Su was really generous. He was even more generous than the Desolate Land Palace Master. Holding a universe treasure in his hands made Qin Shao feel like he was holding a hot potato. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. If word got out that he had a universe treasure, he would attract the attention of countless hegemons who would try to kill him. It was better to hide this thing well. It cannot be taken out easily. However, MT Fingyu was pretty good at concealing one's aura. Qin Shao had stayed in MT Fingyu for a long time, but he really didn't sense that it was a universe treasure. Qin Shao hadn't even thought about it being a sacred artifact, let alone a universe treasure. He had only thought that it was a celestial body. However, Qin Shao now knew that his thoughts were completely wrong and somewhat laughable. MT Fingyu had an extremely strong concealment ability. If he didn't use its power, no one would be able to recognize it. A universe treasure was indeed far too valuable. Holding it in his hand made him feel as if he was holding it. When Qin Shao came back to his senses, he realized that Baichuan, Fu Su, and young master Yu had already left. Qin Shao was standing in the void. MT Fingyu had also turned into a small mountain and was kept in his internal world. Huh? Where's this? Why are we here? A voice pulled Qin Shao back from his thoughts. Qin Shao focused his gaze and saw the Flame Emperor and Yi Juanhe. Both of them were confused. Their memories had been erased, so they felt like they were fragmented. Their memories were still stuck at the moment when MT Fingyu brought them out of the Hongmeng universe, and their consciousness was completely blurred by the light. After their consciousness was blurred, they woke up in the God-sealing abyss and were closer to the God-sealing abyss. This is the place where we found the celestial body. Why are we back here? What's going on? Flame Emperor was puzzled. Yi Juanhe also frowned and shook his head. Clearly, he didn't know what had happened either. Qin Shao also pretended to be puzzled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. The Flame Emperor was deep in thought. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It's really strange. After we entered the celestial body, it brought us to the depths of the God-sealing abyss. I thought it was going to bring us into the devil-beast universe. I didn't expect it to send us back here. I feel like our memories are broken. What's going on? What kind of power can completely break our consciousness?" Yi Juanhe was also very puzzled. Yes, it's really strange. It's really puzzling. If the universe masters of the devil-beast universe captured us, they wouldn't let us go so easily. Plus, nothing happened to us. In terms of time, only a year has passed. It's very short. But what happened in this 1 year? We actually lost our consciousness completely. I don't know what happened. It's really strange. The Flame Emperor said, "Yes, we disappeared for a year without any consciousness. We don't know where the celestial body brought us, and now it's sending us back here. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Forget it. Anyway, it's a great fortune to be able to come back alive. Let's go ask Yi Jim and Greenleaf about this." The Flame Emperor had a body on Seal God Mountain, so he could contact Master Qingye at any time. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe nodded. The most important thing now was to return to Seal God Mountain. Master Qingye probably had a lot of questions to ask them. At this moment, an unparalleled aura suddenly descended as a figure walked out of the void. Seeing the person, Qin Shao immediately went up to him respectfully. "Greetings, Master." The person was none other than the Red Dust guest. Qin Shao was slightly surprised to see his master. He didn't expect his master to come personally as soon as his original body came back. This was obviously a show of concern for him. Ever since he became Qin Zhao's disciple, his master had only sent his consciousness down once. He hadn't come in person to look for him. "Greetings, Senior." Flame Emperor and Yi Juanhe also bowed respectfully. The Red Dust guest didn't pay attention to the Flame Emperor and Yi Juanhe. His eyes fell on Qin Shao, and he said, "Let's go." Then he waved his hand and disappeared into the void with Qin Shao. Chapter 981. True understanding of strength. When he reappeared, he was back at the place where Qin Shao had first met his master. It was still that familiar little cottage, that quiet and beautiful planet. In front of the cottage, there was a small stone table. The worldly guest was in a leisurely mood as he sat down. Qin Shao stood respectfully at the side, waiting for his master to speak. His heart was still warm. He believed that his master must have been very anxious during the year that he had been missing. Otherwise, his master wouldn't have personally come to find him as soon as he returned to the primordial universe. For gods, the relationship between master and disciple was often deeper than that between father and son. Very few father and son relationships could last forever. As time passed, many descendants would die. Thus, even almighty sovereigns wouldn't have much affection for their descendants. After all, too many generations had passed. Their descendants didn't even have the right to meet their ancestors. If they couldn't even meet them, there was no need to talk about feelings. They would only say that they were their own children and that they had left behind their bloodline. But in terms of feelings, the relationship between a master and a life and death brother was deeper. Sit. There's no need to be so formal with master. Be casual. Although the red dust guest didn't have much of an expression on his face, his tone was gentle. It was like a father talking to his child. Since his master had said so, Qin Shao didn't hold back. He sat down and took the initiative to say, "Master, I've made you worry." The red dust guest waved his hand casually and said, "As long as you're fine, it's fine. It's natural for a master to worry about his disciple. But I'm curious, where have you been this year? You haven't been in the primordial universe or the devil-beast universe. Where have you been?" Qin Shao had promised Baichuan Fusu that he would keep this a secret. Thus, even in front of his master, Qin Shao could only shake his head against his will. "Master, I don't know. That day, the three of us encountered a celestial body. We wanted to go up and take a look. Perhaps we'd encounter some opportunities. But as soon as we entered the celestial body, it began to move towards the depths of the sealing god abyss. Then, a ray of light annihilated the celestial body. After that, our consciousness became completely blurred and was quickly cut off. We have no idea what happened after that. When we regained consciousness, we returned to the place where we saw the celestial body. We don't know where we've been for the past year. You don't know either?" Red Dust Guest frowned and pondered. "Logically speaking, since you are not in the Hongmeng universe or the Devil Beast universe, you should have left the universe and entered the universe ocean. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it." Qin Shao said, "Master, are you sure we haven't entered the Devil Beast universe? We're also guessing whether it's the work of a universe master from the Warcraft universe." Red Dust Swordsman shook his head with certainty. "That's impossible. I personally went to ask the Magical Beastmaster, and the Magical Beastmaster said no. I believe he wouldn't lie to me. Besides, if you were really captured by the Magical Beast Lord, then he wouldn't let you go so easily. Besides, the three of you are safe and sound. That's impossible. So, this is indeed very strange. I can't think of a reason. What is that celestial body? How did he have the ability to bring you to Universe Ocean and send you back? Furthermore, all of you have been unconscious for the past year. What happened to all of you in the past year?" Red Dust Guest thought for a while and shook his head slightly. He really couldn't think of a reason. When he heard that his master had gone to ask the Magical Beastmaster, his heart was filled with warmth. Perhaps only his master would go to such lengths to find out where he was. For him, his master had gone to the Magical Beastmaster. The more it was like this, the more guilty Qin Shao felt. He had lied to his master about this matter. However, Qin Shao had no other choice. Since he had promised Baichuan Fusu, he had to do it. As a person, he couldn't go back on his words and break his promises. Sometimes, a lie was just a kind of deception. It was something he had no choice but to do. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. The most important thing is that you can come back safely. That's enough. This is your original body. We can't afford to lose it." Red Dust Guest waved his hand and didn't continue to dwell on this matter. Qin Shao let out a sigh of relief. Red Dust Guest looked at Qin Shao and said, "Speaking of which, I'm a little irresponsible as a master. Ever since I took you in as a disciple, I didn't help you much with your training. I left you to the Desolate Land God Palace. After all, the Desolate Land God Palace is the holy land of the godly world. You're not the only disciple. Even if the Desolate Land Master is willing to take care of you, he won't take care of you too much. Fortunately, you did not let me down and improved at a very fast speed. You did not let me down. With your talent and potential, it's only a matter of time before you become a ruler. However, becoming a ruler isn't what I expected of you. My lowest expectation for you is to become a master of the universe. I believe that's the same for your dream." Qin Shao nodded seriously. That was indeed the case. His goal was indeed to become a master of the universe. He wanted to become a master of the universe for two reasons. First, it was for his family in his hometown. He wanted to protect them better and provide them with a good training environment. His parents, his Qin family members, his friends, and so on. Another reason was that he wanted to save Gu Lingyue, the woman who had touched his heart, a relationship that had been forcibly cut off before it had even begun. It wasn't going to be easy to save Gu Lingyue. Lastly, it was his yearning for training, his yearning for the Great Path, and his obsession. I really can't teach you the Great Path cultivation system, Red Dust Guest said. I'll leave it to you to comprehend and train. Previously, Master did not teach you much about the cultivation of the true intent of power. This time, Master will teach you properly. I hope that you will be able to go far on the path of the true intent of power, Transient Guest said. Qin Xiao was delighted. This was naturally a good thing. Actually, Qin Zhao's understanding of the true meaning of power and heart force was even greater than his understanding of the Great Path cultivation system. After all, Qin Xiao had already reached the 4th level in both the true meaning of power and heart force, which was equivalent to the level of a major power. In terms of level, it was indeed superior to the Great Path cultivation system. It was just that the true meaning of power and heart force weren't as complicated and complex as the Great Path cultivation system. They were a bit more simplistic. Perhaps it was because of this that he was able to progress faster in these two systems. In reality, Qin Zhao's main focus was on the Great Path cultivation system. Qin Xiao, I've lived for dozens of eras, Red Dust Guest said. Over the endless years, I've been studying the true meaning of power. I've spent an endless amount of time and effort, spending several eras, before finally creating the true meaning of power space. This space contains all of my insights into the true meaning of power, and it's equivalent to my teachings. If you can properly comprehend it, it'll definitely be of great help to your cultivation of the true meaning of power. The true meaning of power is similar to the heart force cultivation system. Although it doesn't seem as complicated or as powerful as the Great Path cultivation system, it's different. But the higher you go, the more the uniqueness of the true meaning of strength and heart force systems will be revealed. The higher you go, the more difficult it is to cultivate, and the more powerful it becomes. The higher you go, the smaller the gap between you and the Great Path cultivation system becomes. Of course, the Great Path cultivation system is truly powerful, the most powerful of all cultivation systems, and the most widely spread throughout the vast universe. Most likely, about 70% of the cultivators in the vast universe cultivate the Great Path cultivation system. However, no matter which cultivation system you cultivate, as long as you can cultivate to a high level, you'll be equally powerful. What you have to remember is that the most important thing is still one's level of cultivation. The higher you go, the more important your level of cultivation becomes. The higher you go, the less likely it is that you'll be able to kill enemies of a higher level. Cultivation is like a barrier. The higher you go, the more solid and powerful it becomes. Qin Xiao nodded with a thoughtful expression, remembering his master's words. In fact, Master Qingye had told him this before. Cultivation was the foundation of everything. The pursuit of cultivation was the most important thing. One shouldn't overlook cultivation just to pursue power in the Tao. Take Qin Xiao, for example. Even if he cultivated several supreme-grade great paths to the extreme, if he couldn't successfully integrate with the Tao and become a mighty figure, then everything would be in vain. So what if his strength ranked in the top 5 of the heaven roll? If he couldn't become a mighty figure, then it was just a pipe dream in the end. No matter how amazing his brilliance was, it would soon be buried by time. All right, you're exceptionally smart. You'll understand with just a little bit. I believe you understand this basic principle as well. I'm just reminding you again so that you'll remember it. The Red Dust Guest suddenly waved his hand, and instantly, the scenery in front of Qin Xiao changed completely. Qin Xiao appeared in a strange world. This was a world of power, and everything showed power. One after another, new scenes appeared in front of Qin Xiao's eyes. There were ants moving rocks, giants splitting mountains, ferocious beasts crossing rivers, stone golems fighting, strange rocks dancing, flower vines flying. Countless new scenes appeared in front of Qin Shao, dazzling Qin Shao for a moment. However, each of these scenes could touch Qin Zhao's soul. Qin Zhao's mind was shaken, and he was enlightened. Everywhere, the true meaning of power was revealed. Is this the true meaning of power space that Master mentioned? Is this the true meaning of power that Master spent his entire life to create? Qin Shao was shocked. In just a short period of time, Qin Shao could already feel the uniqueness of this world. It was indeed a good place to cultivate the true meaning of power. Previously, Qin Shao had a headache cultivating the true meaning of power. Firstly, he didn't have a specific cultivation technique to cultivate, so he could only rely on himself to comprehend and cultivate. Secondly, there was no one to guide him, so he had to rely on himself to cross the river. But now it was different. In this strange world, it was really very comfortable. Chapter 982. All things have power. Power was a very mysterious thing. What was power? Strength was just like the Tao. It was something that couldn't be seen or touched. If one were to look at power, it was power. If one were to look at it from a deeper level, power was just a noun. Power was also a type of Tao. The so-called true meaning of power was to search for the Tao of power, the source of the Tao of power, and the true meaning of power. Such an understanding sounded very tongue-twisting and complicated. However, that was how the Tao was. It was to comprehend a Tao from an extremely complicated thing. Ants had power, dragons had power, trees had power, boulders had power, rivers had power, wind had power, rain had power, and even immovable mountains had power. Sound had power, eyes had power, light had power, and darkness had power. Everything had power. However, how to utilize this power to the extreme was an extremely difficult matter. Ants were small and weak, but a small ant could move things that were 10 times bigger than its body. Water was extremely soft, but it could carry a ship that weighed billions of pounds. Wind had no shadow, but could blow over mountains and rivers and sweep up the sky. The magnitude of power did not depend on the object itself. Instead, it depended on the Tao of power, the source of power, and the utilization of power. Just like how water droplets could penetrate a rock, this was a utilization of the softest power. Just like how wind could blow down a towering tree, this was also a utilization of power. To comprehend the true meaning of power, one had to trace the source of all things, understand its source, understand its Tao, and slowly control the utilization of power. There were also innumerable ways to use it. In this world of true meaning of power, Qin Shao could personally observe the true meanings of all kinds of powers and analyze them from a deeper level. The more he comprehended, the more Qin Shao admired his master. As expected of the world of true meaning of power that his master had spent an entire era to create. It was the culmination of his master's life's efforts, and it contained his master's lifetime comprehension of the true meaning of power. The true meaning of power that Qin Shao had cultivated was mostly created through his own efforts, step by step. Being able to cultivate to the 4th level could be considered a miracle. Now that he had his master's world of quintessence of strength to study and cultivate, Qin Shao gained a clearer understanding of the true intent of strength. There were many things that he didn't understand or were hazy in the past, but now he suddenly understood and became much clearer. Qin Zhao's comprehension of the true meaning of power had also increased rapidly, allowing him to truly understand the breadth and profoundness of the true meaning of power cultivation system. Indeed, the further one progressed, the more exquisite it became. The true meaning of strength cultivation system, which was originally relatively simple, actually became incomparably magnificent as it progressed. Simple didn't mean that it was simple. The great Tao was simple, returning to simplicity. This was also a very high realm. Everything had a Tao. The true meaning of strength seemed to contain Tao as well. This left Qin Shao somewhat puzzled. The true meaning of strength cultivation system and the great Tao cultivation system were two completely different cultivation systems. If the true meaning of strength also contained Tao, didn't that mean that there was an intrinsic connection between these two cultivation systems? But these two cultivation systems were also independent of each other. Qin Shao couldn't make sense of the situation either, so he could only put it aside for the time being. However, based on the four cultivation systems he had cultivated so far, Qin Shao felt that no matter if it was the Grand Tao cultivation system, the true intent of strength cultivation system, the heart force cultivation system, or the sword Tao cultivation system, all of them seemed to be intrinsically connected. It seemed that they could all promote each other. The great Tao cultivation system seemed to encompass everything, including all things in the world. Therefore, the great Tao cultivation system was the most prosperous, the most complicated, and the most difficult to cultivate. The heart force cultivation system, the true meaning of strength cultivation system, and the sword cultivation system were all relatively simple. Walking in a single direction, one would walk in that direction to the extreme. Immersed in the world of true meaning of strength, all kinds of thoughts were mixed together, and all kinds of insights were mixed together. Time flew by, and Qin Shao, who was immersed in cultivation, didn't feel the passage of time at all. Outside the thatched cottage, under the tree, in front of the stone table, Red Dust Guest sat there with a somewhat indifferent expression, but he was constantly paying attention to Qin Zhao's situation in the world of true meaning of strength. But occasionally, he would be slightly distracted, and his memories would return to a long, long time ago, when he was still in his homeworld. Those were the times he reminisced the most, the times he cherished the most. But there was no going back. 9 eras of reincarnation, the great destruction of the universe, and the return to the primal chaos. His homeworld was long gone. Those who had lost their homeworld could only enter the endless universe ocean and drift about. It was a painful time, a time that Red Dust Guest didn't want to recall even now. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, I took you as my disciple because of some selfish reasons. I entrusted that illusory thought to myself. Even if you can't become a universe master in this era, you'll still have a chance in the next era. You still have time, more than an era. It's enough for you to grow. If you can really grow to that stage, it means that my thinking is right, and you'll be able to open up a new path for me. If you can't succeed, then when the Hongming universe returns to the primal chaos, it'll be the time for us to enter the endless universe ocean again. If you're lucky, you'll be able to enter another universe and live like you are now. If you're unlucky, you'll be drifting about in the endless universe ocean until you die. In the endless universe ocean, I've seen many corpses of universe masters. Some of them have been drifting about for who knows how many eras. It's scary just thinking about it. Now that he thought about it, drifting about in the endless universe ocean for dozens of eras was really a nightmare. He really didn't want to live such a dark and cold life anymore. It was a life worse than death. Even for universe masters, there were many things that they couldn't bear. In the end, their hearts collapsed and they died. That was why Red Dust Guest pinned a glimmer of hope on Qin Shao. In the beginning, when he took Qin Shao as his disciple, he was just starting to try. Qin Shao was only the first disciple he had taken, and he was prepared to select a few. He wasn't just limited to one. However, Qin Zhao's performance and Qin Zhao's growth surprised Red Dust Guest, so he changed his mind and didn't take anyone else. He only needed to train Qin Shao with all his might. Qin Zhao's talent potential was also a rare talent since ancient times. Red Dust Guest looked up at the sky and the endless universe ocean. He was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "The Great Thousand World." It said that the Great Thousand World is wonderful and prosperous. It's the origin of everything, and there are more advanced civilizations. However, I've been drifting in the endless universe ocean for so long, and other than some dangerous secret regions, I haven't seen any other places. There's only endless darkness and endless coldness. I haven't even seen a living person, let alone a wonderful and prosperous world. However, I've seen many corpses. From what I learned from the other corpses, they were in the same situation as me. They drifted endlessly in the universe ocean until they died. How sad is that? Does the legendary eternal kingdom really exist? After a long time, Red Dust Guest looked away, shook his head, and sighed. He had thought about this question countless times, but he still couldn't find an answer. It was something he had always been searching for. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. For Qin Shao, who was immersed in the world of true understanding of power, 3,000 years of cultivation didn't feel the passage of time. 3,000 years was just the blink of an eye for an immortal. During these 3,000 years of cultivation, Qin Shao had gained a lot. He had gained a lot of insight into the true meaning of power, and his understanding of it had deepened. However, Qin Shao hadn't been able to break through to the 5th level of the true meaning of power so easily. The 5th level of the true meaning of power was equivalent to the sovereign realm. Naturally, it wasn't easy to break through. However, Qin Shao was now close to the point where he could attempt to make a breakthrough. He had already accumulated enough. He only needed to take that final step. His realm hadn't increased, but Qin Shao's true meaning of power had reached a very deep level. He had reached the limit of the 4th level of the true meaning of power. In terms of the true meaning of power alone, Qin Shao was confident that he could make it onto the heaven ranking. However, Qin Zhao's overall strength hadn't increased by much. After all, Qin Zhao's main strength was still in the Great Tao cultivation system. Qin Shao suddenly stopped cultivating and curled his lips. There's no point in continuing to cultivate here. I've already cultivated here for 3,000 years. It's about time. I've reached a bottleneck. Next, I'll have to continue accumulating. Then, I'll have to find an opportunity to break through to the 5th level of the true meaning of power. This matter can't be rushed. Let's wait until the conditions are right. Qin Shao didn't insist on anything. He was very calm and carefree. If he felt that he had reached a bottleneck, he would immediately stop cultivating. After walking out of the true meaning of power world, Qin Shao saw his master sitting there. He hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Master." Red Dust Guest had seen Qin Zhao's progress in the true meaning of power for the past 3,000 years. He was naturally pleased with Qin Zhao's performance. It was indeed very good. Red Dust Guest originally thought that Qin Shao would need at least 5,000 years to reach this level. He didn't expect Qin Shao to reach this level in just 3,000 years. This was almost half of what he had expected. Such speed was indeed astonishing. Qin Shao still had great potential in the true meaning of power cultivation system. If he really focused on this cultivation system, he would probably be able to break through to the 5th level of the true meaning of power in the future. However, the primordial universe was a universe of the Great Tao cultivation system. The origin will only recognize the Great Tao cultivation system. Therefore, the further one cultivated in the primordial universe, the greater the pressure from the origin will of the universe. Chapter 983. Daoqi is in trouble. 30 flowers plus chapters. Jiuzhou City was bustling with activity. The atmosphere in the city was very rich and harmonious. There were very few fights here. Even if there were, it was just a quarrel. There were very few situations where people fought. Teams of city guards patrolled the city in an orderly manner. No one dared to violate the city rules. Because the city rules treated everyone equally, even people with some status had to obey the rules and didn't dare to act rashly. Good order naturally created a good city environment, making Jiuzhou City more prosperous. A beautiful figure descended, emitting the aura of an almighty. The city guards couldn't come up to ask about the arrival of an almighty. Several figures in the Qin mansion rose into the sky almost at the same time and flew over. Shengyin and Sword One came hand in hand. When Qin Shao wasn't here, they were in charge of all the affairs in Jiuzhou City. Since an almighty had descended, they naturally had to come out to see who it was. Seeing the person, Sheng Yin smiled and greeted her. "So, it's Dao companion of His Highness Dao Qi. His Highness Dao Qi didn't come with you?" The person looked anxious and hurriedly said, Xingyin, I have something important to ask to see junior brother Qin Xiao. I forgot to pass on the message. Xingyin shook his head and said, That's really unfortunate. His Highness went out thousands of years ago. He seems to have an important mission and is not in Jiuzhou City now. His Highness didn't say when he would come back. I think you should go back first and come find him when he comes back. Junior brother Qin Xiao isn't here. What should I do? What should I do? Dao Qi's Dao companion became even more anxious when she heard that Qin Xiao wasn't here. Her eyes were slightly red, and it was obvious that she was a little emotional. Sheng Yin and Sword One looked at each other when they saw Dao Qi's Dao companion. It seemed that something big had happened. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious. They knew about the relationship between Her Highness Qin Xiao and mighty figure Dao Qi. So mighty figure Sheng Yin asked, Madam Dao, what happened? Why are you so anxious? Dao Qi's partner shook her head. It's hard to explain in a few words. It's useless to tell you this. We have to find junior martial brother Qin Xiao. I'm really anxious. Mighty figure Sheng Yin, can you help me inform junior brother Qin Xiao? My Dao is too shallow. I tried to use karma to contact junior brother Qin Xiao, but I failed. Sheng Yin and team leader One Sword did have the ability to use karma to contact Qin Xiao and inform him. However, Sheng Yin hesitated and said, Madam Dao, I also want to help you, but this is indeed difficult for us. Before His Highness left, he had instructed them not to disturb him unless there was something particularly important. This time, he had gone to a very far place. Even if we inform them now, they won't be able to rush back in a short time. Furthermore, the Hall Master is carrying out an important mission, so it's not convenient for us to disturb him. Madam Dao, if you don't want to tell us anything, we can't help you either. Madam Dao, how about you go back to the desolate land and find the other mighty figures? Dao Qi's partner shook her head. She looked panicked and didn't want to say anything. Sheng Yin and team leader One Sword didn't understand. What had happened? Why didn't she want to say anything? Dao Qi was a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple. If something happened to him, how could the Temple of Desolate Land not do anything? Madam Dao, don't be anxious. How about you come to our residence and sit for a while? Sheng Yin asked. However, Dao Qi's partner still didn't say anything. At this moment, another beautiful figure descended. Her voice sounded like a silver bell. Sheng Yin, what happened? Hearing this voice, Madame Dao immediately rushed over and grabbed the person's hand. She said anxiously, Junior sister Shiwilian, please help me contact junior brother Qin Xiao. I really have something urgent to talk to him about. It's really urgent. Seeing how anxious Madame Dao was, Yao Shiwilian comforted her. Madame Dao, don't worry. What happened? Why are you so anxious to talk to Qin Xiao? Something happened to Dao Qi. Madame Dao said with red eyes. There were tears in her eyes, like she was about to cry. Yao Shiwilian raised his eyebrows. What? Senior brother Dao Qi is in trouble? What's going on? Madame Dao shook her head. I can't explain it in a few words. Please help me contact Qin Xiao. I want to ask him for help. Yao Shiwilian basically understood why Madame Dao came. Something happened to Dao Qi, so she wanted to ask Qin Xiao for help. With Qin Xiao's strength, as long as Qin Xiao helped, there should be nothing that couldn't be explained. However, if something happened to Dao Qi, the situation was obviously not simple. Otherwise, Dao Qi would be able to solve it himself. Something big must have happened. With Qin Xiao's friendship with Dao Qi, Yao Shiwilian wasn't sure if Qin Xiao was willing to take the risk to save Dao Qi. Of course, the first thing he needed was that Qin Xiao wasn't in Jiuzhou City. After thinking for a while, Yao Shiwilian said, Madame Dao, Qin Xiao went out for an important mission. He went to a very far place. Even if I contact him now, he won't be able to come back in time. Besides, his mission is very important. I can't disturb him. Madame Dao, how about this? I'll go back to the Desolate Land Temple with you. We'll report this to the elders. If something happened to senior brother Dao Qi, the Desolate Land Temple won't stand by and do nothing. However, Madame Dao still shook her head. If we go back to the Desolate Land Temple to ask for help, it'll take a lot of time. Besides, Dao Qi's status in the Desolate Land Temple isn't high. Even if we report this, the elders might not come to his rescue. Anyway, I still want to save junior brother Qin Shao. I hope he can help. Otherwise, Dao Qi might really die. Junior sister Shiwilian, please do me a favor. I'm begging you. Yao Shiwilian had always been kind-hearted. Seeing Madame Dao like this, she couldn't help but feel sorry. Therefore, she was put in a difficult position and didn't know what to do. Sheng Yin shook his head. Madame Dao, I think you should go back. It's not that we don't want to help you. It's just that we can't. After all, His Highness Dao Qi is a member of the Desolate Land Temple. The Desolate Land Temple won't just sit by and do nothing. So Dao Fu, your best option is to go back to the Desolate Land Temple and report this to the Desolate Land Temple. Even if there's a delay, the Temple of the Desolate Land Temple should be able to solve this problem. If you insist on waiting here for His Highness, I'm afraid you'll waste even more time. Yao Shiwilian bit her lip. Yes, Madame Dao, Sheng Yin is right. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you come back to the Desolate Land Temple with me? It'll be faster that way. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid. Yao Shiwilian didn't say anything else, afraid that it would agitate Madame Dao. Madame Dao's face was full of worry, anxiety, and sorrow. She was also a bit confused and didn't know what to do. Why is it so crowded today? Why are you all standing here? Madame Dao, why are you here? Did something happen? A voice was suddenly heard. Along with the voice, a figure flew over. Seeing the newcomer, Yao Shiwilian and the others were all delighted. It was actually Qin Shao who had returned. They thought he wouldn't be back so soon this time, but he was already back. Now, they were used to Qin Shao going out and not returning for tens of thousands of years. Madame Dao was about to kneel when she saw Qin Shao come back, but Qin Shao stopped her in time. Madame Dao, what is the meaning of this? I can't accept such a great gift. Madame Dao, who had been holding back her tears, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Junior brother Qin Shao, I really have no other choice. I can only beg you now. I beg you, no matter what, you have to save Dao Qi's life. His clone has been destroyed. If something happens to his real body, he will really die. What? Senior Dao Qi is in trouble? Qin Shao immediately frowned. His expression turned cold and serious. How should he describe Dao Qi? Although Dao Qi had lied to him before, Qin Shao still admired Dao Qi. Dao Qi could be forgiven for doing anything for his woman. Therefore, Qin Shao had some respect for mighty Dao Qi and treated him as a friend. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold when he heard that Dao Qi was in trouble. Madame Dao, don't be hasty. Let's talk slowly. Tell me the details of Xiang's situation first, Qin Shao said again. Madame Dao then told Qin Shao the story in detail. It started 1,000 years ago. Dao Qi's clone took Madame Dao out to play. They didn't have any higher goals now. They just wanted to enjoy life. Therefore, they liked to go out and play. On the way, they accidentally entered a mystic realm and found a holy item. It was this sacred artifact that had brought them a fatal disaster. Mighty figure Dao Revelation's avatar had been killed. In order to save Madame Dao, mighty figure Dao Revelation's true body had been pursued by those people. In the end, he had been chased into the chaos stream. Almighty Dao Qi had obtained the holy item, so those people chased after him relentlessly, swearing to kill him. Madame Dao's clone was also killed. Now, her real body came to Qin Shao to ask for help. They entered the Chaos River. That's one of the 10 most dangerous places in the universe. It's located in the endless sea of darkness. It's so dangerous that even people on the heaven list don't dare to enter. To put it bluntly, with Dao Qi's strength and his serious injuries, it will be very difficult for him to survive, Sheng Yin said. The 10 most dangerous places in the universe were very scary and not simple. Qin Shao frowned. If that was the case, Dao Qi's situation was indeed worrying. Perhaps something had happened to him. This was what Qin Shao was worried about. Madame Dao was so anxious that she cried. It was because it was too dangerous that she wanted to ask Qin Shao to save her. She didn't want to go back to the Desolate Land Temple to report this. Chapter 984. Black Fiend Emperor Lord Madame Dao. Who are the people chasing after Almighty Dao Qi? Even Almighty Dao Qi's doppelganger was killed. Their strength must be terrifying. What's their background? Yao Shiwilian asked. Madame Dao hesitated for a moment and said, "The leader is Black Fiend Emperor Lord. He has 3 accomplices, and they are all almighties." Black Fiend Emperor Lord? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Black Fiend Emperor Lord was on the heaven roll. Although he was at the bottom of the heaven roll, he was still on the heaven roll. His strength was needless to say. To be able to work with Black Fiend Emperor Lord, even if he was not on the heaven roll, his strength should be close to the heaven roll. For almighties of this level was indeed a powerful force. If it was just the Black Fiend Emperor Lord, Qin Shao would not have to worry about him at all. With his current strength, dealing with Black Fiend Emperor Lord was a piece of cake. However, the key problem was that Black Fiend Emperor Lord's brother, Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, was 4th on the heaven roll. Black Fiend Emperor Lord and Black Nightmare Demon Emperor were close brothers and had always been close. If someone dared to bully Black Fiend Emperor Lord, Black Nightmare Demon Emperor would definitely not sit idly by. Moreover, Black Fiend Emperor Lord and Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's master was a powerful sovereign. This sovereign was also famous in the divine world for being protective of his own people. Black Fiend Emperor Lord and Black Nightmare Demon Emperor were from the 9-Dragon Heavenly Palace. Therefore, they would not show mercy to the people from the divine palace of the desolate land. It was normal for almighties on the heaven roll to fight over a relic. Almighty Dao Qi had indeed suffered a huge setback this time. Qin Shao, this matter is very troublesome. It's best to report it to the sovereign and let him handle it. It's too dangerous for you to do it alone. Yao Shiwilian could tell what Qin Shao was thinking and could not help but remind him. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "This matter is very unusual, and it concerns a life. We can't afford to wait. The most important thing now is to save Dao Qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one knows how long Senior Dao Qi can last. If we touch Black Fiend Emperor Lord, it's the same as declaring war on Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Under such circumstances, the divine palace of the desolate land can't easily arrange a person to take action unless the sovereign personally. But the sovereign, it's not that, it is of the sovereign himself. So there's no time to lose. Madame Dao, lead the way immediately. We'll head to the primal chaos stream." Hearing Qin Shao agree to go with her to the primal chaos crevice to save people, Madame Dao was so emotional that tears streamed down her face. She hurriedly thanked her. Thank you so much, Qin Shao. You're a good person. When something happened to Dao Qi, I contacted a few almighties who were closer to him, but when they heard about the Chaos Stream and Black Fiend Emperor, they all declined. Usually we call each other brothers, but when it comes to a matter of life and death, all of them change their faces. Agreed? S. I really don't know how to repay you. Qin Shao waved his hand. Don't be so polite. I respect Senior Dao Qi. Since we are friends, there is no reason for me to leave him in the lurch. Let's not talk about the fact that it isn't too dangerous for me. Even if it was, I would still go and save him. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go. Dao nodded and wiped away her tears. She was ready to depart with Qin Shao. Yao Shiwilian was still worried. Qin Shao, don't worry. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. You should find some help. I will go with you. I've already informed my father. He will report this to the sovereign. The divine palace of the desolate land will not sit idly by. Qin Shao shook his head. It's too late. I will go first. I won't wait for the divine palace of the desolate land. Plus, the divine palace of the desolate land may not be able to intervene in a grudge of this level. But Yao Shiwilian still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Qin Shao. All right, Shiwilian, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I was so easy to get into trouble, I wouldn't be alive now. You don't have to follow us. It's too dangerous there. I can't protect you. Who said I need your protection? Are you looking down on me? Yao Shiwilian pouted and said with a look of dissatisfaction. After that, she said with a determined face, No. Anyway, I'm going with you. You could take Madame Dao, so why can't you take me? Could it be that I'm weaker than Madame Dao? Besides, isn't it just the Chaos Stream? I wanted to go there for a long time. I can protect myself. Qin Shao knew Yao Shiwilian's personality. It was hard to change her mind when she decided on something. She was a very stubborn woman. Qin Shao naturally knew that she was pretending to be strong. The bastard stream was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the universe. It was needless to say how dangerous it was. It was a great threat to those on the heaven list, not to mention Yao Shuolian, who was not even a powerful person. Yao Shuolian's current strength was indeed not bad, but it could only be compared to those who were slightly stronger. She was still too far away from the heaven list. It was almost impossible for Yao Shuolian to protect himself in the chaos stream with his strength. However, Qin Shao was a woman. If he didn't take her with him, it would be difficult for him to get away, unless he forced her to leave. But even if he forced her to leave, with Yao Shuolian's personality, he might have to follow them. In that case, he might as well take her there directly. Qin Shao pursed her lips hard and looked at Yao Shuolian with a serious face. I can take you there, but you have to listen to me when we get to the chaos stream. If there is any danger, I will take you into my inner world. You can't resist at all. Otherwise, I will have to use force on you. Use force? Yao Shuolian smiled and winked at Qin Shao. She had a very playful look on her face as she said, I want to know how you're going to use force. Do you have any ideas? Qin Shao's face suddenly turned red. He was very shy. Although he had never experienced the things between a man and a woman, he had lived for more than 200,000 years. He naturally understood the meaning of this kind of ambiguous words. Seeing Qin Zhao's shy face, Yao Shuolian smiled proudly. He was very beautiful and charming. Don't be in a daze. Let's go. Yao Shuolian patted Qin Zhao's back, bringing him back to his senses. Qin Shao took out his Dao artifact-level palace and hurried to the chaos stream as fast as he could. However, the chaos stream was located in the endless sea of darkness. If he wanted to enter the chaos stream, it would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to reach it. But there was no other way. He was already very fast, unless he had a ruler to lead the way. But even with a ruler leading the way, he wouldn't be able to reach it so quickly. In the palace, Yao Shuolian comforted Madame Dao over and over again. Gradually, she calmed down. Qin Shao, use your karma to contact senior brother Dao Qi and see if he is safe, Yao Shuolian suddenly said. Qin Shao nodded. Using all his strength, he sent a message to Dao Qi. Senior brother Dao Qi, how are you doing? Given Qin Zhao's strength, he should be able to sense Dao Qi's message, even if he was far away. However, there was no sound for a while, causing Qin Zhao's expression to become serious. When he saw Qin Zhao's expression, Yao Shuolian's heart sank. What is it, Qin Shao? Senior brother, Dao Qi didn't respond? Qin Shao shook his head, indicating no. Madame Dao, who had just calmed down, became agitated again. She couldn't help but tear up. Dao Qi, if anything happens to you, I won't live alone. Madame Dao, don't worry. Let me ask the Desolate Land Shrine first. They have a soul stone. As long as the soul stone doesn't break, senior brother Dao Qi is still alive. The chaos stream is complicated. Some places can isolate karma. No response doesn't necessarily mean that something has happened to him. Qin Shao comforted her. He immediately contacted Yi Junhe and asked him to check if senior brother Dao Qi's soul stone was still intact. Soon, Yi Junhe sent back news that Almighty Dao Enlightenment's soul stone was still intact and had not shattered. Since the soul stone wasn't broken, it meant that he was still alive. Madame Dao finally calmed down. Madame Dao, don't worry. Since he's not dead, there's still hope. Senior brother Dao Qi is a smart man. He won't get into trouble easily. Since he escaped into the chaos stream, he should know to hide and wait for someone to save him. But we can't get in touch with Dao Qi. It won't be easy for us to go to the chaos stream to save him. Looking for someone in the chaos stream is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yao Shuolian said. Qin Shao nodded. This was also what he was thinking. It was easy to save someone, but difficult to find someone. The chaos stream was a dangerous place. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to barge into it. Madame Dao said, I know where Dao Qi was last killed. I have a certain telepathic connection with Dao Qi, but I can only sense it when we're close. I know where Dao Qi entered the chaos stream. When the time comes, we'll enter from that place and slowly search for him. As long as we're close, I'll be able to sense it. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, it's better if we have these clues. We won't be so blind. This way, we'll have a better chance. Now, it's up to senior brother Dao Chi's luck. If he's lucky, we should be able to find him in 1,000 years. Qin Xiao didn't say the rest. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to last 1,000 years. After all, apart from the Chaos Stream's danger, Black Fiend Emperor and the others were still searching for Dao Qi. They wouldn't be too far away from him. 1,000 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. For someone who was chasing after a person, that was a very long time. Therefore, the most important thing for Qin Xiao now was time. Qin Xiao even had the thought of using MT Fengyu to hurry. With MT Fengyu's speed, it would take less than a day to reach the Chaos Stream. But Qin Xiao rejected this idea in the end. It wasn't that he didn't want to expose this universe treasure, but once it was exposed, Senior Baichuan and Fu Su's secret would be exposed. Chapter 985. It was impossible to escape. The ocean of darkness was said to be endless. Even for a ruler, it was boundless, and he couldn't reach the end of the ocean of darkness. Only a universe master could reach the end of the ocean of universe. The endless ocean of darkness hid many unknowns, and there were countless dangerous places and secret regions. It was also filled with countless dangers, and ordinary great beings didn't dare to enter the ocean of darkness. Anyone below the level of a great being would die. The ocean of darkness was also known as a life forbidden zone. 9 of the top 10 most dangerous places in the universe were in the ocean of darkness, and only one was in the godly world. Chaos Stream was said to be a remnant left behind when chaos was first created. Many ancient sages had died in it, and it was extremely dangerous. It was a gloomy forest, and there was almost no light. Ordinary gods wouldn't be able to tell the direction when they entered, and they would get lost and die quickly. Danger was everywhere. Danger lurked in the surroundings. Even the beings on the heaven list had to be careful when they entered. Otherwise, they would be in danger. In a dark place, a flustered figure was walking in a hurry. Although he knew it was dangerous, he wasn't slow. He looked around cautiously, but from time to time, he would trigger some restrictions and some dangers would erupt. Fortunately, his luck wasn't too bad. He didn't encounter any great danger, and he managed to avoid all the obstacles along the way. Soon, he saw a serene cave. After observing the entrance for a while, he entered the serene cave. The cave was quite hidden, and it had the ability to isolate the aura. It was indeed a good place to hide. This wretched figure was none other than the mighty figure of Tao Enlightenment. He had been running for 1,000 years in the Chaos Stream, and he didn't know how many dangers he had encountered along the way. Fortunately, he had survived. He had come all the way here, and he didn't know where he was now. It was obviously impossible to go out the way he had come. Black Fiend Emperor and the other 3 were chasing after him. If he dared to go back, he would be discovered. If he was discovered again, he wouldn't be able to run anymore. He had used up all his escape cards. Damn you, Black Fiend Emperor. My clone is dead. My wife's clone is dead as well. I was forced to flee into this dangerous Chaos Stream. Whether or not I could make it out alive was still a question. I, Dao Qi, am not afraid of death, but my wife, if I die, she will not live alone. At this moment, I'm afraid Madam is crying and begging for someone to save me. Thinking of his wife, the mighty figure of Tao Enlightenment felt anxious. He wished he could escape as soon as possible. However, there was no way for him to escape. The only thing he could do now was to hide and not let Black Fiend Emperor and the others find him. Once they found him, only death awaited him. Then, he could only resign himself to fate and see if anyone would come to his rescue. He wanted to see if the divine temple of the desolate land would come to his rescue. However, he was in Chaos Stream. Even if the desolate land god palace was willing to send someone on the heaven list to rescue him, it would not be easy to find him. Moreover, there were only a few people on the heaven list in the desolate land god palace. Most of them were on missions. There were also some old people who had not appeared for thousands of years. These people could not be invited at all. Those who could really be sent out could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, they could not be sent out just because they wanted to. Even if they were sent out, it was still unknown whether they would care about him or go all out to rescue him. After all, The mighty figure of Dao Qi did not have a high status in the desolate land god palace. He was not famous and was very ordinary in all aspects. Therefore, it was difficult for the divine temple of the desolate land to care too much about him. Because of this, Madame Dao did not want to ask the divine temple of the desolate land for help. Instead, she wanted to ask Qin Shao for help, because she knew that Qin Shao was more useful. So I really made a big mistake this time. I, Dao Qi, have lived for countless years. Life and death are nothing to me. I have no desires. I just want to live a peaceful and carefree life with my wife. But this time I was toyed with by fate. I originally had no desire, but I just had to find a sacred item. When the holy relic was in front of me, I hesitated and became greedy. I didn't expect that it would cause me such a big trouble. Dao Qi's face was bitter. He felt like he had been teased by the heavens. A holy relic was in front of him. There was no reason for him not to take it. If it were anyone else, they would definitely take it. It was a good thing that fell from the heavens. However, what Dao Qi did not expect was that Black Fiend Emperor and the other three happened to pass by when the holy item was born. They happened to bump into Black Fiend Emperor and the other three. He could only admit that he was unlucky. With the holy relic in hand, Dao Qi was not willing to give it to others. After all, as an almighty of the desolate land's god palace, he could not be as timid as a mouse. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a joke? Black Fiend Emperor and the other three did not give Dao Qi any chance to speak. They immediately snatched it and started fighting without saying anything. Relying on their numbers, Black Fiend Emperor and the other three did not take Dao Qi seriously at all. They wanted to kill him. Dao Qi knew that things were not going well. Therefore, his original body quickly came out of the desolate land's god palace to help. However, Black Fiend Emperor and the other three were too strong. Therefore, Dao Qi could not stop them. His wife's clone was killed first, and then his clone was killed. Fortunately, his original body arrived in time and snatched the holy relic. Dao Qi was not so obsessed with this holy relic. However, his wife and clone were killed by Black Fiend Emperor. How could he not be angry? How could he not hate? Even a clay figurine had 3 flames of anger, let alone an almighty of the desolate land's god palace. Therefore, after getting the holy relic, Dao Qi's original body quickly escaped. He used a trump card to escape and escaped directly into the chaos stream. After escaping here, he had no choice but to escape into the chaos stream. That way, he might be able to escape the pursuit of Black Fiend Emperor and the other three. He was a sealed member of the desolate land's god palace. If he was in trouble, the desolate land's god palace would not leave him alone. Therefore, he could only hope that the god palace of the desolate land would send someone to save him. This time, he was risking his life. If something were to happen to his original body, he would have no way out at all. Dao Qi looked at the dark and simple heavy sword in his hand. A heart-palpitating power was emitted from his sword. This was because the sword's power had not been activated. Once it was activated, it would be even more terrifying. Even so, it was enough to scare people. This sword was a holy relic. It carried a holy aura. A holy relic sword was rare. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Holy relic sword, I had no intention of fighting for you. However, Black Fiend Emperor and the others did not give me a chance to talk. I had no choice. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's all on you. I, Dao Qi, have never had good luck. Now that I finally have it, I can't believe it ended up like this. Is this fate? Dao Qi smiled bitterly. If he could choose again, he would rather not have come across this holy relic. That way, he would not have caused so much trouble. This was the case in the god world. If one had a powerful treasure but did not have the strength to protect it, it would only bring disaster to oneself. Since things have come to this, there is no other way. Now, I can only hope that the desolate land's god palace sends someone to save me. Otherwise, I won't be able to walk out of the chaos stream alive. It's even more dangerous to run deeper. I can only hide now and hope that I can escape. Dao Qi shook his head and let out a long sigh. Dao Qi wanted to refine this holy relic before Black Fiend Emperor and the others caught up. Once he could refine it, he would be able to activate the power of the holy relic. In that case, even if Black Fiend Emperor and the other three were to find him, he would be able to put up some resistance. He would not be at the mercy of others. However, it would be difficult for him to fight against Black Fiend Emperor and the other three with just the power of a holy relic. In the chaos stream, a man in purple robes was walking. He looked around with a demonic gaze. It was obvious that he was looking for something. The man in purple robes had a gloomy look on his face. He was like a cold, venomous snake. His long purple hair, purple robes, and demonic eyes made him look demonic, as though he was from the demon race. However, the man in purple robes was not from the demon race. He was from a human race. He had only turned into this because he had cultivated some evil skills. He chased all the way here, searching for the Tao Enlightenment Almighty. Tao Chi, let's see how long you can hide. You're already seriously injured. You can't run far. If you keep running deeper into the chaos stream, it will be even more dangerous. You don't have the guts to keep running, so you must be hiding. It won't be that easy to hide. The purple-robed man was extremely cold. The demonic light in his eyes scanned the surroundings. Nothing in the surroundings could escape his eyes. He walked all the way and searched every inch of the area. Nothing could hide from his eyes wherever he went. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a black hole. He scanned the black hole, but did not find anything. However, he looked at the black hole carefully with his demonic eyes. He felt that the black hole was a little strange. It was not simple. The man in purple robes approached the black hole. His eyes shone brightly and shot in again. At this moment, Tao Chi, who was hiding in the black hole, saw the light sweep in. He was shocked, and his expression changed. He knew that he had been exposed. What a purple eyes, Almighty! Your eyes are indeed sharp. I still can't escape your notice. Since I've been discovered, I can only fight it out. Tao Chi gritted his teeth. He lifted the holy relic sword and charged out. He used all his strength to activate the holy relic sword. However, he had not completely refined the holy relic sword. Moreover, he was seriously injured. Therefore, he could not unleash much of its power. Chapter 986. Domineering Qin Shao. Third watch begging for flowers. Even if I can't carry it, you can't easily take it away from me. Tao Chi gritted his teeth fiercely, his face filled with determination. He knew that even if he was willing to hand over the holy sword, the purple-eyed almighty being would not let him go. Furthermore, his avatar and his wife's avatar had both died in the hands of these people. Almighty Tao Revelation was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Sometimes, a man's dignity could not be violated. Enlightened Tao charged at the purple-eyed almighty with all his might. He held the holy item sword in his hand, and he looked extremely ruthless. A disdainful sneer appeared on the purple-robed figure's face. You really overestimate yourself. You want to fight me even though you're severely injured? Do you think you can do it just because you have a holy relic? Without fully refining the holy artifact, there was no way to activate the power of the holy artifact. It would be a waste for the holy relic to be in your hands. After saying that, the purple-robed almighty attacked. Beams of demonic purple light bloomed from his hand. These rays of purple light were like purple snakes that wrapped around him. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They carried a strange power as they attacked Tao Chi from all directions. The strength of the purple-eyed mighty figure was also close to the level of the heaven roll, so it was naturally much stronger than the mighty figure of Tao Revelation. Therefore, even with the help of the sacred item, Tao Chi still could not gain any advantage. After a single exchange of blows, Tao Chi was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his injuries worsened. The purple lights were like ropes that wrapped around Enlightened Tao tightly, trying to imprison him. Enlightened Tao tried his best to resist, but the more he resisted, the tighter the purple light became. What a terrifying method! Tao Enlightenment's face was cold as he glared at the purple-eyed Grand Cultivator. He wanted to resist, but he didn't have much strength left. Almighty Tao Chi knew his current situation very well. What awaited him was death. He desperately tried to escape from the pursuit, but in the end, he failed and was forced into a dead end. Was he going to die? Enlightened Tao gritted his teeth. He was still unwilling to accept this. He was extremely unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he couldn't change the fact in front of him. At the end of the day, it was still because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, how could he be bullied by others like this? How could they not even be able to protect the sacred object? Under the cruel law of survival, everything depended on one's strength. Everything depended on one's fist. Dao Qi naturally understood this simple logic, so he had always been very low-key and never provoked anyone. Most of the time, he stayed in the desolate land temple. Aside from carrying out some tasks, he almost never left the desolate land temple. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to take his wife on a sightseeing tour and live a happy and peaceful life, he wouldn't have gone out. But he did not expect that his luck was so bad that he actually encountered such a thing. Seeing that Dao Qi could not resist, the purple-eyed mighty being smiled even more. She walked over step by step and said, "What do you think? Is my 1,000-thread lost skill good? There are thousands of threads of emotion and thousands of threads of pain. The more you resist, the tighter it will be and the more pain you will feel. 7 emotions and 6 desires will be entangled. It will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I already told you to surrender. Why did you have to resist? With your strength, you still want to do something like hitting a stone with an egg. Isn't it ridiculous? How is it? You must be in pain now, right?" Dao Qi's face was indeed in pain. His expression was twisted and ugly. He gritted his teeth and did not cry out in pain. But he was still there, struggling desperately. But the more he struggled, the deeper the entanglement was, and the more painful it was. But no matter how painful it was, he was not willing to be captured like this. You really don't know what you're talking about." The purple-eyed mighty being laughed. At this moment, 3 powerful auras were approaching quickly. Obviously, it was Black Fiend Emperor and the other 2. The 4 of them acted separately. As long as one of them found it, the other 3 could quickly gather. When the purple-eyed mighty being found Dao Qi, she had already informed Black Fiend Emperor and the others. Dressed in a black robe, Black Fiend Emperor descended with a terrifying murderous aura. His entire body was shrouded by a thick black murderous aura. Coupled with his black robe that covered his entire body from head to toe, his entire person was like a cloud of black fog. He emitted a peerless murderous aura like a demon. Just the murderous aura that he emitted was enough to frighten people. Cold, dark, and eerie. This was Black Fiend Emperor. No one in the world could see his true face. Anyone who saw his true face was a dead man. Black Fiend Emperor was obviously the leader of the 4. He was ranked on the heaven roll and had a fierce reputation. With Black Fiend as his name, one could see how strong Black Fiend Emperor's murderous aura was. With the arrival of the 4 mighty beings, Dao Qi was already in despair. He knew that he would not be able to leave this place alive today. This was fate. This was all fate. He had been careful for so many years, but in the end, he could not resist fate's teasing. "Madam, farewell. I really hope you can live on and not come with me." Dao Qi closed his eyes weakly. The corners of his eyes were already wet. The one he could not bear to part with the most was his madam. But sometimes, reality was so cruel, so bloody, and so simple. Even mighty beings seemed to be high and mighty, but sometimes they were just so insignificant. Only when one reached the Dominator level would they not be killed so easily. But the Dominator level was just an unattainable dream for him. Everything was about to end. "Farewell." The purple-eyed mighty being smiled and said, "This guy still wants to resist. He really doesn't know what he's doing. Forget it. Since you're all here, let's not play anymore. I'll kill him first. Let's take the sacred item and leave quickly, in case the desolate land divine palace really sends people here. What are you afraid of? It's just killing people. It won't take much time. Even if the desolate land divine palace sends people here, they won't come so quickly. He's just an insignificant person. The desolate land divine palace won't pay too much attention to him." A mighty being with long hair said indifferently. The Black Fiend Emperor said in a cold voice, "All right, let's not waste any more time. Purple-eyed, finish him quickly." The purple-eyed mighty being nodded. Her hands once again shot out countless purple lights, which turned into countless purple snakes and attacked Dao Qi. But at this moment, a cold and angry voice came from afar. Purple-eyed mighty being, stop! You dare to kill the people of the desolate land, divine palace. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The loud and clear voice was filled with coldness, anger, and murderous intent. Dao Qi, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, heard this voice. His body shook violently. He opened his eyes and stared blankly into the distance. In the distance, he saw a figure rushing towards him at the fastest speed. Qin Shao. In fact, Dao Qi could tell that it was Qin Shao from the voice. But when he saw Qin Shao with his own eyes, Dao Qi was shocked and stunned. He thought that the desolate land divine palace would send people to save him, but he didn't expect it to be Qin Shao. With Qin Shao's strength, he saw some hope of survival. It's Qin Shao. He's here. He's really fast. The purple-eyed mighty being's expression changed drastically when she saw who it was. The purple-eyed mighty being hesitated. She looked at the Black Fiend Emperor with an inquiring gaze. After all, the Black Fiend Emperor was the strongest here. Everyone listened to him. Facing Qin Shao, the purple-eyed mighty being was indeed a little timid. After all, Qin Zhao's reputation had spread throughout the realm of the gods. Who did not know of Qin Zhao's fame? Who did not know of it? Even though Qin Shao was only a fourth-step divine god, his strength was definitely in the top 10 of the heaven list. Some people even thought that Qin Zhao's strength should be able to make it into the top 5 of the heaven list. But no matter whether it was the top 5 or the top 10 of the heaven list, it was certain that there were people in the top 10. Even the Black Fiend Emperor and the other 3 couldn't stop the top 10 of the heaven list. Although the purple-eyed mighty being's strength was close to the heaven list, she knew her own strength when facing Qin Shao. So, she naturally hesitated. She had heard about Qin Zhao's character. He was definitely a man of his words. Since he had said such harsh words just now, if he continued to kill Dao Qi, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. Purple-eyed mighty being, why are you afraid of him? No matter how big the matter is, my brother will take care of it. Hurry up and do it. There's not much time left. Don't give Qin Shao a chance to save people. I'm here. You don't have to worry about this. The Black Fiend Emperor snorted. Although the purple-eyed mighty being was still a little hesitant, the Black Fiend Emperor was here today. If anything happened, everyone would take care of it together. He wasn't afraid of anything. After all, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor and a sovereign were behind the Black Fiend Emperor. What was there to be afraid of? For the sacred artifact, he would risk it all. Kill. Some of the purple-eyed mighty beings didn't hesitate anymore and made up their minds to kill. Seeing that the purple-eyed mighty being was still going to attack, Qin Shao was completely furious. Purple-eyed mighty being, how dare you? It seems that you insist on being enemies with me, Qin Shao, and the desolate land divine palace? If that's the case, Qin Shao, will also say something ruthless here. Today, you will definitely die. No one could save you. Although Qin Shao rushed here as fast as he could, it still took some time for him to arrive. And this time was enough for the purple-eyed mighty being to kill. Killing a person was just a matter of seconds for them. They didn't even need half a breath to end everything. Since the purple-eyed mighty being had decided to kill Dao Qi, he wasn't afraid of offending Qin Shao. He also laughed disdainfully. Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think you're invincible? Then I'll also say something. Today I'm going to kill Dao Qi. Let's see how you're going to save him. After saying that, the purple-eyed mighty being attacked with all his might. He wanted to kill Dao Qi and not give him any chance. The purple-eyed mighty being was full of confidence. It would take at least 2 breaths for Qin Shao to kill him. Not to mention 2 breaths of time. Even half a breath of time was enough for him to kill a mighty figure of Tao enlightenment. Chapter 987. Rescue people, haha. The purple-eyed almighty laughed out loud as if she had heard a big joke. Qin Shao, I admit that you are very strong. I know that you are in the limelight now, and your name has shaken the entire god realm. But so what? I, the amethyst-eyed almighty, have not spent hundreds of billions of years in vain. If I want to kill someone, you can't stop me. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. You can only watch Dao Qi die in front of you. If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask Black Fiend Emperor and the others first." The Black Fiend Emperor stood in front of the purple-eyed mighty figure and said with a sinister expression, "Qin Shao, don't you dare be so arrogant. This is not a place for you to be so arrogant. You can't save the people we want to kill. Do you think your word alone can make a difference here? Then I can tell you that we will definitely kill Dao Qi today. If you want to become enemies with us because of him, then we are not afraid of you." Black Fiend, Heavenly Emperor, was very confident. The four of them might not be able to defeat Qin Shao, but Black Fiend, Heavenly Emperor, was confident that they would not be at a disadvantage. After all, he was an almighty on the heaven roll. The three of them were also close to the heaven roll. If the four of them worked together, they would not be at a great disadvantage. In addition, he said that he had already informed his elder brother and that his elder brother would be here soon. If by any chance Qin Shao didn't know what was good for him and insisted on fighting with them, then all they had to do was wait for his eldest brother to come and everything would be fine. With his big brother as a guarantee, why would he need another Qin Shao? No matter how strong he was only a fourth-step heavenly deity. As an almighty on the heaven ranking, what did he have to fear? Die. The purple-eyed almighty attacked with all her might, wanting to kill almighty Dao Qi. Although Qin Shao came here as fast as he could, he was still a little slow. The space within the primal chaos stream was already very chaotic. There were cracks everywhere. Naturally, one's speed would be greatly suppressed. Even space jumping would be obstructed. This was even after Qin Shao ignored the danger and rushed over with all his might. However, he was still in no hurry to kill and save the mighty one of Dao enlightenment. Enlightened Dao had thought that he had seen a glimmer of hope, but now he felt despair. For the sake of a holy object, Dark Fiend Emperor and the others had all gone crazy. They were all desperate and did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. Qin Zhao's deterrence was far from enough. He was really going to die. Enlightened Dao closed his eyes as the purple-eyed mighty figure's 1,000 twists surged forward. However, just as his 1,000 twists were about to bind Enlightened Dao to death, a phenomenon suddenly occurred. The world changed, and time seemed to reverse. Everything around him had changed. To be precise, it was not a parting. Instead, a world had descended and overlapped with this world, forming a strange phenomenon. Waves of energy surged up and enveloped the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the others. Time and space were instantly locked down. Before the purple-eyed mighty figure's 1,000 twists could reach Enlightened Dao, it was suppressed by this force and could not advance any further. Its heart force. What a powerful and terrifying heart force. This is the heart force world projection. Everything illusory becomes real. Everyone, be careful. Dark Fiend Emperor was the first to react. He roared and attacked with all his might, wanting to destroy the heart force world projection. The purple-eyed mighty figure and the other two reacted and attacked together. The purple-eyed almighty wanted to continue attacking the Dao Awakener Almighty, but an invisible hand attacked him. This was Qin Zhao's heart force attack. Qin Zhao's heart force had long since reached the 4th level of mastery. At this level, he was already comparable to a top-tier major power. Even if the use of heart force was not as good as a mighty figure of the Great Path cultivation system in terms of strength, Qin Shao did not use heart force to deal with Dark Fiend Emperor Lord. Instead, he wanted to stop Enlightened Dao and buy some time. That was enough. Heart force could be used from a distance. This was an advantage that the Great Path cultivation system could not compare with. Therefore, Qin Shao attacked with heart force from afar, pushing it to the limit. The mighty heart force surged over, making Black Fiend and the others feel very uncomfortable. The powerful attack caught them off guard for a moment, and they hurriedly made their moves. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be able to deal with the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other three just by relying on heart force alone. However, this exchange of blows was enough for Qin Shao to reach them. When Qin Shao arrived in front of the Black Fiend Emperor's group of 4, his figure suddenly vanished. It's the Mirage Avatar lost technique. Everyone be careful. Dark Fiend Emperor roared again. He naturally knew about the lost technique of the desolate land, divine palace. It was extremely famous. Although it was not one of the 10 lost techniques, it was the closest. In terms of reputation, it was not inferior to the 10 lost techniques. Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him save Dao Qi. The purple-eyed Almighty's demonic eyes shone with a strange light. He sensed that Qin Shao had come to save Almighty Dao Qi, so he hurriedly roared. Dark Fiend Emperor and the other two had expected that Qin Shao would go to Almighty Dao Qi. Therefore, they launched a fierce attack on Almighty Dao Qi at the same time. They attacked with all their strength to stop Qin Shao from saving Dao Qi. Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three did not hesitate. In the face of such a situation, they naturally would not hold back. They attacked with all their strength, swearing to stop Qin Shao from saving Dao Qi. Once Qin Shao saved Dao Qi, the situation would be troublesome. Qin Shao was not afraid of the four's crazy attacks. Walking in the mirage, Qin Shao asked Almighty Dao Qi to come closer to him. Later, Almighty Dao Qi would give up resisting and enter his inner world. At the same time, he attacked Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three aggressively. The four of them were indeed terrifying when they joined forces. Even if they were facing the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard, they could still fight. Dark Fiend Emperor danced wildly with his purple eyes. Terrifying energy surged violently as rays of sharp light attacked. Qin Shao pushed his heart force to the extreme. At the same time, he performed the sword technique of the desolate land with all his strength. He attacked with a powerful force. With a strike of his sword, heaven and earth collapsed. The strange phenomenon collapsed, and the sky was shocked. Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three tried to contact each other, but they were still repelled by Qin Shao. How can he be so powerful? The Black Fiend Monarch and the other three were extremely shocked. Even though Qin Zhao's reputation had spread throughout the entire divine realm, it was still extremely shocking. It was publicly acknowledged that Qin Shao had the strength of the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard. He was an unprecedented talent, with a peerless appearance and brilliance. However, this was only a rumor after all. They had not fought with him. Dark Fiend Emperor and the others did not think that Qin Shao was really that powerful. They more or less thought that Qin Zhao's strength was exaggerated. No matter what, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly god. He had not merged with the Tao to become an almighty. How strong could he be? Among the fourth-step heavenly gods, other than Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong, Qin Shao had also reached this step. He was indeed incomparably monstrous. This was not an ordinary kind of dazzling. Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three felt very uncomfortable. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Even with the four of them working together, they still could not defeat a fourth-step heavenly god. After defeating Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three, Qin Shao kept Dao Qi into his internal world. Dao Fu and Yao Shulian were also in Qin Zhao's internal world. Qin Zhao's internal world could guarantee absolute safety. As long as Qin Zhao's original body was not killed, his internal world would be fine. Of course, unless one's strength had reached the level of senior by Chuan Fu Su, who could enter Qin Zhao's internal world silently. However, this was something only a universe master could do. After successfully saving Dao Qi, Qin Shao was no longer in a hurry. He looked coldly at Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three, whose expressions were ugly. Dark Fiend Emperor and the other three surrounded Qin Shao. The four of them were secretly communicating with each other. Dark Fiend Emperor, it seems that we have underestimated Qin Shao too much. I really did not expect this kid to be as monstrous as the rumors say. His strength has reached the level of the top 10 on the heaven list. He has also reached a very high level in the path of heart force. That was why he had the chance to save Dao Qi. Now that Dao Qi is in his hands, it won't be so easy for us to take the holy object back. What should we do? Purple Eye asked. If they had known this would happen, they would have killed Dao Qi right from the start. This situation would not have happened. Now that Dao Qi had been saved, if they wanted to take the holy object back, they would have to shed all pretense of cordiality with Qin Shao. Moreover, they would have to kill Qin Shao in order to take the holy object back. However, how could it be so easy to kill Qin Shao? His strength was equivalent to the top 10 on the heaven list. Even Black Nightmare Demon Emperor might not be able to do anything to Qin Shao, let alone them. Moreover, who was Qin Shao? Dao Qi and Qin Shao were not comparable to him. Qin Shao was definitely a disciple that was highly valued by the Desolate Land Divine Palace. Even Master Qingye was very close to him. With Qin Zhao's status in the Desolate Land Divine Palace, if they really did anything to Qin Shao, they would probably provoke Master Qingye. Most importantly, if Qin Shao really encountered any danger, he could directly inform Master Qingye. With Master Qingye's speed, it would not take long for him to arrive here. Unless they were confident that they could kill Qin Shao in an extremely short period of time, it was absolutely impossible for them to do so. Therefore, the Black Fiend Sovereign Emperor hesitated in this situation. Dark Fiend Emperor contacted his elder brother, Black Submerged Demon Emperor, and explained the current situation to him. After receiving Black Submerged Demon Emperor's instructions, Dark Fiend Emperor said to Purple Eye and the other two, "My elder brother will be here soon. How can we give up a holy object so easily? If we want to take the holy object back, we don't have to kill Qin Shao, right? We can force him to hand it over obediently. As long as his life is not in danger, he won't ask Master Qingye for help given his pride. Therefore, we don't have to worry at all. What we need to do now is to force him to hand over the holy object and not let him escape. My elder brother will be here in a few breaths. During this time, we must do whatever it takes to keep him here. Therefore, if he wants to escape later, don't worry so much and use your trump cards to keep him here. Understand?" Chapter 988. If I say I want you dead, you must die. What? I've already saved him. Are you still going to pester me? Qin Shao stared coldly at Black Fiend Emperor and the other three. Of course, Qin Shao could guess what the Black Fiend Emperor and the other three were planning. However, he was also bold and fearless because he had the backing of a strong backing. To put a little arrogantly, unless Qin Shao really encountered a ruler, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. A ruler would not easily make a move. Even though Black Fiend Emperor was a ruler's disciple, a ruler would not easily stand up for Black Fiend Emperor. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Qin Shao were to encounter a sovereign, he wouldn't necessarily be afraid of them. Qin Shao would not be able to defeat a ruler, but he was confident that he could escape. With the universe treasure Mount Fengyu in his hands, he could at least escape. Unless he ran into a universe master, there would be no way for him to escape. In the face of a hegemon, Qin Shao was confident in his ability to do so. If he really encountered a universe master, Qin Shao would definitely ask his teacher for help. With his teacher as his final life-saving talisman, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Of course, even if there wasn't such a backup plan, Qin Shao would never frown or back down once he had decided on what to do. Since he had decided to save Dao Qi, he would not care about anything else. Black Fiend Emperor glared at Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, you really live up to your reputation. I've always felt that the outside world's judgment of your strength was mostly exaggerated. With your brilliance, you are indeed a rare and peerless talent. You are even known as the #1 genius since the beginning of this era. You have many titles that make you shine brightly and famous throughout the Four Realms. We have encountered many new geniuses who have been exaggerated. Some of them have experienced more harm than good, but the truth is that they are far from being true. What I didn't expect was that your strength was actually as powerful as the rumors say." Qin Shao pursed his lips and said coldly, "Are you praising me? I guess I'll take it as a compliment, but I won't thank you." Black Fiend Emperor continued, "I really don't want to be your enemy. However, it's impossible for you to end today's matter just like that. Let's cut to the chase. Either you hand over the holy artifact today, and then I'll let you take the Tao enlightenment away. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." Black Fiend Emperor, are you saying that you want me to stay? Qin Shao sneered with a hint of disdain. He was Black Fiend Emperor. Black Devil Emperor. If I'm not wrong, Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. Was Emperor Black Devil Emperor? Is Black Devil Emperor? Will Black Devil Emperor Is Black Nightmare, Devil Emperor, Devil Emperor? Is Black Devil, Devil, Devil Emperor? Humph. Since you already know, then there's no need to hide anything from you. So, you'd better make a choice quickly. Dao Qi and the Holy Object. You can only take one. Otherwise, I'll give it to you now. Let's see if you know what's good for you. Black Fiend Emperor, Devil Emperor did not hide anything. He knew he could not hide this matter. Moreover, there was no need for that. His big brother was about to arrive. Qin Shao could not escape in time, even if he wanted to. Moreover, they were still here. Qin Shao could not escape. His big brother and the four of them were more than enough to deal with Qin Shao. They would suppress him first. Then, they would not be afraid that he would not give in. The purple-eyed Almighty laughed sinisterly and said, Qin Shao, although the holy object is good, it's not something a Dao Qi Almighty like him can touch. He may be lucky enough to get the holy object, but he definitely won't be lucky enough to own it. A good saddle goes with a good horse. A good sword goes with a hero. One must know one's own limits. Only those who have the strength are worthy of it. Without the strength, it will only bring disaster to oneself. Qin Shao, although you're strong, it's impossible for you to ensure your own safety in today's situation. We've spent so much effort, and we can't let you take away both the person and the holy artifact. If we do, we won't have the face to show our faces in the future. Qin Zhao's gaze turned towards a certain direction. In the distance, a figure was rushing towards them, emanating an extremely powerful aura. Dressed in long black robes, he looked no different from the Black Fiend Sovereign Emperor. However, unlike the Black Fiend Sovereign Emperor, this Black Fiend Sovereign Emperor was not shrouded in Black Fiend Qi, making it hard to see his true appearance. The person's face could be clearly seen. It was a slender and cold face, as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. His eyes, in particular, were like two black holes that had the ability to devour everything. Empty, deep, gloomy, and terrifying. Wherever his eyes looked, everything would be devoured and annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. Although they were still very far away, Qin Shao could feel how terrifying the black submerged Devil Emperor was. As expected of someone ranked 4th on the heaven list, he was almost invincible under the sovereign realm. He was the #1 almighty of the 9 dragons, Emperor Palace, and the personal disciple of the sovereign realm. Those who could rank in the top 10 of the heaven list were all extremely famous. They were core figures in their respective holy lands and stood at the pinnacle. There is no doubt that the black submerged Devil Emperor was terrifying. Seeing that the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was approaching, the Black Fiend Monarch and the other 3 revealed smiles on their faces. The stone that had been hanging in their hearts had finally been lifted. Now that the black submerged Devil Emperor was here, they no longer had to worry about anything. Haha, Qin Shao, you don't have much time to think. Hurry up and decide. I advise you to be sensible. Don't put yourself in danger just to save a person. The purpose of your trip is to save Almighty Dao Qi, not to fight to the death over a sacred artifact. We've already agreed to let Dao Qi go. What else are you dissatisfied with? The purple-eyed Almighty laughed wantonly and tried to force Qin Shao to abdicate again. Qin Zhao's cold eyes landed on the purple-eyed Almighty being. For that holy item, my senior brother Dao Qi's clone was killed by you. His Dao partner's clone was also killed by you. His body was also heavily injured by you, and his vital energy was damaged. I'm here to save his life, but this sacred artifact has cost him too much. How can I give it to you? He obtained this sacred artifact by chance, so it belongs to him. What right do you have to snatch this sacred artifact? You want me to be sensible? I think you're the one who's bullying him too much. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? The purple-eyed Almighty said, Why bother? Is it worth it to sacrifice yourself for others? Is it worth it? Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, Friends like you who are only connected by benefits, how could you possibly understand the true meaning of friendship? Purple-eyed Almighty, you might have forgotten what I just said. I'll say it again. If I say I want you dead, you must die. I have enough time to kill you before Black Nightmare Demon Emperor arrives. As soon as his voice sounded, Qin Shao did not say anything else and actually attacked. His heart force surged out again and attacked the purple-eyed Almighty. All of his heart force was aimed at the purple-eyed Almighty. Ah! The purple-eyed Almighty felt like his head was about to explode. He cried out in pain. At the same time, Qin Zhao's sword slashed out, intending to kill the purple-eyed Almighty. The desolate land sword art burst out with full force. Black Nightmare Emperor, save me. The purple-eyed Almighty had been acting all high and mighty, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with terror, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. He smelled murderous intent and the scent of death. He even felt like he didn't have much strength to fight back. He was no match for Qin Zhao at all. In the face of Qin Zhao's attack, he felt as weak as an ant. There was no way he could fight back at all. Therefore, he was really anxious. He hurriedly asked Black Fiend Emperor for help. Black Nightmare Emperor naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He roared, "Qin Zhao, how dare you? How dare you? The purple-eyed Almighty is mine. If you dare hurt her, I'll never let you off." However, Qin Zhao didn't pay attention to Black Nightmare Emperor at all. It was as if he didn't hear a thing. Qin Zhao walked out of the ethereal plane and came directly in front of the amethyst-eyed monarch. His sword came with a peerless sharpness. The desolate land sword art. The sword moved in the desolate land. A surge of desolate land power surged out from the sword. The sword roared in the sky and shook the entire desolate land. In the sword's shadow, the desolate land world reappeared. The ancient giant beasts reappeared. Endless strange phenomena reappeared. Every single vision transformed into an extremely terrifying sword force that roared as it slashed down. The purple-eyed Almighty activated the thousand silk twists with all her might. However, the thousand silk twists couldn't withstand a single blow from Qin Zhao's sword force. They were instantly destroyed. How could she resist the slightest bit? Although Black Nightmare Emperor and the other two tried their best to stop Qin Zhao's strength was too strong, and his moves were too vicious. His Mirage Avatar made it difficult for them to detect Qin Zhao. They didn't know when Qin Zhao would attack. Qin Zhao's Heart Force attack allowed him to hold them back. If they wanted to attack, he could stop them with a Heart Force attack. There was no way to counter this move. This was the magical effect of the Heart Force. The true meaning of strength allowed Qin Zhao's strength to erupt instantaneously. Under such circumstances, it was enough to force the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two sovereigns back, preventing them from getting close to Qin Zhao. If he couldn't even get close to Qin Zhao, there was no way he could save her. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Does he really have the strength of the top 5 on the heaven list? No. Black Nightmare Emperor, save me, save me. The purple-eyed Almighty was completely terrified. He wanted to resist desperately, but he couldn't. Under Qin Zhao's powerful strength, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Qin Zhao was too strong. He was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. Black Nightmare Emperor wanted to save the purple-eyed Almighty, but he couldn't get close to Qin Zhao. Stop shouting. It's useless. He can't save you. You'd better accept your death obediently. I've said that if I want you to die, you will die. I, Qin Zhao, always do what I say. Today, no one can save you. It's useless to shout, Qin Zhao said coldly. The sharpness of his sword was already descending. The purple-eyed Almighty fell into despair. Was he really going to die? No. Black Nightmare Emperor, please save me. The purple-eyed Almighty sent a distress signal to the Black Nightmare Emperor in despair. However, the Black Nightmare Emperor ignored him. Chapter 989. Battle with the Black Submerged Demon Emperor. Seeing that the Black Submerged Demon Emperor ignored him, the purple-eyed Almighty fell into despair. He knew that he was nothing in the eyes of the Black Submerged Demon Emperor. The purple-eyed Almighty's despair was quickly extinguished by Qin Zhao's sword, and his divine body was destroyed. Even though the purple-eyed Almighty had a defensive treasure with him, and even though his body was extremely strong, he was powerless in the face of Qin Zhao's power. Under Qin Zhao's sword, everything was destroyed. There was no way to stop it. The purple-eyed Almighty's divine body was destroyed, but his soul was still escaping. With a treasure protecting his soul, he managed to escape Qin Zhao's destructive attack. Oomph. Still try to escape? Qin Zhao snorted coldly. His heart energy turned into a sword and attacked again. Instantly, it turned into an invisible giant hand and captured the purple eye almighty. Heart energy was good at attacking the soul. This was the beauty of heart energy. With his divine body destroyed, there was not much power left in his soul. Naturally, there was no way for him to block Qin Zhao's heart energy attack. If his divine body was destroyed, he could still survive if his soul was not destroyed. Even if the loss was not small, as long as he did not die, he could still slowly cultivate back. It was just that he had to pay a higher price to reconstruct a better body. But this was not a big deal. He could bear it. Once his soul was destroyed, he would be completely dead. Even if this was just a doppelganger of the purple-eyed great being, it would still be painful to lose it. Spare me, Your Highness Qin Zhao. Spare me. I was blind. Please don't kill me, Your Highness Qin Zhao. I beg you. Facing death, the Purple Eye Almighty put down his pride and hurriedly begged for mercy. But why would Qin Zhao care if he begged for mercy at this time? Seeing that Qin Zhao had no intention of stopping, the Purple Eye Almighty knew that he was at the end of his road. Qin Zhao, stop it. Stop it right now. You dare to kill amethyst-eyed, ghostly lord? You and I are irreconcilable. How dare you? How dare you? The Black Fiend Emperor was incomparably furious. His entire body was trembling with rage. The Purple-Eyed Almighty was one of his people. Wasn't offending him the same as offending him? Having his dignity violated, the Black Demon Emperor was naturally infuriated. He roared ferociously, ready to fight Qin Zhao to the bitter end. However, Qin Zhao still ignored him. He treated him like he was nothing. He crushed the soul of the purple-eyed almighty being and killed him completely. Such a scene caused the Black Fiend Emperor and the others to feel as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies stiffened on the spot, and their minds were slightly stunned. They were momentarily speechless. The feeling in his heart was extremely unbearable. The purple-eyed supreme being died just like that? The purple-eyed mighty figure who had lived for hundreds of billions of years, whose strength was close to the heaven roll, had died just like that. At this level, it was very difficult to die, but the Purple Eye Almighty was still unable to escape. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You really dare to kill amethyst-eyed, ghostly lord. You really dare to kill amethyst-eyed, ghostly lord. The Black Demon Emperor was the most furious. His entire body was trembling and his eyes were spitting fire. From this, it could be seen how furious he was. At this moment, he wished he could kill Qin Zhao and be happy. Killing the Purple Eye Almighty was just a matter of raising his hand for Qin Zhao. His expression did not change at all. Qin Zhao looked at the Black Demon Emperor and curled his lips. He said sarcastically, "You can't save the person I want to kill. I said that if I want the Purple Eye Almighty to die, he can't live. I, Qin Zhao, always do what I say. There are no exceptions. I, Qin Zhao, have never done such things as boasting. Just like what you said just now, cut the crap and get straight to the point. I just don't like the Purple Eye Almighty, and I want to kill him. You." Dark Fiend Monarch was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He didn't expect Qin Zhao to return the same words he said to him in such a way. These words were like a sharp sword that pierced the Black Fiend Emperor's heart mercilessly. Ruthless, he was too ruthless. If you don't like it, then you have yourself to blame. To put it bluntly, the Purple Eye Almighty's death was caused by you, Black Demon Emperor. If you didn't let him do this to me, perhaps I wouldn't have killed him. He was so arrogant in front of me, spoke so bluntly, and humiliated me in such a way. How can I not kill him?" Qin Zhao continued. The Black Demon Emperor's expression was strange and ugly. It was gloomy and extremely terrifying. But to be honest, all of this was caused by the Black Demon Emperor. But how could the Black Demon Emperor take the blame for such a mistake? Qin Zhao, a voice that sounded like the great bell of the Grand Tao, resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth and resounding through the 9 heavens. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor had arrived. When the powerful Black Nightmare Demon Emperor arrived, The area within hundreds of millions of miles became an absolute domain. It was imperceptibly enveloped by the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, forming a land of extreme darkness. Without making a move, one could feel how powerful the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor was. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the Heaven leaderboard. He was indeed terrifying. The terrifying aura emitted by the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor gave off a frightening feeling. Even Qin Xiao was slightly surprised and couldn't help but become more alert. Qin Xiao could smell a trace of danger from the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. He was definitely an extremely dangerous person. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor was ranked 4th on the Heaven leaderboard. In terms of strength, he was naturally not inferior to Qin Xiao. Of course, Qin Xiao was not afraid at all now. In the face of the powerful Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, Qin Xiao's fighting spirit was aroused. He was highly motivated and had an extremely strong fighting spirit. Qin Xiao had never fought with anyone in the top 10 of the Heaven leaderboard before. Although many people had speculated that Qin Xiao's strength was on par with the top 10 of the Heaven leaderboard, some even said that he could fight his way into the top 5 of the Heaven leaderboard. However, this was only a speculation after all. There was no concrete evidence to support this theory. Qin Xiao also yearned for the top 10 of the Heaven leaderboard and wanted to find an opportunity to prove himself. If he could fight with the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, it would be a good opportunity to prove himself. Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Qin Xiao looked at the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor calmly and replied. The Black Demon Emperor and the other two stood behind the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. They were now the supporting characters. Everything was left to the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor to handle. How dare you kill people of the 9 Dragons' celestial palace in front of me? Although the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's voice was very calm and sounded very casual, his voice clearly carried a trace of coldness, a sense of eerie coldness. Clearly, the Black Demon Emperor was very dissatisfied with Qin Xiao's actions. The Black Fiend Heavenly Emperor was the strongest existence under the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace. As a core member of the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace, it was only natural for him to feel humiliated when someone from the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace was killed in front of him. His pride was not because of the dead purple-eyed Almighty, but because of his own dignity. Qin Xiao sneered and retorted sarcastically, I don't dare to say that I'm brave, but compared to the Black Demon Emperor and the other 3, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. The 4 of them joined forces to kill people of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Not only did they bully me with numbers, they even killed a doppelganger and continued to kill me. They don't leave any leeway when doing things. I only killed 1 person of the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace. However, if you had come a little later, perhaps I would have killed all 4 of them and defended the dignity of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. This will also prevent some ignorant people from jumping on top of our godly Palace of Desolation's head to behave atrociously. Those ignorant people that Qin Xiao spoke of were naturally referring to the Black Fiend Imperial Emperor's group of 4. Oof. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor snorted coldly again. He was furious that Qin Xiao was still so arrogant in front of him. He had heard of Qin Xiao's recent rise in the limelight, especially the battle on the Mother Planet. Qin Xiao had made a name for himself. After the battle on the Mother Planet, Qin Xiao had become a hero of the divine world. He was the person who had earned the goodwill of the 5 Holy Lands. However, this had nothing to do with him. Today was a personal grudge between him and Qin Xiao. It had nothing to do with this. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor said coldly, Young man, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. I have to admit that you do have some strength. Although there are many rumors that your strength is comparable to the top 10 on the Heaven list, and some even say that your strength has reached the top 5 on the Heaven list. I think these rumors will definitely inflate your self-confidence to an extremely high point. I will also think that my strength is at the level of the top 5 on the Heaven list. Therefore, you think that you can be so arrogant that you don't even care about me. However, I want to tell you that rumors are just rumors. However, any rumor would be greatly exaggerated. Your strength is not bad, but your foundation is not enough. Your foundation is not enough. Your realm is also a shortcoming. You've only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years. To us, you're far too young. Reality is often cruel. It's far from what you think it is. Sometimes you think you're okay, but in reality, you might be nothing. I feel that this kind of thing is very easy to deceive. Obviously, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor didn't put Qin Shao in his eyes. He also had some disdain for Qin Zhao's strength. Qin Shao calmly replied, "I've never flaunted myself as one of the top 10 on the heaven list. To me, these are just empty titles. I've never cared about them. I, Qin Shao, am not the kind of person who chases after fame and fortune. What I do is to have a clear conscience." "What, Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, are you going to stop me today? If you have something to say, then say it directly." The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor laughed disdainfully. He glanced at Qin Shao and said, "It seems that you still have some pride. However, your pride is nothing in my eyes. I can let go of the matter of you killing amethyst-eyed, ghostly lord. However, as a condition, you must hand over the Tao enlightenment. Also, you must hand over the sacred item and let me deal with it. If that's the case, I won't fight you and let you leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place so easily. If you think you have the strength to fight me, then you can give it a try." The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor put his hands behind his back and smiled disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't put Qin Shao in his eyes at all. He was full of arrogance and looked down on everyone. Qin Shao coldly snorted and said without backing down, "Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, then I'll make it clear to you. First, I definitely won't hand over Senior Brother Tao Enlightenment. How can I hand over someone from the Desolate Land's divine palace to you? Second, I won't hand over the sacred item either. This is something that my Senior Brother Tao Enlightenment obtained. Why should I give it to you? Third, if you want to fight, then I'll accompany you." Chapter 990. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want to fight, then I'll keep you company. What an arrogant and domineering statement. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor had been famous for trillions of years, and his fourth place on the sky ranking had never been shaken. Who dared to provoke him like this? The Black Submerged Devil Emperor laughed instead of getting angry. I can't remember how many years it's been since someone dared to talk to me like that. Maybe it's been trillions of years, or maybe it's been trillions of years. It's been far too long. Anyway, anyone who dared to talk to me like that is already dead. No one will remember someone who's been dead for a long time. So you're saying that you really want to be my enemy? Is it worth it to do so for someone who has nothing to do with you? Qin Shao unsheathed his sword. Sword chi surged as his battle intent soared to the heavens. I originally thought that you, Black Submerged Devil Emperor, would understand brotherly love. That's why you brothers are so united. Looks like you don't understand either. If that's the case, then let's cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. It was yet another arrogant declaration of war, a blatant provocation. Qin Zhao's goal was to save people, not really to fight the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. Whether they fought or not was entirely up to the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. If they fought, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. If they didn't fight, then it was naturally better. Black currents surged and churned, turning everything within 1,000,000,000,000 miles into a terrifying sea of Black Submerged Devil Emperor. The eerie Black Submerged Devil Emperor devoured everything, as if turning the area into a black hole. All light, all power, and all matter would be devoured. The primal chaos stream was originally a patch of primal chaos and darkness. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor's methods with the primal chaos stream, making him even more terrifying. Everything within 10,000 miles became the Black Submerged Devil Emperor's absolute domain, and he was the only ruler of this domain. As a ruler, he could rule over everything. Life and death were all under his control. If he wanted light in this world, then there would be light in this world. If he wanted this world to be covered in eternal darkness, then this world would be covered in eternal darkness. If he wanted to devour this world, then this world would disappear without a trace, no longer existing in this world. Time and space were distorted and the void was torn apart. The power of the black python surged violently, as if it was about to destroy the world. Being in the middle of it made one feel like a small boat in the middle of a level 12 tsunami. Time and time again, they would be swallowed up by the raging sea. Time and time again, they would be smacked by the power of the raging sea, wanting to destroy them. The power of tearing and destruction was everywhere. They were like invisible swords that carried peerless sharpness as they attacked. The power of destruction wanted to devour people. The power of the black python alone was enough to easily tear an ordinary almighty into pieces. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor hadn't even made a move yet, but he was already so terrified. No wonder he was able to sit firmly on the 4th place of the heavenly ranking. He was the strongest person under the 9 Dragons' celestial palace. Just this aura alone was terrifying enough. It even caused Qin Xiao to involuntarily feel some fear in his heart. The toughness of the momentum would make one's heart feel oppressed. However, Qin Xiao's state of mind had been tempered to be even harder than a boulder. Naturally, he wouldn't be affected by the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's momentum. A dim light suddenly shot towards Qin Xiao. It was as if a meteor had suddenly appeared in the starry sky. It carried a dreadful dim light as it shot towards Qin Xiao. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's sword contained the power of the primal chaos. By drawing on the power of the primal chaos, he was able to mobilize the entire primal chaos crevice. The sword glowed with a dim light. The tip of the sword was extremely sharp. Qin Xiao could sense the chaos great Dao and the ultimate sword Dao from the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's sword momentum. Clearly, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor had already cultivated these 2 supreme-grade Great Daos to perfection. Moreover, his application of these 2 Great Daos was extremely powerful. The application of these 2 Great Daos had reached a very high level. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor is indeed worthy of his name. Although he has only mastered 2 supreme-grade Great Daos, his attainments in these 2 supreme-grade Great Daos are extremely deep. As for the ultimate Sword Dao, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor should have reached the intermediate application level. However, the Black Submerged Demon Emperor had probably reached a high level in the Great Path of Chaos. Coupled with his powerful techniques, he was able to unleash extremely terrifying techniques. Indeed, the Black Submerged Demon Emperor had become extremely terrifying. It seems like I'll have to have a good fight today. Qin Xiao was also slightly surprised. However, this was within Qin Xiao's expectations. Qin Xiao naturally knew about the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor situation long ago and knew how strong he was. Right now, with the primal chaos crevice, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was like a tiger that had grown wings. The power of his sword momentum had become even more terrifying. The dim light from the tip of the sword surged through the entire sky. Everything within 1 trillion miles was completely stirred up by this sword momentum. What a terrifying sword! It contained the supreme Dao might of 2 supreme-grade Great Daos, the power of an ultimate secret technique, and a primal chaos crevice within 1 trillion miles. The entire sky was instantly destroyed. When an existence of this level made a move, it could easily destroy a star domain. However, the primal chaos crevice was a relic left behind by the primal chaos crevice. It contained the power of the universe origin will, so it naturally wouldn't be destroyed. In the face of this terrifying power, Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. His expression was somewhat serious as he concentrated fully. Facing such a strong opponent, Qin Xiao naturally didn't dare to relax. He had to give it his all. The Desolate Land Sword technique was fully activated. The power of Desolate Land surged out of Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao's attainments in the ultimate Sword Dao had surpassed the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. He had reached the advanced application level. At the same time, Qin Xiao also activated the Dao Might of the All Things Path. Although Qin Zhao's application level of the All Things Path was still very low, Qin Xiao had cultivated the All Things Path to the complete 6th level. The Dao Might of the All Things Path wasn't weak. The Dao Might of 2 supreme-grade Great Daos against 2 supreme-grade Great Daos. 10 Ultimate Secret Techniques against 10 Ultimate Secret Techniques. The application level of the Ultimate Sword Dao was also where Qin Zhao's advantage lay. In addition to the domineering sharpness of the Desolate Land sword technique, Qin Zhao's sword broke the Desolate Land and clashed with the Black Nightmare, Devil Emperor's Black Nightmare power. The entire domain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. As they clashed, Qin Zhao could also feel the Black Nightmare, Devil Emperor's strength. Qin Zhao was actually at a disadvantage in this clash. His sword aura was actually being suppressed. This made Qin Zhao frown slightly. However, when he thought about it, he understood. Firstly, Qin Zhao's cultivation level was indeed quite far from the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's. This disadvantage was very obvious. Secondly, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's attainments in the Chaos Grand Dao were indeed impressive. This was the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's strongest aspect. With the help of the Chaos Stream, it was naturally even more terrifying. Although Qin Zhao had also grasped the Chaos Grand Dao, his Chaos Grand Dao was only at the 4th level. He hadn't even cultivated the Chaos Grand Dao to the complete 6th level, let alone the application level of the Chaos Grand Dao. Thirdly, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was an ancient existence that had lived for trillions of years. In terms of his own skills and control of battle, Qin Zhao naturally couldn't compare to him. Therefore, in a situation where he had a certain advantage, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor naturally suppressed Qin Zhao and took control of the situation in an instant. It seems like my accumulation and foundation are indeed far from enough. This is where I need to improve. Just as young master you said, I'm still too weak. Even if I'm already standing at the peak of the primordial universe in the eyes of others, that's just a false reputation. I'm still too far away from the true peak of power. Universe masters, those are the ones who are truly unimaginably powerful, said Luo Feng. Even a sovereign would be able to crush me to death with ease. A universe master can probably annihilate me with just a thought. The path of the Grand Dao is still too far away for me. I've only just started. The battle with the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor also made Qin Zhao more aware of what he needed to do. Blind arrogance would only lead to a loss of self. Only by recognizing his own position would he have more motivation to move forward. The Desolate Landsword technique is not bad. You're only a 4th step heavenly god, but you've already cultivated the Desolate Landsword technique to the complete 6th level. I'm afraid that among the great beings of the Desolate Land Godly Palace, there are only a handful who can cultivate the Desolate Land Sword technique to the complete 6th level, right? You've already cultivated the All-Creation Dao and the Ultimate Sword Dao to the complete 6th level, especially the Ultimate Sword Dao. You've even reached a higher level of usage than me. Your talent and potential in the Sword Dao are truly frightening. I can't help but admire you. No wonder the outside world says that your strength is comparable to the top 10 on the heaven list. It's true. With the strength you've shown, you are indeed comparable to the top 10 on the heaven list. However, you're still not in the top 5. If you want to fight with me, you're still not qualified. You're not even a fraction of me. You're still lacking in all aspects. What makes you think you can fight me? The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor praised Qin Zhao, but he was still full of disdain. He was confident that he could suppress Qin Zhao. If that's all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of here today. If you know what's good for you, hand over the person and the relic now. Maybe I'll let you go on account of the fact that you've saved some of the 9 dragons Celestial Palace's experts on the Mother Planet. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself and cut a sorry figure. Qin shouted back down. He said coldly, if there's nothing to talk about, then don't talk about it. I may be a junior, but I won't necessarily be bullied by seniors like you. You can talk down to me if you can defeat me. Isn't it a little too early to say that now? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhao entered the Void Realm and walked inside. The Mirage Avatar was his strongest defense. The Desolate Land Sword technique was Qin Zhao's strongest attack. Qin Zhao used both defense and attack at the same time. He also planned to display the essence of power. Qin Zhao's essence of power had reached a very high level and could be put to good use. In terms of heart force, he was a bit weaker. It could deal with the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor and the others, but it wouldn't be of much use against the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't plan to use heart force. Qin Xiao's essence of power had improved a lot under his master's world of truth of power. He had also been searching for a way to perfectly fuse his essence of power and Tao might. If he could achieve a perfect fusion, his power would increase by several times. Chapter 991. There was nothing he could do. However, the perfect fusion of different cultivation methods was much more difficult than the fusion of great Taoists. Qin Xiao had tried before, but he had failed. Of course, this was just a thought in Qin Xiao's mind. He didn't know if he could actually do it. Two completely different Taoists, different power attributes, different nomological structures, different origins. Trying to perfectly fuse them together sounded like a fantasy story. He couldn't combine them for the time being. He could only combine the two powers and use them together. This kind of effect was 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, there were some restrictions on each other. In reality, it wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. Qin Xiao walked in the mirage, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Black Nightmare Devil Emperor annihilated the void. Within this absolute domain of 1,000,000,000,000 miles, even the mirage suffered a huge impact and was greatly affected. Although the mirage true body is still relatively powerful, it isn't one of the top 10 ultimate techniques. It's not bad in terms of defense, but it's useless in front of me, the Black Nightmare Emperor. The Black Nightmare Emperor didn't care about Qin Xiao, who was walking in the mirage. He was naturally very familiar with the methods of the mirage true body. He was no stranger to the mirage. The Black Nightmare Emperor moved the dark sword in his hand. The power of annihilation surged even more violently. The entire domain turned into a black hole. Streaks of eerie sword chi shot towards Qin Xiao. Even though he was walking in the mirage, the Black Nightmare Emperor could easily find Qin Xiao's tracks. The sword chi easily penetrated the mirage. Of course, there were some obstructions, but the Black Nightmare Emperor still managed to reach Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. Although she had expected this, she was still a little surprised to see the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor break through her mirage true body technique so easily. The power of primal chaos annihilated everything. It didn't matter if you were in the mirage, reality, or illusion. Everything would be sliced apart. It was extremely domineering, sharp, and unstoppable. This was one of the top 10 unique skills of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace, the Void Annihilation. It was extremely overbearing and terrifying. Once it was used, the heavens and earth, firmament, matter, and light would all be annihilated and cease to exist. The power of this unique skill was not inferior to the Desolate Land Divine Palace's Desolate Land Sword Technique. If they only relied on the Desolate Land Sword Technique, Qin Xiao would definitely be at a disadvantage against the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. He wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. However, Qin Xiao's true meaning of strength was fully unleashed. Coupled with the Desolate Land Sword Technique, it would become abnormally strong. With the power of Qin Xiao's current true meaning of power, he had already reached the level of a top-notch almighty. Although he dared not say that he had reached the level of the top 10 on the heaven list, Qin Xiao was confident that he had reached the level of the heaven list. The higher the level of the true meaning of power, the more exquisite and powerful it would be. In the past 3,000 years of comprehending and cultivating in the world of true meaning of power, Qin Xiao's true meaning of power had reached an extreme level. One more step, and it would break through to the 5th level. Once the true meaning of power broke through to the 5th level, it would be equivalent to the level of a sovereign. The power of the true meaning of strength, combined with the Desolate Land Sword Technique, was extremely beneficial. The Desolate Land Sword Technique was an overbearing sword technique. It was an extremely powerful sword technique and was known for its power. Therefore, when the power of the true meaning of strength was used, Qin Xiao's Desolate Land Sword Technique's power was raised to a whole new level. As a result, the power of Qin Xiao's sword was not inferior to the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's. When the two of them clashed again, Qin Shao actually managed to turn the situation around. He didn't let the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor continue to suppress him. What? He actually managed to block my big brother's attack. This kid is truly a monster. He actually managed to block it? The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor used at least 70% of his strength in that attack, right? That's strange. With his cultivation level, there's no way he could block my big brother's attack with just the power of the Desolate Land Sword technique. Even the ultimate Sword Dao and the Dao of all creation shouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. It's very strange. The power that Qin Shao unleashed just now was truly frightening. What kind of technique was that? I've never heard of the Desolate Land Divine Palace having such an ultimate technique. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor and the others were shocked to the core. They couldn't help but frown, their hearts filled with astonishment at Qin Shao. He actually managed to block it? What incredible power! What technique was that? Ultimate technique? Secret technique? The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Qin Shao to be able to block his attack. The power that Qin Shao had unleashed just now had shocked him as well. That was something that could only be unleashed by one of the 10 ultimate techniques. However, he hadn't sensed what technique Qin Shao had used, so he was confused. As for the fact that Qin Shao had become Red Dust Guest's disciple, aside from the Desolate Land Divine Palace Lord, Master Qingya, and a few other rulers, no one else knew about it. Therefore, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor naturally didn't know that Qin Shao had cultivated the true meaning of power. What he just used was the power of the true meaning of power. The power of the true meaning of power was like the power of one's own body. When unleashed, it was silent. It didn't trigger the Tao's might, nor did it stir up the heavens and earth. Therefore, it naturally went undetected. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor attacked again and again, causing the heavens and earth to collapse, the sun and moon to sink, and the heavens to tremble. Many of the mountains and rivers in the primal chaos crevice were destroyed. Every time the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor attacked, it was extremely terrifying. It seemed as though he could completely destroy the void. It was a frightening sight. However, Qin Shao blocked his attacks time and time again, preventing the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor from gaining the upper hand. As the two of them clashed, the great bell of the sky rang. The area within 100 million miles had already been reduced to nothingness, forming an absolute vacuum. The origin source of the primal chaos crevice seemed to have been triggered, causing the entire primal chaos crevice to become extremely turbulent. The void became even more terrifying. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor and the other 3 sovereigns were shocked. The 4 of them huddled close together and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. If any danger approached, they would do their best to avoid it. The primal chaos crevice was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the universe. Even Sky Roll Marshalless had a high chance of dying in there. Although this wasn't the core area of the primal chaos crevice, the origin source vibrations caused by the battle between Qin Shao and the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor had made this place extremely terrifying. The primal chaos wind waterfall was extremely terrifying. Wherever it went, everything would be turned into chaos by the terrifying primal chaos energy and returned to the primordial chaos. Even almighties like the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor and the others would undoubtedly die if they were hit by the primal chaos wind waterfall. The greater the damage to the primal chaos crevice, the more terrifying the origin source's backlash would be. This was also the self-protection ability of some dangerous places in the universe. It was also because of this that the primal chaos crevice was known as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the universe. Therefore, it was very dangerous to fight in a dangerous place in the universe. Black Nightmare Devil Emperor, do you still want to continue fighting? You and I are evenly matched, so you won't be able to do anything to me. There's no point in continuing to fight. If you continue to destroy here, perhaps the primal chaos wind waterfall will continue to erupt and we won't be able to walk out of here safely. Why don't we stop now and let this matter rest? Qin Shao said again. He didn't say this because he was afraid of the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor, But because Qin Shao knew that with his current strength, there was no way he could do anything to the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. If they continued to fight, it would probably end in a situation where both sides were defeated and injured. There was no point. Moreover, if they continued to fight, the dangers that would erupt from the primal chaos crevice would be unpredictable. What can I do to you? The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor chuckled. Clearly, there was some contempt and disdain in his laughter. This is just the beginning. Are you really that confident that I can't do anything to you? Young man, don't boast too early. Otherwise, you'll bite your own tongue. I'm just warming up. Do you really think that I've used all my strength? Young man, you're too naive. You're still too inexperienced. You haven't used all your strength? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed. His heart was slightly shaken. He really did think that the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor had used all his strength. It was just like he had used all his strength and was just short of using his trump card. Therefore, Qin Shao also felt that the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor had used all his strength. It was just that he hadn't used his trump card yet. However, Qin Shao now realized that he had been too naive. As expected of the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor, he hadn't even used his full strength, yet he had already forced him to use all his strength. It seemed that this battle was going to be difficult. However, there was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and fight. At the same time, Qin Shao also made other preparations. He didn't dare to be careless and had already prepared the sacred armor. If there was any danger, he would enter the sacred armor. With the sacred armor's protection, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. Unless a ruler attacked, Qin Shao didn't believe that the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor would be able to hurt him. Even if the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor hadn't used all his strength, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than this. After all, Qin Shao still had some confidence in his own strength. Even if he couldn't reach the top 5 of the Sky list, he definitely wouldn't have any problems reaching the top 10. No matter how strong the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was, he couldn't be that strong. That didn't make sense. Unless it was an almighty existence like Nian, who had been born since the beginning of the epic, no one had been able to shake his first place on the Sky list. Like Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun, Nian was also a legendary figure, full of the color of legends. Whether it was the Sky list or the Earth list, the other rankings had changed slightly. However, no one had been able to shake these three people's rankings. Originally, some people had thought that Qin Shao might be able to shake Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's rankings. However, they hadn't expected that he still hadn't. The number 1 Earth Emperor, Tian Lingzi, number 1 Sky list, and the strongest ruler, the Kunpeng ruler, were all from Heavenly Court Island. Therefore, there was a reason why Heavenly Court Island's position was unshakable by other holy lands. One couldn't help but admire Heavenly Court Island's strength. Other than these 3 number 1s, the strongest universe master was also the master of Heavenly Court. The master of Heavenly Court was known as the strongest being in the Hongmeng universe. No one could shake his position. Chapter 992. Primal Chaos Returns to Emptiness. Qin Shao. I have to admit that I am an extremely outstanding and monstrous young man. Although many people say that you are the number 1 genius of this epic, and although I don't agree with them, you are more or less deserving of such a reputation. Given enough time, no one can say for sure how far you can grow. However, you are still young and have yet to mature. Since you have yet to mature, you are useless. I don't even remember how many years it has been since I used my full strength. You should rejoice that I am going all out for you today. This is enough for you to be proud of. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's booming voice rang out. At this moment, he was like a peerless demon emperor that could dominate everything. When his sword moved, it seemed as if the void was completely attached to his sword and was easily stirred up by his sword. The Black Nightmare Chi became even more violent. The void churned even more violently. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's body released an endless amount of Black Nightmare Chi, injecting even more power into the already turbulent void. A terrifying power that could annihilate everything, a power that could destroy the void. The power of primal chaos. It was a terrifying power of primal chaos. At this moment, The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor seemed to have transformed into the master of primal chaos, controlling this patch of primal chaos. He was also like a peerless god, and everything in the world had to submit to him. Terrifying. It was indeed terrifying. Previously, it had already been terrifying enough. Now it was more than twice as terrifying. The turbulent primal chaos was like a monstrous wave that slammed into Qin Shao again and again, as if it wanted to tear Qin Shao to pieces. Under this terrifying aura, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. It seems like I have underestimated the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's strength. I originally thought that I could compete with him and exchange blows with him. However, it seems like I was overconfident. After all, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor is ranked 4th on the sky roll. There's still a gap between my strength and his. Although it is not very big, it is enough for the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor to suppress me. However, it's impossible for him to do anything to me. Qin Shao still had other techniques that he hadn't used yet. For example, Heart Force, one of the 10 ultimate arts, the Universal Seal, the Might of the Grand Tao of Primordial Chaos, and the Might of the Grand Tao of Primordial Chaos. These were all techniques that Qin Shao had at his disposal. However, facing the powerful Black Nightmare Devil Emperor, these methods were unable to turn the situation around. Therefore, Qin Shao was also forced into a corner. He had no choice but to use his trump card. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor guided the endless primal chaos. The endless black submerged Qi devoured the heavens and the earth, stirring up the winds and clouds of eternity and destroying all things. In the end, his body also turned into chaos, becoming one with the chaos. Endless darkness surged out, turning one's body into chaos. This sounded like a terrifying technique. Qin Shao, this is an ultimate technique that I created by combining one of the 10 ultimate arts, the Void Annihilation, with my Grand Tao of Primordial Chaos and Ultimate Sword Tao over countless years. It is also my strongest technique. Ever since I created this move, I have never fought against a decent opponent. So, in the vast divine realm, almost no one has ever seen my strongest move. Today, it's time for you to prove my strongest move's name. I call this technique Primordial Chaos to Void. If you really die under this technique, then you can only blame yourself for not learning it well enough. Come take this. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor's voice came from within the Primordial Chaos. Primordial Chaos to Void. This meant that even the primordial chaos would be reduced to nothingness. How powerful was this technique to destroy even the primordial chaos? How domineering was this? The top 10 absolute arts were already strong enough. If he combined them with his own strengths and created a new move, they would be truly terrifying. Therefore, some top existences would walk the path of creating their own ultimate techniques. Self-created unique skills were the most suitable for oneself. Only then would one be able to bring out all of one's strengths and unleash a perfect burst of power. That way, the effect would naturally be the best. If one only cultivated one of the 10 ultimate arts, then the power would naturally be much weaker. For example, Qin Zhao's self-created Mountain River Sword Scripture was extremely terrifying in Qin Zhao's hands. After Qin Zhao's Mountain River Sword Scripture was improved, it actually reached the threshold of the 10 ultimate arts. However, Qin Zhao had only created the first move. He hadn't finished improving the other 2 moves, so it couldn't be considered a complete set of the 10 ultimate arts. If Qin Zhao improved the last 2 moves of the Mountain River Sword Scripture and formed a complete set of the 10 ultimate arts, then the power displayed would be enough to block the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's strongest technique. However, Qin Zhao hadn't reached this step. Over the years, Qin Zhao hadn't had the time to create the Mountain River Sword Scripture, so he hadn't made any progress. Therefore, the Mountain River Sword Scripture wasn't of much use at this time. Since he couldn't count on the Mountain River Sword Scripture, Qin Zhao had no other choice in the face of the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's ultimate technique. Primordial Chaos returned to Void. A voice that sounded like a great bell rang out in the primordial void, shocking the heavens. The primordial space within a radius of thousands of miles was like firewood burning in a fire, slowly turning into nothingness. Primordial chaos returned to void. That was it. Terrifying, really terrifying. It was indeed the ultimate technique of the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. This primordial space was rapidly returning to void and shrinking. Once it was in front of him, everything would return to void. Under the terrifying power of annihilation and chaos, what else could stop it? No matter how strong Qin Zhao's divine body was, he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. The true meaning of power cultivation system had indeed made Qin Zhao's divine body stronger than ordinary people. However, this wasn't enough. He wouldn't be able to withstand this ultimate technique. When the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two saw this scene from afar, they all laughed out loud. They were incomparably delighted, especially the Black Fiend Emperor Lord. Just now, the Black Fiend Emperor Lord had suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Zhao. He had been severely humiliated by Qin Zhao. How could the Black Fiend Emperor Lord forget such a huge grudge? Qin Zhao, who told you to be arrogant and conceited? Do you really think that you can look down on everything and treat yourself as the #1 genius of this era? Do you really think that you're invincible? I'll let you know today that you can't be arrogant in front of my brother. You don't have the right to be arrogant. The Black Fiend Emperor Lord's eyes were gloomy as he sneered. In his heart, he was hoping that Qin Zhao would die under his brother's ultimate technique. The chaos continued to be destroyed and returned to the void. The void of this domain shrunk rapidly. Everywhere it passed turned into a vacuum zone. Everything ceased to exist. 100 million miles, 10 million miles, 1,000,000 miles, 100,000 miles. The speed of shrinking was extremely fast. In the end, it turned into a singularity. After the chaos was destroyed, the Black Fiend Emperor's figure condensed again. Is Qin Zhao dead? The Almighty beside the Black Fiend Emperor Lord asked uncertainly. The Black Fiend Emperor Lord hesitated for a moment before he laughed wantonly. He's dead, he's dead. Qin Zhao, to think that you would have such a day. You didn't expect that you would die under my brother's ultimate technique, did you? What bullsh asterisk T #1 genius of this era. It's just an undeserved reputation. That's all there is to it. How dare you fight with us when you're not strong enough? You deserve to die. The other two Almighties also laughed wantonly. They were naturally delighted that Qin Zhao was dead. Just now, the four of them had been suppressed by Qin Zhao to the point that they couldn't breathe. Are you all so eager for me to die? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two Almighties' laughter stopped abruptly. Their expressions stiffened. That was Qin Zhao's voice. The Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two Almighties scanned the void. However, they didn't see Qin Zhao's figure. Where did the voice come from? The Black Fiend Emperor Lord frowned deeply. His eerie gaze was fixed on a spot. It was bone-chilling. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the void. He walked out directly from the mirage, clad in golden armor. He looked even more majestic and incomparably radiant. The person who walked out was none other than Qin Zhao. Moreover, it was Qin Zhao who was unscathed. The Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two Almighties widened their eyes. They looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Why are you unscathed? Impossible, this doesn't make sense. How can you be unscathed under my brother's strongest move? How did you do it? The Black Fiend Emperor Lord looked like he had suffered a huge blow. He was really unwilling to accept the reality before his eyes. He knew how powerful his elder brother's strongest move was. With his current strength, if he were to face his elder brother's strongest move, only death would await him. He originally thought that Qin Zhao would be severely injured even if he didn't die. However, he didn't expect Qin Zhao to be unscathed. It was indeed unbelievable. Even the Black Fiend Emperor Lord himself looked at Qin Zhao strangely. Clearly, he was very unhappy. This was the first time he had used his strongest move to kill an enemy. However, it didn't have the effect he had expected. The The Black Fiend Emperor Lord's gaze quickly landed on Qin Zhao's golden armor. He frowned coldly and said, "The sacred armor, the Desolate Land's Divine Palace's holy artifact. It seems that the Desolate Land's Divine Palace master dotes on you a lot. He even gave you a holy artifact. Moreover, it's an extremely famous defensive holy artifact. No wonder you were unscathed under my strongest move. With the sacred armor protecting you, even a ruler might not be able to kill you. No wonder you're so confident. A holy artifact. Qin Zhao actually had a defensive holy artifact on him. The Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two Almighties felt even more uncomfortable. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to another. They had risked their lives here for a holy artifact. They had not hesitated to kill the Desolate Land's Divine Palace's Almighties and become enemies with Qin Zhao. However, they hadn't expected Qin Zhao to also have a holy artifact. Qin Zhao looked coldly at the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and said, "If I didn't have any tricks up my sleeve, how could I fight you? Black Fiend Emperor Lord? Black Fiend Emperor Lord, do you still want to continue fighting?" The Black Fiend Emperor Lord's expression was somewhat ugly. The Black Fiend Emperor Lord still had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet. However, Qin Zhao had the sacred armor. Even if he used his trump cards, he might not be able to do anything. There was no point in continuing to fight. Chapter 993. Chaotic Turbulence. Although the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was a little unwilling, he had no choice. It was not worth it to use his trump card. Most importantly, even if he used his trump card, he might not be able to do anything to Qin Zhao. After all, he had no confidence in breaking the sacred armor's defense. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor could only give up. Today's matter ends here. However, I'll remember that you killed my 9 dragons, Celestial Palace's Almighty. If there's a chance in the future, I might have to settle it with you. It's just a clone. Didn't my senior brother, Dao Qi's clone, also die in the hands of your 9 dragons, Celestial Palace's Almighty? If you want to settle the score, then my Desolate Land's Divine Palace has 1 more dead. If you want to settle the score, shouldn't I be the one to settle it? Qin Zhao snorted coldly and retorted. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's expression turned ugly, as if he had been slapped in the face. If they really wanted to investigate the cause and effect of this matter, then Dao Qi was naturally in the right. If they wanted to talk about fighting, then it was the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor and the others who killed first. Facing the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's ugly expression, Qin Zhao did not let the matter rest. His gaze landed on the Black Fiend Emperor and the other two and said, "I'm already letting you off easy by only killing one of you today. However, to borrow the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor's words, I'll remember this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely settle it with you. Therefore, you'd better not run into me in the future. Otherwise, I don't know if you'll be able to leave here alive. If you don't run away from me in the future, then you'd better not step into the Desolate Land's Divine Palace's territory. Yes, I'm really not threatening or warning you. I'm just reminding you out of good intentions." This kind of good intentions really made them not know whether to laugh or cry. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor and the other two's expressions turned ugly. One was green and one was white. It was very interesting. However, in the face of the powerful Qin Zhao, who even the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor could not do anything to Qin Zhao, what else could they say? No matter how unhappy they were, they could only hide it in their hearts. He dared to be angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, he might really provoke this lunatic. Although they were displeased, the Black Fiend Emperor Lord and the other two took note of these words. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor's expression was extremely ugly as he glared at Qin Zhao. Wasn't it a slap to his face to warn the Black Fiend Emperor and the other two in front of him? Wasn't this provoking him? But even if it was a provocation, what could he, the Black Submerged Devil Emperor, do? Should we fight again? That would just be a futile effort. There was no need for that at all. Qin Zhao suddenly frowned slightly, and an inexplicable sense of vigilance surged in his heart. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor and the other 3 frowned as well. Their expressions were slightly surprised as they sensed that something was amiss. Qin Shao looked in a certain direction and saw that the chaos stream was surging toward them with an earth-shattering momentum. Incomparably thick black streams of air were like ancient giant pythons as they surged toward them at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, everything was devoured, destroyed, and turned into nothingness. Such a formation was even more terrifying than the black submerged Devil Emperor's ultimate move, Chaos to Void. Seeing this, the black submerged Devil Emperor's expression changed slightly. Oh no, it's the Chaos Stream. What a terrifying Chaos Stream. Let's go. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor cried out. With a wave of his hand, he led the Black Fiend Emperor and the other two, who had yet to react, into the depths of the primal chaos crevice. Their speed was pushed to the limit as they ran for their lives. The black submerged Devil Emperor was no stranger to the chaos stream at all. It could even be said that he was extremely familiar with it. He was a frequent visitor here. In fact, he had been to every corner of the chaos stream. The black submerged Devil Emperor's ultimate move, Chaos to Void, was created after he stayed in the chaos stream for a long period of time to comprehend it and experience the chaos stream again and again. Therefore, the black submerged Devil Emperor's ultimate move was somewhat similar to the chaos stream. Once his ultimate move was unleashed, it would also be a scene of chaos to void. It was somewhat similar to the scene in front of them. However, the chaos stream was a terrifying waterfall formed by the chaos stream itself. This waterfall contained the will of the chaos stream's origin, so it was naturally very terrifying. The chaos stream was actually equivalent to a large celestial body. As a celestial body, it would have its own origin will, just like an origin world. Speaking of which, the chaos stream was much larger than an origin world like the Sky Dragon continent. It was countless times larger. The larger the celestial body, the more powerful the origin will was. The power of the chaos stream was related to the strength of the origin will. The chaos stream could be seen as the origin will's fury. Facing the terrifying chaos stream, Qin Shao was naturally somewhat fearful. He did not dare to face it head-on. Even though Qin Shao had the sacred armor, he did not want to take the risk. Once he was sucked in by the chaos stream, no one knew what the consequences would be. The chaotic turbulence was like a huge wave, surging in a huge fan shape. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to fly into the depths of the primal chaos crevice. The deeper he went into the chaos stream, the more terrifying it was. Even sovereigns would not easily enter it. This showed how terrifying it was. However, Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only fly deeper into the chaos stream. Fortunately, he had the sacred armor to protect him. Even if he encountered any danger, he could rely on the sacred armor to block it and not hurt his divine body. Moreover, his divine body was extremely strong, so it was not easy for him to be injured. With these two layers of protection, to put it arrogantly, Qin Shao would have the ability to protect himself even if a sovereign attacked. Therefore, Qin Shao did not care too much at this moment. He directly charged in, regardless of whether there was any danger ahead. This was the only way to escape as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he was too slow and was swallowed by the chaos stream, the situation would be very bad. No matter how dangerous the chaos stream was, it would not be as dangerous as the chaos stream. Both were harmful, so he had to choose the lesser. The black submerged Devil Emperor was indeed very familiar with the chaos stream. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to follow the black submerged Devil Emperor out of the chaos stream. After all, the black submerged Devil Emperor was very familiar with the chaos stream. He should have a safer and faster way to leave. Following the black submerged Devil Emperor was definitely the best choice. However, in just a breath's time, the black submerged Devil Emperor had disappeared without trace. It was impossible to tell where he had gone. His speed was extremely fast. It seemed that the black submerged Devil Emperor had used some method to escape. Even the black submerged Devil Emperor was a little afraid of the chaos stream. This showed how terrifying it was. Without the black submerged Devil Emperor's route, Qin Shao could only escape on his own. However, he was not familiar with the chaos stream at all and did not know which was relatively safe. He could only run around with a blank look on his face. However, Qin Shao soon realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. This is not good. There are chaos streams everywhere, and there are more and more of them. Moreover, these chaotic turbulences were like rivers flowing into the sea. Once they got close, they would merge together and continue to expand the chaotic turbulence. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. No, I have to leave this damned place quickly. Otherwise, my situation will be really bad. Qin Shao frowned deeply with a grave expression. The situation in front of him was indeed not good. Senior Brother Dao Qi, are you familiar with the chaos stream? In his inner world, a wisp of Qin Zhao's energy clone descended and walked in front of Almighty Dao Qi. Qin Shao had also built a palace in his inner world. At this moment, Almighty Dao Qi and his Dao companion were in this palace. It was dangerous outside, so they naturally could not go out. They could also sense the danger outside. Seeing that Qin Shao had actually sent a clone to ask about this, it was clear that the situation was not good. They could only sense a little in Qin Zhao's inner world, but they definitely did not know the specific situation. Almighty Dao Qi shook his head and said, "To be honest, Junior Brother Qin Shao, this is also my first time in the chaos stream. I don't dare to barge into such a dangerous place. It's not a joke. Therefore, I'm definitely not familiar with the chaos stream." "What's wrong, Qin Shao? Did something happen?" Yao Shuilian's beautiful face also had a hint of worry as she looked at Qin Shao. She actually had a bad premonition. Qin Shao shook his head and did not hide it. He said, "I encountered the chaotic flow and all the other directions are blocked. I can only go into the depths of the chaos stream now. But I'm not familiar with the chaos stream. Under the eruption of the chaotic flow, the map of the chaos stream is useless. It's impossible to distinguish the specific location. So now I'm like a headless fly. I don't know where I'm escaping to, and I don't know what danger is waiting for me ahead. This kind of blindness may cause me to encounter more danger. So I wanted to ask Senior Brother Dao Qi." "But Senior Brother Dao Qi, you don't know either. We're in trouble now." Almighty Dao Qi's face immediately showed shame when he heard this. He said, "Junior Brother Qin Shao, I'm really sorry for implicating you. If there's really something going on between us, then I'm really sorry for you. But Junior Sister Shuilian also dragged you in." "Sigh." Qin Shao waved his hand and shook his head. "Senior Brother Dao Qi, what are you saying? There's nothing to be sorry about. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll come and save you. Don't say such sour words now. The most important thing now is to think of a way to leave the chaos stream." "Yes, Senior Brother Dao Qi. For now, Qin Shao is just in trouble." "You make it sound like he's really in trouble. Even if it's the chaos stream, it's not impossible to enter," Yao Shuilian said. Qin Shao also smiled. "Yes, Senior Brother Dao Qi. Even the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor couldn't do anything to me. I don't believe I'll die in the hands of the chaotic flow. I have the sacred armor to protect me. At worst, I'll just suffer a little. I would also like to see just how terrifying the primal chaos crevice of the 10 great cosmoses is." Chapter 994. The Tao of Chaos Dao Qi's wife was very grateful to Qin Shao, but also very guilty. But now that things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. Now, all they could hope for was that Qin Shao could leave the chaos stream safely. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to absolve themselves of their guilt, even if they died 10,000 times. On the other side, Yao Shuilian's mood didn't seem to be affected at all. She still had a smile like a peach blossom on her face, and the spring breeze caressed her face, making her radiant. Yao Shuilian loved flowers, so she made a garden here. It was filled with tens of thousands of different kinds of flowers. They were colorful and bloomed together, and their fragrance overflowed. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Walking through a sea of flowers was indeed beautiful. Yao Shuilian danced gracefully among the swirling petals, looking quite charming. Beautiful, truly beautiful. This kind of beauty couldn't be described with any fancy words. The beauty of the gods wasn't based on one's physical appearance, but more on one's temperament. Temperament was one of a kind. Temperament and charm were true beauties. Yao Shiwelian, as her name suggested, was as holy and beautiful as a snow lotus on an iceberg, without a trace of impurity. But Yao Shiwelian wasn't as cold as an iceberg snow lotus. On the contrary, she had the warmth of a peach blossom and the comfort of a spring breeze. She gave people a sense of youth and vitality. She was also a very dignified and steady woman who was very considerate to men. But she was also the kind of woman who wouldn't give men a sense of pressure. She was like a bright lamp standing there, making people unconsciously want to get closer to her. This kind of woman was probably very attractive to any man and would be a good choice. Qin Shao sat there and watched Yao Shiwelian dance. His heart was also slightly moved. Yao Shiwelian was a good girl. If it weren't for Gu Lingwei, perhaps Qin Shao really would have been moved by Yao Shiwelian. Now, Qin Shao was trying his best to restrain the restlessness in his heart. At the end of the song, Yao Shiwelian walked over with a bright smile and sat down beside Qin Shao with a happy smile on his face. When a woman smiled, she was really beautiful and charming. Seeing a woman smile, it was as if all the troubles in the world would be thrown to the back of his mind. A woman's smile seemed to have a natural magical power that could purify all darkness, as if it was a divine power bestowed upon them by the light. Aren't you worried at all? Qin Shao looked at Yao Shiwelian, who was in a good mood, and asked. To be honest, even Qin Shao himself was not sure if he could escape safely. Even with the protection of the sacred armor, it did not mean that he was absolutely safe. Even Qin Shao had already thought about it. If he really couldn't do it, he would probably have to be thick-skinned and ask his master for help. If anything happened to him, once his inner world collapsed, everything in his inner world would be destroyed, and Yao Shiwelian and the others would not be able to escape. Yao Shiwelian looked at Qin Shao with a smile and said, "What do I have to worry about? Anyway, even if the sky falls down, you'll be there to support it. I can't do anything to help, but I believe in you. You won't be in danger easily. You believe in me so much? The chaotic turbulence is not a joke. The depths of the chaotic stream are also not a joke. Even I'm not sure about the dangers of this trip." Qin Shao shook his head. Yao Shiwelian still had a smile on his face and said firmly, "No matter how dangerous it is, I believe in you. Because, in my eyes, you will always be the most resilient. No difficulty can trap you. You will always be blessed by heaven. Therefore, I believe that you will be able to leave the chaotic stream safely, so I don't have to worry about anything. It is very precious for me to be able to get along with you. How can I still have the mood to think about those unhappy things during such a precious time? Wouldn't that make me too unhappy? If you can cherish something, then you will be happy. Being with you is happiness. Of course, what I have is only happiness." Hearing such ambiguous words, Qin Shao really did not know how to answer. These words were indeed very heartwarming. This was Yao Shiwelian's deep love, but it was too ambiguous, and Qin Shao could not enjoy it for the time being. Therefore, Qin Shao could only keep silent and did not reply. Yao Shiwelian looked at Qin Shao as if he was expecting Qin Shao to say something, but in the end, he was a little disappointed. But soon he swept his gaze away. She should have expected this result long ago. She was used to it, so she would not be nervous. Looking at Qin Zhao's embarrassed look, Yao Shiwelian laughed gloatingly and joked, "Let's take 10,000 steps back. Even if we are unlucky this time and really die here, I have nothing to worry about. If I can die with you, even if I lose a doppelganger, I am willing to die. If we really die together, then I'll be the first one, right?" Qin Shao also smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said, "Don't be silly. You want to die here, but I don't want to die. If you want to take my life, it won't be such an easy thing. Well, I have to deal with the chaotic stream with all my strength." At this time, Qin Shao continued to escape into the depths of the chaotic stream, but the chaotic stream's wind waterfall was getting bigger and bigger, stronger and stronger, and the range was increasing. The space left for Qin Shao to escape was getting narrower and narrower. The situation in front of them was obviously not optimistic. If this continued, Qin Shao would not be able to escape. Qin Xiao frowned deeply, and her cold eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find a way out. But there was no good way to go anywhere. Relying on her body, she was blocked by the power of the chaotic stream again and again, and there was no way for Qin Xiao to escape at the fastest speed. Sometimes she would even be entangled, so the more she ran, the deeper she was trapped. Gradually, she lost her direction and had no way to retreat. Looking at the chaotic stream that was surging toward her, Qin Xiao could only shake her head bitterly. It seems that this is a blessing, not a curse. If it is a curse, I can't avoid it. Since there is no way to escape, I can only fight with it. This chaotic stream, I want to see how powerful and terrifying it is. Since she could not escape, Qin Xiao simply stopped running. She stood in the same place, waiting for the terrifying chaotic stream to rush toward her. The terrifying chaotic stream quickly swallowed Qin Xiao like a huge tsunami. Spinning in the chaotic stream, the terrifying power of space distortion was about to tear Qin Xiao apart. The power of chaotic stream was about to swallow Qin Xiao. The power of annihilation was about to annihilate everything and destroy all matter. Being swept into the chaotic stream, Qin Xiao suddenly lost control of his body. There was no way for him to move on his own. He was completely bound by the power of the chaotic stream. It wrapped, tore, devoured, and annihilated him. If it were not for the protection of the sacred armor, Qin Xiao would have been swallowed up directly. With the protection of the sacred armor, it could block 90% of the power. Only 10% of the power hit Qin Xiao, but it did not pose much of a threat to Qin Xiao. He could completely block it. Qin Xiao cultivated the true meaning of power, and his body had long been tempered to an extremely high level. The true meaning of power was to cultivate power, and the source of power came from the body. Therefore, while cultivating power, it was also a process of slowly tempering the body to build a strong body. As the realm of the true meaning of power increased, the body would also become stronger correspondingly. The body and power were the direction of the true meaning of power cultivation system. Different cultivation systems led to completely different directions. In other words, the defense of Qin Xiao's divine body alone was close to the level of a sacred object. With 90% of the power blocked by the sacred armor, the remaining power naturally did not affect Qin Xiao at all. However, the chaotic stream became more and more terrifying and turbulent. It made Qin Xiao feel as if he had fallen into a reincarnation cycle. His body was no longer his own, and the world was spinning. Ordinary almighties would have been minced into meat paste in an instant when faced with such terrifying chaotic stream. Falling into the chaotic stream's waterfall was like falling into a black hole. Endless darkness, endless turbulence, and terrifying turbulence. There was no light, no matter, no direction, and even no sense of the world. At this moment, Qin Xiao did not even know where he was. His body was completely out of control. He wanted to try to leave, but there was no way to do so. He could not even use his power. No matter how much power one had, it would be useless in the chaotic void. One would not be able to shake the chaotic turbulence at all. The current situation really made Qin Xiao feel that there was no way out. He was completely restrained. In this terrifying and turbulent chaotic stream, he was attacked again and again and consumed little by little. If this went on for a long time, it would be dangerous. I didn't expect to be trapped in this chaotic stream. According to the information I found, once the chaotic stream starts to blow, it will last for a long time. At most, the area will slowly shrink, but at the same time, the chaotic stream will become more and more terrifying. Now that I'm trapped in the chaotic stream, if I don't escape quickly, once the chaotic stream shrinks, even the sacred armor will not be able to withstand it. However, the chaotic stream has just started, and it shouldn't shrink that quickly. In terms of time, I should still have some. I have to think of a way quickly. Qin Xiao shook his head and thought to himself. He also asked Yi Juanhe to help him investigate the situation of the chaotic stream through his doppelganger. For a chaotic stream of such a large scale, it would usually blow for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years before it slowly shrank and returned to the chaotic stream and turned into nothingness. The more it shrank, the more terrifying it was. It was equivalent to condensing all the power of the chaotic stream. In the end, it would be so terrifying that even a ruler would die in it. Therefore, Qin Shao had to leave this chaotic stream as soon as possible. Otherwise, death would be waiting for him. However, it wasn't that easy to escape from the turbulence of chaos. The bigger the chaotic stream, the more difficult it would be. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his strength to escape. Chapter 995. The power of love. The only thing Qin Shao could do now was to comprehend the chaos great Tao and find a weaker path. That was the only way to leave this place. The chaos turbulence was a manifestation of the chaos force. It was the power of the chaos great Tao and the origin of the chaos. Everything was closely related to the chaos great Tao. As long as one had a deep enough understanding of the chaos great Tao, they could find a way out. Just like the black submerged demon emperor, he easily found a way out and left the chaos stream. The chaos stream was a place of despair to other almighties, but to the black submerged demon emperor, it was like his own backyard. He could enter and leave freely without any threat. This method was something that no one else could compare to. Although Qin Zhao's chaos great Tao had reached the 3rd level, it was still a little weak. It's a test, but it's also an opportunity. The chaos stream is the best place to cultivate and comprehend the chaos great Tao. I've already entered the door of the chaos great Tao. I don't need to be so complicated to cultivate the chaos great Tao. Now, I just need to improve my comprehension of the chaos great Tao. I haven't been focusing on a chaos great Tao before. This time, I have a chance. Previously, when I was cultivating in the black vortex, the effect wasn't very good. This time, cultivating in the primal chaos crevice should be more effective. My comprehension of the great Tao will depend on this gamble. With the protection of the sacred armor, Qin Shao didn't have to worry about his safety at all. This way, he could fully immerse himself in cultivating the chaos great Tao. If it was a calm and peaceful primal chaos stream, it would be more difficult to comprehend the grand Tao of primal chaos. But now that the primal chaos stream was raging, the grand Tao's origin was exposed, making it much easier to comprehend the grand Tao of primal chaos. Therefore, the chaos turbulence was a disaster, but it was also a blessing. Of course, it depended on whether one had the ability to grasp this blessing. It was already very difficult to stay alive in the chaotic turbulence, let alone cultivate and comprehend the origin of the great Tao of chaos without any distractions. It was obviously not a good choice to cultivate in the chaotic turbulence of the wild waterfall. Most people couldn't calm down to cultivate and completely immerse themselves in it. If the heart is not calm, then the Tao will not be pure. If one's Tao was not pure, one's roots would not be clear. If it wasn't quiet, clean, and clear, then the effects of cultivation would be minimal. Although it was said that it was easiest to force out a person's potential in a desperate situation, it was more likely to lead to death in a desperate situation. After all, those who could truly break out of the encirclement in a hopeless situation were in the minority. They were existences as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Qin Zhao's journey had been quite bumpy, and he had fallen into many desperate situations. Therefore, his mental state had long been tempered to the point of being indomitable. No matter what situation he was in, it would not affect him in the slightest. He could immerse himself in cultivation without being disturbed by anything. Qin Shao sensed the terror of the chaotic turbulence and comprehended the origin of the great Tao of chaos. He continued to comprehend and analyze it. Heaven and earth originated from chaos. Chaos was the beginning of everything, the source of everything. First there was chaos, then there was heaven and earth. Chaos was the beginning of everything. The great Tao of chaos was a great Tao that led to the beginning of heaven and earth, allowing everything to return to chaos. Comprehending the great Tao was also comprehending the mysteries of the great Tao. A great Tao was filled with endless mysteries. It was like countless particles forming a towering mountain. Comprehension was to comprehend the countless particles of the great Tao one by one, and then slowly accumulate them. Finally, it was complete and gathered into a mountain. This process was slow, long, and complicated. Therefore, the cultivation of the great Tao was so difficult that it trapped countless cultivators. The great Tao of chaos was a supreme grade great Tao. It was the great Tao of the beginning of heaven and earth, the first great Tao derived from the universe. It was too difficult to completely comprehend the great Tao of chaos. Chaos was emptiness and nothingness. The primal chaos was the most unfathomable and the most bizarre. Among the 6 supreme grade great Taos, the ultimate sword Tao was obviously the easiest to comprehend and cultivate, followed by the myriad Tao. After that, the chaos great Tao, primordial great Tao, no beginning great Tao, and reincarnation great Tao were more difficult. They each had their own strengths and strange aspects. In the entire universe, 99% of those who could comprehend the supreme grade great Tao were comprehending the ultimate sword Tao and the myriad Tao. The remaining 4 supreme grade great Taos accounted for a very small proportion. The difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times higher than that of the ultimate sword Tao and the myriad Tao, or even higher. It was too difficult to comprehend the great Tao of chaos. Qin Zhao's ultimate sword Tao and the myriad Tao had already been cultivated to perfection, but the great Tao of chaos had only been cultivated to the 3rd level. The gap between them could be said to be huge. With this opportunity, Qin Zhao also wanted to see if he could let himself soar. The chaotic wind waterfall continued to engulf. Qin Zhao was like a floating bottle in the chaotic wind waterfall. It was as if he had entered an infinitely distorted space and time. His whole person was like a fried dough twist. Time passed year by year. Immersed in cultivation, he did not notice the passage of time at all. In the inner world, in the garden, without the company of Qin Zhao, Yao Shiulian could only be alone in the fragrant flowers, with the flowers as her companions and dancing with the flowers. In the flowers, she comprehended the great Tao and cultivated in the flowers. She was always in a good mood. Even if she could not see Qin Zhao, she could feel Qin Zhao's aura in Qin Zhao's inner world at this time after all. For her, this was like Qin Zhao was by her side. It was fine if she could not see him, but it was fine as long as she could feel him. To be able to be with Qin Zhao, even if it was in such a way, she was very willing. If possible, she even wanted to stay in Qin Zhao's inner world. In this way, wherever Qin Zhao went, she could follow. When Qin Zhao was not busy, she could chat with Qin Zhao and meet Qin Zhao. Being able to feel Qin Zhao's aura at all times was a kind of happiness for her. She did not have such high aspirations, lofty goals, and ideals. She just wanted such happiness. In order to be able to keep up with Qin Zhao's footsteps, she cultivated with all her might. Perhaps it was the blessing of the heavens that allowed her to improve at lightning speed so that she would not be left far behind by Qin Zhao. The power of love was great. Madame Daoqi came over and said with a smile, "Miss Shiulian, aren't you bored staying here every day?" Yao Shiulian looked at Madame Daoqi with a smile and said, "No, I'm not bored at all. On the contrary, I feel very fulfilled now, so I'm in a good mood." Haha, isn't it like this when you like a person? As long as he is there, it is a paradise for me. It is a happy paradise. Being able to be with him is something I've always dreamed of. Now, my wish has finally come true. Even though it's in such a way, I still feel very fulfilled and happy. I can feel his aura and existence at all times. That's the source of my happiness. Madame Daoqi nodded with a smile. That was true. Yao Shiulian said again, "Madame Daoqi, you've been there. You should know best, right? Haha. Can you tell me the story of you and senior brother Daoqi? I'm really curious." Speaking of this, Madame Daoqi's face was brimming with happiness. She smiled and immersed herself in her happy memories. Speaking of which, Daoqi and I fell in love with each other. There were some twists and turns. I'm not like you and junior brother Qin Zhao. You two are the kind of people who have a good impression of each other as soon as you meet. Dao Chi and I didn't have a good time when we first met. We had a little conflict. We can be said to be rivals, or rather, little enemies. However, we slowly got to know each other and fell in love with each other. In the end, we miraculously got together. You don't know. I even tried to kill Dao Chi at that time. It's so funny when I think about it. It's so interesting. Sometimes I think it's amazing. We were rivals, but how do we get together in the end? It's like God is playing a big joke on us. That's so amazing. That's interesting. Haha, I didn't expect there to be such a story between you and senior brother Dao Chi. I thought you two loved each other from the beginning. That's why your feelings are so unforgettable and haven't changed for hundreds of millions of years. Yao Shiwilian was also surprised. Madame Dao Chi smiled. Yes, sometimes I think it's incredible when I think about it. But how should I say it? Those unbearable memories are the best stories for us now. It's a kind of beauty that will never be forgotten. Yao Shiwilian rested her chin on her hand, looking as if she was deep in thought. After thinking for a while, Yao Shiwilian said, Madame Dao Chi, do you think the relationship between Qin Xiao and I is too smooth? There are no ups and downs, so there's no way for us to break through the relationship. Well, Madame Dao Chi smiled. I can't say for sure. I can only tell you about my experience. But when it comes to love, to be honest, I can't say that I understand it. Everyone is different. 10,000 people will have 10,000 different kinds of love. It's impossible to say that everyone is the same. The greatness and magic of love lies in this. It's a thing full of changes. No one can really guess it. I definitely hope that you and Qin Xiao can be together. You two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven and earth. You have the intention, but Qin Xiao doesn't have the intention for now. But speaking of which, Qin Xiao is still young, so this kind of thing can't be rushed. But as an experienced person, I can give you advice. If you like him, be firm. Use your sincerity to influence him. Whether it's 100 million years or 10 billion years, you have to stick to your beliefs. In fact, liking someone is a kind of happiness. As for whether you can achieve it, it depends on your luck. We outsiders can't help you with this kind of thing. Chapter 996. Yao Shiwilian's Game, Begging for Flowers at Midnight. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. For 3,000 years, Qin Xiao had immersed himself in comprehending the chaos great Tao. Being in the chaos turbulence and enduring the chaos wind waterfall, Qin Xiao's comprehension had naturally soared. Qin Xiao's body was finally no longer completely bound by the chaos turbulence. He could move around in a small area, but it was still not that comfortable. There was still a terrifying force restraining him. However, his body was no longer uncontrollable. In 3,000 years, I've gained a lot. I've already broken through to the 4th level. It's said that wealth comes from danger. This saying is not false at all. The greater the risk, the easier it is to reap great rewards. If it weren't for the chaos turbulence, I don't know when I'd be able to cultivate to this level. This is definitely a sacred place to cultivate the chaos great Tao. The effect of cultivating here will be hundreds or thousands of times better than other places. However, this is still not enough. If I want to leave this chaos turbulence, I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate the chaos great Tao to the 6th level of perfection. I'm still very far away from perfection. However, time should be able to make up for all of this. Continue cultivating. Flowers bloomed and wilted. The sun and moon sank. In the inner world, under a beautiful cherry blossom tree in the garden, dark red cherry blossom petals fell with gusts of light wind, sprinkling into the mortal world. The beauty of the flowers was like the bright eyes of a young girl. Under the petals, a young girl in the prime of her youth sat on the grass, covered in petals. Her body was lying in the arms of a handsome young man. Her face was filled with a peach blossom smile as she snuggled up to him tenderly. The handsome young man gently hugged the young girl. His face was filled with deep affection and love. They allowed the petals to fall and stick to their heads, bodies, hands, and even faces. They allowed the natural fragrance to taint them with a refreshing fragrance. They allowed the petals to embellish them. It was especially beautiful, especially intoxicating, and especially warm. This was a world for the two of them. It was filled with an ambiguous aura that made people sink into it. The girl was none other than Yao Shiwelian. She liked beautiful and moving flowers. She liked to sit among the flowers and enjoy the tranquility, beauty, and touch her soul. And the young man she was leaning on was none other than Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, who was dressed in white and had a warm smile on her face, was like a completely different person with a different style, which would make people feel a little strange. Although there was a warm smile on his face and an ambiguous expression on his face, if one looked closely, they would find that his expression was a little stiff and unnatural. "Feng, do you love me?" Yao Shiwelian turned his head to look at Qin Xiao. His eyes, which were as bright as the stars, rippled. Unintentionally, he looked a little charming. Yao Shiwelian actually had such an enchanting and alluring side to her. It really made people's jaws drop. The smile on Qin Xiao's face didn't diminish. He said with a warm face, "Of course I love you, Yin." "Ha. Then how deep do you love me?" Yao Shiwelian let out a bell-like laughter, which also revealed her innocence. Qin Xiao said, "My love for you is deeper than the endless sea." "Ha. Then will you love me forever and only me for the rest of your life? Will you marry me, love me, dote on me, and protect me for the rest of your life?" Yao Shiwelian asked again. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly and said with certainty, "Silly girl, I will definitely love you forever and only for the rest of my life. I will marry you, love you, dote on you, and protect you for the rest of my life. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you or hurt you. This is my promise to you. I will protect you for the rest of my life." Ha. Yao Shiwelian smiled very happily. Facing the colorful falling petals, it was so beautiful and moving. After being happy, Yao Shiwelian slightly curled his lips. He got up from Qin Zhao's arms and pursed his lips hard. He murmured, "Alas, if all of this is true, how good would it be?" Yao Shiwelian looked at Qin Xiao. The latter stood there a little woodenly, but his face still had that eternal smile. After seeing too much, it changed. At this time, a figure came over. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard. "Miss Shiwelian, are you playing with your puppet again?" Yao Shiwelian walked over and said, "Yes, Madame Dao. I was bored, so I played with this puppet. But a puppet is a puppet. It's not real at all. It's getting more and more fake. If I play with it a few more times, I guess I won't be interested anymore." Madame Dao shook her head and smiled. The Qin Xiao in front of her was not the real Qin Xiao. It was a puppet made by Yao Shiwelian. A god-level puppet was no different from a real person. It was impossible to tell the difference apart from the aura. Yao Shiwelian made this puppet to be exactly the same as Qin Xiao. It was a god-level puppet with high intelligence. In fact, it was basically the same as a human. It was just that it could not cultivate on its own. After refining a puppet that was exactly the same as Qin Xiao, Yao Shiwelian was bored out her mind, so she used this method to find some fun for herself. In other words, he wanted to use this method to realize what he wanted. However, this wasn't the reality either. Do you really expect the puppet to make you feel anything? But I can understand how you feel. It's been more than 10,000 years. I don't know how Qin Xiao is doing, but from the looks of it, he shouldn't be doing too well. Otherwise, he would have talked to us for more than 10,000 years, said Madame Dao. Yao Shiwelian nodded and said, "Yes, it's been more than 15,000 years. I guess Qin Xiao is cultivating. If he wants to leave this chaotic turbulence, he can either break through it by force or master the Tao of chaos and find a way out. The first way is obviously impossible for Qin Xiao, so he can only choose the second way, which is to cultivate the Tao of chaos." Madame Dao nodded and said, "Yes, Dao Qi told me about this too. That's why we didn't dare to disturb Qin Xiao. But what I'm worried about now is that I don't know how long this chaotic turbulence can last. Once it starts to shrink, the situation will be very bad." Madame Dao had always been worried about Qin Xiao. Yao Shiwelian would be lying if he said he wasn't worried at all. Yao Shiwelian had always been a strong-willed person, so he wouldn't show it. Yao Shiwelian pursed her lips, but her face was filled with confidence as she said, "Don't worry, Madame Dao. I believe that Qin Xiao will be fine. No matter how terrible the situation is, He can handle it. I know Qin Shao. He still has some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. If there's really no other choice, he will use them to get us out. Besides, Qin Shao is an important person in the Desolate Land Temple. Even the Temple Lord of Desolate Land has personally met him. He's the #1 genius of our era. So if something really happens to him, the Temple Lord of Desolate Land won't just sit by and watch. This situation may not be a bad thing for Qin Shao. Maybe it's also an opportunity for Qin Shao. Comprehending and cultivating the chaos Tao in the chaotic turbulence is the best way. Maybe Qin Shao can use this opportunity to completely master the chaos Tao. If that's the case, it'll be a blessing in disguise. Madame Dao agreed. Yes, that's the only thing we can think about now. But I heard from Dao Qi that Qin Shao has already mastered the chaos Tao and cultivated it to the 3rd level. With such a foundation, it shouldn't be too difficult for Qin Shao to cultivate the chaos Tao. Yes, it definitely won't be difficult for him. So we just need to wait patiently. Yao Shuelian said. Although the two of them said so, how could they not know in their hearts that it wasn't so easy to completely master top-grade Tao, like the chaos Tao? It was difficult, very difficult, very difficult. No matter how talented a person was, it would take a long time and slowly accumulate experience to reach that step. Even if comprehending and cultivating in the chaotic turbulence increased the speed by dozens of times, it was still too difficult to cultivate to perfection in tens of thousands of years. It was almost impossible. After all, the Chaos Tao was not like the Ultimate Sword Tao, nor was it like the All Tao. Qin Shao did create many miracles, but he might not succeed every time. So deep in their hearts, both of them were still somewhat worried. In the chaotic turbulence, a figure was flying in it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fly out of the center of the turbulence. He was swept back again and again, as if there was an irresistible force binding and pulling him. Qin Shao frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "In 15,000 years, I cultivated the Chaos Tao to the 5th level thousands of years ago. Now, I'm already at the peak of the 5th level. I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to the 6th level and reaching perfection in the Chaos Tao. But this single step has trapped me for thousands of years. I want to leave this chaotic turbulence, but I can't do it. It seems that I can't leave this place without reaching the 6th level of the Chaos Tao. It's been 15,000 years. I don't know how long this chaotic turbulence will continue to blow and when it will start to shrink. But there may not be much time left for me. So, I can't wait any longer. I have to strive for a breakthrough as soon as possible." Qin Shao had reached a bottleneck in his comprehension and cultivation. Under such circumstances, it was harder for Qin Shao to go further. He felt that there was no way for him to comprehend a little more. At this moment, the chaotic turbulence suddenly became quiet. It was strangely quiet. It was unusually quiet. At the far edge of the chaotic turbulence, after the silence, it began to destroy, devour, turn into nothingness, and return to chaos. It was shrinking rapidly. Qin Shao was slightly surprised and startled. It's only been 15,000 years, and it's already shrinking? At this rate, in at most 1,000 years, it will completely turn into nothingness, turning into an extreme point. Chapter 997. Dead End. Qin Shao did not expect the chaotic turbulence to shrink all of a sudden. It had only been 15,000 years. Generally speaking, a chaotic turbulence of this scale should have existed for tens of thousands of years. The longer ones could even be millions of years old. There were historical records. However, 15,000 years was definitely going to be the fastest time in history. At this moment, what Qin Shao yearned for the most was time. A few hundred years was indeed too short. However, no matter how much he yearned for it, there was nothing he could do to change the facts in front of him. Therefore, the only thing Qin Shao could do now was to work hard to break through. If he still could not do it, he could only ask his master for help. Of course, Qin Shao still had MT Fingyu as his trump card. However, Qin Shao did not want to use MT Fingyu so easily. Given the situation here, he might already be targeted. Once he used MT Fengyu, his secret would be exposed. Therefore, MT Fengyu was not Qin Zhao's temporary choice. It was Qin Zhao's last resort. For the time being, it would not come to that. Even if he had to ask his master for help, it would not be a big deal. His master would understand if he encountered something as terrifying as the chaotic turbulence. Of course, this was only a last resort. In fact, Qin Zhao did not really want to come to that. Along the way, he had experienced a few desperate situations. There were also a few times when he was prepared to ask his master for help. However, he managed to survive in the end. This time, he did not believe that he would be helpless. With great danger comes great opportunity. According to the information from the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land, there will be a scene of chaos evolution at the final moment of the chaotic turbulence's contraction and eruption. The chaotic turbulence will return to nothingness and return to chaos. This itself is a process of chaos evolution. During this process, you can better comprehend the origin of the chaos great Tao. You can understand the things at the deepest level. This will be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension. I'm now stuck in a bottleneck. Perhaps I can completely comprehend the origin of the chaos great Tao during the evolution of the chaotic turbulence, break through the barrier, and cultivate the chaos great Tao to perfection. Wealth comes from danger. This is a principle that has never changed. This time, I have no reason to shrink back. Let's fight. If I don't succeed, I'll die trying. As Qin Zhao stood in the boundlessly surging wind waterfall, the wind and rain did not affect him. He remained unmoving like a boulder. The chaotic turbulence was shrinking rapidly, as if it was a huge black hole, God's book's book of chaos, great Tao. The process of the chaotic turbulence was God's book of chaos, was book. The God of God's book of chaos. The smaller the God of chaos, great Tao, is of God. After a short period of silence, the chaos turbulence became even more violent and turbulent. Qin Zhao tried his best to control his body, but he still felt like he was going to be blown away by the chaotic turbulence. At that moment, Qin Zhao's great way of chaos had been cultivated to the 5th level. He had a rather deep level of control over the great way of chaos. However, in the face of the violent, chaotic wind waterfall, Qin Zhao still frowned deeply. The endless turbulent power was like a mad beast. It slammed heavily on Qin Zhao's body again and again. Moreover, this surging power was rapidly becoming stronger and more violent. With the protection of the sacred armor, Qin Zhao was not afraid of the turbulent power. However, as the chaotic turbulence's book of chaos great Tao shrank rapidly, the power that slammed on Qin Zhao's body became more and more terrifying. With the passage of time, Qin Zhao could smell some dangerous aura. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. In the blink of an eye, 900 years had passed. In 100 years at most, the chaotic turbulence's book of chaos great Tao would completely return to nothingness. It would return to the chaos great Tao and disappear. All the power would return to the chaos great Tao. The space had already been compressed to the point of explosion. At this moment, Qin Zhao, who was in the chaotic turbulence's sacred armor, could not withstand the terrifying power. The sacred armor was damaged. If he continued to resist, the sacred armor might be destroyed. Even a sacred item could not withstand the explosive power of the chaotic turbulence. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. The terrifying power poured into Qin Zhao's body again and again. The sacred armor blocked most of it. However, the power that poured into Qin Zhao's body was still very terrifying. This was the power of chaos. The terrifying power of chaos. Under the erosion of such power, Qin Zhao gritted his teeth in pain. His divine body was greatly damaged. If this continued, even with the sacred armor, Qin Zhao's divine body would be destroyed by the power of chaos great Tao. Once his divine body was destroyed, Qin Zhao would not be able to escape and would die here. Therefore, the current situation was very bad for Qin Zhao. If he continued to resist, he was afraid that only death would await him. At that time, it would be a big problem whether he could ask his master for help in time. However, Qin Shao still gritted his teeth. He did not dare to relax or give up easily. He would never give up until the very end. It's not the final moment of despair yet. I don't believe that I can't break through. I must break through. I must take this step. If I can't take this step now, I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take for me to cultivate and accumulate before I can take this step. This step is far too important for me. It's a success or failure. It's even related to my future path. I, Qin Shao, live to create miracles. I've already created one miracle after another. What's the big deal about this? How can it trap me, Qin Shao? The powerful strength of faith supported Qin Shao, giving Qin Shao the absolute strength to fight this desperate situation. At that moment, Qin Shao was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 6th level of the Great Tao of Chaos and cultivating the Great Tao of Chaos to perfection. This tiny bit was like a secret door. Once it was opened, a whole new world would appear in front of you. This obstacle might seem small, but it could keep you out forever. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Shao could already hear the roaring power of the chaos turbulence smashing heavily on his body again and again. Each time, he almost vomited blood and his divine body collapsed a lot. According to the current situation, Qin Shao could only hold on for another 10 years at most. This was Qin Shao's limit. It was already a miracle that Qin Shao could hold on until now. If it were another powerful being, let alone a powerful being, even a ruler would not be able to hold on so easily. If it were another powerful being, he would have been swallowed up by the chaos force and returned to the chaos. However, Qin Shao relied on the Saint armor, his physical strength that was almost comparable to the Saint armor, and his cultivation of the 5th level of the Chaos Great Tao to barely hold on until now. However, Qin Shao also had a hard time holding on. It was very painful. If it were not for the strong strength of mind supporting him, Qin Shao would have collapsed and been swallowed up. However, there was a limit no matter how strong he was. Once the space of the chaos turbulence was shrunk to the extreme, even a universe master might not be able to face it calmly, let alone Qin Shao, who was only a 4th-step celestial god. Chaos, the beginning, the origin of everything. Thoughts popped up in Qin Shao's mind like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, these thoughts were still a little messy, and there was no specific clear idea. He always felt that this path was possible, and that path was also possible, so Qin Shao could not be sure. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, for years, time was still passing rapidly. It was not like the sand at the fingertips. Before you knew it, it had all disappeared. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Qin Shao was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was very solemn. Qin Shao's mind was completely immersed in the chaos turbulence waterfall. He was comprehending the origin of the chaos turbulence waterfall and comprehending the Great Tao. Indeed, the smaller the chaos turbulence shrunk, the more the origin would be exposed. If he could find these origins, he would be able to comprehend the Great Tao of chaos more and master more. Time continued to pass. The aura of death became more and more intense. The bell of the kingdom of heaven seemed to have rung. What Qin Shao did not know was that above the chaos waterfall, there was an illusory figure looking indifferently at the chaos waterfall. His eyes were fixed on the chaos turbulence, and he was ready to attack at any time. This figure was none other than Hong Chanku, Qin Shao's master. He had long sensed that Qin Shao was in danger and knew about Qin Shao's current situation. Therefore, he came to the Chaos Waterfall early, just in case. He was waiting for Qin Shao to ask him for help before he attacked, but Qin Shao did not ask for help. He knew Qin Shao's character. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not ask him for help. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He was also waiting to see if this desperate situation could force out Qin Shao's unparalleled potential, and if he could create another miracle. Training in a desperate situation was an excellent opportunity for anyone to improve. Of course, more people would die in such a desperate situation. Those who could survive in such a desperate situation were probably as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns, pitifully few. Being able to do it once or twice was already heaven-defying, but Qin Shao had survived the adversity time and time again. Hong Chun-Ka raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, it's been almost 10 years. He's close to Qin Zhao's limit. It seems that Qin Shao has no way of taking this step out of this desperate situation. However, it's indeed a little too difficult. It's not that easy for him to take this step in such a short time. Forget it. I can't prove anything with a momentary success or failure. Qin Shao is already very outstanding for being able to do this. There's no need to ask for more. Forget it. I'd better attack directly and not wait for him to ask for help. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid the situation will really be difficult to predict. Hong Chun-Ka was about to attack, but just as he was about to attack, he sensed that the situation had changed. He couldn't help but stop immediately. On the other side, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly became exceptionally sharp. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. So this is the Chaos Great Tao. The final step is actually like this. Wrong. My previous thinking was completely wrong. The path I've taken has also reached a dead end, and I've fallen into a cycle of death. Wrong after wrong, deeper and deeper. Chapter 998. The Jade Token's response walking out of the box of darkness. One would suddenly see the light of day. Obstacles were like this. Before you could step out, you would feel that it was a natural barrier that blocked your path in life, and you would never be able to overcome it. But once you successfully stepped out and looked back, you would find that it was actually so simple. It was obviously very simple, but it made you enter a dead end and fall into a cycle of death. The sixth level of the Tao of Chaos was finally cultivated to perfection. Qin Shao could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, it was also because Qin Shao had the protection of the sacred armor, and the strength of his body was almost at the level of the sacred armor that he could survive in the chaotic turbulence. If it was someone else, they would not have the strength to fight, even if they wanted to. Unexpected, but sometimes it was reasonable when you thought about it. After cultivating the Tao of Chaos to perfection, Qin Shao also had a clear understanding of the chaotic turbulence. He was familiar with its laws and easily found the way out. Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He looked for the way out and left the center of the chaotic turbulence with the fastest speed possible. He quickly rushed out. It didn't take long for Qin Shao to leave the chaotic turbulence and enter a vacuum. Wherever the chaotic turbulence passed, it was still a vacuum for the time being. Everything no longer existed. However, the original will of the primal chaos river was slowly repairing the vacuum and returning it to chaos. Watching the chaotic turbulence shrink from here was very shocking. It was very fantastical. After flying out of the vacuum, he could feel the power of chaos again. After the wind waterfall, the primal chaos river seemed to have calmed down a lot. I can no longer sense the specific location of this place with a map. It seems that I have entered the core area of the primal chaos river. I avoided a disaster, but new trouble has come. Qin Shao shook his head slightly after sensing for a while. The core area of the primal chaos river was extremely dangerous. It was said that even the existence of a ruler could die if they entered. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the core area of the primal chaos river was. As one of the top 10 most dangerous places in the universe, it was naturally different. Qin Shao looked around and used the Great Tao of Chaos to find the direction and route to leave the core area. With the sensing of the Great Tao of Chaos, Qin Shao could avoid the most dangerous places as much as possible. However, the core area of the Chaos Stream was also filled with endless unknowns, so the situation could not be guaranteed. Qin Shao suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. With a wave of his hand, an ancient jade tablet appeared in his hand. This ancient jade tablet was engraved with an ancient character, 9. This was the jade card that Qin Shao had previously obtained in the 9th Death Valley. The 9 Death Valleys were scattered throughout the endless universe ocean. It had been more than 100,000 years, and Qin Shao had almost forgotten about the Death Valley. There's a reaction coming from this jade pendant. The seniors in the 9th Death Valley said that once this jade pendant gets close to another Death Valley, it will react. If you wanted to find the other Death Valleys, he could use this method. I didn't take this matter to heart, but I didn't expect to sense the other death valleys in the core area of the chaos stream. If the death valley is located in the core area of the chaos stream, then this death valley might be a second-class death valley or even a first-class death valley. Looks like I've really unintentionally been given a test. If I can accumulate 6 points in the 9 death valleys, then I'll have a great opportunity. The more points I have, the greater the opportunity. I wonder which ancestor left these 9 death valleys behind. However, it's really worth a try. Qin Shao pondered in his heart for a while and carefully thought about it. More than 100,000 years ago, Qin Zhao's power was not strong enough. At that time, he was chased by 2 assassins from the Dark Death Army. That was how he accidentally entered the 9th Death Valley. Fortunately, he passed the test of the 9th Death Valley and obtained this jade pendant. He also learned some information about the 9 Death Valleys. Previously, Qin Shao did not have enough experience, so he did not take it too seriously. He only thought that it might be a land of inheritance left behind by an ancient supreme being. But now that his horizons were higher, and now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was definitely not left behind by a supreme being. It was highly possible that it was left behind by a universe master. But there were only 10 universe masters in the godly world. Which one of them left it behind? Why did it not feel like it? Qin Shao shook his head. He could not figure out this question at the moment, so he did not think too much about it. If he could really pass through a few death valleys, then maybe he would know. Following the direction of the jade pendant, Qin Shao sensed it carefully. It's in the core area, the most dangerous place. This game is really a bit ruthless. The 9th Death Valley is already so complicated. Thinking about it, the second-class and first-class Death Valleys would be even more complicated. However, no matter how complicated it is, since I've encountered it, then I have to give it a try. It just so happens that I need some training now, some stimulation, some accumulation. Only in this way can my great Tao and my cultivation progress further. Then I can slowly accumulate, and then I can go for unification. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to reach the Tao integration stage. If he really wanted to unification, he could do it now. Unification only required the mastery of the great Tao. In this regard, Qin Shao had already achieved it. It should be noted that Qin Shao had completely mastered 9 kinds of upper-grade Great Tao and 3 kinds of supreme-grade Great Tao. If Qin Shao did not have any other goals, he could totally use 2 kinds of upper-grade Great Tao to unification. With Qin Zhao's strength, the probability of success was at least 90%. But this was not what Qin Shao was pursuing. Once he became a great being with 2 kinds of upper-grade Great Tao, not to mention the small increase in strength, his potential would be greatly limited. This was not a path that Qin Shao was willing to take. Qin Zhao's ambition and vision were not so small, and he was not so short-sighted. If Qin Shao wanted the unification, he would only use supreme-grade Great Tao. In other words, Qin Shao would directly skip the level of a great being and directly break through to the ruler realm. This was the same path as Master Qingye. Master Qingye had also directly used supreme-grade Great Tao to unification and become a ruler realm. If Qin Shao wanted a unification with supreme-grade Great Tao, his current accumulation was naturally not enough. He needed more accumulation, and when he had some confidence, he would break through in one fell swoop. Moreover, Qin Shao did not need to be in a hurry. After all, he had only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years. The lifespan of a god was 8 billion years, which meant that he had 8 billion years to accumulate. Accumulation was a process of building a foundation. The more accumulation, the better the foundation, and naturally, the better it would be for his future cultivation. Unless there was no way to accumulate more, Qin Shao would continue to accumulate and then break through in one fell swoop. In this way, first, his chances of succeeding in unification would be much higher, and second, his strength after unification would be much stronger. For example, Master Qingye had become a ruler realm expert as soon as he succeeded in unification. After going through so many dangers, there were still many difficulties waiting for Qin Shao to solve. This also forced Qin Shao to become even stronger. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He flew toward the core of the chaos stream. The closer he got, the more terrifying it was. Just the extremely eerie aura and the streaks of chaotic light were enough to frighten him. From time to time, a void crack would suddenly open in front of him. He would not even have a chance to dodge. Without an extremely strong defense, he would be torn to pieces without even a chance to resist. The void cracks, chaotic whirlpools, and chaotic streaks of dark light were all extremely terrifying forces that could easily wipe out a great being. The closer he got to the core, the more dangerous it was, and the more terrifying the obstructive forces were. The sacred armor had already been damaged in the chaotic turbulence. Now that the damage continued to increase, Qin Shao felt his heart ache. If this continued, the sacred armor would be destroyed. After the sacred armor was damaged, its defensive capabilities would naturally be greatly weakened. Towards the end, Qin Shao would basically have to rely on his body to resist. Using his body to resist was naturally much more dangerous. This was also because Qin Shao had sensed the Chaos Dao and was doing his best to avoid the terrifying dangers. If he had not sensed the Chaos Dao, Qin Shao might have died in the core of the Chaos Stream, even with the protection of the sacred armor. This place was indeed terrifying. No wonder it was said that even rulers did not dare to enter rashly. Qin Shao looked ahead. In the darkness, Qin Shao vaguely saw an extremely small and weak spot of light hidden in the depths of the endless darkness. As he slowly approached, the tiny spot of light gradually became clearer. It was only then that Qin Shao saw it clearly. It was not a spot of light, but a gigantic sacred mountain. The center of this sacred mountain was completely hollowed out. The entire sacred mountain was like a gigantic frame, forming a gigantic basin valley in the center. It was completely shrouded in a dark and gloomy aura. This should be Death Valley. The feeling of the jade token in his hand was getting stronger. Close. After passing through countless obstacles, Qin Shao finally landed on this sacred mountain. This sacred mountain was completely isolated from the chaotic aura, making this place extremely peaceful. At this moment, Qin Shao looked a little wretched. Looking at the sacred armor on his body that was more than 30% damaged, Qin Shao was extremely heartbroken. To think that this trip to the Chaos Stream would be so difficult. Even the sacred armor is damaged to this extent. If I want to repair this sacred armor, I don't know how difficult it will be. But this is something that can't be helped. No matter how heartbroken Qin Shao was, he could only laugh bitterly and shake his head helplessly. Indeed, there was no other way. Under such circumstances, this was the only way. He was also badly injured. His divine body was damaged. However, this was not a big problem. After all, the damage to his divine body could be slowly cultivated back and healed on its own. However, there was nothing Qin Shao could do about the sacred armor. Qin Shao had long given up on the path of weapon crafting. He did not study it much. Chapter 999. Standing on this godly mountain, it was as peaceful as one's own backyard. Outside the godly mountain, there was a chaotic whirlpool, which formed a ghastly wind waterfall. Outside, there was a raging storm, but here it was peaceful. It was a stark contrast, and it was visually stunning. After looking around, Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh. Good technique, really good technique. A sacred mountain had been built at the core of the primal chaos stream, isolating the primal chaos stream from the primal chaos stream and forming a natural protective umbrella. Most likely, only a handful of people under the sovereign level would be able to reach this place. This threshold is simply too frightening. This godly mountain has been here for who knows how long, but it can withstand the violent attacks of Chaos Stream. It's too powerful. I'm afraid only a universe master can possess such a technique. I really don't know which universe master left it behind. They spent so much effort to build 9 Death Valleys. Could it be that a universe master used such a method to leave his inheritance? But that can't be right. Indeed, it couldn't be right. Even if a universe master from one of the 8 holy lands had an inheritance, he wouldn't have left it outside. He would have left it to the disciples of his own holy land. So, It was unlikely that this Death Valley was left behind by a universe master from one of the 8 holy lands. Wait, Qin Shao suddenly remembered. I remember Master Qingye said that there are a total of 10 universe masters in the Hongmeng universe. Other than Celestial Court Island, each of the 8 holy lands has one universe master. But Master Qingye didn't say exactly how many universe masters Celestial Court Island has. That means Celestial Court Island could have 3 universe masters, but it could also have 2. If Celestial Court Island only has 2 universe masters, then the other universe master shouldn't be from one of the 8 holy lands. Other than the 8 holy lands, there are other powers, such as the reincarnation race. Could there be another universe master from one of these powers? But that can't be right. If these powers really have a universe master, then they should be able to call themselves holy lands. They should be able to rule over a territory. Could it be that there's another universe master who is a lone cultivator, a wild crane that doesn't have any power? This was a possibility. However, for the time being, Qin Shao was just thinking about it casually. He couldn't tell the specific situation for the time being. There was no point in thinking about these questions for the time being. Qin Shao was now thinking about how to pass the test of Death Valley. He didn't know if this Death Valley was first class or second class. If it was a second class one, it would be fine, but if it was a first class one, it would be a headache. After calming down, Qin Shao stepped into the Death Valley of the Sacred Mountain. This place was desolate, gloomy, and deathly silent. There was not the slightest trace of life. It was like the underworld, a dead zone. The surroundings were gray and gloomy. There was no wind, but it made people feel the desolation and coldness of this place. There were jagged boulders all around. Huli suddenly stood up. Qin Shao walked among them. All he felt was a boundless silence, a cold desolation. There was no dangerous aura. It was as if this place was an abandoned place. However, Qin Shao didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. This was Death Valley. It would definitely not be that simple. There would definitely be terrifying dangers. Qin Shao walked forward carefully and carefully looked around. He walked for a total of 3 days, but it was still a desolate and cold wilderness. What was going on? This place seemed to be particularly calm. This was completely different from the situation in the 9th Death Valley. Qin Shao still remembered the situation in the 9th Death Valley. It was full of danger everywhere. The slightest carelessness could cause one to lose one's life there. However, this place was strangely peaceful. It was so quiet that it was somewhat abnormal. The more it was so, the more Qin Shao had a bad premonition. However, Qin Shao still didn't find anything even after he had searched almost the entire place. What was going on? This was too strange. How could there be nothing at all? After another 3 days, Qin Shao had searched the entire Death Valley. However, he still didn't find anything. There was nothing at all. Not to mention danger, there wasn't even a life. However, there was indeed a response from the Jade Token. This response came from the Death Valley. Could it be that he had to open the Death Valley? However, Qin Shao quickly shook his head. Impossible. The rocks here are extremely hard. It will be difficult for me to destroy them, let alone open them and enter. No, since this is a test. How could it be like this? Could it be that I'm not even qualified to take part in the test? Is this a first-class Death Valley? But it shouldn't be, right? Since he could enter this place through the chaotic windfall, he should be considered to have crossed the threshold. He should be qualified to take part in the test. However, Qin Shao didn't even see a living thing. It was really strange. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly moved and landed on a piece of rock. He could vaguely sense a trace of sword qi coming from that piece of rock. If there was sword qi, it meant that there was something going on inside. Qin Shao looked at that rock, but it was still lying there quietly. After carefully sensing it, Qin Shao felt a trace of sword qi. This made Qin Shao even more certain that there was sword qi inside. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand, and a domineering and fierce sword qi surged out. It directly shattered the rock and turned it into countless fragments that flew out. After the rock slowly dissipated, a figure was revealed. What appeared in front of Qin Shao was a back. He was wearing gray clothes and looked simple and unadorned. There was a sword on his back. The sword was neither wide nor heavy. It looked very ordinary. He wasn't very tall, neither was he fat or thin. His jet black hair cascaded down naturally, reaching his waist and completely covering his head. He stood there, motionless. However, the sword on his back vaguely emitted a trace of sword chi. However, Qin Shao didn't feel any vitality from his figure. Was he dead? However, Qin Shao still didn't dare to be careless. He cupped his hands and saluted, "Senior." After he shouted, there was still no response. Qin Shao wanted to go over and take a look. However, as soon as he took a step, he felt that the figure's vitality immediately came back to life. He wasn't dead. "Senior," Qin Shao shouted again. The figure was finally willing to speak. "I don't know how many years I've been asleep. I'm actually awakened by a fourth-step celestial being." Interesting. If I remember correctly, you should be the fifth fourth-step celestial being to reach here. It's quite rare. However, even if you're a fourth-step celestial being, the difficulty of the test won't decrease at all. I'm too lazy to do anything. You can leave on your own. The figure's voice was very cold, like an ice-cold machine. There was no trace of emotion in it. It was very cold. The fifth? There were four fourth-step celestial beings before me. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He thought that he was the first fourth-step celestial being to reach here. After all, it was really too difficult to enter this place. Without the strength of the top 10 on the heaven list, it was impossible for a fourth-step heavenly deity to be able to make it this far. Who else could it be other than him? If there were, it would probably be Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. However, even if Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had been here, there were only two of them. Who were the other two? Qin Shao shook his head in his heart. It seemed that there was always someone better in this world. He couldn't be too arrogant. Qin Shao said, "Senior, since I'm here, why don't you give me a chance? I've also been to the 9th Death Valley and passed the test. I've obtained a jade token." The figure was still indifferent as he said, "The 9th Death Valley's test is the least difficult of the 9 Death Valleys. I'm in the 4th Death Valley, a second-grade Death Valley. The difficulty of the test is far from what the 9th Death Valley can compare to. The first 4 fourth-step celestial beings were all defeated. You'd better leave on your own. It won't be too late for you to come back after you've become an almighty. I'm too lazy to do anything now." The 4th Death Valley was only a second-grade Death Valley. A first-grade Death Valley was indeed unimaginably terrifying. Qin Shao knew that the person in front of him was definitely not lying. He was definitely not trying to scare him. However, no matter how difficult it was, since he was already here, there was no reason to retreat. Therefore, Qin Shao still said with a determined face, "Senior, since I'm here, there's no reason to retreat. Please tell me what my test is. No matter what, I have to give it a try. If it really doesn't work, then I'll be willing to leave. If you want me to leave now, forgive me for not being able to do so. Opportunities need to be fought for by people. Since the opportunity is already in front of me, there's no reason for me not to fight for it. It's true that opportunities need to be fought for, but you also need to have the strength to fight for it. Without the strength to fight for it, it'll only be a joke. If you want to take the test now, once you fail, you'll lose the qualifications to take the test again. There's only one chance to take the test in each of the 9 Death Valleys. You have to think about this carefully." The figure said coldly. Qin Shao naturally knew about this. He knew it when he was in the 9th Death Valley. Honestly speaking, if he came again after becoming an almighty, his chances would definitely be much greater. However, Qin Shao didn't want to become an almighty. He wanted to skip the almighty and directly become a sovereign. Therefore, he wouldn't reach the almighty level. Therefore, he didn't need a second chance. Just this one was enough. If he didn't succeed this time, then Qin Shao wouldn't have this thought in the future. Qin Shao said again, "Senior, I understand this. However, I only need this one chance. I don't want to think about anything else. Therefore, I hope Senior can help me." Chapter 1000. The lone swordsman. It was a cold face, so cold that it didn't seem to belong to a person of flesh and blood. Instead, it seemed more like an ice-cold puppet, like a machine. However, the aura of life emanating from his body showed that he was a human, a living being, not a puppet. However, Even Qin Shao couldn't tell whether the person before him was an almighty or a ruler. He couldn't see through him at all. He could only sense that he was very, very powerful. The aura emanating from his body was enough to shock others. It was unusually sharp, like a peerless divine sword that had been radiating cold light for billions of years. It displayed its sharpness incisively and vividly. The sword moved, and the sharpness moved. His slender face was resolute, as if it had been carved by a knife. Coupled with his cold expression, the icy aura emitted from his bones, and the pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades, it made the person in front of him appear abnormally powerful, causing others to involuntarily feel a little fearful when looking at him. Even Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He was inexplicably stunned. What a cold feeling. What a powerful feeling. It made him feel like he was invincible. This was a true powerhouse. Just the aura emitted from his body was enough to make people afraid, making people not dare to have any intention of fighting against him. A single look from him could make an enemy retreat, kill an enemy, decide the fate of heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Even though he was facing the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor, Qin Shao didn't feel this way, let alone the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. Even if he faced a ruler, he would probably feel the same way. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it be that the person before him was a ruler? If he really was a ruler, then how could he pass this test? Not to mention just thinking about it was enough to make one crazy. However, since he had chosen this path, Qin Shao naturally couldn't back down. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Giving up without trying wasn't Qin Zhao's way of doing things. The gray-robed man looked at Qin Shao. After a while, he said coldly, "Your mental state is passable, but you're not strong enough. Make your move." The gray-clothed man seemed to be a little impatient. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said, "How should I address you, senior? How do I pass the test?" The cold man said expressionlessly, "Then let's see if you have the qualifications to understand these things. Make your move." Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. What an indifferent senior. Since he didn't want to say anything, he could only attack first. Strength was the best weapon to speak with. Without strength, one would not be able to gain the respect of others. In fact, they would not even look at one in the eye. Qin Shao also knew that his strength was no match for the gray-clothed senior in front of him. However, Qin Shao felt that the fourth Death Valley test shouldn't be about defeating the gray-clothed senior, right? However, it was hard to say. It was also possible that this was the case. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's make a move first. Senior, I'm sorry to offend you. Qin Shao cupped his hands and said. His eyes turned cold, and he instantly entered a state of battle. Boom! Qin Shao directly slashed out with his sword, shining 100 million feet of light. As soon as the sword came out, the desolate land descended. A strange scene suddenly appeared, and it immediately pulled this place back to the desolate land era. The surging power of the desolate land seemed to surge out from the ancient desolate land era, reversing time and space. With Qin Zhao's sword, everything seemed to come back to life. The giant beasts of the desolate land, the ancient gods, the ancient evils, all of them came back to life. All of the power converged on Qin Zhao's sword, making the sword extremely terrifying. It was as if the sage of the desolate land had descended, with the appearance of stealing the sky and swapping the sun, with the power of the desolation, with the sharpness of the supreme sword energy, with the momentum of sweeping through the sky and shaking the might of the nine heavens. He charged towards the gray-robed man. The power of the true meaning of strength was fully unleashed into the sword, making the sword extremely terrifying and sharp. This sword seemed to want to destroy the entire Death Valley. The hard rocks were also swept up, and gravel flew all over the sky. The cold-faced man continued to look at Qin Shao with a cold expression. His expression did not change at all as he faced the sword that was coming at him from all directions. The cold-faced man stood there with his hands behind his back like an expert. The gravel flew past him, but it could not get close to him. The roaring sword chi was terrifying, but it could not even lift the corner of his clothes. He stood there, like an invincible sage, unshakable. His peerless charm was unparalleled in his generation. In his eyes, the world seemed to have become a plaything in his hands, and he could do anything he wanted. All the power was just a spring breeze to him. Qin Shao had fought with others before, but he had never been ignored like this. Qin Zhao's sword came up with a sword power that could destroy one side of the world, and it stabbed toward the man in gray. However, the man in gray still had no intention of drawing his sword, and he let Qin Zhao's sword stab in front of him. Then, he suddenly pointed out his finger, and his finger accurately touched the tip of Qin Zhao's sword. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the terrible power collided at this moment, as if two planets had collided. At the moment of the collision, the power that erupted surged out, and suddenly there was a burst of dust in the surroundings. Thump! 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 Qin Shao was also pushed back by this force, and he took 1,000 steps on the ground before he could stabilize his body. If one looked carefully, they would find that Qin Zhao's sword arm was still trembling. What a powerful power! This is not pure power, but the power of the sword. The power of the sword principle that erupted from using his finger as a sword has reached an unimaginable level. Qin Shao was really shocked, and his expression changed drastically. Moreover, Qin Shao could clearly feel that the senior in gray had not used his full strength and was just casually attacking. However, even if it was just a casual attack, it had easily destroyed his strongest move, and he was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. This power was far from what the Black Submerged Demon Emperor could compare to. It was not just a little bit stronger. This kind of power had probably surpassed the level of an almighty and must have reached the level of a ruler. Was the senior in gray really a ruler? Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly god, and he wanted to fight a ruler? Wasn't that a joke with his life? Even an almighty, or the number one on the heaven list, would not be able to fight a ruler, let alone a fourth-step heavenly god. In the eyes of the world, someone as powerful as Nian, the number one on the heaven list, was only the closest existence to a ruler. Many people would compare Nian to a ruler, but that was just talk. In reality, a ruler was a ruler, and an almighty was an almighty. Even if you were the number one on the heaven list, you were still an almighty. No! After calming down a little, Qin Shao suddenly frowned. Senior in gray did not use the ultimate sword principle. I didn't feel the power of the great Tao just now. That point just now. Qin Shao recalled again, and his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the man in gray. Sword cultivation Tao. It's the power of the sword cultivation Tao. Senior, you're a sword cultivator. The senior in gray, who had been expressionless, finally raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a slight change in his expression. His cold eyes flashed with a touch of surprise, and he said, "You know about the sword cultivation Tao?" In fact, Qin Shao was even more surprised. How could he not know about the sword cultivation Tao? He had just taken a trip to the world of sword cultivators, and he had mastered the sword cultivation Tao. However, Qin Shao had only just grasped the sword cultivation Tao. He had just stepped through the threshold of the sword cultivation Tao. To put it bluntly, Qin Zhao's sword cultivation Tao was still weak. He was only at the level of a god. According to the sword cultivation Tao's classification, Qin Shao was only a sword immortal. However, that wasn't what surprised Qin Shao. What surprised Qin Shao was that the senior in gray was a sword cultivator. According to what he knew, there were no sword cultivators in the primordial universe. How could one appear here? The primordial universe was a great Tao cultivation universe. There were a few heart force cultivation systems, but there were no other systems apart from those two. Could he be a guest from another universe? Senior, you're not from the primordial universe, are you? Qin Shao asked. Qin Shao tried to use karma to sense, but he couldn't sense anything. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't very sure. He just felt that the senior in gray shouldn't be from the primordial universe. The man in gray looked at Qin Shao with a slight change in his eyes, but he didn't answer this question. Instead, he said, "Young man, You do have some ability and potential. However, this doesn't mean that you have hope of passing my test. It can only mean that I will give you a chance to participate in the test. I'm the lone swordsman, the guardian of the Fourth Death Valley. As long as you pass my test, you will pass the Fourth Death Valley's test and get a Jade token. The Fourth Death Valley's test was so simple. You just had to pass the Senior in Gray's test. Although it sounded simple, Qin Shao knew that it was definitely difficult. As for the time being, it was impossible for him to pass. Fortunately, there was still a chance. Therefore, Qin Shao asked, Senior Lone Swordsman, can you be more specific? How can I pass your test? The Lone Swordsman said, I don't care what method you use. As long as you can make me move one step, you will pass my test. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. No matter what method he used. Senior Lone Swordsman, does that mean that no matter what treasure I use, even if I use a sacred object, I can pass? Chapter 1001. Methods. Qin Shao shook his head. It seemed like it would be impossible to take advantage of this loophole. Using treasures was obviously not a wise move. Senior Lone Swordsman actually dared to say that he could use all treasures. Clearly, he had the strength to back it up and was completely confident. Without a certain level of confidence, how would he dare to make such bold claims? Senior, what kind of strength does this junior need to have to do this? This junior knows that Senior's strength is very strong and unfathomable, but I don't have a concrete understanding. Therefore, this junior also wants to see what kind of goal I have to achieve. Only with a clear goal will I know what to do. Qin Shao asked. The Lone Swordsman glanced at Qin Shao and said, Your strength should be at the level of the top 5 on the heaven roll. If I have to give a concrete estimate, it should be at the level of a sovereign. Do I really have to reach the level of a sovereign? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Although he had some guesses in his heart, hearing the Lone Swordsman say it made Qin Shao feel bitter in his heart. He wasn't willing to accept this reality. What kind of joke was this? If he wanted to reach the level of a sovereign, he would have to succeed in Tao unification and directly become a sovereign. However, this was obviously impossible. Tao unification wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. If he had to try it casually, he would definitely fail the Tao unification. Once he failed the Tao unification, his soul would immediately be destroyed and he would return to nothingness. Qin Shao obviously wouldn't do such a thing casually. Since he couldn't achieve Tao unification and become a sovereign, how was it possible for a fourth-step heavenly god to reach the level of a sovereign? It sounded like an impossible task. If it were any other almighty, they would feel despair, let alone Qin Shao, who was only a fourth-step heavenly god. Qin Shao curled his lips. Although he was a little surprised, he soon calmed down. It is not impossible. Take Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun as an example. I don't know how powerful they are. I don't know how strong they are, but according to my guess, their strength should be the closest to the level of a sovereign. In fact, he's already at the sovereign level. My current strength should be on par with the 5th place on the heaven leaderboard. However, I still can't shake the earth leaderboard rankings of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. If we're talking about the people in the primordial universe who are closest to the sovereign realm, then it should be Tian Lingzi, Lord Huayang, and Yen 3. If they can do it, then why can't I, Qin Shao, do it? No matter what, since I've decided to challenge this opportunity, I must go all the way. I must think of a way to pass this test. No matter how difficult it is, I will give it a try. The conviction in Qin Zhao's heart did not weaken at all. The more difficult the situation was, the more determined he became. Only a difficult challenge would be interesting. The Lone Swordsman didn't seem to want to deal a blow to Qin Shao, so he added, Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be at the Dominator level. It can only be said that it's infinitely close to the Dominator level. If you can reach the level of Tian Lingzi or Nian, then it's also possible. However, you have only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years, and you are a 4th-step heavenly god. It's too difficult for you to reach that level. Indeed, it was as Qin Shao thought. Only people at the level of Tian Lingzi and Yin could do it. This test was indeed difficult. Too difficult. It was not the slightest bit weak. However, so what if it was difficult? No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Qin Zhao's conviction didn't waver at all. Instead, it became even more resolute. Qin Shao said again, "Senior, what about time? Are there any restrictions? Or are there any other restrictions? You can't possibly let me stay here indefinitely, right?" The lone swordsman said, "In theory, there are no restrictions on time. There are also no other restrictions. However, I won't give you endless chances. Here, you only have 3 chances to attack. You've already attacked once, so you still have 2 more chances to attack." "What? Just now also counts?" Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. Wasn't this a trap? Just now also counted? However, after thinking about it, forget it. Forget it. There were still 2 more chances to attack. It was enough. It might not be a good thing to attack too many times. At least now he understood what level he needed to reach. That was enough. If he didn't reach that level, he would definitely fail. Therefore, he didn't need to attack too many times. He just needed to reach a certain level and have a certain degree of confidence. Of course, if you don't want to, you can leave at any time. The lone swordsman said coldly. Qin Shao shook his head. It was obviously impossible to leave now. "Call me when you want to challenge. Don't disturb me if there's nothing. Otherwise, you will suffer losses." The lone swordsman saw that Qin Shao didn't intend to leave. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on a rock in the distance. The feeling he gave others was just like his name, the lone swordsman. He was a lone swordsman. A swordsman should be cold. Looking at the figure of the lone swordsman in the distance, Qin Shao curled his lips and shook his head. Senior lone swordsman's temper is really strange and cold. Being named as a swordsman, he does have some coldness of swordsman. However, his power is really frightening. I reckon he is one of the top few beings in the level of dominators. If such a being was placed in the godly world, he would definitely be a well-known figure. He could become a core figure in a holy land, a figure with real power. However, Senior Lone Swordsman has always stayed here to guard the 4th Death Valley. He has become the guardian of this place. Endless years, he has been alone. How miserable is that? A dominator being who had experienced so much, yet he didn't even have freedom. Just thinking about it made people sigh. They really didn't know which universe master had left behind the land of inheritance. This method was indeed a little ruthless. And this is only the 4th Death Valley. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Death Valleys above must be much more powerful than this. I really don't dare to imagine it. Just based on the power of these 9 Death Valleys combined, it would be comparable to all the power of a holy land. This is too unbelievable. However, it doesn't make sense. This situation is very thought-provoking. Qin Zhao's eyebrows were deeply furrowed. He looked as if he was deep in thought. It was indeed thought-provoking. Based on the power of these 9 Death Valleys, even if it was a holy land that had created them, it would have to use all the power of the holy land. However, the structure of the 5 holy lands in the godly world had been there since the beginning of the universe. It had never changed. It had never been shaken by any powers or disasters. If the master of these 9 Death Valleys was that lone cultivator universe master, then it was even more impossible. Since that lone cultivator universe master didn't even want to care about the affairs of the godly world and only wanted to live a carefree life, where could he have found so many powerful dominators to guard the 9 Death Valleys for him forever? Last time in the 9th Death Valley, Qin Shao had encountered many experienced guardians. Any one of them would be extremely difficult to deal with. However, these people were placed here to guard the Death Valleys endlessly. There was no way for them to leave the Death Valleys. Hence, there are many situations that I can only guess at the moment. I still don't understand what is going on. In short, this was not a simple matter. However, this has nothing to do with me. My most important task now is to think about how to pass this test. Qin Shao shook his head and cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He didn't want to think about these things anymore. If he wanted to pass the test here, then he could only rely on his power. If I want to improve my power to the level of Tian Lingzi, this test is indeed a little difficult for me. I can't leave here either. I can only cultivate here to improve myself. Now, I can't be blind. I have to think of a good way to improve myself. I have to focus on my cultivation in order to have a higher chance of success. Otherwise, if I fight randomly, I'm afraid there won't be any effect. Senior Lone Swordsman is a sword cultivator. He is best at the sword cultivation path. If I use the sword cultivation path to deal with him, then I'm afraid my sword cultivation path will have to reach the level of a true immortal. True immortal is too far away from me. I just became a sword immortal not long ago. How can it be easy to become a true immortal? In the world of sword cultivators, the levels of immortals were from low to high: sword immortal, sky immortal, golden immortal, true immortal, immortal king, and immortal emperor. True immortal corresponded to the level of dominator in the primordial universe. If one wanted to become a dominator using the sword cultivation path, it wouldn't be easier than becoming a dominator using the great path. Of course, it might be slightly easier, but it definitely wouldn't be much easier. How could it be so easy to become a dominator? Therefore, Qin Shao could only think about it. It was impractical to put it into practice. If he walked the sword cultivation path, it might be better to use the sword cultivation path against the sword cultivation path. But even if he didn't have to reach the level of a true immortal, he had to at least reach the level of a golden immortal, right? Compared to this level, Qin Shao was still far, far too far away. Even if he was a genius, it wouldn't be possible without tens of millions of years. Tens of millions of years was too long for Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't want to spend tens of millions of years in the Fourth Death Valley. That was too unwise. If it was the true meaning of power, there was some hope. After all, Qin Zhao's true meaning of power had already reached the limit of the third level. If he took another step, he would reach the fourth level, which was equivalent to the dominator level. The true meaning of power was indeed the place where Qin Shao had the most hope of breaking through. But it was only the most hope. It didn't mean it would be easy. In fact, it was very, very difficult to break through the true meaning of power. Previously, Qin Shao had tried his master's true meaning of power world, but he failed time and time again. That was why Qin Shao had no choice but to give up. Regardless of the cultivation system, it was very difficult to reach the dominator level. After all, the dominator level was an existence that stood at the peak of power in any universe. The true meaning of power could be tried, but it couldn't be forced. For such a huge pit, one might be able to break through with a single moment of enlightenment. But there was also the possibility that one might not be able to break through after spending 100 million years, a billion years, 10 billion years, or even a trillion years. Chapter 1002. Just make up your mind. The true meaning of power could only be said to be hopeful. But Qin Shao also knew that the chances were not high. Although it was much easier to take this step than to complete the Tao integration stage and become a sovereign, it was still far too difficult. This was a huge leap, a huge chasm, a natural moat. Once he took this step, his very nature would change. Other than the true meaning of strength, there was also the cultivation of the great Tao. Now, Qin Shao had completely mastered the myriad things Tao, the ultimate sword Tao and the chaos Tao, and cultivated them to perfection. However, in terms of application level, the myriad Tao and chaos Tao were basically zero. The ultimate sword Tao had reached a high level of application level. In terms of the application of the great Tao, there were a total of 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, peak, and limit. Reaching the limit of a great Tao was the limit of a great Tao. This great Tao was completely available to you, and you could do whatever you wanted. Such a person was also known as a controller. For example, if one cultivated the ultimate sword principle to the extreme, one could be called a sword principle controller. Of course, only those with supreme Tao were qualified to be called controllers. Even if one cultivated the other Taos to the extreme, they could not be called masters. Controllers were all at the sovereign level of strength. Therefore, if Qin Shao could cultivate the ultimate sword principle to the extreme level, he would be able to pass the test. It was simply too difficult to reach the limit of its usage. In the entire primordial universe, the number of controllers could be counted, and it was pitifully small. Even amongst the sovereigns, there were still some who hadn't become controllers. Qin Shao was still far from becoming a controller. Under such a cultivation environment, it was naturally difficult to become a controller, extremely difficult. Moreover, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly deity. How could a fourth-step heavenly deity become a controller? At the very least, Qin Shao had never heard of such a person. It had never appeared in the historical records of the primordial universe. It was not entirely impossible to become a controller, but even if it was possible, it would take a very long time, so long that even Qin Shao could not predict it. It had been such a long time. To be honest, Qin Shao was not ready to accept it. Perhaps, if he cultivated the ultimate sword principle to the pinnacle level, he might be able to put up a fight. Of course, if one were to use it at the pinnacle level, they wouldn't have much control over it. However, judging from Qin Zhao's current situation, it would be more likely for him to reach the pinnacle level of the ultimate sword principle. Now that he had a rough idea of what to do, he had a clear direction. The next step would be to cultivate. However, cultivation wasn't something that could be improved just because you wanted to. Cultivation was a long and slow process. Every step of improvement was extremely difficult. The application of the ultimate great Tao was far too difficult. Wild Unique Universe, Mount Godspan, District 9. Outside of cultivation, Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan were quite relaxed. They sat there and drank wine. Qin Shao had always worked hard in her cultivation and rarely had time to rest. It's been more than 100,000 years. Qin Shao is really a cultivation maniac. He hasn't rested more than 3 times, right? Lord Danshan said as he drank. Yi Juanhe nodded and said, "Yeah, I think he's only rested twice, and the rest time was relatively short. You've pulled him so many times, but he ignored you. However, we've been influenced by Qin Shao. We've improved a lot in the past 200,000 years in District 9. However, this little improvement is useless. We'll never be able to leave District 9. Lord Danshan curled his lips and said, "Yeah, we're just accompanying the Crown Prince to study. We can only rely on Qin Shao for everything. If Qin Shao can't pass this test, we'll be trapped here forever." Hey, Yi Juanhe, if we're really trapped here and enjoy endless years of loneliness, how boring would that be? Look, there's only the 3 of us in District 9. We're trapped in such a small space with no way to get out. This place is only so big. We'll get sick of it after looking at it for a while. Look at how we're facing each other every day. If we stay here for a long time, do you think our sexual orientation will change? Will we be turned gay? Puffed. Yi Juanhe spat out a mouthful of wine, spraying it directly on Lord Danshan's face. Yi Juanhe couldn't help but shudder. He glared at Lord Danshan with disdain and said, "It seems I'll have to stay away from you in the future. Don't touch me too much." Cough, don't be like that. I'm just saying. But to be honest, if we're trapped here for endless years, it'll be worse than death. It's only been a few years, not even 200,000 years. We'll be bored to death long ago. However, this is just the beginning. Our true bodies can definitely become mighty figures outside. Once our true bodies become mighty figures, even if our clones are restricted by the will of Mount Godspan, they'll still have endless lifespans. If we're trapped here for endless years, I'd rather die. Hey, Yi Juanhe, why don't you just kill me when the time comes? Or perhaps you can get Qin Shao to kill us and set us free," asked Lord Danshan. Yi Juanhe ignored him and said, "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish right now. But don't drag me down with you. I'm not as suicidal as you." "Don't, brother. It's so boring to die alone. If we're going to die, let's die together," Lord Danshan said. Yi Juanhe wanted to kick him away. "What are you guys talking about? Why are you talking about dying now? Don't you guys have too little confidence in me?" A voice rang out. Qin Shao walked over. Seeing Qin Shao, Lord Danshan immediately joked, "Oh, isn't this our busy Qin Shao? What's wrong? You're finally thinking of us brothers. Do you want to have a drink or two?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Yeah, I miss you. I want you to be my sparring partner. Come to think of it, you haven't been my sparring partner for tens of thousands of years. Why don't you work hard today?" Ahem. Lord Danshan shuddered when he heard that. He immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, no. Please spare me. Hero, I won't be your sparring partner, even if I'm beaten to death. If you want to find someone, find Yi Juanhe. He's strong." Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, I won't do it. It seemed like the two of them had suffered a lot. They were afraid of it. Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. He sat down and said, I'm just joking. It's not good to have you guys as sparring partners right now. It's better to think about it alone. Come, I haven't had a drink with you in a long time. I'll drink with you guys today. Oh, you've changed? What's wrong with you today? Lord Danshan laughed. Qin Shao picked up the wine and stuffed it into Lord Danshan's mouth. He laughed and scolded. Wine can't stop your mouth. You're getting more and more talkative. After a few rounds of drinking, Lord Danshan said seriously, What's wrong, Qin Shao? Did you run into another bottleneck in your cultivation? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, It's not that I ran into a bottleneck in my cultivation. I just ran into some trouble. My original body is trapped, too. It's a bit of a headache. What happened? Lord Danshan asked. Tell me about it. Qin Shao didn't have anything to hide in front of Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan. Thus, he told them everything that had happened in Death Valley. Death Valley? There's such a grand place of opportunity. How come I've never heard of it before? Only a universe master would be able to do something like this. Which universe master is it? Lord of Red Dust was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yi Juanhe knew a little about the situation. Death Valley is a huge secret. I've heard about it before, but I don't know much about it. I've never tried it before. I always thought I wasn't strong enough. I'm afraid only a few people know about the origin of Death Valley. You're trapped in Death Valley number 4 now. It's indeed a bit troublesome. It'll be a pity if you give up, but it's okay. According to what I know, Death Valley is divided into 3 grades. Every grade has 3 Death Valleys. You only need to accumulate 6 points to get a chance. But these chances are all in the Grade 1 Death Valley. So there must be a Grade 1 Death Valley among the 6 points. If you can't pass Death Valley number 4, you can go to Death Valley number 5 and 6 in the future. You don't have to pass Death Valley number 4. With your current level, it's indeed a bit weak for you to pass Death Valley number 4. Why don't you come out first and think about it later? Qin Shao had thought about this before, but he shook his head and rejected it. I haven't reached the stage of giving up yet. Let's wait and see. I don't want to give up either. Since I've encountered it, I have to give it a try. Besides, if I make a breakthrough, I'll become a ruler right away. I'll skip the level of a great being. If I give up, I won't have another chance. Just as well, I want to use this chance to force out my potential. I've been running around all these years. I haven't had a chance to calm down and cultivate my ultimate sword path. So, I can use this chance to give it a try. I'll see how much potential I have and how far I can go. I've only been cultivating for a little over 200,000 years. Time isn't a problem for me. So, even if it's 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years, I won't care. Yi Juanhe nodded and said, Okay, it's good that you have such determination. In any case, I trust you. Our lives are in your hands. Compared to the trial in the 9th region, Death Valley number 4 is nothing. You're still too young. You've only been cultivating for a little over 200,000 years. That's not even a fraction of my age. There's no need to rush. Yi Juanhe, you make it sound like you're very old. Aren't you only a little over 1,000,000 years old? Lord Danshan curled his lips. Yi Juanhe said, 1,000,000 years old is still a lot older than all of you, right? Okay. I know you're old. You're the oldest here. You're the eldest. But as the eldest and second brothers, we've been crushed by the third brother. It's quite embarrassing. We can't help much. Come on, let's keep drinking. Qin Shao, we can only support you mentally. If you need physical support, we can consider it. Lord Danshan chuckled. Chapter 1003. The strangeness of the Hongmeng universe. There was an island of flowers in the Yao family manor, named after flowers. The entire island was filled with all kinds of flowers. This island had a circumference of tens of millions of miles, which was comparable to a large city. The entire island was filled with countless flowers, and there were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. Colorful, and beautiful beyond compare. The fragrance permeated the entire Yao family manor, adding a strange atmosphere to the Yao family manor. Villa Master Yao liked flowers. Madame Yao liked flowers, and so did Yao Shuilian. This family of 3 seemed to have a preference for flowers. The island was named Peach Blossom Island by Villa Master Yao. Perhaps it was because they loved peach blossoms the most. However, most of the people who came to Peach Blossom Island were Yao Shuoyan. Yao Shuoyan's original body had practically settled down on Peach Blossom Island and would not leave unless something happened. She would live and cultivate on Peach Blossom Island. She liked the beauty of flowers and liked to immerse herself in the beautiful scenery. The beauty of the flowers would give her inspiration and make her cultivation smoother. The great Tao originated from nature. Experiencing nature was also a way to comprehend the great Tao. Of course, not everyone could use this method well. Two figures walked in. No one could sense their existence. No one could see them. It was as if they were not walking in this world, but in an alien space. It felt as if they were walking in the mirage. They passed through the flowers and plants, but the flowers and plants could not touch them. It was very strange. Big brother, this Hongming universe is not much. It's much worse than our universe. It's so barren. No wonder there are no decent experts. It's so weak. Compared to our universe, it's not even 1/10 of its strength. The person who spoke was none other than young Master Yu, a guest from another universe. After young Master Yu and Baichuan Fu Su entered the Hongmeng universe, they casually walked in the Hongmeng universe, sightseeing and relaxing. They had been alone for too long. Now that they finally entered a universe, they naturally wanted to relax. They wanted to take a good look at the scenery of the Hongmeng universe. Baichuan Fu Su smiled and said, "The primordial universe is indeed weaker, but it's still all right. It's definitely not at the bottom of the great wide world." He reckoned that it would be at least at the middle or lower level. That's enough. Do you still want the primordial universe to be strong? If the Hongmeng universe is really that strong, then I'm afraid we won't be able to stay here freely. We might be discovered by their experts. Young Master Yu nodded and said, "That's true. If there are a few experts at our level, then we would definitely be discovered. That would be very uncomfortable." Sigh, big brother, speaking of which, I really miss our time. Our universe is really powerful. With two powerful rulers like us and over 100 immortal kings, the number of true immortals is close to 10,000. This is what it means to be powerful and glorious. If we didn't have that ambition at that time, and if we didn't have that youth and hot-bloodedness, then perhaps we could have led our universe to the top of the great wide world. At that time, we should have been considered a top-level universe, right? Baichuan Fu Su's face revealed a look of reminiscence. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "We shouldn't be considered a top-level universe. If we really reached the top level, then the great wide world's origin would have rewarded our universe. It's too difficult to reach the top level." However, back then, our ambitions weren't in the universe. We were thinking about the great wide world and the eternal kingdom. If we knew that entering the endless universe ocean would end up like this, we would have stayed in the universe to develop. Perhaps then, we would have developed our universe to the top level. Yes, Sai, it's all in the past now. It's useless to say anything. Our universe has long returned to chaos and no longer exists. Now, we have no home to return to. This era of the primordial universe is about to come to an end. After another era, we will have to continue wandering in the endless universe ocean and wait for an opportunity to enter the next universe. If we go back and forth like this, when will these days come to an end? Young Master Yu said as he shook his head helplessly. Baichuan Fu Su also shook his head helplessly. This kind of wandering was indeed unbearable. For the time being, they could only take one step at a time. No matter how strong they were, at this level, they couldn't do anything. Facing the endless universe ocean, they knew how weak they were and how unbearable they were. Big brother, you said the sacred region and the eternal kingdom really exist? Why haven't we discovered anything after wandering in the endless universe ocean for so many years? Young Master Yu suddenly asked. This wasn't the first time he had asked this question. However, sometimes he couldn't help but want to ask. This was the dream they had been pursuing. It was because of this dream that they ended up in such a state. Therefore, young Master Yu especially wanted to know the answer to this question. As the saying goes, even if you die, you have to die with a clear understanding. Baichuan Fu Su still shook his head. I don't know. Logically speaking, there should be, right? In the great wide world, there shouldn't be only these universes. There should be higher-level existences. The sacred region and the eternal kingdom should all exist. The ancient information we discovered shouldn't be fake. Actually, they had always believed in the existence of these things. However, endless time had made young Master Yu suspicious. Seeing young Master Yu's unhappy expression, Baichuan Fu Su patted his shoulder and said, "All right, don't think about these useless things. Let's talk about the present. Although the Hongmeng universe is ordinary, I feel that this universe isn't simple." "Not simple?" Young Master Yu frowned slightly. He looked at Baichuan Fu Su with confusion. "How is it not simple?" Baichuan Fu Su laughed and said, "Second brother, look. There are a few places in the Hongmeng universe that are very special. For example, the mother planet, the Death Valley that Qin Shao is exploring, and the strange black whirlpool celestial body that we saw before. There are many places that make people feel very special. And look, there are many visitors from other universes in the Hongmeng universe. There are even a few universe masters. And speaking of which, the heart force cultivation system has spread in the Hongmeng universe. To be able to spread a cultivation system, that proves that a long time ago, there were already universe masters with heart force cultivation who came to the Hongmeng universe. Obviously, they're not from the same group as this batch. That means before this batch, there were universe masters from other universes who came to the Hongmeng universe. How did they come? These questions were indeed thought-provoking. Young Master Yu pondered for a while. However, young Master Yu was too lazy to think about it. He didn't care too much. Who cares? All right, big brother, that kid is in trouble. That lone swordsman guardian in the Fourth Death Valley isn't from the Hongmeng universe. And big brother, you should have noticed that he is a sword cultivator. Baichuan Fu Su nodded. Yes, I noticed it long ago. That's why I found it strange too. Didn't I just say that Death Valley is a little strange? The guardian in Death Valley is actually a sword cultivator. And, judging from the time rings on his body, he has obviously lived for a few eras. He isn't from this era. This Death Valley isn't a product left behind from this era. I'm thinking, what is the background of the master behind this Death Valley? Is he a guest from another universe like us? Or is he from the Hongmeng universe? If he is from the Hongmeng universe, then it's terrifying. However, young Master Yu immediately shook his head. That's impossible, big brother. How could he be from the Hongmeng universe? With our power, we can't walk freely in the endless universe ocean, and we can't easily enter other universes. If he is only a universe master from the Hongmeng universe, he definitely can't do that. To be able to capture someone from another universe, what kind of power does he have? It's a pity that we can't enter the Fourth Death Valley, and we can't forcefully break the prohibition to enter. Otherwise, we could capture that lone swordsman and ask him properly. Maybe then we'll know. Yes. Baichuan Fu Su nodded seriously and said, I'm thinking about this too. I'm really curious. If he was really captured by the master of Death Valley from another universe, then his strength is truly unimaginable. However, there's definitely no such person in the Hongmeng universe now, so we can't get any more clues for now. However, we could try to start from this aspect and see if we can find any clues. Maybe there really are some clues left behind. Young Master Yu lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he said, Big brother, we are bound by the willpower of the Hongmeng universe origin. The moment we make a move, we'll definitely be expelled by the willpower of the universe origin. I think we should wait for Qin Shao to come out and ask him directly. If he can get the inheritance of this Death Valley, then he should know something. Yes, I thought of that too. Forget it. Let's not think about this first. We'll talk about it later. Otherwise, our good mood will be completely ruined. This matter, anyway, can't be rushed. We still have time in the Hongmeng universe. Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. The two of them continued to walk slowly on the Flower Island, enjoying the beauty and fragrance of the Flower Island. Flowers that seeped into one's heart, fragrance that seeped into one's heart. This kind of beauty was really delightful. Among the petals that filled the sky, a figure danced gracefully among the flowers, bringing along the colorful petals that filled the sky. Such a beautiful scene was simply like a dream. Looking at it, one couldn't help but stop in their tracks, their heart trembling. Bai Chuan Fu Su also stopped in his tracks, looking at the dancing figure in a daze. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Beautiful, really beautiful, a beauty that touched one's heart. Everyone had a soft spot in their heart. It was just a matter of whether or not it could be touched. This was a very strange feeling. Young Master, you didn't feel much, but he looked at his big brother strangely and scratched his head. Chapter 1004. Mount Transcendence, District 9. On top of a lonely rock, an illusory figure stood there. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky, as if he was looking at the great thousand worlds through the endless sea of the universe. Boundless vastness and endless sorrow. Master, you have unparalleled talent, unprecedented heroic bearing, and world-shaking potential. But in the end, you were harmed by villains. You were too kind and easily trusted others, which led to your current fate. You were forced to a dead end, and only a trace of your inheritance survived. I can't remember how many years have passed. Maybe tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It's been too long. I can't remember. I really can't remember. I've also drifted in the endless sea of the universe for too long. I've entered more than 100 universes, and I've witnessed many universes walk toward destruction and return to chaos. There are countless geniuses who have entered the 9th region, but most of them chose the 3rd path. The number of people who chose the 2nd path was probably less than 20%, and among these 20%, less than 30 people passed the test and became the Master's disciple in name. But in the end, in-name disciples are just in-name disciples, and their only mission is to protect Mount Transcendence. Although there are dozens of people who chose the 3rd path, all of them failed without exception. One genius after another failed. Sigh. Maybe Master's requirements are too high. But if he doesn't have such high requirements, what's the use? What kind of peerless talent was Master? If Master's direct disciple couldn't even reach Master's level, then how could they talk about avenging Master's blood hatred? How can they take back what originally belonged to Master? Qin Xiao is indeed very good in all aspects, but he's still too far away for passing my test. I've waited for countless years, and I really don't know if I can wait any longer. So forget it. Even if I can't lower my requirements, I can still give him some pointers. After all, this is the universe, not the Saint Domain. The requirements are too harsh. It's too difficult. After the figure sighed in his heart, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Xiao, who was practicing swordsmanship on the other side. Although he had been hiding in the dark, he had also been paying attention to Qin Xiao. He naturally wanted Qin Xiao to grow up as soon as possible and pass the test as soon as possible. He was afraid that if he continued to wait like this, everything would be for naught. He had waited for far, far too long, so long that he was beginning to despair. Qin Xiao's luck is indeed not bad. His talent and potential are also excellent. His state of mind is even rarer. He does indeed have the qualifications to become Master's personal disciple. It's just that his growth rate is a little too slow. Right now, he's cultivated in 4 cultivation systems. The Grand Tao cultivation system, the Heart Force cultivation system, the True Meaning of Strength cultivation system, and the Sword cultivation system. To be able to practice 4 cultivation systems at the same time was rare even in the sacred region. If one could cultivate a Tao to the extreme, then it would be enough for one to dominate a saint region. I don't know if these 4 cultivation systems are a blessing or a curse for him. His potential in the Sword Tao is indeed the greatest. At such a young age, he's already cultivated the ultimate Sword Tao to a high level of application. It looks like he wants to improve the ultimate Sword Tao even further. On the other side, Qin Xiao was immersed in a frenzy of cultivation. Yi Junhe and Lord Danshan were aware that they didn't disturb Qin Xiao. Instead, they went to the side to cultivate. Of course, they weren't as crazy as Qin Xiao. After cultivating for a while, they would rest for a while. After all, the effects of cultivating here weren't very good. They mainly let their true bodies cultivate in the God realm. That way, the effects would be much better. Cultivating the Grand Tao at the level of application wasn't as simple as cultivating the Grand Tao itself. One type was more fundamental, fixed, and fundamental. As for the other type, it was more luxurious. It was complicated, ever-changing, and ingenious. In terms of difficulty, they weren't on the same level. It was like saying that if an ordinary person was asked to purely cultivate his physical strength, then even if he was a fool, he would still be able to improve his physical strength. It was very simple to cultivate one's physical strength. One could rely on running, horse stance, boxing, weight training, and other methods to improve one's physical strength. This was similar to cultivating the Grand Tao itself. On the level of application of the Grand Tao, it required an ordinary person to practice very exquisite swordsmanship, fist techniques, body techniques, and so on. This required extraordinary talent. The use of the Grand Tao involved the control of this Grand Tao and turning it into one's own use. You completely mastered a Grand Tao, but this Grand Tao didn't belong to you. The Grand Tao was illusory and didn't exist. It was the basic law that existed in the vast thousand worlds. It was something of the origin. The use of the Grand Tao was to do one's best to turn this illusory Grand Tao into one's own use. Once one was able to cultivate the use of a Grand Tao to the extreme, it was like truly mastering this Grand Tao. This Grand Tao was like one's own. One could do whatever one wanted and use it at will. This was the meaning of the Grand Tao. This cultivation lasted for another 10,000 years. 10,000 years wasn't a short time for Qin Shao, but he didn't gain much in these 10,000 years. Qin Shao had already cultivated the use of the Sword Tao to a higher level long ago. But in these 10,000 years, his progress was very little. A figure silently appeared in front of Qin Shao. Sensing the arrival of the person, Qin Shao immediately stopped, looked over, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior." The person who appeared in front of Qin Shao was naturally none other than the guardian of the 9th district of Sacred Sky Mountain. Qin Shao had been trapped in Sacred Sky Mountain for 200,000 years, and this was only the third time he had met the guardian. "Did your main body encounter trouble outside?" the guardian asked. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the guardian to ask such a question. The guardian was actually concerned about him. This really surprised Qin Shao. He was also secretly shocked. This guardian was indeed very experienced. He even knew that his main body was in trouble outside. This shouldn't be as simple as a guess. However, Qin Shao had always thought that this guardian was a universe master. Since this guardian was a universe master, it wasn't surprising that he knew something about his main body. He couldn't imagine the means of a universe master. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Senior. I encountered a little trouble, but I can solve it myself. I just need some time." The guardian looked at Qin Shao calmly and said, "It's good to have such confidence. Time is indeed not a problem for you. After all, you are still so young. It's good to have some setbacks on the road of growth. However, you also need some light on the road of cultivation. This will make it easier for you to move forward. Too many obstacles may cause you to slowly sink into depravity and eventually return to being ordinary. I've seen too many examples like this." Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He thought for a while and said, "Maybe my state of mind is still not enough. I will definitely not take this road. I will always stick to my heart and not let myself deviate. I will always be vigilant of myself." "Well, you're doing well for now, but it's only temporary. It doesn't mean that you will be able to do this for the endless years to come. 200,000 years is too long. I will give you 2 trillion years, 1 universe era, 2 universe eras. This is the real test, the real tempering." The guardian continued. Qin Shao didn't deny it and nodded. This situation was indeed true. However, Qin Shao would always be vigilant of himself and stick to his heart. This road was very long, very long. Both of them were silent for a while. Then the guardian said, "I will show you the swordsmanship once. How much it can help you depends on your own fortune." Hearing the guardian's words, Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised. It took him a while to react. He hurriedly said, "Senior, thank you for your guidance. This junior is very grateful." On the road of cultivation, although it was said that the most important thing was to rely on oneself, it also needed some light and some guidance to illuminate the road ahead. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for one to walk. If there was no light, no guidance, and no opportunities, then no matter how talented a person was, it would be impossible for him to grow. Qin Shao was able to become a genius and achieve the halo he had now by relying on his own talent and hard work. However, Qin Shao also had heaven-defying luck and many opportunities. He also had the guidance of his master, which allowed him to walk step by step to where he was today. Qin Shao was naturally ecstatic that the Guardian could give him guidance. After all, the Guardian was a universe master. This kind of guidance was very rare, and it was even rarer that the Guardian took the initiative to give it to him. Qin Shao immediately perked up. He stared at the Guardian closely, unwilling to miss any details. In the distance, Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan also stopped and looked over. Although they didn't dare to come closer, they didn't want to miss it either. They stood there and watched. Last time, when the Guardian gave pointers to Qin Shao, they had been watching from the sidelines. They had also learned a lot from him, allowing them to gain a lot. This time, naturally, they were even more excited and eager. Clang! The sword in the Guardian's hand suddenly moved. As soon as the sword was drawn, brilliant light illuminated the world. A beam of sword light was like a black hole with magical power that wanted to swallow people. In an instant, Qin Shao was sucked into the world of swords. His mind was completely filled with swords. In an instant, Qin Shao was shocked to the point where he could not be any more shocked. What an exquisite sword. What a magnificent sword, but it also felt very simple. The ultimate sword principle completely burst out from the sword. It moved with the sword, and it was very comfortable. The Guardian quickly put away the sword and left. However, Qin Shao and the other two were still immersed in the world of swords. The sword light in their minds couldn't be removed. After a long while, Qin Shao came back to his senses. His face was full of shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the sword. This is the ultimate sword principle. Incredible, really incredible. The extreme application of the ultimate sword principle is indeed unimaginably powerful." Chapter 1005. The Yao family village's eccentric. Recently, an eccentric appeared in the Yao family village. Because he had many new tricks, he quickly became famous in the Yao family village. Moreover, he was especially popular with women. This eccentric opened a small restaurant that was quite special. The restaurant wasn't big, and it could even be said be small. It was similar to a small restaurant on the side of the road. Moreover, the restaurant didn't have a waiter, only the owner and a waiter. Opening a small restaurant wasn't anything strange, but this small restaurant was very special. Every day, they would only serve 3 customers. One more customer, and no amount of divine stones would be allowed. The food in this small restaurant was especially delicious and novel. The people of the Yao family village had never seen anything like it. Not to mention seeing it, they had never even heard of it. It was novel and delicious, but it was also very expensive. The wine and dishes sold by this small restaurant were more than twice as expensive as the best restaurant in the Yao family village. Even so, it still made countless people crazy. Every morning, there would be a large number of people lining up to eat a meal. However, there were only 3 places each day, and it was also decided in a variety of ways. Sometimes it was a fair lottery. Sometimes it was a random selection. Sometimes it was a question for everyone to do. In short, it was different every day, and it was very fun. Over time, the reputation of this place became extremely great. In just a short 100 years, the Yao family village had become a household name. A luxurious carriage was traveling on the road. When people saw this carriage, they would salute and take the initiative to give way. This was because this carriage had the Yao family's name on it, which proved that it was the Yao family village. Inside the carriage, there were 2 young girls, 1 master and 1 servant. Huan, is that young master by Chuan really that miraculous? A melodious voice rang out. The one who spoke was Yao Xuelian. Her real body had always been in the Yao family village. Although she liked to spend most of her time on Flower Island, she would occasionally stroll around the city to feel the vitality and liveliness. Yao Xuelian had heard from her servant girl, Huan, that there was a strange man called Master Bai Chuan who had come to the Yao Manor. She wanted to come and take a look to see if it was really as miraculous as she had said. A person who had only been in the Yao Manor for 100 years was actually able to make the Yao Manor a household name. This was truly a heaven-defying ability. Yao Shiwelian was not a very curious woman, but she really wanted to find out what was going on. At the mention of young Master Bai Chuan, Huan became spirited. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's magical, very magical. Young Master Bai Chuan is definitely a strange person. He's handsome, elegant, and courteous. His voice is masculine and magnetic. He really has the charm of a man. And that, hey." Yao Shiwelian couldn't help patting Huan's back when he saw that she was a little infatuated. Only then did Huan come to her senses. She blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I couldn't help myself just now." Yao Shiwelian never put on any airs in the Yao Manor. She was very gentle to the servants and treated her servant girl like a younger sister. That was why Huan dared to lose her self-control in front of Yao Shiwelian. Yao Shiwelian looked at Huan strangely and said with some doubt, Huan, you're not like this usually. You're a god. How can you be so superficial when looking at men? Is that young Master Bai Chuan really so handsome?" Huan blushed and nodded desperately. Yes. He's very handsome. Miss, you'll know when you see him. I've never seen a man as handsome as young Master Bai Chuan. And that young Master Yu is also very handsome. But young Master Yu's character is not as good as young Master Bai Chuan's. Young Master Bai Chuan, seeing that Huan was about to become infatuated again, Yao Shiwelian immediately interrupted her and asked, "Let's talk about what kind of person this young Master Bai Chuan is." He opened a small restaurant with a unique style. The way he operates, it is very strange. He only serves 3 guests a day and has never broken the rules, no matter how high the price is. Yes, Mississippi young Master Bai Chuan's restaurant has been open for 100 years and has never broken the rules. Huan nodded. Yao Shiwelian said, "Then I don't understand. If we're talking about people who can cook very well, our Yao Manor shouldn't be lacking. There are countless restaurants and inns in our Yao family village, and we have all kinds of dishes. If a person wants to eat, I'm afraid he won't be able to finish it in a few million years. This young Master Bai Chuan's restaurant has only been open for 100 years. How can it be so popular? Just because he's handsome? Just because he only serves 3 guests a day? I don't think so." Huan shook her head and said, "I don't know the specifics. I haven't tasted his dishes. But according to people who have eaten it, it's really delicious. It's so delicious that it's unforgettable. But I heard that this young Master Bai Chuan has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Eating isn't just about eating. You can also ask him a lot of questions. This young Master Bai Chuan seems to be an omnipotent person. There's nothing he doesn't know. As long as you ask, he will answer you. It's said that he can see the past and see the future." Omnipotent? Yao Shiwelian couldn't help but frown. Is there really an omnipotent person? Even if one cultivated to a very high level in the Tao of divination, it's still far from being omnipotent. Knowing the past and seeing the future should be a type of Tao of divination. But she also dabbled in the Tao of divination. When one cultivated to a high level, it was indeed possible to lose the past and see the future. But it also depended on the person. It was possible for people who were weaker, but not for people who were stronger. For example, the 4th-step gods of divine transformation or the mighty people. If he dared to say that he was omnipotent, then his tone was not small. Huan nodded and said, "Yes, I've heard many people say that. There are many rumors that prove that this young Master Bai Chuan is omnipotent. He can find the correct answer to any question he asks. Many people have gained a lot because of this. Even the Villa Lord went to see him once. But no one knows what the Villa Lord and young Master Bai Chuan talked about, and the Villa Lord didn't mention a word. We only know that the Villa Lord gave an order that no one is to harass or disrespect young Master Bai Chuan. My father went to see him too. It seems that my father is quite polite to him." Yao Shiwelian was even more surprised. Even her father went to see this young Master Bai Chuan. Who on earth is this young master Bai Chuan? Yao Shuilian's curiosity was aroused. Soon, Yao Shuilian and her maidservant Huan Huan arrived at the small restaurant opened by young master Bai Chuan. The small restaurant did not have a signboard, and it did not even have a name. The outside of the small restaurant was very lively. It was crowded with guests and was very lively. Moreover, there were people trying to squeeze in as if they wanted to snatch something. Although it was very crowded, these people consciously stayed outside the small restaurant and did not rush in. At this time, there were already 3 guests sitting at 3 tables in the small restaurant, eating and drinking. Their faces were full of satisfied smiles, as if they were enjoying a feast. In front of a window, a man dressed in white sat there elegant and quiet. On the big chair next to him was a man dressed in blue, who was obviously very lazy. He was playing with some small toys in his hands, like a child who had not grown up. The young man in white was naturally Bai Chuan Fusu, and the young man in blue was young Master Yu. Big brother, didn't we agree to hide our identities? Why are we back now? Moreover, we've stayed here for so long and even opened a small restaurant. This isn't fun at all. Young Master Yu slightly raised his mouth, looking somewhat unhappy. Bai Chuan Fusu smiled and said, "Second brother, there are some things you don't understand. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. It is not fun anywhere, and it is the same here. Only Qin Xiao knows our identities. He will not leak our information, so there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if our information is leaked, it is not a problem. No one in the Hongmeng universe can do anything to us. At most, there will be some trouble, but some things are better than these troubles." Young Master Yu looked up at Bai Chuan Fusu, smacked his lips, and said, "Big brother, I think you are thinking about that girl called Yao Shuilian. Big brother, you can't be. Isn't that girl very ordinary? What kind of girl haven't you seen before? Could it be that after drifting in the endless universe ocean for so long, your taste has changed? Also, isn't this young lady very close to that brat Qin Xiao? She seems to like Qin Xiao. Big brother, aren't you trying to steal a girl from him? This isn't your rank, big brother." Bai Chuan Fusu shook his head and smiled. There is no such thing as stealing in love. This is something that both parties are willing to do. It is not something that is forced. I can't say for sure. I just feel that this girl is very special and can touch my heart. So, I want to get to know her. For now, I don't have any other thoughts. I just want to get to know her. Hee, big brother, you really put in a lot of effort. Just to get to know her, you set up such a big trap and created so many things. But big brother, you are really good at predicting things. That girl is here. Young Master Yu smiled. As expected, at that moment, the crowd automatically parted, and Yao Shuilian and Huan Huan walked in. Bai Chuan Fusu's face was filled with an elegant smile, and he stood up to welcome them. That light breeze was enough to mesmerize thousands of girls, and it attracted a lot of peach blossoms. "Miss, it seems that we are late. Today's 3 guests are all full." Huan Huan looked inside the restaurant and said to Yao Shuilian. As she spoke, she secretly looked at Bai Chuan Fusu. Bai Chuan Fusu walked closer and smiled at Yao Shuilian. His smile seemed to have an irresistible charm, and it could mesmerize people. Even Yao Shuilian was slightly startled, as if some power had touched her soul. "Miss Yao, do you want to eat?" Bai Chuan Fusu asked. Only then did Yao Shuilian come back to her senses. She glanced inside and said, "It seems to be full today." Bai Chuan Fusu smiled. "That's fine. I can make an exception for you and give you an extra spot." Yao Shuilian was shocked, and she looked at Bai Chuan Fusu with surprise. The others were also shocked. Chapter 1006. Qin Zhao's sword. If it was anyone else, there would be an uproar. After all, there were many people here who wanted Bai Chuan Gongzi to add a spot. But to make an exception for Yao Shuilian, no one had anything to say. After all, Yao Shuilian was a princess that everyone respected and respected. "Gongzi Bai Chuan, why are you making an exception for me? I thought you would stick to your principles." After a slight hesitation, Yao Shuilian looked at Bai Chuan Fusu with a puzzled expression. How should she describe this feeling? It was neither good nor bad. She wondered if this young master Bai Chuan had ulterior motives. Bai Chuan Fusu smiled at Yao Shuilian and said, because you are worthy of me making an exception for you." Hearing this, Yao Shuiyan's expression darkened and her voice turned cold. "Then your wishful thinking will fail, because I don't need you to make an exception for me. Looks like there's nothing special about you." After speaking, Yao Shuiyan turned and left. She seemed to enjoy the atmosphere. Seeing that Baichuan Gongzi had angered Yao Shuiyan so much that she ran away, everyone outside was stunned and speechless. Angering Yao Shuiyan so much that she ran away, wasn't this considered enraging everyone? Furthermore, who in Yao Manor didn't know about the relationship between Yao Shuiyan and Qin Shao? The two of them were a golden couple, a match made in heaven. All right? Big brother, I told you this girl likes that brat Qin Shao. You're just trying to stick your warm face to her cold butt. Gongzi, you said with a gloating expression. Baichuan Fusu wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, the smile on his face didn't fade as he said, "Second brother, you don't understand women. A bad beginning, but a good beginning." "Ah, what do you mean, big brother? Why don't I understand?" Gongzi Yu scratched his head in confusion. He really didn't understand. Baichuan Fusu didn't explain further, but said, "You'll know when you see." Fourth Death Valley. 60,000 years had passed in the Fourth Death Valley. Qin Shao also welcomed his 300,000th birthday. 300,000 years was a long time for the Source World. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Qin Shao didn't know what the Heavenly Dragon Continent had become, but he was sure that it had undergone earth-shaking changes. But the Origin World had too many restrictions. It was destined not to become too strong. After a certain number of god spirits were born, no more god spirits could be born. The will of the Origin would restrain everything. 300,000 years old was still very young for a deity. In the past 60,000 years, Qin Shao had devoted all of his attention to the cultivation of the ultimate sword Dao. He had no distractions and was as clear as a mirror. It wasn't just Qin Zhao's true body. His doppelganger in District 9 was also immersed in the cultivation of the ultimate sword Dao. With the guidance of a senior guardian, Qin Shao had a clear understanding of the ultimate sword principle. Apart from the senior guardian, the desolate land temple master had also shown Qin Shao the ultimate sword principle once. It was just that the distance was a little longer, so it wasn't a much help. However, the senior guardian was different. Qin Shao felt that the senior guardian's ultimate sword principle was even more profound and easier to understand than the desolate land temple master. With a lot of understanding, he would naturally have a direction and a clear goal. He would know how to walk the path and how to walk the path step by step until he reached the pinnacle of the path. Of course, these things sounded easy, but it was too difficult to do. With the senior guardian's guidance, Qin Shao spent 20,000 years to break through and reach the pinnacle of the ultimate sword principle. To be able to reach the pinnacle of the ultimate sword principle was already considered a rare existence. It was heaven-defying enough. If this news were to spread, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented to be able to reach the pinnacle of the ultimate sword principle before the age of 300,000. The senior guardian's guidance had indeed given Qin Shao a lot of enlightenment. He had benefited immensely. With Qin Zhao's current strength, if he fought the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor again, he might not be able to wipe away his humiliation, but at least he wouldn't be suppressed like before. At the very least, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage now. The pinnacle of the ultimate sword principle was already at the pinnacle of the ultimate sword principle. Coupled with Qin Zhao's various techniques, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage when fighting the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. In the next 40,000 years of cultivation, his ultimate sword principle had improved a lot. However, if he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the ultimate sword principle, he encountered a natural chasm. The ultimate sword principle is cultivated like a tree. The great Tao is the trunk of the tree, the foundation of the tree, and the source of the tree's life. The use of branches and leaves. Whether a tree flourishes or not doesn't depend on how thick or tall the trunk is. Instead, it depends on how luxuriant the branches and leaves are. When the branches and leaves are luxuriant, that's true flourishing. A tree's trunk alone is very small and doesn't have a sense of existence. However, if the branches and leaves are luxuriant enough, they can extend and become extremely large. There's only one trunk, but there are thousands of branches and leaves. It's very complicated to combine them. This was how the ultimate sword principle was used. If one wanted to reach the final step, they would have to completely arrange the endless branches and leaves of a towering tree. This was an incomparably huge project that ordinary people couldn't complete. Qin Shao was now at the final step. However, it wasn't easy to take this step. Many thoughts piled up in Qin Zhao's mind like a huge garbage dump. The more thoughts there were, the more chaotic it would be. Qin Shao tried hard to calm himself down and clear all the distracting thoughts of his mind. His heart was as clear as a mirror and as still as an ancient well. A thought was guided and stepped toward the light of the sword principle. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly saw a flower, a blooming lotus. The lotus, which grew out of the mud without being stained, bloomed with the purity of the holy god and was not stained by the impurities of the mortal world. He watched the lotus grow from a bud to a full bloom, and then to a full bloom. This process seemed very slow and long, and Qin Shao didn't miss any detail. It was a simple thing, but it caused a huge stir in Qin Zhao's mind. His heart seemed to be purified. Just like the green lotus, which grew out of the mud without being stained, it bloomed with its own holiness in the turbidity. There was a ray of light in the darkness. In the blooming light, everything could be seen clearly. The fog that blinded his eyes was completely dispelled at this moment, revealing the light that should be there. The distracting thoughts in Qin Zhao's mind were also completely cleansed. They were unprecedentedly purified, and there was unprecedented emptiness in his mind. It turned out that the sword was so simple, so pure, so holy, and so bright. There are not so many complicated things. Everything could return to the origin. Billions of ways could return to the origin. When the light pulled away the layers of fog, he would find that the world was so clear. This was the principle of returning to the original state. When he was enlightened, he would understand, feel relieved, and suddenly see the light. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly became bright, blooming with a strange light. It was as if he could see the deepest part of the sky and see all the darkness clearly. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved again. As soon as the sword moved, a clear way appeared in Qin Zhao's sword. With a thought, the Great Way followed. The Great Way had been completely used by him. He could do as he wished, and his words were the law. With a swing of the sword, the entire ultimate sword way was perfectly presented in the sword. The endless power of the Great Way was integrated into the sword, waiting to burst out. This sword seemed to be the sword of the dominator of heaven and earth. This sword was enough to cut through everything. The ultimate sword way had been completely controlled. It submitted to Qin Shao and recognized him as its master. As the sword fell, the entire Fourth Death Valley shook violently. Under the sword's edge, the Fourth Death Valley actually split open into a 10 million zhang long ravine. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was truly terrifying. Even Qin Shao himself was a little shocked by the might of this sword strike. What a powerful sword! What a terrifying sword! This is the ultimate application of the ultimate sword way. It's so strong, so strong. The feeling of doing as I wish is really wonderful. The Great Way is used by me. I am the dominator of the Great Way. I have complete control of the Great Way, and my words are the law. This is the realm of controller. Qin Shao felt that the feeling of power was really wonderful. After 60,000 years of hard work, there was finally a great harvest. This step made Qin Shao ecstatic. 60,000 years of anticipation had finally come to this step. Even Qin Shao did not expect that he would be able to reach this step so quickly. It was not easy, really not easy. I didn't expect that I would cultivate for 60,000 years. Although it is not the longest cultivation I have ever done, it is really meaningful. 60,000 years of concentrated cultivation in the application of the ultimate sword way, immersing myself in it. The effect is really good. With the guidance of Senior Guardian and a trace of fate, I was able to obtain such a harvest. I never thought that I would become a controller of the absolute word. Even if I am not the only fourth step heavenly god in this universe era to become a controller, I am afraid that I am the youngest one. I'm only 300,000 years old now. This breakthrough has given me a very good birthday gift. Taking a step forward, I see the sea and the sky. Now, I really feel that my vision has improved a lot compared to before. I want this endless vastness to not be able to cover my eyes anymore. I want my sword to be unstoppable. The breakthrough in strength, the huge improvement, also made Qin Shao proud. However, Qin Shao soon calmed down, stopped smiling, and calmed down. Qin Zhao's gaze also looked over there, but the lone swordsman had already turned to look at Qin Shao. He was awakened by Qin Zhao's sword just now. At this time, the lone swordsman looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a monster. Qin Shao walked over. This time, there was a bit more ambition and pride in his voice. Chapter 1007. Chaos Exotic Beast. Senior Lone Swordsman, I want to challenge you. Qin Shao bowed to the lone swordsman and said. This was the second time Qin Shao had challenged the lone swordsman. The first time was when he came in, and it ended in a crushing defeat. This time, Qin Shao had enough confidence. After becoming a controller, his strength had reached the level of sovereign. Senior Lone Swordsman had said that as long as one's strength reached the level of sovereign, one could pass the test. The lone swordsman's cold face had a strange expression. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, I originally thought that my talent in swordsmanship would be difficult to find in the great thousand world. However, I didn't expect that your talent in swordsmanship would also be so strong. Although I walk the sword cultivation Tao, you walk the ultimate sword Tao of the great Tao. Although the Taos are different, the swords are the same. It's the same sword, but it's just a different Tao, a different root, and a different origin. However, it still achieves the same result through different means. You became a controller at the age of 300,000, not to mention in your primordial universe. Even in the entire great wide world, I'm afraid you're in existence like a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn. The last time he saw Senior Lone Swordsman, Qin Shao was directly ignored. However, in a short period of 60,000 years, he had obtained Senior Lone Swordsman's praise and recognition. Such an attitude change made Qin Shao slightly happy. However, what surprised Qin Shao was that Senior Lone Swordsman talked about the great wide world with assurance. It seemed that Senior Lone Swordsman was more familiar with the great wide world. Moreover, Qin Shao was sure that Senior Lone Swordsman was indeed a guest from another universe. However, did Senior Lone Swordsman accidentally fall into the primordial universe, or was he captured from another universe by the Master of Death Valley? The first situation seemed to be less likely. If it was really the second situation, then the Master of Death Valley had an extraordinary background. What kind of strength was needed to capture someone from another universe and bring them to the primordial universe? Did the number one expert of the primordial universe, the master of the heavenly court, have such strength? It was complicated. It seemed like there was a huge secret hidden behind the Death Valley. When I return to the desolate land, I should ask Master Qingye if I have the chance. I want to see if he knows anything about Death Valley, Qin Shao thought to himself. Qin Shao wanted to know more about this matter. The lone swordsman said, Qin Shao, since you've already become a controller, there's no need for us to fight anymore. I don't need to fight anymore? Qin Shao raised her eyebrows slightly. Does that mean I've passed the test? The lone swordsman nodded and said, Yes, you have passed the test. You are also the first person to pass the test without having to fight with me. To be able to obtain the 9th and 4th Death Valley Jade tokens at the age of 300,000, it seems that you still have a good chance of obtaining a great opportunity. After saying that, the lone swordsman waved his hand and a jade token flew into Qin Zhao's hand. It was similar to the jade token from Death Valley. However, this jade token was engraved with 4 words, indicating that this was the token of the 4th Death Valley. After putting away the jade token, Qin Shao said, Senior Lone Swordsman, I wonder if you can tell me more about the situation of the 9th Death Valley? I don't know much about it at the moment. The lone swordsman glanced at Qin Shao and ignored him. Instead, he turned around and left. Soon, he disappeared in front of Qin Shao. Being ignored directly made Qin Shao smile bitterly. It seemed that the lone swordsman's character was not ordinary. After passing the test of the fourth Death Valley, he only obtained a jade token. There were no other benefits. It seemed that he could only obtain a real opportunity after breaking through the first Death Valley. After collecting his thoughts and looking around, Qin Shao left. After leaving the core area of the chaotic stream, Qin Shao slowed down and released the Yao Shuilian Dao Qi couple. This time, he had kept them in his inner world for 60,000 years. They must have been bored to death. Haha, we're out. It seems that everything is peaceful. TSK, TSK. We've been here for 60,000 years. Finally, we can breathe a breath of fresh air. Dao Qi was indeed bored to death. As soon as he came out, he was in a good mood and laughed heartily. Madame Dao, on the other hand, looked at Qin Shao with gratitude, expressing her gratitude. Everything finally calmed down. The disaster was finally over. It was really not easy to survive this time. It was really not easy. Yao Shuilian looked at Qin Shao with a smile. For 60,000 years, she had been refining a puppet for her. This time, she could finally see Qin Shao in person. Lovesickness was a kind of suffering, but also a kind of happiness. Being stared at by Yao Shuilian so affectionately, Qin Shao felt a little embarrassed. Dao Qi and his wife, on the other hand, were snickering. They had been young and inexperienced before. Ahem, let's hurry back to the desolate land temple. Qin Shao coughed to break the awkward atmosphere. Yao Shuilian didn't seem to be in a hurry. What's the hurry? Anyway, we're safe now. We could take our time to go back. It's a rare opportunity. To be able to stay with Qin Shao was the best thing for Yao Shuilian. Once they returned to the desolate land temple, Yao Shuilian knew that Qin Shao would be busy again. Then, she wouldn't be able to see Qin Shao again. Therefore, she wanted to stay with Qin Shao for a while. Sometimes, the thoughts of a young girl really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. This really put Qin Shao in a difficult position. She looked at Dao Qi for help, but Dao Qi turned his head to the side as if he didn't see Qin Zhao's look. He even laughed and said, "Haha, it's rare for the chaos stream to be peaceful. We're about to leave." Qin Shao was helpless. Even Dao Qi was on Yao Shuilian's side now. Yao Shuilian seemed to be a little proud of Qin Shao and raised his chin. There was no other way. In the situation of 3-1, Qin Shao could only let them be. They slowed down. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. It was extremely fast. Qin Shao and the other three, who were originally idle, suddenly became alert. It's a chaos beast. Judging by its size, it's not an adult chaos beast. Its strength is still relatively weak. I think it's only at the level of a few almighties, Dao Qi said. It was quite rare to encounter a chaos beast in the chaos stream. Chaos beasts were extremely rare. They were almost invisible. Moreover, chaos beasts were very talented and powerful. Most of the adult chaos beasts had the strength of a sovereign. However, chaos beasts were generally larger in size. A small chaos beast like this one was even rarer. People were used to calling large chaos beasts. For example, Qin Shao had subdued a chaos beast in MT Tongshan and made it his servant. Qin Shao didn't know much about chaos beasts, so he couldn't tell that this one was extremely fast. However, it was only the size of kitten. Its shape was a little like a cat, a little like a fox, and a little like a mink. However, it was indeed very beautiful and adorable. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur. Coupled with its adorable appearance, it looked like a small pet. If Dao Qi hadn't said so, Qin Shao wouldn't have thought that it was a chaos beast. How adorable! Yao Shuilian's eyes glowed with a faint light. It's amazing that an extraterrestrial creature of chaos can be so adorable. Women always had little resistance towards beautiful and cute things. Dao Qi suddenly said, "Qin Shao, Yao Shuilian, catch it quickly. This is one of the rarest chaos beasts. It's called a chaos snow mink. When it reaches adulthood, its strength is comparable to a sovereign. Its speed is extremely fast. It's almost unparalleled in the universe. This one is young and easy to subdue. Once you can subdue it, you'll have a big gain. Upon hearing Dao Qi's words, Qin Xiao and Yao Shiwelian didn't hesitate. They immediately chased after the Chaos Beast. Dao Qi and his wife also chased after the Chaos Snow Mink. They split into 3 directions and chased after it. The Chaos Snow Mink seemed to be extremely frightened. It lost its sense of direction and started to run around. The Chaos Snow Mink was extremely fast, but its attack power didn't seem to be very strong. Furthermore, this young Chaos Snow Mink didn't seem to be very intelligent. It didn't know how to attack at all. Dao Qi reminded them again. Qin Xiao, Shiwelian, don't hurt it. It's best if you can catch it and try to subdue it. If you hurt it, it'll feel fear. If that's the case, it might rather die than submit. Chaos beasts can't be subdued with strength. Chaos beasts choose their own masters. If you want to truly subdue this Chaos Snow Mink, you'll have to rely on luck. Yao Shiwelian's speed suddenly became extremely fast. Furthermore, he used void confinement technique to seal the void and prevent the Chaos Snow Mink from escaping. Seeing Yao Shiwelian's attack, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be startled. He was astonished. When did Shiwelian become so strong? It was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at with new eyes. It was really so. After not seeing each other for 60,000 years, Qin Xiao realized that Yao Shiwelian's strength had become much stronger. Her all-creation Dao had already been cultivated to level 6 perfection. She had derived many techniques from the all-creation Dao, which were also very exquisite. Yao Shiwelian's speed was also extremely fast. It was obvious that he had cultivated a speed-type absolute art. His speed movement technique was extremely extraordinary. It wasn't an ordinary absolute art that he had cultivated. Qin Xiao had never seen such an absolute art in the desolate land Divine Palace. In terms of aura, it was obvious that Yao Shiwelian had become much stronger. Qin Xiao felt that the strength of the Yao Shiwelian in front of him should be in the top 10 of the Earth list. Such an improvement was indeed very surprising to Qin Xiao. Yao Shiwelian's talent and potential weren't particularly outstanding. However, the changes that had happened to him really impressed Qin Xiao. Little by little, step by step, Yao Shiwelian had gone from being ordinary to being amazing. At this point, Qin Xiao was really shocked. The Almighty Dao Enlightenment couple was clearly a little shocked as well. Yao Shiwelian's performance had always been good. However, compared to the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land, it was indeed quite ordinary. However, his performance this time was really extraordinary. Chapter 1008. Subdue. However, Qin Xiao didn't think too much about it. Instead, she pushed her speed to the limit to block the Chaos Ferret. However, the Chaos Ferret's speed wasn't ordinary. Even though it hadn't reached adulthood, Qin Xiao couldn't catch up to it. Fortunately, the Chaos Ferret's intelligence was relatively low. Therefore, when it was frightened, it actually scurried around and didn't run away blindly. If the Chaos Ferret had chosen to escape from the beginning, Qin Xiao and the others wouldn't have been able to stop it all. In addition, the Primal Chaos Crevice was a dangerous place to begin with. Qin Xiao and Yao Shiwelian used various methods to confine the space, so they quickly stopped the Primal Chaos Ferret and trapped it in a small area. This Chaos Ferret clearly hadn't been out for a long time. It was quite frightened. After running for a while, it stopped and didn't run anymore. Its pair of beautiful watery eyes seemed to be filled with fear and begging. It looked quite pitiful. Yao Shiwelian felt that her heart was about to melt. She slowly approached the Chaos Ferret and said softly, "Chaos Ferret, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. I think you haven't been born for long and haven't grown up yet. It's very dangerous for you to walk in the chaos stream like this. If you meet an evil person, they will forcibly tame you. I quite like you. Can you follow me in the future? I won't hurt you. I will take good care of you." However, the Chaos Ferret didn't seem to care about Yao Shiwelian's words. When it saw Yao Shiwelian approaching it, it was frightened and hurriedly dodged. Dao Qi, his wife, and Qin Xiao each guarded one side. They set up restrictions and completely sealed the void. The chaos ferret couldn't escape. Dao Qi said, Shiwilian, don't be too gentle. If you want to tame a chaos ferret, you have to be strong. You have to show your strength. If you can defeat it with your strength, then think of a way to tame it. It's still very difficult to achieve just by saying a few words. Although this chaos ferret is a little more unyielding, it will still be effective if you use your strength to suppress it. Yao Shiwilian knew this as well, but she still shook her head and said, the chaos ferret is too cute and pitiful. I really can't do it. This chaos ferret had clearly not been nurtured by primal chaos for long, and its intelligence was not yet complete. Using strength to suppress, it feels like bullying it. I really like it. I think it's too cute. Let me communicate with it more. Chaos ferrets shouldn't be as ferocious and bloodthirsty as other chaos beasts. It should be possible to communicate with them more. Since Yao Shiwilian wanted to do this, Dao Qi didn't say anything else. Yao Shiwilian continued to walk towards the chaos ferret. As he walked, he said, Ferret, don't be afraid. I really won't hurt you. Believe me, you should be able to feel that this place is very dangerous. If you continue to run around, you may encounter danger. You're still young, so you definitely don't understand the outside world. I can bring you out of here and bring you to a fun place. The outside world is very exciting. I believe you'll definitely like it. There are beautiful flowers, beautiful planets, emerald lakes, bustling cities, strange sceneries. Yao Shiwilian talked nonstop and described many beautiful scenes. As he spoke, he approached the chaos ferret. The chaos ferret seemed to be listening with great interest. It actually didn't dodge and allowed Yao Shiwilian to approach it. Soon, Yao Shiwilian was in front of the chaos ferret. She slowly reached out and gently touched the chaos ferret's body. However, the moment she touched the chaos ferret, the situation suddenly changed. The chaos ferret seemed to have sensed great danger and instantly became frightened. In its panic, the chaos ferret subconsciously counterattacked and pounced towards Yao Shiwilian. Be careful. When the primal chaos ferret attacked, Qin Xiao also reacted. His cold eyebrows knitted together as he immediately cried out. On the other side, Yao Shiwilian was directly bitten by the chaos ferret. A piece of flesh was bitten off his arm. Fortunately, the chaos ferret wasn't very aggressive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as having a piece of flesh bitten off. Yao Shiwilian also quickly retreated to the side. It was really painful to have a piece of flesh bitten off. However, Yao Shiwilian wasn't angry. Little bastard, you still want to escape? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Qin Xiao coldly snorted and quickly attacked. A sharp sword aura shot out from Qin Xiao's palm. In an instant, it streaked across the boundless sky and was about to kill the chaos ferret. In the face of this sharp sword aura, the chaos ferret let out a shrill cry. It was frightened and desperately wanted to escape. However, this void had already been set up by Qin Xiao and Dao Qi. Therefore, it wasn't easy for the chaos ferret to escape. At least, it definitely wouldn't be able to do so in a short period of time. Seeing Qin Xiao attack, Yao Shiwilian was very worried and hurriedly shouted, Qin Xiao, don't hurt it. However, it was already too late when she shouted. Qin Xiao's sword aura had already shot out. Seeing this, Yao Shiwilian gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Yao Shiwilian's sword was brilliant and brilliant. It was soft and sharp. It was like water and wind. When the sword fell, it was like pulling down a huge barrier. It blocked the void and also blocked Qin Xiao's sword aura. This sword had directly defeated Qin Xiao's sword aura. Although Qin Xiao had just casually attacked, with Qin Xiao's strength, even a casual attack could easily kill an ordinary almighty. However, Yao Shiwilian had easily defeated Qin Xiao's sword. It was enough to see how strong Yao Shiwilian had become. The ultimate sword principle. Even the ultimate sword principle has reached the entry level. Although the speed isn't as terrifying as the myriad Dao, it has reached the second level of the ultimate sword principle. Not bad at all. It seems that I really don't care about Yao Shiwilian. I remember that she was in the 90s on the Earth list 60,000 years ago. Now, her strength must be in the top 5 of the Earth list. She might even be in the top 4. This time, I'm afraid she has surpassed Brother Pure and Shurjian. Qin Xiao was secretly shocked. However, he was also very happy for Yao Shuilian. It was indeed worth being happy for her. To be able to grasp 2 top-grade great Daos at the 4th step of the heavenly deity realm was already an absolute genius. Such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In the entire Grand Mist universe, one could count them with one hand. Moreover, Yao Shuilian's attainments in the myriad Dao and the ultimate sword principle were not shallow. She had already cultivated the myriad Dao to the completion of the 6th level and the ultimate sword principle to the 2nd level. Based on this alone, she was definitely in the top 5 of the Earth list. In terms of strength, if she cultivated one of the top 10 unique techniques and had some combat experience, she might be able to reach the level of the heaven list. Unbelievable. It was indeed a little unbelievable. Even Qin Xiao found it hard to believe for a moment. It was not that Qin Xiao looked down on Yao Shuilian's talent, but compared to the Yao Shuilian from before, there was indeed a big difference. Yao Shuilian's transformation had always been happening over and over again, step by step. On the other side, after Yao Shuilian blocked Qin Xiao's attack, she seemed to have won the Chaos Ferret's gratitude. The Chaos Ferret no longer showed any hostility towards her, and instead, it allowed Yao Shuilian to come closer. Yao Shuilian began to communicate with the Chaos Ferret again, as if she was coaxing a child. However, her coaxing was also effective. Perhaps it was because Yao Shuilian had saved it, but the Chaos Ferret quickly no longer rejected the Yao Shuilian, and it became very close to Yao Shuilian. Now that he had accomplished this step, the next step would be much easier. Yao Shuilian continued to coax the Chaos Ferret to recognize her as its master and become her spiritual beast. This way, they would be able to form a flesh and blood connection, and they would be able to get along better. This way, the Chaos Ferret would not be targeted by others. The Chaos Ferret did not resist, and quickly agreed to recognize Yao Shuilian as its master. They held the master recognition ceremony there. The situation had been resolved, and the almighty Dao Qi walked towards Qin Xiao. There was still a hint of shock on his face, and he said in astonishment, "Qin Xiao, when did junior sister Shui become so monstrous? Isn't the speed of her improvement a little too terrifying? I feel that she's not much weaker than you." Junior sister Shuilian's previous performance was mediocre, and she did not have any outstanding performance. However, she has changed so much in the past 60,000 years. It's earth-shattering. Did her original body obtain some heaven-defying opportunity, or what? Her clone has always been with us, and she did not cultivate much in the past 60,000 years, just like junior sister Shuilian. That's right. 60,000 years ago, Yao Shuilian was not outstanding. Among the disciples of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace, she could only be considered average. Even though Yao Shuilian had surpassed her master, and she even had the guidance of her grandmaster, Sovereign Yao Huang, in the past 100,000 years in the Desolate Land's Divine Palace, she was indeed average. However, this time it was too shocking. Before this, there was no news that Yao Shuilian had cultivated a supreme grade Dao. In just 60,000 years, she had grasped 2 supreme grade Daos. Even if she had grasped them, she had cultivated the Dao of all creation to the peak of the 6th level, and even cultivated the ultimate sword Dao to the 2nd level. In the entire Hongmeng universe, only Qin Xiao could achieve such a monstrous feat. Yao Shuilian was the second. With Yao Shuilian's current strength, she could be considered an unprecedented genius. She could be compared to Qin Xiao, and she might even be on par with Yi Juanhe. Qin Xiao shook her head. I don't know either. I also want to know what Shui Lian has experienced in the past 60,000 years, but my clone has asked Yi Juanhe, and he said that he did not know. There has been no news in the past 60,000 years. Yao Shuilian has always stayed in the Yao family manor, and she has never left. There is nothing special about her. Chapter 1009. An unimaginable leap didn't take long for Yao Shiulian to recognize the chaos snow mink as its master and tame it. At this moment, the chaos ferret was standing on Yao Shiulian's shoulder. It wasn't as scared as before. Instead, it looked very adorable. This combination of man and beast really made people envious. Haha, junior sister Shiulian, congratulations. TSK, TSK. Once this chaos ferret matures, it will possess battle prowess comparable to a sovereign. Just thinking about it was enough to make people envious, jealous, and hateful. Soon, who knew how many people would be jealous to the point that their eyes turned red? As for you, you will definitely be valued by the desolate land's divine palace. They will definitely think of ways to help you nurture your chaos ferret into adulthood. An additional sovereign's combat strength is of great significance to our desolate land temple, Dao Qi said with a smile. Such a thing was indeed enough to make people drool with envy. It was easy to imagine how terrifying a spirit beast with a ruler would be. In other words, they could do whatever they want in the universe. As long as they didn't provoke a powerful ruler who could do anything about it. Qin Shao also congratulated him with a smile. It was indeed something to be happy about. In that case, the rise of Yao Shiulian would be unstoppable. In the near future, Yao Shiulian would also become a big shot in the heavenly realm. He would stand at the top of the desolate land's divine palace. Villa head Yao had indeed given birth to a good daughter, a daughter that he could be proud of. This kind of heaven-defying providence was much better than Dao Qi obtaining a holy artifact. Holy objects were powerful, but there was a limit to how powerful they were. Even if Dao Qi completely refined the sacred object, his strength would at most rise to the level of Black Fiend Emperor. However, the Yao Shiulian was different. Once this chaos ferret matured, she would be able to stand on equal footing with the ruler. But of course, it was also very difficult for them to grow. Firstly, it would take a very long time. Secondly, it would cost a lot of money. If the chaos ferret matured on its own, it might not be able to mature in a few trillion years or even a few quadrillions of years. If one wanted to nurture it deliberately, even a sovereign wouldn't be able to bear the cost. That was why Dao Qi said that the desolate land's divine palace would value Yao Shiulian and nurture her. Yao Shiulian smiled and said, "Senior brother Dao Qi, I have to congratulate you as well. You've also obtained a saint item. Once you refine it, Senior brother Dao Qi will also be ranked on the heaven roll." Dao Qi smiled and waved his hand. "Even if I am on the heaven roll, I will definitely be at the bottom. There is nothing to talk about." Junior sister Shiulian, you, Shiulian, Shiulian. You, Shiulian. What kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter did you have in the past 60,000 years? To think that your growth and improvement speed would be so terrifying. This speed might not surpass Qin Zhao's, but it's about the same. Yao, you toot. Thrice. This adjective. This caused Qin Shao and Yao Shiulian to look at each other for a while, and they couldn't help but smile. If he really wanted to call him a freak, then he could be considered one. After all, even Qin Shao sometimes found it hard to believe her cultivation speed. Maybe she didn't feel anything from herself. But when she saw Yao Shiulian, Qin Shao was shocked. Only by seeing it on others could one feel it most directly. Yao Shiulian smiled and said, "Well, it's a long story. There's a story behind it." Haha, I know there must be a story. I love stories. Junior sister Shiulian, is it convenient for you to tell us? If it's convenient, please tell us. I'm very curious. I don't know what kind of heaven-defying opportunity you've had in the past 60,000 years to make you improve by leaps and bounds. It's unbelievable. Even when Sovereign Yao Wang taught you before, I didn't see you become so monstrous. Could it be that the temple master of the desolate land personally taught you this time? Dao Qi said with a laugh. Yao Shiulian shook his head and said, "How could I be qualified to be taught by the temple master? I don't even have the right to see the temple master, let alone teach him." "Oh, if it's not the temple master, then what great opportunity is it?" Dao Qi asked again. Madame Dao pulled him and said, "Dao Qi, when did you become more curious than a woman? This is Sister Shiulian's secret. Let's not ask. Anyway, it's a good thing. We're happy for her." Dao Qi said, "Hee hee, it doesn't mean that men can't be curious, right? We're all very concerned about junior sister Shiwelian. It'll take hundreds of years to get back to the temple of the desolate land. You'll be bored along the way. How can you not have some fun? Sister Shiwelian, hurry up and tell us. I think the story will be very interesting. Yao Shiwelian didn't hide anything and said, "It's not really a secret. It's just that I don't know how to tell you about it. It's not as complicated as you think. It's just a little strange. Perhaps you can say that." Well, we'll have to start from 60,000 years ago. An extraordinary person came to our Yao family village, and I was taught by that extraordinary person. He didn't seem to be very strong, but he was very good at teaching people. Often, he could use simple words to enlighten me and help me break through. Qin Xiao was also curious. Extraordinary person? He taught you to break through? What kind of extraordinary person could have such experience? Yao Shiwelian briefly told Qin Xiao about young Master Baichuan. Of course, she didn't go into too much detail. She only said that he was an extraordinary person and didn't mention young Master Baichuan. Perhaps she still had some reservations about this and felt that it wasn't good to say it. So this was what happened. Ever since Yao Shiwelian left angrily that day, she went back home and couldn't get rid of this thought in her mind. Therefore, in less than 3 months, Yao Shiwelian took the initiative to find young Master Baichuan's small restaurant again. However, Yao Shiwelian didn't ask young Master Baichuan to make an exception for her. Instead, she queued up and got a place. In this way, Yao Shiwelian tasted the delicious food that young Master Baichuan prepared for her. She still had an endless aftertaste of this delicious food. In fact, there was no way to describe it with words. During the meal, Yao Shiwelian chatted with young Master Baichuan. After chatting for a while, Yao Shiwelian couldn't help but have a good impression of young Master Baichuan. Young Master Baichuan was indeed a very charming man. There seemed to be a unique magic in him that could make people involuntarily attracted to him. There was no fault to pick out from him. Perhaps any girl who got along with him would have a good impression of him. Young Master Baichuan was knowledgeable and multi-talented. He was gentle and elegant, and he was good at talking. He could always make people happy. No matter what troubles or problems you had, he could solve them for you in a few words. No matter what troubles you, he'll be able to solve it for you with a single hit. Chatting with him was simply a form of enjoyment, a pleasant journey. Even Yao Shiwelian had to admit that. It was indeed very comfortable to get along with young Master Baichuan. There was a very special feeling. Young Master Baichuan's charisma conquered her. Yao Shiwelian got closer to young Master Baichuan, and they met again and again. After a few times, Yao Shiwelian would complain to young Master Baichuan about some of her troubles in cultivation. Originally, it was just a simple complaint. However, Yao Shiwelian didn't expect that young Master Baichuan would be able to answer her in such an exquisite way. With just a few simple sentences, he gave the most perfect explanation. In an instant, Yao Shiwelian was touched, and Yao Shiwelian was able to accurately grasp her problems. As a result, Yao Shiwelian made rapid progress in her cultivation. It was as if she had the help of God. There were no obstacles in her way. Whenever Yao Shiwelian didn't understand something, she would ask young Master Baichuan. Once young Master Baichuan answered, Yao Shiwelian could understand. No matter what the problem was, young Master Baichuan could easily answer it. It was simply magical. The two of them got along like this. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. In 30,000 years, Yao Shiwelian had gained a lot. The speed of her cultivation had also reached an unimaginable level. After 30,000 years, young Master Baichuan actually said goodbye to Yao Shiwelian and left Yao family village. After that, he didn't appear in Yao family village again. She lost contact with young Master Baichuan. However, Yao Shiwelian didn't stop her cultivation. Instead, she accumulated a lot of experience, and the speed of her cultivation continued to defy the natural order. She was incomparably monstrous. Therefore, in 60,000 years, she had reached such a high level. Her power had increased by several levels, and she had completed a qualitative leap. This matter sounded like a dream. It was too surreal. TSK. I really didn't expect that there would be such a strange person in our godly world. His ability to give guidance is probably not inferior to that of a universe master. Junior sister, Snow Lotus, could it be that you met a universe master who was a lone cultivator in our godly world? Dao, she guessed, but he immediately shook his head and denied his guess. But that's impossible. That existence would never do such a thing. I've never heard of it. But if he's not a universe master, it seems that it's hard to explain. To be able to give guidance to others in their cultivation in such a way, and to achieve such an effect, is really incredible. However, this is inseparable from your talent, junior sister Snow Lotus. If you don't have extraordinary talent, then it's useless to give you guidance. Yao Shuilian shook her head. She didn't know, and she couldn't explain it clearly. When it came to talent, she really didn't feel that her talent was that incredible. But in terms of this matter, she had indeed completed a heaven-defying act. Even now, she still felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't quite believe all of this. These were things she had always dreamed of, but she didn't expect them to become reality. Many thoughts appeared in Qin Zhao's mind, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been a universe master who gave guidance. There were only a few universe masters in the entire Hongmeng universe, and none of them would have been able to give guidance to Yao Shuilian. But other than a universe master, Qin Xiao really couldn't think of any other possibility. However, Qin Xiao also felt that Dao Qi was right. No matter how good the guidance was, it still depended on one's own cultivation. Yao Shuilian's leap in cultivation was inseparable from her own. Perhaps this matter wasn't as strange as she had imagined. Chapter 10:10. The secret of Death Valley. It took Qin Xiao, Yao Shuilian, and Yao Shuilian 300 years to return to the God Palace of the Desolate Land. Dao Qi and his wife were left with only their original bodies, so they would not leave the God Palace of the Desolate Land for the time being. If they wanted to leave, they would have to cultivate a clone first. The news that he had obtained a holy relic had probably spread, so they did not dare to leave the God Palace of the Desolate Land easily. It was safest to stay here. Master Qingye came looking for them as soon as they returned to the God Palace of the Desolate Land. However, this was not surprising. After all, with Qin Xiao here, it was normal for Master Qingye to come looking for them. However, what surprised Yao Shuilian and Dao Qi was that Master Qingye praised them as soon as he arrived. You guys have caused quite a commotion this time. Dao Qi has obtained a holy relic, which is a great opportunity. Yao Shuilian, you have completed a transformation in 60,000 years. Not bad, not bad. Master Qingye looked at the two of them with a smile and nodded slightly. With this round of praise, Qin Xiao was cast aside. Yao Shuilian was slightly surprised. Her true body had been in the Yao manner this entire time, and she hadn't displayed any of her power. Only Qin Xiao and the others knew about her clones. How did he Jim and Greenleaf know? Could it be that Qin Xiao had informed Master Qingye? But Qin Xiao had a blank look on his face. Clearly, this wasn't his doing. This left Yao Shuilian rather puzzled. How did he Jim and Greenleaf know? Master Qingye seemed to have seen through Yao Shuilian's thoughts. He laughed and said, Yao Shuilian, it seems that you still don't know. The Earth roll was updated 100 years ago. Go and take a look at it. Earth ranking? Qin Xiao felt relieved. He had been rushing back to the Desolate Land Shrine for the past 300 years. Therefore, Qin Xiao had not paid much attention to the Earth ranking. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. Now that he did, he was really shocked. There were no changes to the top 4 of the Earth rankings. First place was still Tian Lingzi, second place was Lord Huayang, and third place was Qin Xiao. These 3 people's rankings were already unshakable. And in fourth place was Yi Juanhe. The fifth was Yao Shuilian. However, after seeing Yao Shuilian's ranking, Qin Xiao was slightly surprised, but she soon felt relieved. Indeed, with Yao Shuilian's current strength, it was not strange for him to be ranked 5th on the Earth rankings. Of course, that was not all. The 6th on the Earth ranking was another familiar name. It was actually his brother Pure Qianbai. Brother Purity had received the complete legacy of a sovereign lord, and his rate of improvement over the past few years was truly frightening. Now that he had risen to 6th place on the Earth ranking, it was something worth celebrating. However, the inheritance was one thing. Brother Pure's talent, potential, and hard work were also inseparable. The seventh on the Earth ranking, Serene. Seeing that his disciple had such an eye-catching performance, Qin Xiao felt gratified. Of course, at the same time, he also felt a little guilty. After all, he was a little irresponsible as a master. It was truly a rare and precious thing for Serene to be able to reach this level step by step. It also made Qin Xiao very happy. As for Lord Danshun, who had always been average, this time it could be said that he had suddenly risen to 10th place on the Earth ranking. Seeing the familiar names in the top 10 of the Earth ranking was truly delightful. Ha ha ha! Dao Qi laughed to his heart's content. TSK. Our desolate land divine palace has really stolen the limelight this time. Our desolate land divine palace has taken up 7 of the top 10 spots on the Earth ranking. This is an unprecedented feat, right? Since this era, whether it is the Heaven ranking or the Earth ranking, the Heavenly Court Island has always been at the top. But this time, our desolate land divine palace has finally done well and won a beautiful comeback. Ha ha! This is enough to make our desolate land divine palace proud for once. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Especially junior brother Qin Xiao. Your 9-state city is going to be famous now. Haha, your little 9-state city actually took up 3 of the top 10 spots on the Earth ranking. This is more than a few sacred grounds. Such a reputation will definitely spread throughout the primordial universe quickly. It is unbelievable that 3 unprecedented geniuses could be born in one origin universe at the same time. Moreover, the speed of their growth is extremely fast. Your source world seems to be very unusual. Such a situation has never happened since the beginning of the epic. Qin Xiao could not help but smile. This was indeed a grand event, and it made him feel pleasantly surprised. Perhaps Qin Xiao had expected this day to come, but at least he did not expect it to come so quickly. Of course, this was just an occasional thought. In fact, he did not really desire it. However, he did not expect it to become a reality inadvertently. Brother Pure and Serene both made it to the top 10 of the Earth ranking. This was indeed shocking. It was too difficult to make it to the top 10 of the Earth ranking. 9-state city took up 3 of the top 10 spots on the Earth ranking. This was indeed a great achievement and could make 9-state city famous. 9-state city's brilliance would definitely shine in every corner of the primordial universe. Such a situation indeed made Qin Xiao very happy. Yao Shuilian probably did not expect that she would suddenly make it to the 6th spot on the Earth ranking. After a moment of surprise, she quickly calmed down. Compared to Qin Xiao, this was nothing. Being able to catch up to Qin Xiao was the happiest thing for her. Her beautiful mood had never weakened in the past 60,000 years. Master Qingye smiled and nodded. Yes, this time our divine palace of the desolate land has stolen the limelight. This is definitely the first time that we have stolen the limelight from Heavenly Court Island. Our divine palace of the desolate land has taken up 7 of the top 10 spots on the Earth ranking. This is indeed a groundbreaking move. It is a new record in this era. This also indicates that our divine palace of the desolate land will continue to develop and grow in glory. In fact, when Qin Zhao's generation fully matures, we will be able to compete with Heavenly Court Island for glory. We didn't dare to imagine these things in the past, but now we can look forward to it. This time, 9-state city's name has indeed shaken the entire primordial universe. According to what I know, all the geniuses in the divine world have flooded in a 9-state city. They all want to join 9-state city. I'm afraid 9-state city is very lively now. 9-state city was indeed very lively now. However, Qin Xiao did not return and did not ask about this matter. Since Master Qingye had said so, Qin Xiao could roughly guess the current situation of 9-state city. The growth of 9-state city was something that Qin Xiao had always wanted. He did not expect 9-state city's path to be so smooth. However, Qin Xiao still felt a pain in his heart. The source world was still trapped by the black vortex. There was no way to bring the people of the source world to 9-state city. There was no way to provide a better cultivation stage for the people of the source world. If the origin world was really given a pair of wings, Qin Shao believed that the origin world would fly very, very far. As the origin master of the source world, he had always kept this matter in mind. Protecting and prospering the source world had always been Qin Zhao's responsibility. The Temple Master and I have also discussed Qin Zhao's hometown, the Heavenly Dragon Continent. The Temple Master even personally deduced that the Heavenly Dragon Continent was extraordinary and somewhat peculiar. Even the Temple Master was unable to deduce much of the situation. Or perhaps the Sky Dragon Continent still hid some unknown secrets. However, in any case, this is a good thing, Master Qingye said. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. What secrets could the Heavenly Dragon Continent be hiding? Impossible, right? If there were any secrets hidden there, how could he, the Origin Master, not know? Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. Master Qingye said, Dao Qi, you've gained a lot this time, but you've also lost a lot. Go back and rest for a while. Almighty Dao Qi and Madame Dao nodded. After bowing respectfully to Master Qingye, they left. Yao Shiwelian, you've done well this time. The Desolate Land Temple will reward you. Go and see your Grandmaster first. Big brother Yao Wang has been in a good mood for the past 100 years. Even your father has received a lot of praise, Master Qingye said to Yao Shiwelian. Yao Shiwelian nodded and took his leave. After sending the three of them away, Master Qingye said to Qin Shao, let's go. The Temple Master wants to see you. Qin Shao immediately perked up when he heard that the Temple Master wanted to see him. He did not expect the Temple Master to summon him as soon as he returned. Could it be because of the incident at the Sealing God Abyss? But it could not be. The Temple Master should have asked Yi Juanhe and the Flame Emperor about it. Yi Juanhe and the Flame Emperor definitely did not know about it. Their memories had been completely erased. Qin Shao had also asked Yi Juanhe about it and learned some things from Yi Juanhe. Why did the Temple Master want to see him? However, since the Temple Master wanted to see him, Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. He immediately followed Master Qingye to the depths of the Desolate Land Temple and quickly met with the Temple Master of Desolate Land. This time, the Temple Master of Desolate Land seemed to be in a good mood. There was even a slight smile on his face. He was not as imposing as before and seemed more approachable. Disciple Qin Shao greets the Temple Master. Qin Shao hurriedly bowed respectfully. The Desolate Hall Master's gaze landed on Qin Shao. With a slight smile on his face, he said, 60,000 years ago, when you disappeared in the God-Sealing Abyss, I was scolded to death by your master. Fortunately, you came back alive. Otherwise, I'm afraid your master would not let me off. Master even went to look for the palace master of the Manghuang Palace? Qin Shao was startled. He did not know about this matter. He did not expect his master to do this for him. Qin Shao was very touched. It seemed like his master really cared about him. Although he could not contact him normally, his master's care was reflected at critical times. The Temple Master of Desolate Land smiled. Qin Shao, you are indeed very lucky to have a good master. However, you are also very capable. Your master treats you like a treasure now. As for the trip to the Sealing God Abyss, your master must have asked you about it. I won't ask anymore. Qin Shao was secretly relieved when he heard that the Temple Master of Desolate Land was not going to ask about the Sealing God Abyss. Otherwise, Qin Shao would have to think of a way to deal with it. Chapter 10:11. Epic Iron Matter, however, if it wasn't about Sealed God's Abyss, why did he summon him? The Desolate Land Palace Master continued. I called you here to talk about Death Valley. You just came back from the 4th Death Valley. Plus, you passed the 9th Death Valley, so you should have gotten the Jade token for the 9th and 4th Death Valleys. Death Valley? Qin Shao was shocked. No wonder he was the Desolate Land Palace Master. No wonder he was a Universe Master. It seemed like his every move couldn't escape the eyes of the Palace Master. The Desolate Land Palace Master already knew that he had just passed the 4th Death Valley. The moment he came back, he summoned him because of this matter. However, the Palace Master's summon also made Qin Shao excited. It seemed that Death Valley was indeed extraordinary. In addition, Qin Shao had many questions in his heart. He had come here to ask Hejimin Greenleaf about the situation in Death Valley. He didn't expect the palace master to summon him directly and take the initiative to mention this matter. This was good. It would save Qin Shao a lot of trouble. Qin Shao listened carefully and didn't interrupt. The Desolate Land Palace Master said, "I'm sure you must be very curious about Death Valley. You must want to know who left behind the inheritance of Death Valley. Such extravagance can't be considered small. Regarding Death Valley, it actually involves a huge secret." Big secret? Qin Shao had some guesses before, but he didn't dare to think too much about it. He didn't expect it to involve a big secret. It seemed that Death Valley was indeed as extraordinary as he had imagined. Actually, Death Valley has existed for 8 years. The words of the Mandala Palace Master were shocking. His words shocked Qin Shao greatly. He was flabbergasted. It has existed for 8 years? Doesn't that mean that Death Valley has existed since the beginning of the first universe era? Shouldn't everything be destroyed when a universe era is destroyed? The fact that Death Valley has existed for so long is truly inconceivable. The destruction of a universe era was unimaginably powerful and terrifying. To be able to remain intact in the face of the destruction of the universe era was indeed an inconceivable matter. Qin Shao didn't know much about this. This involved the big secret of the universe. At the very least, one had to be at the Dominator level to be qualified to know about it. The Desolate Land Palace Master shook his head. It's incredible. The Lord of Death's people are indeed shocking. It's a long story to explain these things. Based on your level, you're not qualified to know these big secrets of the universe. However, your current strength is close to the level of a ruler, and you just so happen to be involved, so it's fine to tell you in advance. However, there's a situation that you must know. The more you know, the heavier the burden on your shoulders will be, and the more burdens you'll have to bear. So, knowing more is knowing of you. Without of you, you have got a you of. That's why Qin didn't explain a lot of things to you. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew this. However, he was also prepared to take on the responsibility. Qin Shao said solemnly, "Palace Master, as a member of the Desolate Land Palace, it's my responsibility to protect the realm of gods. No matter what danger there is, I will not escape. My life will be closely tied to the realm of gods and the human race." The Desolate Land Palace Master nodded approvingly. "Yes, I trust you. That's why I'm willing to tell you some big secrets. Today, I'll explain the destruction of the universe era and Death Valley to you. These are the core secrets of our universe. Understanding this may be of some help to you, and it will provide you with some reference for your choice. Let's start with the destruction of the universe era." Qin Shao nodded and continued to listen patiently. Qin Shao knew a little about the destruction of the universe era. Qin Shao, you should know that every universe can only survive for 9 universe eras. Every era is a small calamity. When 9 eras return to 1, it will be the universe calamity, also known as the chaos calamity. The chaos calamity will destroy everything. The entire universe will return to chaos, and everything will turn into nothingness. Everything in the universe is unavoidable. This was the most basic situation, and Qin Shao already knew about it. As for the small calamity of an era, although it's very scary, our holy land can still survive. Universe masters and rulers, unless they are unlucky, can also survive the destruction of an era. The destruction of a holy land is rarely in the origin calamity. Instead, it's swallowed by other holy lands. Since the first universe era, more than 30 holy lands have been born in our Hongmeng universe. After prosperity and destruction, there are only 8 holy lands now. More than 30 holy lands were born in 8 universe eras. That meant more than 20 holy lands were destroyed. These words shocked Qin Shao quite a bit. In 8 universe epochs, they had destroyed more than 20 holy grounds. On average, they had destroyed 3 holy grounds in 1 universe epoch. Holy lands, how powerful and scary were they? Only with universe masters could they be called holy lands. Even a holy land had been destroyed, which meant that quite a number of universe masters had died as well. Universe masters had all died. Just thinking about it was scary. It was too scary. What kind of technique was it to be able to kill a universe master? It seemed that the past few universe eras in the Hongmeng universe were very chaotic. Qin Shao suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued to listen. Life and death, birth and destruction, prosperity and decline. Many amazing figures, many world-shaking universe masters, and many earth-shattering Holy Lands wars. Ups and downs, changes in the wind and clouds, it's really a pity. Over the past 8 eras, a total of 32 universe masters were born in our Hongmeng universe. But now, there are only 10 universe masters left. In the past 7 universe eras, a total of 21 universe masters died. Except for one universe master who died when the era was destroyed, the other universe masters died on the battlefield because of the Holy Lands wars. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad and sad. The Holy Lands wars are too scary. Even universe masters couldn't escape the fate of death. The shock in Qin Zhao's heart surged once again. Scary, it was really too scary. A total of 21 universe masters died in the past 7 universe eras. On average, 3 universe masters died in each universe era. That was too scary, wasn't it? The Holy Lands wars were indeed scary. Just thinking about it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Even universe masters died in the wars, not to mention great beings and rulers. Those who were weaker were nothing more than ants, cannon fodder, and weeds. However, Qin Shao caught on to another situation. He couldn't help but ask, Temple Leader, 21 universe masters died in the past 7 universe eras. Does that mean one universe master died in our universe era? How come I've never heard of it? Desolate Land Temple Leader shook his head and said, Of course not. Our universe era is relatively stable and peaceful. Except for the ancient Four Realms War, there are no other wars. Besides, the 5 holy lands of the godly world are extremely united. That's why we can maintain this stability. Since the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the epoch, the current stable situation was formed. That's why we can have such stability. It's a great contribution. No universe master died in this universe era. Then how could there be a universe master? Could there be a universe master who didn't die? But he didn't exist in the current Hongmeng universe. What was going on? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. Immediately, Desolate Land Temple Leader's words confirmed Qin Zhao's guess. You might have guessed it. There's another universe master who left the Hongmeng universe and entered the Great Thousand World. And this person, you might have guessed it. He's the master of Death Valley. We don't know his name, so we call him the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death is definitely the undisputed number 1 great being in the Hongmeng universe since the first universe era. He's absolutely invincible. He's also the goal that we juniors have been pursuing. Although Qin Shao had guessed it, he was still shocked when he heard it from Desolate Land Temple Leader himself. He really was the master of Death Valley, the undisputed number 1 great being since the first universe era. He was indeed powerful. No wonder he was so generous. It was no wonder that the 9 Death Valleys had survived the destruction of 8 epochs and remained intact until now. Incredible. It was too incredible. The means of the Lord of Death had reached an unimaginable level. At least, Qin Shao couldn't imagine it. Desolate Land Temple Leader didn't go into too much detail about the Lord of Death. Instead, he continued to talk about other things. I'll tell you more about the Lord of Death later. I'll tell you more about the situation of Death Valley. Now, let's talk about something else. Every year, it's a year. After every era's destruction, there's a new birth. A new order is established, and a new universe master is born. Now, our 8th universe era is about to come to an end. The 8th universe era, which was originally stable and peaceful, has become unusual. The turmoil of the 4 realms, the alliance of the 3 realms, the invasion of the power of the other universe, and the hidden dangers of the Demon Beast universe will all pose a huge threat to our godly world. Among the 5 holy lands of the godly world, Heavenly Court Island was actually born in the 6th universe era. To be able to stand firm in the 6th and 7th universe eras, it's enough to show how powerful Heavenly Court Island is. and our desolate land temple was born in the 7th Universe era. I also experienced the Holy Land War in the 7th Universe era. The 7th Universe era could be considered the most savage universe era. In the 7th Universe era, as many as 8 Universe Masters died, and only 4 survived. In the 8th Universe era, 6 Universe Masters were born, which eventually formed the 8 Holy Lands today. Chapter 10:12. Lord of Death Sky Palace Master had lived for 3 universe eras, from the 6th era to the present. No wonder Sky Palace Island's position had never been shaken by any holy land. It had always been the leader of the 8 holy lands in the primordial universe, the most sacred being. The fact that Heavenly Court Island was able to survive the battle between the holy lands of the 6th and 7th universe epochs and still remain intact in the end showed how powerful Heavenly Court Island was. Qin Shao had always thought that if an era was destroyed, the universe would be destroyed and all living things would be destroyed. Everything would be returned to zero. Only universe masters could survive in the endless universe ocean, but now he realized that wasn't the case. It turned out that the Holy Lands could survive an era's disaster. Not only the Holy Lands, but also some of the most dangerous places in the universe. Most of the 10 most dangerous places in the universe could be preserved. However, only a few of the most powerful people in the universe were qualified to know this big secret. It really opened a new door for Qin Shao, and Qin Shao realized that the universe was like this. There were so many things in the universe eras. However, Qin Shao still had many questions. Temple leader, aren't universe masters immortal and indestructible? In the primordial universe, is there any power that can kill universe masters? In the beginning, Qin Shao thought there was no way to kill universe masters. That was what the outside world said. Even universe masters couldn't kill universe masters easily. Universe masters were almost immortal. Universe masters were even more immortal. However, Qin Shao now knew that since the first era of the primordial universe, as many as 21 universe masters had died. This number was too frightening. Even if there was a Holy Land War, it wouldn't be to the extent where universe masters were killed, right? How powerful did one have to be to kill universe masters? Great Wilderness Hall leader chuckled, shook his head, and said, universe masters are indeed invincible in the hearts of the people. They are indeed immortal and indestructible. However, it's not absolute. Even among universe masters, there's a huge difference in power. Just like Sky Palace Master, if he were to attack, he could totally kill ordinary universe masters. One-on-one is indeed not easy, but if it's a group against one, then it's not difficult. Moreover, there are many methods and treasures that you can't imagine. Once the Battle of the Holy Land starts, the entire universe will be involved. Under such circumstances, the sacrifice of a universe master is naturally nothing. Qin Shao was shocked. The master of the Heavenly Court was this powerful? He could even kill ordinary universe masters. As expected of the master of the Heavenly Court, as expected of the undisputed #1 expert of this universe era. The fiercest battle between the Holy Lands should be during the 3rd universe era. The degree of destruction in that battle shouldn't be any worse than the great calamity of the era. The entire primordial universe had been smashed into pieces. It was a tragic sight. In terms of universe masters alone, 8 of them died in the 3rd universe era. However, the 7th universe era is considered fierce. I reckon it is second only to the 3rd universe era. The master of Heavenly Court and I have survived since the 7th era of the universe. Our vitality is also greatly damaged. Thus, we discussed to establish a new order of the universe era. We can no longer fight the Holy Land battle. That's why the 8th universe era has been stable and peaceful until now. That's why our Holy Land is flourishing and developing. That's why it's flourishing today. All of this was not easy to come by. The Misty Palace's palace master said as he recalled. He also felt somewhat emotional. Hearing this, Qin Shao also felt that it was not easy to come by. Only when the universe was stable and peaceful could it develop faster and become more prosperous. But how long could this peace last? How long could they suppress the power of the alternate universe and the power of the demon beast universe? Obviously, it couldn't be too long. At least before the great calamity of the era arrived, they would launch a general attack and drag the primordial universe into the war. Once this war started, it would be comparable to the Holy Land battle of the previous few universe eras. Just thinking about it made people very worried, very angry, and also very helpless at the same time. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Palace Master, if the power of the alternate universe wants to start a war, then I can understand. If the demon world, the abyss demon world, and the netherworld want to occupy our godly world, then that's acceptable. But in the past Holy Land battles, the human race fought each other to the death. Were they after? Those universe masters fought with their lives on the line. Were they after?" The Desolate Land Palace Master shook his head with a solemn expression. He laughed bitterly and said, "To be honest, I don't know what they're after. Starting a Holy Land battle is nothing more than some ambition, but it's usually empty. Fame, profit, and the rule of the universe are nothing more than empty things. Perhaps there's a saying that goes, 'It's lonely at the top.' Standing in the ranks of universe masters, when you're lonely, you'll want something, even if it's empty. Some things, once started, can't be stopped. In the end, it's no longer just a matter of ambition. It involves all aspects. All in all, it's quite complicated." Qin Shao shook his head. He really couldn't figure out the reason for these complicated situations. Some things couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. He still needed time to slowly digest these situations. To him, the amount of information was indeed too much. Many things were completely beyond his imagination. The Desolate Land Palace Master waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about these things first. It's enough to let you have a general understanding of our universe era. It's all in the past, so there's no point in knowing more about it. Those people don't exist anymore. They've been buried in the dust of history. Now, let me focus on talking to you about the Lord of Death. He's also the person I admire the most. He's a truly extraordinary existence. No one in the later generations was able to reach his height and touch his edge." Speaking of the Lord of Death, Qin Shao became more interested. Speaking of which, he was indeed very curious about the Lord of Death. He also admired him a lot. "Qin Shao, you know about the Great Thousand World. In the Great Thousand World, it's said that there's the existence of Saint Domain, and there's a wider sky. Of course, to us universe masters, this sky is a non-existent sky. If universe masters like us enter the endless universe ocean, we'll be lost forever. Since the first universe era, almost all universe masters have sent a body into the endless universe ocean," said Luo Feng. "In fact, I also sent a body into the endless universe ocean. But once it entered, it drifted in the endless universe ocean and got lost. In the endless darkness, it couldn't find the light. Very soon, my original body completely lost contact with my doppelganger. According to the records left behind by universe masters of other universe eras, after entering the endless universe ocean, it's endless darkness. Drifting and getting lost, you can't find the light anymore. You can't find the way back to the universe, not to mention the legendary Saint Domain and the wider sky. When it came to the Great Thousand World and Saint Domain, Desolate Land Palace Master's heart was filled with endless yearning. It was also his lifelong pursuit, but he couldn't achieve it. He didn't dare to enter the endless universe ocean again. Qin Shao was also aware of this situation. He was someone who had walked around the universe ocean and learned a lot about the endless universe ocean from Senior by Chuan Fu Su. Senior by Chuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu had drifted in the endless universe ocean for an unknown number of eras, but they still couldn't find the legendary Saint Domain. They had been spending an extremely long time in the darkness. That kind of life was really worse than death. If it's just based on these, then I'll even suspect the existence of the Great Thousand World. However, some information left behind by the Lord of Death proves the existence of the Great Thousand World. Desolate Land Palace Master said with a serious expression. Information left behind by the Lord of Death. This made Qin Zhao's heart tremble even more. He had some guesses when he was in the Fourth Death Valley. You've been to the Fourth Death Valley, so you should know that the guardian of the Fourth Death Valley isn't from the Hongmeng universe, but a cultivator from another universe. And he's not a great path cultivator, but a sword path cultivator. Although the guardian of the Fourth Death Valley is a dominator, his power isn't any weaker than mine. Our Hongmeng universe's recognized strongest dominator, Kuan Peng Dominator, couldn't last more than 3 moves before him. His power is far beyond the limit of a dominator. It's unimaginable. What? Qin Xiao was so shocked that he almost screamed. A dominator's power wasn't any weaker than a universe master's, and it was Desolate Land Palace Master. Desolate Land Palace Master wasn't an ordinary universe master. In terms of power, he was definitely a very powerful universe master. Among the 10 universe masters in the Hongmeng universe, he was definitely ranked second only to Sky Palace Master. With Desolate Land Palace Master's power, he actually said that Lone Swordsman's power wasn't any weaker than his. One could only imagine how powerful Lone Swordsman's power was. And Lone Swordsman was only a dominator. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Qin Xiao had always thought that he was already very powerful, but he didn't expect Lone Swordsman to be even more powerful. It seemed that his power wasn't anything to be proud of. It was still okay in the Hongmeng universe, but in the vast universe, the situation was different. If he didn't understand the situation, he would just be a frog in a well. Don't be surprised, said Kuan Peng. You've only reached the 4th Death Valley. The guardians of the first 3 Death Valleys are the real deal. If Lone Swordsman hadn't been bound by the 4th Death Valley, he would have become a universe master long ago. Lone Swordsman's monstrous talent isn't something that ordinary people can imagine. The guardians of the first 3 Death Valleys are so powerful that you can't even imagine. And the guardians of these 9 Death Valleys were mostly captured by the Lord of Death from other universes. You can imagine how powerful the Lord of Death is. Chapter 10:13. Holy Domain. When Qin Xiao was guessing earlier, he was already deeply shocked. Now that he heard the Misty Hall Master say it himself, he was unable to calm down for a long time. Going to other universes to capture people. What kind of power was that? Ordinary universe masters dared not enter the endless universe ocean. Even if they did, they would be lost forever in the endless universe ocean, unable to find their way back to the universe. Not to mention going to other universes to capture people. Furthermore, Vast Wilderness Palace Leader had also confirmed this point. He had sent a body into the endless universe ocean, but he had quickly lost contact with that body. Now, Vast Wilderness Palace Leader had no idea what had happened to his body, but he was sure that even if his body wasn't dead, it would be lost in universe ocean. Previously, when Qin Xiao talked to Baichuan Fu Su, they were in the same situation. They had been drifting in universe ocean for countless eras. They were so powerful, but they could only drift and get lost. They couldn't find their way back to the universe they were in, and they couldn't enter other universes. Therefore, just by thinking about it, one could imagine how heaven-defying the means of the Death Valley Master were. Not only could he enter other universes, but he could also capture people from other universes and bring them back to Hongmeng Universe. It was unbelievable. So Qin Xiao was shocked. How powerful was the Lord of Death? The Lord of Death's power is beyond our imagination. His power is way beyond ours. The Lord of Death is an amazing being in any era or universe. That's why he can travel across the universe and even find the legendary Holy Domain. Desolate Land Palace Master said with respect and admiration when he talked about the Lord of Death. He was the most powerful great being in all of history, the most powerful being in this era. The Lord of Death had left behind many legends for Desolate Land Palace Master. Many legends had turned into rumors. Even the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple had no way to verify their authenticity. He could only deduce it slowly and try to get as close to the truth as possible. The Lord of Death had left behind too many legends, but there were very few records left behind. The places where one could learn the most about the Lord of Death were the 9 Death Valleys. Therefore, the 9 Death Valleys had always been something that the various Holy Lands wanted to research thoroughly. However, Death Valley only allowed those below the level of rulers to enter. Even universe masters wouldn't dare to force their way in. Of course, there was no way to force their way in. After all, even the fourth guardian of Death Valley, the lone swordsman, was no weaker than the palace master of Desolate Land, not to mention the strength of the previous three guardians. Therefore, even a master of the Heavenly Court would not dare to barge into Death Valley. That was exactly why Death Valley had always been one of the core secrets of the primordial universe. Even Qin Shao, who had passed through 2 Death Valleys, did not know these secrets. As for outsiders, they were even more clueless. Some of the information about Death Valleys on the streets did not mention these situations. The Lord of Death can freely enter other universes, and from the situation of those guardians, it can be seen that the Lord of Death has definitely entered many universes. That's why he was able to select so many monstrous guardians. Adding up the 9 Death Valleys, there are quite a number of guardians. If that's the case, the number of universes that the Lord of Death has entered must be at least over 100. In the endless universe ocean, the distance between universes is incomparably huge. It's unimaginable. The Lord of Death is actually able to enter other universes so easily. That's incredible. However, there's something that I don't understand. How did the Lord of Death enter other universes? Could it be that he isn't rejected by the willpower of the origin of other universes? Qin Shao was very puzzled as he voiced out the many doubts in his heart. The willpower of the universe's origin would reject visitors from other universes. This was something that everyone knew. Unless it was someone like the chief of the Arrows people who had entered the universe by chance, they would definitely be rejected by the willpower of the universe's origin. The stronger one was, the greater the rejection from the willpower of the universe's origin would be. The willpower of the universe's origin would have a sense of self-protection. This was the most basic of common sense. Even someone as powerful as Baichuan Fu Su had no way of breaking through the willpower of the primordial universe's origin. The Desolate Land Palace Master nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. In theory, that's indeed the case. The willpower of the universe's origin has a strong sense of self-protection towards its own universe. It won't allow external forces to threaten the universe. Once it feels a trace of a threat, it will immediately reject it. If it's only a ruler entering another universe, the willpower of the universe's origin might not reject it. After all, a ruler isn't much of a threat to the universe. If it's someone below a ruler, then it won't reject it at all. Qin Shao, you're also a lord of the origin. You should know this." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. Take the Heavenly Dragon Continent, for example. Gods couldn't descend on the Heavenly Dragon Continent, but any spirit could enter the Heavenly Dragon Continent without being rejected by the willpower of the universe's origin. This was also a kind of self-protection power of the willpower of the universe's origin. The Desolate Land Palace Master continued. Take your origin world, for example. Ordinary gods can't enter your origin world, and even heavenly gods can't enter. However, Almighties can forcefully descend. Not only can they forcefully descend, but they can also directly destroy your origin world. You should be able to understand this point. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he could understand this point. With his current strength, it was too easy to destroy an origin world. When one's strength reached a certain level, they could break the rules. Hearing this, Qin Shao understood what was going on. Could it be that the Lord of Death's strength has reached the point where he can break the rules of the universe's origin? He can ignore the willpower of the universe's origin and forcefully enter the universe? How powerful must he be? To be able to reach such a point, it means that he has the strength to destroy the universe. Destroy the universe? How powerful must he be? Just thinking about it gave Qin Shao quite a shock. Destroy the universe? How powerful was the universe? Powerful as a universe master, he couldn't even destroy the godly world, let alone the universe. There was also the endless dark ocean. It was really unimaginable that his strength could reach the level of destroying the universe. The Desolate Land Palace Master also shook his head and said, "Yes, it's really unimaginable." We have no way of knowing how powerful the Lord of Death is. However, if we were to infer from these situations, it's really amazing. It's even beyond our imagination. So much so that we can't be sure whether these are real or not. It sounds like it's fake. However, the existence of the 9 death valleys seems to prove this point. That's why we haven't come to a conclusion after countless discussions. Qin Shao said with a serious face, if that's really the case, then the Lord of Death might really have entered the sacred domain. Otherwise, it's already been 8 universe eras, and the Lord of Death hasn't returned to the Hongmeng universe. If that's the case, then the legendary sacred domain is real. The great wide world, what does it look like? What kind of existence is the sacred domain? The desolate land palace master's expression also became more serious. He said, yes, our unanimous opinion is that the sacred domain does exist. There are countless universes in the great wide world, but the core is still the sacred domain. The sacred domain is above all the universes, and it's the real master of the great wide world. The sacred domain is the place where the real great beings live forever. It's the place where we universe masters should pursue. Of course, for now, all these are just guesses. As for whether the sacred domain exists or not, no one can be sure. However, this won't hinder our pursuit of the sacred domain. But, speaking of this, the desolate land palace master shook his head again. With our strength and potential, it's almost impossible to step out of the Hongmeng universe, let alone pursue the sacred domain. I'm afraid our path of cultivation has already been cut off. When he reached the end of his speech, a trace of sadness and desolation actually appeared on his face. Even someone as powerful as the desolate land palace master felt this way. Qin Shao also lowered his head in silence. However, one could imagine the feelings of the desolate land palace master at this moment. After a moment of silence, the desolate land palace master regained his composure and continued. But no matter what, there's always some hope. No matter how remote it is, it's still worth pursuing. And now, you're the hope on my path of pursuit. Me? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He looked at the desolate land palace master with a puzzled expression. Wasn't this too much for him? He was the palace master's hope? The desolate land palace master nodded solemnly and said, yes, don't be surprised. Listen to me slowly and you'll understand. What I'm going to say next is some of the true secrets of Death Valley. And these are also very important to you. You have to listen carefully and then make the right choice. This choice might affect your future path, and it might even affect our future path. I've been looking forward to this day, and you didn't let me down. Finally, I see a little hope. Qin Zhao's expression was even more solemn and puzzled. However, he vaguely guessed something. All of a sudden, he felt the burden on his shoulders become much heavier. This matter was definitely out of the ordinary. The desolate land palace master looked at the endless world of desolate land with an incomparably deep gaze. Qin Shao didn't say anything. The atmosphere was so tense that Qin Shao felt a little breathless. He was waiting for the desolate land palace master to speak. The desolate land palace master seemed to be deep in thought and didn't speak for a while. Therefore, the atmosphere became very oppressive. After a long while, the desolate land palace master retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Shao again. However, the look in his eyes at this moment was especially solemn and infectious. Being stared at, Qin Shao couldn't help but perk up and look at the desolate land palace master seriously. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.